Hello everyone, welcome to today's session. I am so excited to be your guide as we travel back over a millennium to explore the very foundations of the language we are speaking right now. Today we are diving into the Forge of English, a deep dive into the Anglo-Saxon age. Think of this as the origin story for the English race. We'll be tracing our lineage from the fall of the Roman Empire all the way to the Norman conquest. Let's begin our journey. Take a look at this incredible helmet on your screen. It represents a world of courage, savagery, and splendor. This era, which we call the Anglo-Saxon age, spans roughly 600 years. We're going to see how the fall of Rome paved the way for a brand new culture and literature to take root in Britain. Imagine Britain in the early 400s. The Roman legions, who had protected the land for centuries, have packed up and left, creating a massive power vacuum. Into this gap step three Germanic tribes, the Angles, Saxons, and Jutes. Historical sources describe these settlers as fearless, adventurous, and brave. They weren't just visiting, they were looking for a permanent home. By 670 AD, they occupied most of the country, establishing Anglo-land, the permanent abode we now know as England. Now, if you heard these settlers speak, you wouldn't recognize it as English. Their language was a fusion of Germanic roots with small traces of Latin and Celtic. Look at the text on the slide. Huar, we gardena ignerdegum. To our modern ears, it sounds like a foreign code that requires translation. But make no mistake, this is the bedrock of our modern tongue. It was a language used for complex riddles, puzzles, and massive epics. Before there were books, there was the human voice. The Anglo-Saxons were singers, not writers. In the great halls, people gathered to hear songs about battles, gods, and ancestral heroes. This was the true beginning of English poetry. Because it was sung rather than written, very few remnants exist today. What we do have are the greatest hits that were finally written down on parchment by monks centuries later. You can't talk about this era without mentioning Beowulf. It is our first English epic poem and the most famous artifact of the age. It tells the story of a brave Swedish hero who travels to Denmark to defeat a terrifying monster. Even though it's set in Scandinavia, it served as a vital bridge between the settlers' old Germanic roots and their new English identity. It's a classic tale of courage, loyalty, and the struggle against darkness. Not all poetry was about monsters. We also see a deep melancholy of the sea. Take the poem The Seafarer. It's an anonymous 124-line narrative of an old sailor looking back on his life. He talks about the cold, the danger, and the loneliness of the waves. It perfectly captures the duality of the sea, how it can be both bewitchingly fascinating and unpredictably dark. Here's a wonderful word for your vocabulary, uchtkare. It means lying awake in the morning worrying. We see this in The Wife's Lament, a raw 53-line expression of grief from a woman whose husband has been exiled. It shows us that beneath their warrior exterior, this culture dealt with deep anxiety and sentiment. Eventually, the culture shifted as the Anglo-Saxons embraced Christianity. Poets began mixing their old warrior style with Christian ideals. A great example is The Dream of the Rood, where the rood means cross. In a very bold move, the poet has the cross itself speak to tell the story of the crucifixion. This was perhaps the very first successful English literary export. Let's meet our first named writers. Caedmon was a humble goatherd who composed Caedmon's Hymn in the 7th century, the oldest known poem written in English. Bede, known as the Scholar, gave us Bede's Death Song. Legend says he composed this 5-line lyric on his deathbed, reflecting on a life well lived. Next is Cynewulf, one of the few poets who actually signed his work. But he didn't just write his name, he wove his signature into the text using runes, ancient Germanic letters.
His work, like the poem Christ, shows how religious themes had come to dominate Anglo-Saxon poetry by this time. In the 9th century, King Alfred the Great changed everything. He realized his people needed education in their own language. He replaced Latin prose with English, following the rules of ordinary speech. His masterpiece was the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, a timeline of the nation that remains one of the most important historical manuscripts ever created. Following Alfred's lead was Alfric, a priest and the second most famous prose writer of the era. He wrote Lives of the Saints and even a grammar. He was famous for a specific style that made complex theological ideas easy and alliterative, making them accessible to the average listener. All things must come to an end. The Anglo-Saxon period flourished until the Norman conquest of 1066. The last Saxon king, Harold, was defeated by William the Conqueror. This event marked the definitive end of the political era and shifted the linguistic and cultural trajectory of England forever. So what was the spirit of these people? They lived lives rich in courage, splendor, savagery, and sentiment. Their culture was built on 5 core principles: love of personal freedom, responsiveness to nature, appreciation for womanhood, the struggle for glory, and deep religious conviction. To wrap up our lesson, remember that even though their political rule ended 1,000 years ago, the Anglo-Saxons remain the ancestors of the English race. Their Old English, forged through migration, war, and faith, is the foundation of the language we are using today. The voices of the warrior, the exile, and the believer still echo in everything.
Beowulf, Anonymous. Beowulf is the most celebrated work of Old English literature, an epic poem that recounts the heroic deeds of Beowulf, a legendary Geatish warrior. The poem is divided into 2 main parts: Beowulf's youthful exploits and his final act of heroism in old age. In the first part, Beowulf travels to Denmark to help King Hrothgar by defeating the monster Grendel, who has been terrorizing the king's hall. After slaying Grendel, Beowulf must face Grendel's vengeful mother, whom he kills in an underwater battle. The second part of the poem shifts to Beowulf's later years as the king of the Geats, where he must confront a dragon that is threatening his kingdom. Although Beowulf defeats the dragon, he is mortally wounded in the battle and dies, leaving his people in mourning. Beowulf is significant not only for its portrayal of heroism and loyalty, but also for its exploration of the themes of fate, word, the transient nature of life, and the role of a hero in society. The poem reflects the Anglo-Saxon values of courage, honor, and loyalty to one's lord and people. It also integrates Christian elements into the traditional Germanic heroic code, portraying Beowulf as a Christ-like figure who sacrifices himself for the greater good. The poem's rich use of alliterative verse, kennings, and vivid imagery marks it as a masterpiece of early English literature. The Wanderer Poet. The Wanderer is an elegiac poem centered on themes of exile, fate, and loss. The narrator is a warrior who has lost his lord and companions, now wandering alone in a desolate world. He reflects on the impermanence of life, the collapse of kingdoms, and the fleeting nature of earthly joys. As he laments his isolation, memories of past glories, the poem shifts to a meditation on the comfort that faith in God can provide amidst life's transitory nature. Ultimately, the work expresses a deep sense of melancholy while also suggesting hope through spiritual endurance. The Seafarer Poet. The Seafarer is a reflective and allegorical poem that describes the hardships and emotional struggles of life at sea. The speaker recounts his experiences of isolation, cold, and danger on the ocean, illustrating the physical and psychological toll of the sailor's life. However, the poem gradually transitions into a Christian meditation on the soul's journey toward God, comparing the unpredictability of life to a spiritual voyage. The speaker reflects on the futility of worldly pursuits, urging a focus on eternal salvation. The poem's tone is both contemplative and spiritual, combining a harsh description of the seafaring life with a Christian moral. Pure poet. Pure is a poignant lament in which the speaker, identified as a scop, a court poet or bard, reflects on the fleeting nature of life and the hardships he has endured. He recounts various legendary figures who experienced suffering, such as Wayland the Smith and Beadohild, or connecting their stories to his own misfortunes, particularly his loss of position at court. The stanza ends with the refrain, "That passed away, this may too," emphasizing the transitory nature of pain and the inevitable passing of all difficulties. The poem combines personal loss with a universal meditation on the cyclical nature of human suffering. The Battle of Malden, the Battle of Malden poet. The Battle of Malden is a heroic poem that describes a historical event in 991 when Anglo-Saxon forces led by Byrhtnoth faced Viking invaders. Byrhtnoth's decision to allow the Vikings to cross the causeway for a fair battle reflects the Anglo-Saxon code of honor, but it leads to his death and eventual defeat. The poem celebrates loyalty, courage, and sacrifice, portraying the battle as a moment of tragic heroism. The Finnsburg Fragment, anonymous. The Finnsburg Fragment is a short heroic poem that recounts a battle between the retainers of the Danish lord Naif and those of the Frisian lord Finn. This skirmish is part of a larger legendary cycle involving Finn, which is also referenced in Beowulf. In the fragment, action takes place during an intense battle, with the warriors fighting for survival inside a hall. The poem focuses on the bravery and loyalty of Naif's men as they defend themselves against their enemies, refusing to give ground despite overwhelming odds. The Finnsburg Fragment is significant because it exemplifies the heroic tradition of Anglo-Saxon poetry, where themes of loyalty, courage, and the warrior's duty to his lord are central. The poem's language is filled with vivid imagery of battle, emphasizing the chaos and violence of the conflict. Although the poem is incomplete, it serves as a crucial link between the larger Beowulf saga and other Germanic traditions, offering insight into the interconnectedness of Old English heroic literature. The Dream of the Rood, Dream of the Rood poet. Dream of the Rood is a visionary religious poem in which the cross, or rood, to the dreamer, narrating its role in Christ's crucifixion. The cross is personified, expressing its own emotions of loyalty and sorrow, while simultaneously exalting Christ's victory over death. The poem blends heroic imagery with Christian theology, portraying Christ as a warrior king who willingly embraces death to defeat sin, transforming the crucifixion into a moment of triumph. Beowulf.
So today, we're talking about the architects of English prose. And I mean that literally. These are the people who didn't just write in English. They actually built the language we use for everything from history to science to just telling a good story. Let's dive in. I want you to just think about that for a second. Imagine all the history, all the philosophy, the religious texts that shape your entire world, but they're all locked away in a language you don't speak a single word of. For the average person in Anglo-Saxon England, this wasn't some hypothetical question. This was just reality. And this was the fundamental divide. You had two completely different worlds. On one side, you've got Latin, the language of power, of the church, of all the important scholarship. And on the other side, you have Old English, the language people actually spoke in their homes, in the fields, the language of everyday life. The challenge was bridging that gap, and that challenge is what kicked off a full-blown literary revolution. So, here's our game plan for this explainer. We're going to start in that world where knowledge was totally locked down in Latin. Then we'll meet the very first historian who laid the foundation stone. After that, we'll see a king's totally radical project to unlock it all. Then we'll check out the master craftsman who built on that vision, and finally, celebrate the birth of English prose itself. Okay, let's start with part 1, a world locked in Latin. And that brings us to part 2, the first English historian. Meet the Venerable Bede. You gotta understand, this guy was a giant, a monk, a truly brilliant scholar. People often call him the father of English history. He was one of the greatest minds in Europe, a man driven to understand and document everything about the world he lived in. And the stuff he wrote was absolutely monumental. His ecclesiastical history is basically the reason we know so much about early England. It created the nation's origin story. But, and this is the crucial part, he wrote it all in Latin. So it was a history of the English people, but it wasn't for the English people. It was for an international, scholarly audience who could read the language of the elite. All right, now for part 3. The King's Radical Project. Because this is where a true visionary steps onto the scene with a master plan to change everything. King Alfred the Great. Now, most people know him for fighting off Viking invasions, right? But you could argue his most lasting victory was actually his war on ignorance. He had this core belief that a strong kingdom needed smart, educated people. And Alfred didn't just tell other people to write. No, he got his own hands dirty. He personally translated major works of philosophy and religion from Latin into Old English. And, maybe most importantly, he kicked off the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, a year-by-year history of his own people, written in their own language for the very first time. And this gets to the heart of his whole project, the vernacular, the language of the ordinary people. Alfred's idea, which was, completely radical at the time, was that wisdom and knowledge shouldn't just belong to the clergy. It needed to be available to everyone, in the language they actually used every single day. This was a revolutionary act. He was basically democratizing knowledge.
This was his strategy. It wasn't an accident. It was a clear 3-step plan to rebuild English culture after decades of war. First, revive learning. Second, translate all the most important books. And third, use those books to educate the people. It was a way to create a shared identity, a shared purpose.
So, part 4, Prose for the People. Alfred laid down the blueprint, and now it's time for the master craftsman to get to work building the rest of the structure. First up, we've got Aelfric of Eynsham. You can think of him as the great educator of his time. He was a monk, a brilliant theologian, and he saw Old English as this incredibly powerful tool for teaching. His whole goal was clarity. He wanted to make things easy to understand. So he wrote these huge collections of sermons and stories about saints' lives, all designed so a local priest could just read them aloud to the congregation. He was making complex Christian ideas accessible and compelling for literally everyone, not just the scholars. And then you have Wulfstan. Now, if Aelfric was the patient teacher, Wulfstan was the fiery preacher. He was a bishop who used English prose not just to teach, but to warn, to persuade, to grab people by the shoulders and make them listen, especially during a time of national crisis. This quote pretty much captures the whole vibe of his most famous work, the Sermo Lupi et Anglos, which means the Sermon of the Wolf to the English. See, the Vikings were invading again, and Wulfstan gets up and argues that the real enemy wasn't just the Vikings. It was the moral rot inside their own society. He used this powerful, urgent, repetitive language to call everyone back to God.
So you can really see the difference here. Aelfric and Wulfstan together show just how powerful and flexible English prose was becoming. You have Aelfric using it to patiently educate, and then you have Wulfstan using it to passionately sound the alarm. The language was growing up. It was becoming a tool for all sorts of different jobs.
And all of this brings us to our final section, the birth of English prose. With the foundation laid and the structure built, something new and lasting had been created.
And you know how you can tell it was a success? The whole tradition became bigger than any single person. Suddenly, you have all this important work being produced by anonymous writers. That's the real proof that writing prose wasn't some specialized craft for a few geniuses anymore. It was a widespread skill. And just look at what they were creating. The Old English Hexateuch, that's a translation of the first 6 books of the Bible. I mean, can you imagine the confidence you have to have in your language to think it's worthy of carrying the most sacred texts? It's incredible. And works like the Blickling Homilies and the Vercelli book just prove that there was this rich, vibrant literary culture all happening in the vernacular.
Now, one quick thing to keep in mind here. While they had this amazing poetry and prose, the idea of drama, plays performed on a stage, that didn't really exist yet. That art form would come along much later, eventually growing out of religious rituals that happened inside the church.
So, what's the big takeaway? What's their legacy? Well, these writers basically embedded certain themes deep into the DNA of English literature, themes we're still wrestling with today. Ideas about heroism and courage, about faith and salvation, the sadness of loss, and the importance of history and leadership. They really set the agenda for centuries of writers to come.
In the end, these architects took the everyday language of the people and built it into something powerful, a vessel that could carry history, faith, law, and identity. They used the tools they had to literally forge a culture. Which leaves us with one final thought. They built a language to shape their world.
Today, we're going to dig into how one single brutal battle back in 1066 didn't just change who wore the crown. It completely rewired the English language. It shaped the very words I'm saying to you right now.
So let's kick things off with a fact that sounds completely made up, but isn't. For 300 years, the kings of England spoke French. All the laws, the entire government, the whole power structure, it was all run in a language that most of the people in the country didn't even speak. How on earth does that happen? Well, that's the mystery we're solving today.
So where does a story like this even begin? Well, it doesn't start with a battle. It starts with a crisis. We've got to go back to a time when the English kingdom was incredibly unstable, all because the king didn't have a son to take over.
Now, you might think this whole England-Normandy thing came out of nowhere, but it had actually been building for more than a century. It all started way back in 912, when Vikings, the Northmen, settled in a part of France that came to be called Normandy. Then, about 100 years later, an English king gets exiled to Normandy. His son, Edward, grows up there, speaking French, surrounded by French culture. So when that same Edward comes back to England in 1042 to become king, he brings all that French influence with him.
And here's the spark that lights the fuse. In 1066, King Edward, the guy with deep connections to both England and Normandy, dies. And the most important part of that? He leaves behind no children, no direct heir. And you know what that creates, right? A massive power vacuum. And there were 2 very ambitious men just waiting to jump in.
So, 2 main contenders step into the ring. First, you've got Harold Godwinson. He's a powerful English earl, the king's right-hand man, the ultimate insider. But then, across the English Channel, you have William, the Duke of Normandy. He's a distant cousin of the dead king, sure, but he drops an absolute bombshell. He claims Edward had already promised the throne to him. The stage was set for a massive showdown.
The English don't waste a second. This famous image from the Bayeux Tapestry shows Harold getting crowned king on the very same day that Edward died. As far as the English lords were concerned, problem solved. But for William of Normandy, this wasn't a coronation. This was a stab in the back. And it meant war.
And that one decision kicks off one of the most chaotic years in English history, 1066. It's famously known as the Year of 3 Kings, basically a brutal nationwide royal rumble for the crown.
I mean, Harold barely has time to get the crown settled on his head before his entire kingdom is under attack. And we're not talking about one enemy. We're talking about 2 full-blown invasions from 2 different directions happening at pretty much the same time.
Just look at this map, and you can see what a nightmare this was. You've got William in the south, getting his invasion fleet ready to cross from Normandy. At the exact same time, another claimant, Harald Hardrada of Norway, is invading from the north. And get this, he's backed by Harold's own banished brother. England was trapped.
So, think about the impossible logistics of this. First, Harold has to march his army all the way north to fight off the Vikings, and incredibly, he wins. But there's no time to even catch their breath. He has to immediately turn his tired, battered army around and force march them over 250 miles south. And who's waiting for them down there? William's Norman army, who are fresh, rested, and ready for a fight.
And all of that brings us here, to the climax of the story, the final showdown, the one battle that would decide the fate of England.
So on September 29th, just a few days after his huge victory in the north, Harold gets the news he was dreading. William's army has landed at Hastings. The southern invasion is on, and Harold has no choice but to race his weary army south to meet them.
Everything, the crown, the country, the culture, the language, it all came down to this. One single, brutal day of fighting.
And that battle was an absolute slugfest. It raged all day, from morning till dusk, and honestly, it could have gone either way. But in the end, Harold's exhausted English army just couldn't hold on. Harold himself was killed on the battlefield, and in that moment, William, Duke of Normandy, became William the Conqueror.
Okay, so the battle is over. William won. But that still doesn't explain why the King of England started speaking French, right? This is where the real conquest begins, and it was a conquest of words.
See, William's takeover was total. He didn't mess around. He basically fired the entire English ruling class, took their land, and gave it all to his loyal Norman buddies. And just like that, overnight, the language of power in England became French. If you wanted to go to court or deal with the government or even the church, you had to speak French.
This created this huge language divide in the country. You had a tiny French-speaking elite running everything, and then you had everybody else, the vast majority, speaking Old English. For the next 300 years, the language you spoke immediately told everyone what your social status was.
And what's so cool is you can still see the evidence of this in our language today. Think about it. The Anglo-Saxon farmer, the guy speaking English, he worked with the live animals, the cow, the sheep, the pig. But the Norman lord sitting down for dinner, the guy speaking French, he ate the cooked meat, beef, mutton, pork. The English words were for the farm, the French words were for the feast. That distinction is 1,000 years old, and we still use it.
Of course, you can't keep two languages in the same country separate forever. Over time, they started to bleed into each other. They started to mix. And what's really incredible is that the basic skeleton of the English language, its grammar, stayed pretty much the same. But it started absorbing thousands and thousands of new French words for things like law and government and art and food. It wasn't a replacement, it was a fusion.
And this new hybrid language, born from that clash of cultures on a battlefield in 1066, well, that's what we now call English. It's fundamentally a Germanic language, but with this enormous French vocabulary bolted on top. That one battle is the reason our language is so unique and so rich. So it all leaves you with this one last wild question. If Harold's army had just held on for a few more hours, if he had won the Battle of Hastings, what would English sound like today? Would it be more like German or Dutch? It's just amazing to think how much of our modern world, down to the words coming out of my mouth, was decided on that one. How can a book that's more than 600 years old still feel so alive, so funny, and so much like us? Well, today we're diving into Geoffrey Chaucer's masterpiece, The Canterbury Tales, to find out.
Okay, so picture this. It's the late 1300s, and we're at an inn just outside London. A big crowd is getting ready to hit the road. But this isn't just any group of people. You've got a noble knight still dusty from the battlefield. Over there is this flashy, larger-than-life woman called the Wife of Bath. You've also got a shady-looking miller, a corrupt church official, a genuinely good-hearted priest. I mean, literally every walk of life is here. And they're all complete strangers, about to go on a road trip together.
And that's the big question, isn't it? What on earth could bring this incredibly random group of people together? I mean, what could possibly convince a saint and a sinner, a rich person and a poor one, to all head down the same road to the same place?
To figure that out, we first have to understand the trip itself. Think of it as a medieval road trip, and just like any road trip, the destination is everything.
To really get their motivation, you got to remember that life in the 14th century was, well, it was tough. Really tough. This was a world still reeling from the Black Death. There's constant war. Life expectancy was short, and just getting by was a daily struggle. For a lot of people, the promise of a better life in the next world, in heaven, wasn't just a nice thought. It was the main thing that kept them going.
So, yeah, people's faith was a huge part of their lives. And one way they showed that faith was by going on these long journeys called pilgrimages. They traveled to holy places to ask for forgiveness, to pray for a miracle, maybe a cure for an illness, or just to get some divine help with their problems. It was a physical journey they hoped would bring them closer to God.
And in all of England, there was one place that was the spot to go, the city of Canterbury. So we know where our travelers are headed. But what made this one cathedral so special? Well, the answer, it's a story of a shocking murder.
Yeah, that's right. The whole reason Canterbury became this mega-famous destination is basically a true crime story. It's a tale of power, betrayal, and a really bad misunderstanding between a king and his best friend.
So, let's meet our victim, Thomas Becket. He was a good friend and a top advisor to one of England's most powerful kings, Henry II. They were tight. So Henry thinks he's making a brilliant move by making his loyal buddy the Archbishop of Canterbury, the most powerful religious job in the whole country. What could go wrong? Well, pretty much everything. See, Becket took his new job very seriously, maybe a little too seriously for the king. He started siding with the church instead of the crown, and it drove Henry nuts. One day, the king, totally fed up, supposedly yells out this famous line. Now, he probably didn't mean it literally. It was just a burst of anger. But some of his knights in the room didn't take it that way. They heard the king's words and thought, okay, the boss wants us to take care of a problem. So 4 of them rode straight for Canterbury. They didn't even hesitate. They stormed right into the cathedral and found Becket praying at the main altar. And right there, in what was supposed to be the holiest, safest place in England, they murdered him. The news of an archbishop being assassinated inside his own cathedral sent shockwaves across all of Europe. Instantly, Becket was seen as a martyr and a saint, and the ground where he was killed became sacred. And the echo of that moment is still there. If you visit Canterbury Cathedral today, you'll see this sculpture of swords marking the exact spot where he fell. This is why our pilgrims are on the road. They are all heading to Canterbury to pray at the shrine of St. Thomas Becket. So we've got the where and the why, but what about the who? Who's the person who saw this whole scene, a bunch of strangers on a religious road trip, and thought, you know what, this would make a fantastic book? That would be this guy, Geoffrey Chaucer. Now, if you picture some dusty old writer locked away in a tower, forget it. That was not Chaucer at all. This guy was a man of the world, a diplomat, a soldier, a bureaucrat, and maybe most importantly, he was an amazing observer of people. Chaucer's secret weapon was his own life experience. I mean, look at this resume. He wasn't born an aristocrat. He was the son of a winemaker. He worked as a royal messenger, a diplomat all over Europe, and a soldier who was even captured as a prisoner of war. He was in charge of the customs for the port of London, which was one of the busiest in the world. He was even in Parliament. The guy saw every single level of English society, from the bottom right to the top. And that is the absolute key. Chaucer wasn't just dreaming up these characters. He was writing about the kinds of people he saw and dealt with every single day. He knew how they talked, how they dressed, what they wanted, and what secrets they were hiding. And because he had this incredible, real-world perspective, he was able to create a book that was totally revolutionary. It wasn't just a single story. It was a story about people telling stories.
The whole book is built on this brilliant idea we now call a frame story. The setup is simple. The journey to Canterbury is long, so the host of the inn suggests a contest. Everyone will tell stories to pass the time. So the pilgrimage itself is just the frame. The real magic, the pictures inside the frame, are all the wild, funny, and sometimes shocking tales the characters tell about themselves. But maybe the most radical thing Chaucer did was the language he chose to write in. You see, at the time, any serious writing was done in French for the nobles or Latin for the church. English was just the everyday language of the common people. By writing this huge, ambitious work in English, Chaucer was making a massive statement. He was saying that the lives and stories of regular people were important and worthy of great art. He basically legitimized the English language, paving the way for, well, everyone from Shakespeare on. And just listen to it. That's the opening description of the night. It's poetry, yeah, but it's clear and it's direct. For the very first time, English-speaking people could hear stories with characters that felt real, that sounded like people they knew. It was an absolute sensation.
The Canterbury Tales is this giant, monumental piece of literature, which makes it pretty surprising to find out that the book we have today, well, it's just a piece of the original plan.
Chaucer's original plan was enormous. He had about 30 pilgrims, and each was supposed to tell 4 stories. That's a book with over 120 tales. but he died before he could get anywhere close to finishing. In the end, he only wrote 24 of the stories. The book just stops. We don't even see them get back to London.
But even though it was unfinished, everybody knew right away how important this work was. Chaucer was given a massive honor. He was buried in Westminster Abbey. In fact, he was the very first writer to be laid to rest in the section we now call Poets' Corner. There's a reason we call him the father of English literature.
So, Chaucer used a pilgrimage to bring together all the different voices of his nation and give us a perfect snapshot of his world, which leaves us with a fun question to think about. If you wanted to do that today, what journey would you choose to get a snapshot of our world? A cross-country flight? The line at the DMV? A crowded music festival? What journey today tells the story of us?
Welcome to the students. Today we're jumping into a real detective story, a mystery that's been thousands of years in the making, and the subject of our investigation, the English language itself. So let's just kick things off with the big question, the one you've probably asked yourself if you've ever tried to learn another language. Why is English so weird, you know? Why are there so many exceptions to every rule? Why is the spelling such a mess? Well, our first major clue is the sheer size of the English vocabulary. I mean, it's enormous. Unlike a lot of other languages, English is like this massive linguistic scrapbook with layers and layers of words that tell a story of invasion, of culture clash, and of power. And here's a perfect example of what I mean. Notice how we often have two different words for the same thing? One word, like ask or child, feels pretty simple, kind of down to earth. The other, like demand or infant, sounds a little more formal, maybe a bit fancier. That's not a coincidence, folks. That's the linguistic footprint left behind by centuries of history. To really crack this case, we can't just look at the English we speak today. No, we've got to go back, way back. We need to trace the language's DNA all the way to its ancient family roots. And believe it or not, it all starts here, with a single prehistoric language. Most of the languages spoken today, from India all the way to Portugal, we're talking Hindi, Persian, Russian, Spanish, you name it, they all come from this one common ancestor. As these ancient tribes spread out, their language branched off and evolved, creating the hundreds of languages we know today. And this chart? Wow, it really shows you the whole family tree. You can see how languages like Latin and Greek are all cousins. But for our case, we're interested in that highlighted path. See it? That's our trail. And it leads us straight to a really important branch, the Germanic one. So this is key. The core, the absolute bedrock of the English language is Germanic. Around the year 600, these tribes came over and settled in Britain, and the language they brought with them would become what we now call Old English. You know, the language of epic poems like Beowulf. But a foundation is just a starting point, right? This is where the plot really thickens, because the history of England is basically a story of one invasion after another, and every group that showed up left its fingerprints all over the language. So on this timeline, you can see the three major events that really shaped English. First, you got the Anglo-Saxons laying that Germanic foundation. Then the Vikings show up and add a totally new Scandinavian layer. And finally, 1066, the Norman Conquest, which brings this tidal wave of French that changes everything. Okay, so first up are the Vikings. They raided and eventually settled all over England. And here's the interesting part. Their language, Old Norse, was also a Germanic language, so it was similar enough to Old English that they could kinda sorta understand each other, which made swapping words back and forth super easy. And this is where it gets absolutely wild. Just look at some of the words the Vikings gave us. Our most basic pronouns, they, their, them, are not originally English. They're Scandinavian. The same goes for everyday words like sky, skin, and take. The Vikings didn't just add to our dictionary, they actually rewired the engine of our language. But then came the big one, 1066, the Norman Conquest. This is the event that really blows the case wide open. William the Conqueror brings over a whole new ruling class from France, and for the next 300 years, French is the language of power. We're talking the language of the king, the courts, the government, the whole shebang, and this created this incredible linguistic class divide that you can still see today. Check this out.
The Anglo-Saxon peasants working in the fields kept their Germanic words for the animals, cow, pig, and sheep, but the French-speaking nobles sitting at the dinner table used their words for the meat, beef, pork, and mutton. You can literally see the social structure right there in the words. And it didn't just stop with food. The entire vocabulary of power, of government, of law, of the military was imported straight from French. So English ends up becoming this incredible hybrid language with a solid Germanic chassis, but with a fancy French body built right on top of it. So we've looked at the big external events, the invasions, but that's only half the story. A good detective knows you also have to look for the internal clues, these hidden, almost scientific rules that make language change all on its own. And that's where the science of linguistics comes in. Now, linguistics isn't about telling you what proper English is. It's about figuring out how language actually works, finding the patterns and systems that we all use without even thinking about it. Linguists will use tools like this sentence diagram. Now, I know it looks a little intimidating, but it's basically just a blueprint. It shows how we take little bits, like nouns and verbs, and build them up into bigger structures, like phrases and sentences. It reveals the hidden architecture of our thoughts. And one of the biggest discoveries ever made in linguistics is something called Grimm's Law. It's not a law like you can break. It's a description of a huge, predictable change in how consonants were pronounced thousands of years ago. It's a key piece of evidence that shows how Germanic languages split off from the rest of the family. Here's a perfect example of how it works. That ancient P sound in the parent language systematically changed into an F sound in all the Germanic languages. And that one simple shift explains why the Latin word pater is related to our word father, or why pes is related to foot. It's like a linguistic fingerprint that connects thousands of words. All right, but what about that crazy English spelling? Well, a huge chunk of the blame can be pinned on something called the Great Vowel Shift. This was a massive change in pronunciation that happened right around the time that the printing press was making spelling permanent. Talk about bad timing. Just look at this table. Back in Middle English, the word bite was pronounced more like beta, but that long E sound shifted to the I sound we use beat. The word meat was pronounced like mate. Basically, all the long vowel sounds shifted, but the spelling got frozen in time. That created the huge disconnect we all struggle with today. So, after looking at all the historical and linguistic evidence, where do we land? What's the final verdict in the mystery of the English language? The answer is that English isn't really weird at all. Its weirdness is just its life story. It's a living history book. It has a tough Germanic heart, a sophisticated French mind, and a practical Scandinavian spirit. All these different layers got pressed together over centuries, creating the rich, complex, and sometimes confusing language we all speak today. But you know the best part of this whole detective story? The case is never really closed. As a global language, English is changing and evolving every day, absorbing new words from all over the world. The story is still being written by its billion-plus speakers. So what do you think the next chapter will be?
Okay, so let's talk about a name you definitely know. Geoffrey Chaucer, right? But I'm willing to bet the Chaucer you remember from high school, well, that's not the whole story. Not even close. We're about to meet the real Chaucer.
Yeah, when someone says Chaucer, what pops into your head? It's probably a bunch of pilgrims, right? All on the road to Canterbury, telling stories to kill time. And look, you're not wrong. The Canterbury Tales is, without a doubt, his masterpiece.
But what if I told you that the guy who wrote about those pilgrims was also like a serious psychologist? Someone who could really dig into the nitty-gritty of love and loss. And a total visionary who was thinking about dreams and fame, and even a wicked satirist who used talking birds to poke fun at the whole dating game. It's true.
So today, we're going to go beyond that famous pilgrimage. We're going to dive into the full, absolutely versatile genius behind Chaucer's other, just incredible works.
Okay, A Portrait of a World. The Canterbury Tales. I know. I just said we're going beyond the tales, but we got to start here for just a second. It's the perfect frame for literally everything else he wrote. You have to think of it as more than just a bunch of stories. It's a living, breathing portrait of his entire world.
The real genius of this book is the cast of characters. I mean, Chaucer gives us a perfect cross-section of his world. You've got the super noble knight, right at the top of the social food chain, and then you've got the rowdy bawdy miller. We meet the worldly wife of Bath, the genuinely good parson, and oh yeah, the totally corrupt pardoner who's out there selling fake relics. This was way more than a story. It was a snapshot of medieval society, warts and all.
But here's where it gets really clever. The teller shapes the tale. See, each story is basically a mirror reflecting its narrator. The noble knight, of course he tells a grand romance all about honor and chivalry. That's who he is. But then, the drunken miller just grabs the mic, so to speak, and launches into this crude, absolutely hilarious comedy. The tale is a perfect reflection of the teller. It's brilliant.
And that focus on character, it's absolutely key. So let's explore what happens when Chaucer zooms in, when he goes from this huge ensemble cast to a really deep psychological dive on just a handful of people, exploring love, loss, and betrayal as a psychologist.
And that brings us to Troilus and Cresside. So forget the big group of pilgrims for a minute. This is an intimate, super introspective look at a single love affair during the Trojan War. And man, is it a tragic one. It digs so deep into the emotions of love and betrayal. I mean, it's so psychologically complex that it ended up being a huge influence on later writers. You might have heard of one of them, a guy named Shakespeare. And it's not just that he told a great story. He did it with unbelievable poetic craftsmanship. For this poem, he actually invented the 7-line stanza form called rhyme royal. It has this A-B-A-B-C-C rhyme scheme. This structure was the perfect vehicle for him to carefully build the emotional world of his characters, line by painstaking line. So he wasn't just a storyteller, he was a master craftsman, a real architect of verse.
And this focus on deep, powerful feeling, it was definitely not a one-off. These are poems of deep feeling. His first major work, The Book of the Duchess, is just this incredibly moving elegy about grief, written for his patron whose wife had passed away. Then later you have The Legend of Good Women, which is a collection of tragic stories, all about famous women like Cleopatra and Dido, who were betrayed by men.
Okay, but Chaucer wasn't all doom and gloom, tragedy and heartbreak. He had this other side to him, experimental, philosophical, and often really, really funny. He was a visionary. And to explore that side, he took a popular format from his day and just completely flipped it on its head. So, to really get what he was doing, you gotta know about something called the dream vision genre. It was a super common setup in medieval literature. The narrator falls asleep, has some kind of crazy symbolic dream, and that dream becomes the story. It was basically a license for poets like Chaucer to explore these huge abstract ideas in a really creative way.
And boy, did Chaucer run with it. Take The House of Fame. In this poem, he basically wrote a medieval take on how information goes viral. Seriously, the narrator gets whisked away by a giant eagle to this place called the House of Fame, and there he sees how reputations are made, how rumors get twisted and spread. It's this wild, unfinished poem, but it's a fascinating look at the flimsy nature of truth and communication.
And then you've got one of my personal favorites, The Parliament of Fowls. It's this witty, hilarious satire. The whole setup is a huge flock of birds getting together on St. Valentine's Day to argue about who they should mate with. It's a brilliant commentary on courtly love, and get this, it's one of the first pieces of writing ever to connect St. Valentine's Day with romance. How cool is that?
So, just look at the range here with Chaucer's other visions. Using these really inventive, dreamlike structures, Chaucer could tackle pretty much anything. The shaky nature of fame in the House of Fame, the crazy complexities of courtly love in the Parliament of Fowls, the tragic betrayal of women in the Legend of Good Women. Each one is a completely different world.
So, whether he was writing deep tragedy, sharp satire, or these wacky dream visions, one thing was always there. Chaucer's unique and enduring voice, that witty, insightful, and just deeply human perspective, it shines through in everything he wrote, right up to the very, very end of his life.
And you gotta love this. One of his last known works is a short poem called The Complaint of Chaucer to His Purse, and it is exactly what it sounds like. It's a short, clever, and kind of self-deprecating plea from Chaucer to his empty wallet, basically begging the new king for his pension. Even when he's broke, the guy's still witty.
And really, that's the big takeaway. From the huge social satire of the tales to the intimate psychological tragedy of Troilus and Cresside, it's Chaucer's incredible versatility and his profound insight into human nature that make his work completely and utterly timeless.
His work didn't just survive.
It has actively shaped and influenced English literature for over 600 years. 600 years. Just let that sink in for a second. That is a staggering legacy.
Which kind of leaves us with one final question to chew on, right? What makes a story powerful enough to last for centuries? I mean, any story. What's that secret sauce that lets it connect with people across hundreds and hundreds of years? Whatever that.
So how do you start a revolution? You might think armies, right? But what if it's just an idea? We're going to jump back in time to the late 14th century in England, a period of massive crisis and change. And the big question they were facing, which sounds pretty familiar, was how you challenge a power structure that seems totally unbeatable. Well, we're going to look at two men who did exactly that, using the most powerful weapon they had, the English language.
See, at the very heart of all this conflict was a battle over access, over who gets to know what. Power back then spoke Latin. Think about it. The church, the law, the entire establishment, they were all speaking Latin, and pretty much nobody else could understand a word. Meanwhile, everyday people, they were living and working and dreaming in English. It was basically this huge wall made of language. And that's where our two guys, a poet and a scholar, step in. They were about to take a sledgehammer to it.
Okay, so to really get why what they did was so explosive, we need to understand the world they were living in. Late 14th century England was a total pressure cooker, just simmering with tension everywhere you looked, socially, religiously, politically. It was the perfect storm, really, for some radical new ideas to just catch fire.
And people had a lot to be angry about. I mean, you had the church, which was supposed to be all about piety, but it was sitting on incredible wealth, and people saw the hypocrisy. Then there was the feudal system that was just grinding the poor into the dirt, and maybe the biggest thing of all, the Bible. The one book that was supposed to be the ultimate source of truth was locked away in Latin. This meant the priests were the gatekeepers. They held the keys to heaven, and nobody else could even read the instruction manual. Society was, to put it mildly, at a breaking point.
So you might expect the first big challenge to come from, a rebel general or some politician. But nope, it came from a poet. This kind of mysterious figure who decided to paint this incredibly sharp, critical picture of his world. So let's talk about William Langland.
It's funny. We actually know very little about the man himself, William Langland. He was probably some kind of junior cleric. But what we do know is his masterpiece, Piers Plowman. And this thing, it wasn't just a poem. It was this massive, sprawling, allegorical takedown of everything that was wrong with England. And he wrote it not in stuffy old Latin, but in the rugged, alliterative verse that the common people actually knew and listened to.
The way Langland put the poem together is through a series of dream visions. So first he dreams of this field of folk. It's like a snapshot of the whole of society, the good, the bad, the ugly, all laid bare. And out of this crowd steps our hero, a humble farmer, Piers the Plowman, who becomes this kind of Christ-like figure, a true guide. And then the final part really digs into what it means to live a good life. It was basically a moral GPS for a society that had completely lost its way.
And this really gets to the heart of what the poem is all about. See, Langland's hero isn't some fancy knight or a powerful king. It's a regular guy, a farmer. His big message was that real salvation, real virtue, it isn't found in your social status or how much money you have. It's found in humility and honest hard work. I mean, can you imagine how radical that sounded? It put the common person on a pedestal and was a direct shot at the corrupt elite.
Okay, so you have Langland using poetry to kind of diagnose the moral sickness of society. At the exact same time, there's another guy, a scholar, who's getting ready to launch a much more direct attack on the establishment's power, and his name is John Wycliffe.
John Wycliffe. He was a big-shot theologian at Oxford, and he was a fierce critic of the church. He wasn't messing around with poetry and allegory. No, his focus was on one thing, authority. He looked at this massive, powerful church hierarchy and basically asked a question that was incredibly dangerous at the time. Who's really in charge here? Who gets to decide the fate of a person's soul? Now, the church's answer was pretty simple. We are. And the source of that power, their ultimate trump card, was this book, the Vulgate, the official Bible written entirely in Latin. And since practically nobody could read it, everyone had to go through a priest. The clergy got to tell you what God was saying. It was the ultimate form of control. But Wycliffe's logic was just undeniable. He said, look, if the Bible is the ultimate authority, if it's the Word of God, then every single Christian has a right, no, a duty, to be able to read it for themselves in a language they can actually understand. And then it happened. In 1382, his idea became a reality. That's the year the Wycliffe Bible was finished, the first ever complete translation of the Bible into English. Suddenly, for the very first time, the Word of God was unlocked from Latin. Anyone who could read English could now read it for themselves. This wasn't just big, this was an earthquake.
So, okay, now we have our two revolutionaries on the stage, right? You've got the poet, who's showing everyone the rot in society, and you've got the scholar, who's taking a sledgehammer to the church's authority. They went about it in totally different ways, but they shared one crucial weapon. And when you put them together, wow, the effect was just astonishing.
Think of it like this. Langland used poetry to try and save society's soul, while Wycliffe used translation to empower the soul of the individual. One was a moral call to action, the other a spiritual declaration of independence. But what's the one thing they both have in common? Look at the bottom row, Middle English. They both picked the language of the people to drop these bombshell ideas.
Together, their work was just this devastating 1-2 punch against the establishment. First, Piers Plowman lands a body blow, right? It exposes all the corruption and makes people question if the powerful even have the moral high ground. And then, bam, the Wycliffe Bible comes in with the knockout punch, completely dismantling their spiritual authority by giving people direct access to, well, the source code of their entire faith.
Now, the effects of all this weren't exactly overnight, but man, were they profound. These guys didn't just write a couple of books. They planted seeds of dissent that would just keep growing and growing, eventually blossoming into some of the biggest movements in history.
I mean, you can draw a straight line from Wycliffe to the Lollards, a movement that used his English Bible to challenge the church's teachings. And his ideas, they became a foundation for the Protestant Reformation more than a century later. And Langland, his whole poetic vision echoes down through English literature, influencing classics like John Bunyan's The Pilgrim's Progress. These voices just kept echoing.
So what's the bottom line here? The big takeaway from all this? It's simple, but it's so powerful. When you give people access to big ideas, to scripture, to social criticism, in their own language, you change everything. You're literally transferring power from a small group of elites to the individual person. And that is exactly what Langland and Wycliffe did.
And you know, that brings us right back to today. Because this whole fight for access to information, it's not over. Not by a long shot. It really makes you wonder, doesn't it? What's our version of Latin today? What knowledge is being kept behind a wall, away from most people? And what's that one idea that, if we could just unlock it for everyone right now, would completely change the world?
Today, we're going to talk about a time when the world was turned upside down, when the very ideas that held up society, faith, geography, even our own morality, started to shake. And it all started, strangely enough, with 3 guys named John.
So have you ever wondered how a world actually changes? I mean, really, fundamentally changes. Is it some big war, a powerful king signing a decree, or is it something quieter, something that starts inside our own heads?
Well, almost always the answer is ideas. And back in the wild and crazy 14th century, this trio of Englishmen, all named John, believe it or not, started putting some radical new ideas out there. Now, they weren't a team, they weren't working together, but each one in his own way was basically redrawing the map of what people thought was possible. Okay, let's jump in with our first John, John Wycliffe. He was a brilliant Oxford scholar who decided to take on, well, the most powerful institution on the planet at the time, the church.
To really get what Wycliffe was doing, you've got to see what he was up against. So on one side, you have the church's way of doing things. The Bible's only in Latin, a language pretty much nobody but the clergy could read. Your faith, it's interpreted for you by a priest. And whatever the Pope says, goes. Wycliffe, he just flipped that entire table over. He said, nope, the Bible should be in English so everyone can read it. He believed you could understand it for yourself. And the ultimate authority, it's not the Pope, it's the Scripture itself.
And his arguments, they were absolute bombshells. He argued that the church, with all its money and land, was corrupt. It should be poor, just like Christ and the apostles were. He said the Pope has no business telling kings what to do. He even challenged one of the most sacred doctrines, saying the bread and wine in communion were just symbols, not literally the body and blood of Christ. He was, piece by piece, taking apart the entire power structure of the church.
And this quote right here, it just nails his whole mission. For Wycliffe, keeping the Bible locked away in Latin wasn't about tradition, it was about control. He believed that real faith had to come from a direct line between you and God's Word. So translating the Bible, that wasn't just an academic project, it was an act of rebellion.
an act of liberation.
And these ideas didn't just stay in some dusty university hall. They caught fire. They sparked a whole movement called the Lollards. Their enemies called them mumblers because of their quiet personal prayers. But these followers risked imprisonment, even death, to spread Wycliffe's teachings, carrying these hand-copied English Bibles all across the country. This was a grassroots religious revolution, 100 years before Martin Luther was even born.
All right, now let's pivot to our second John. So while Wycliffe was busy questioning the map of the spiritual world, another John was expanding the map of the physical world in the most incredible, most fantastical way you can imagine.
His name was Sir John Mandeville. And yeah, I'm kind of using air quotes there because, honestly, we're not even 100% sure he was a real person. But his book, The Travels of Sir John Mandeville, was a smash hit, a medieval bestseller. It pretended to be this real-deal travel diary from journeys to the Middle East, to Africa, to Asia. But really, it was this amazing mashup of actual geography and pure wild fantasy.
And the fantasies he cooked up. Mandeville described lands filled with the most bizarre things. We're talking whole civilizations of dog-headed men, people with no heads at all but with faces right on their chests, and of course, you gotta have your terrifying cannibals. This wasn't a documentary. This was the medieval imagination just running completely wild.
And it wasn't just monsters. Oh no. He wrote about places where diamonds literally grew out of the ground like carrots, where people lived for hundreds of years. And he talked all about the legendary Prester John, this mythical Christian king who supposedly ruled a lost, wondrous kingdom somewhere out in the East. For someone sitting in Europe, this stuff was just mind-blowing.
So why is this so important? Because Mandeville's book wasn't just a fun read. It literally shaped how Europeans saw the world for centuries. It hammered home this idea of the East as a place of endless mystery, filled with unimaginable riches and terrifying monsters. It was a world just waiting to be explored, a fantasy that, believe it or not, would help kickstart the entire age of discovery.
Okay, so we've tackled the spiritual world, the physical world, and now, with our third and final John, we're going to turn inward. We're looking at the landscape of the human heart and the moral state of an entire society.
This is the poet John Gower. He was a friend of Chaucer, actually. And his big masterpiece was this huge poem called Confessio Amantis, which means the lover's confession. Now, on the surface, it seems to be about one guy's romantic problems. But if you dig just a little deeper, you realize it's actually a sharp critique of a whole society that Gower believed had lost its moral compass.
The way he sets it up is just brilliant. You've got this old lover, Amans, who's confessing all his romantic screw-ups to a priest of Venus. This priest, whose name is Genus, then tells him all these stories from old myths and legends. And each story is designed to be an example of one of the 7 deadly sins, pride, greed, lust, the whole gang, but all framed through the lens of love and relationships.
And here's the real genius move. Gower uses this very personal, intimate story of a lover's confession to make a much, much bigger point. He was basically holding up a mirror to all of England and saying, see, the same exact sins that mess up your love life, your pride, your greed, your jealousy, those are the very same things that are corrupting our government, our church, and our courts. It's a personal therapy session and a massive social critique all rolled into one.
So there you have it, our 3 Johns. One who challenged the church, one who reimagined the entire world, and one who took a hard look at the human soul. What do you get when you put all that together?
A heretic, a fantasist, and a poet. They sound like they have absolutely nothing in common, right? But when you step back and look at the big picture, you see their work is all part of the same massive wave. They're all pushing away from a world that's rigid, where authority comes from the top down, and moving toward a new world, one that's built on individual thought, endless curiosity, and your own personal conscience.
And make no mistake, this wasn't just talk. Wycliffe's demand for an English Bible and his attacks on the Pope, that was the dynamite that helped blow the doors open for the Protestant Reformation over a century later. His translation work directly paved the way for the King James Bible in 1611, one of the most influential books ever written in English. These ideas from the 1300s had some very, very long legs.
And all this just leaves you with a really big question. If those 3 guys could completely reshape their world, which is the power of their ideas, what are the ideas swirling around right now, in science, in art, in technology, that are quietly rewriting the map for all of us? What's going to be our new Bible, our new lands of wonder, our new confession?
Picture this. It's the late 14th century, and England feels like it's falling apart at the seams. In the middle of all that chaos, Two poets, John Gower and Thomas Hoccleve, decide to pick up their pens. But they weren't just writing poetry, they were trying to be the conscience of a nation in crisis.
I mean, that's a question that feels super relevant today, right? But 600 years ago, this wasn't just some abstract idea. It was the actual mission that Gower and Hoccleve took on. So how exactly did they speak truth to power in a world of plague and rebellion? And what can their totally different approaches teach us about our own time? Let's dive in. All right, so to really get these guys, we've got to jump in a time machine and go back to their world. And let me tell you, this was not the England of fairy tale knights and chivalry. This was the late 14th century, an era that was defined by crisis, a real age of anxiety.
I mean, you had the Black Death, which had just devastated the population, leaving these deep, deep scars. Then there was the Peasants' Revolt of 1381, which literally shook the foundations of the social order. And on top of all that, the government itself was a mess. This was the world of fear and uncertainty that Gower and Hoccleve were writing in.
Okay, so here are our two main guys, and you can see right away they are worlds apart. You've got John Gower on one side, the established moral Gower. This guy was a master of these big, formal allegories, and he wrote in French, Latin, and English for the powerful and educated. And then you've got Thomas Hoccleve, who's coming from a totally different angle. He was a civil servant in London who wrote in English with this incredibly direct, personal, and almost autobiographical voice. They lived through the exact same chaos, but their ideas about what poetry should do about it couldn't have been more different.
You know, back then, one of the biggest jobs a poet could have was to advise the people in charge. They did this with a popular type of writing called the Mirror for Princes. Think of it like an instruction manual on how to be a good, just ruler. And both our poets gave it a shot, each in their own signature style.
And you can see their totally different styles on full display right here. Gower, completely horrified by the Peasants' Revolt, writes Vox Clamantis, the voice of one crying out. It's this dark, pessimistic, allegorical nightmare, where he sees society as this diseased body that's corrupt from the bottom all the way to the top. Hoccleve, meanwhile, takes a completely different path. His Regiment of Princes is a practical, almost point-by-point guidebook for the soon-to-be King Henry V, spelling out the exact virtues a good leader needs.
So Gower's whole thing is big, sweeping allegory. He's not just listing problems. He's painting a picture of a nightmare where the entire social body is sick and just collapsing on itself. You can just feel his disillusionment. He sees the revolt not as the cause, but as a symptom of a much deeper moral sickness. Hoccleve, on the other hand, is way more direct. No messing around. His message is practical. Fix the person at the top, and the rest of society will start to heal. So where Gower is diagnosing the sickness of the whole social body, Hoccleve is trying to write a very specific prescription for its leader. So all this worrying about society's problems pushed Gower to write his absolute masterpiece. He had this big realization. If you want to fix the world, you first have to understand what's going wrong inside the individual human heart. And that exploration became one of the greatest works in all of Middle English literature. It's called Confessio Amantis, or the Lover's Confession. And the concept he came up with? It's just genius. He takes this super personal, totally human experience of a lover confessing all his failures in love and uses it as a giant framework to talk about the 7 deadly sins that corrupt all of us.
And the way he structures it is just brilliant. So it starts with this aging lover, Amanus, who goes to confess his romantic screw-ups to a priest of Venus named Genius. Then, for every sin Amanus confesses, like pride or envy or greed, Genius tells him a cautionary tale from old myths and legends. It's just a masterful way to connect this big, timeless battle between our passions and our morals to one single, very human story.
Okay, so let's switch gears completely and go back to Hoccleve. Because if Gower used these huge allegories to talk about the human condition, Hoccleve did something that was, for the time, totally radical. He put himself, his real name, his real problems, smack dab in the middle of his poems.
He starts out with poems like Le Mal Reg, or The Bad Rule. In it, he writes directly to the prince, confessing that he wasted all his youth and his salary in the pubs of London. I mean, this wasn't some grand story. This was a real guy, a government worker, writing a poem to his boss admitting that he blew all his money at the bar. It's so honest, and it just sets the stage for something even more groundbreaking. And this raw honesty? It was just the beginning, because it led him to write about something that pretty much no one else was talking about back then, the inside of his own mind.
And this, right here, is just incredible for its time. In his poem, The Complaint, Hoccleve writes with brutal honesty about recovering from what was clearly a severe mental illness.
He talks about the despair, the loneliness, the fear that people look at him differently now. We're talking about one of the first ever poems in the English language that talks openly about a mental health struggle.
I mean, the honesty here is just jaw-dropping for the 15th century. By putting his own psychological pain into a poem, Hoccleve goes beyond the idea of an allegorical sinner and gives us a real, breathing, suffering human being. He basically turned poetry into a place where you could explore your deepest, most vulnerable self.
So after all that, what's the big takeaway from these two amazing poets? Well, you've got one guy who's trying to diagnose the whole world, and another who's brave enough to diagnose himself. But at their core, both of them believed poetry had a vital moral job to do.
At the end of the day, both Gower and Hoccleve believed that poetry wasn't just for entertainment, it had a moral duty. Gower held up this huge mirror to society, diagnosing its sins through these massive allegories. Hoccleve, on the other hand, held up a much smaller, much more personal mirror to himself, confessing his own struggles with a kind of honesty that was brand new. And when you look at them together, you can see this fascinating shift happening, from critiquing society as a whole to looking inward and exploring the self.
And that really brings us full circle. Back in their own age of anxiety, Gower and Hoccleve used their words to take on corruption and to confess their own vulnerability. It really makes you think, doesn't it? Who are the Gowers and Hoccleves of our time, and what are the mirrors they're asking us to look?
In an age of empires and unshakable faith, one man chose a totally different weapon, the pen. He was a scholar who stood right at the crossroads of the medieval and modern worlds, a guy whose ideas would literally shake the foundations of Europe. This is the story of Desiderius Erasmus. See, Erasmus wasn't a king or a conqueror. He was an intellectual powerhouse. His currency was ideas, and he used this brilliant, sharp satire and deep scholarship not just to comment on his time, but to actively try and reshape it. He looked around and saw a world that desperately needed to change, and he was going to be its most eloquent and, yeah, often its most cutting critic.
So, who exactly was this man? Well, to really get to the heart of Erasmus, you have to understand the revolutionary intellectual movement he championed. And he wasn't just some participant. He was its leading voice, what people called the Prince of Humanists.
Humanism was, it was nothing short of a revolution of the mind. It was this massive shift away from the rigid, kind of abstract thinking of the Middle Ages and toward a celebration of human reason, our potential, our dignity. The whole goal was to go back to the original sources, the great works of ancient Greece and Rome, the early Christian scriptures, to really foster wisdom, virtue, and personal integrity. This was the intellectual soil where all of Erasmus's work would grow. And this is the man right at the center of it all. Born in Holland, Erasmus had to navigate this era of incredible religious and social upheaval, and he rose to become maybe the most famous scholar in all of Europe, his name becoming basically synonymous with learning and a sharp, critical eye that, believe me, spared no one. And if Erasmus had a weapon of choice for all this critical work, it was definitely satire. His most famous, and I'd say most devastating, attack on the status quo was a short little book that had an absolutely enormous impact. In Praise of Folly. The absolute genius of this book is its concept. See, Erasmus doesn't just write about foolishness. No, he personifies it. He creates the character of Folly herself and just lets her give this long, rambling, and hilarious speech praising, well, herself. It was such a brilliant literary trick that let him say things that no one else would dare to say out loud. So who does Folly take aim at in her speech? Oh, just about everyone. Through her voice, Erasmus mercilessly mocks the corrupt clergy who cared more about money than God, the puffed-up scholars who were obsessed with pointless debates, and the vanity that was driving both kings and commoners. He used humor not just to entertain, but to expose the deep-seated absurdities running through every single level of society. And let's be clear, this wasn't just a funny book. It was a dangerous one. By holding up a mirror to the church's flaws, In Praise of Folly became a massive bestseller. It fueled public anger and helped create the kind of intellectual climate where the revolutionary ideas of the Protestant Reformation could really take hold and ignite. But here's the thing about Erasmus. He wasn't just interested in tearing things down, not at all. He was also a passionate builder. He wanted to offer a positive vision for how people could live better, more meaningful Christian lives. And this just perfectly shows his constructive side. He basically provided a moral blueprint for every level of society.
For the individual, his handbook was a guide for an internal, personal faith, shifting the focus away from just empty rituals to your inner conviction. For rulers, the education of a Christian prince was totally radical. It argued a king's right to rule came from serving his people, not just from power. And for everyone else, his paraphrases of the New Testament were a game changer, making the scriptures accessible so that regular people could engage directly with texts that had been locked away by the clergy for centuries. Now, this commitment to reason and to individual responsibility, it would eventually lead Erasmus into the biggest intellectual battle of his life, a really high-stakes showdown at the very heart of the Reformation. This debate wasn't with some minor player. No way. It was a direct confrontation with the other giant of the age, Martin Luther. And while both men wanted to reform the church, they had a fundamental disagreement on one of the most profound questions of faith, the nature of human free will. Okay, so the split really came down to this. Erasmus, the humanist, argued in his book that while God's grace is absolutely essential, humans have a role to play. We have free will to choose good and respond to that grace. But Luther's response was absolute. He shot back that the human will is so corrupted by sin that it is totally incapable of choosing God. For Luther, salvation was an act of God and God alone, with zero human cooperation. This was the unbridgeable gap between the humanist reformer and the Protestant firebrand. So even though he never actually broke with the Catholic Church, Erasmus's intellectual courage and his dedication to reason left this indelible mark on the world, one that, you could argue, continues to influence us today. His legacy is just so powerful. I mean, Erasmus championed a faith that was grounded in reason and personal conviction. He insisted on going back to the original source texts, on the power of critical thinking, and on education as the ultimate tool for making things better. But above all, he argued for a Christianity of the heart, not just one of empty ceremony. And that leaves us with a final thought, right? Erasmus tried to walk a middle path in an age of radical division. He believed in reform from within, not violent revolution. He put his trust in education, reason, and a critical spirit to bring about a better world. So the question for us is, in our own polarized time, is that path still possible?
All right, today we're going to do a little time traveling. We're heading back 500 years to unpack a really radical idea. And, the brilliant and pretty controversial mind that came up with it.
So just think about this for a second. What if you lived in a world where you didn't need locks on your doors? At all. A whole society built on such complete trust that the idea of personal security, the way we think about it, just doesn't exist anymore.
And here's the thing. This wasn't just some daydream. The guy behind this actually designed it. I mean, he created a whole blueprint for a perfect society. And it was a blueprint that would challenge everything, not just in his world, but in ours too.
Okay, so who was this guy? Well, let's get into it. We're talking about Sir Thomas More. He was an English lawyer, a statesman, and really one of the great thinkers of his time. And he poured this whole vision of a perfect world into his most famous book. It's this small but incredibly powerful book he wrote in Latin, and he called it Utopia.
So what did this place actually look like? What was it like inside his head? Well, More didn't just write it as some fairy tale. No, he presented Utopia as a real place, a whole island society. And we learn about it from a fictional traveler who's been there. It was a really clever way to do it, right? This setup let him explore some pretty revolutionary and, let's be honest, dangerous ideas for 16th century Europe.
Now, what's so fascinating is the way he put this book together. The first part is just this blistering critique of his own world, 16th century England, a place he saw as totally corrupt and unequal. And then, the second part, it presents Utopia as the answer. It's almost like a checklist. You can see it right here. England has inherited power? Nope. Utopia has elected officials. England has all this religious conflict? Well, Utopia has religious tolerance. It was a point-by-point takedown of the society he was living in.
So the utopian system, it was built on some pretty out there ideas for the time. For starters, get this, no private property, no money, everything, and I mean everything, was owned by everyone. All the goods, they were just stored in these public warehouses, and you just took what you needed. And to make sure people didn't get too attached to their stuff, they even switched houses every 10 years. Life wasn't just a grind either. It was all about balancing work with leisure, focusing on things like education, music, and just good conversation.
But here's the really clever part, and it's hidden right in the name itself. More actually made up the word utopia. It's this brilliant little pun from Greek. See, it sounds like utopos, which means good place, but it actually comes from utopos, which means no place.
So, right from the very beginning, he's telling us that this perfect world is both a good place and, maybe just maybe, a no place, an ideal that we can't actually reach.
But to really get Thomas More, we can't just stop at utopia. This guy's intellect was just huge. He wrote a ton about history and theology, and it's in those writings that you see a man with these incredibly deep, unshakable beliefs. And it was exactly those beliefs that would eventually put him on a direct collision course with the most powerful man in England.
So right around the same time he's writing Utopia, More also writes The History of Richard III. And this wasn't your typical history book. Oh no. It was this powerful warning about what happens when power goes unchecked. He painted Richard III as this totally ruthless tyrant, and his version of the story was so powerful that it actually became the main source material for, you guessed it, Shakespeare's famous villain. Then, as the Protestant Reformation starts to sweep across Europe, More uses his writing to fight for his faith. In books like A Dialogue Concerning Heresies, he just passionately defends the Catholic Church. And this is where things get really interesting, right? Because the same guy who dreamed up a world with religious tolerance in his fictional Utopia became this fierce defender of Catholic orthodoxy in the real world. And that conviction, well, it was about to be put to the ultimate test. And look, More's defense of his faith wasn't just some abstract debate for him. It put him squarely against his own king, Henry VIII, who, well, he was about to break away from the Catholic Church for reasons that were, let's just say, very personal and very political. So you've got this moment where the world of ideas is about to slam right into the world of power.
This timeline here just lays out the whole tragedy perfectly. While More is busy publishing books defending the Pope and church doctrines, King Henry VIII is making his move to become the head of the church in England. So when the moment of truth came, More just couldn't do it. His conscience wouldn't let him accept the king's authority over the Pope. And for that, he was tried for treason, and in 1535, he was executed.
But even though his life ended so tragically, More's story, it doesn't end there. Not by a long shot. In fact, his legacy, especially the legacy of that little book, was really just getting started. Utopia was going to outlive him by centuries and become one of the most influential books ever.
So what's the big takeaway here? Well, More's legacy is really two-sided. On the one hand, he gave us the word utopia itself and kicked off centuries of political philosophy and dreaming. But on the other hand, his life became this powerful symbol of integrity. I mean, here was a man who stood by his beliefs, even when it cost him everything. And for that, almost 400 years later, the Catholic Church named him a saint.
And all of this leaves us with the big question, one that More himself hid right inside his work. Is chasing after a perfect utopia a noble dream, something that pushes us to be better? Or is it a dangerous fantasy, an impossible no place that, if we chase it too hard, could lead to its own kind of nightmare? That's the debate he started 500 years ago, and it's one we're still having today.
You know those words you use every day? Simple, powerful phrases that kind of shape how we think. Well, what if I told you that a whole bunch of them weren't just written in ink, but were paid for with a man's life? This is the story of how a fight for words became a fight for freedom itself.
Let there be light. I mean, this is a huge one, right? A phrase with so much power, recognized all over the globe. It's about creation, a new start. We hear it everywhere. But who actually gave those exact words to the English-speaking world?
Your first guess is probably Shakespeare, right? Or maybe some other famous poet. But the real origin of this phrase, and so many others, comes from somewhere far more dangerous. It comes from a man who risked literally everything to pull words out of the dark and put them into the hands of everyday people like you and me.
Now, to really get this, we need to jump back in time to 16th century England. And here we find the most influential book in the entire Western world. But it's not on a shelf for everyone to read. No, it's in chains, literally, under lock and key, completely walled off from almost everybody.
For the average person back then, Scripture was a total black box. It was written and read only in Latin, a language that pretty much only the highly educated clergy could understand. So the one book that was supposed to hold the keys to everything was itself locked away.
So this sets up this massive conflict. On one side, you have the church, holding all the cards, keeping its power by keeping the Bible in Latin. And on the other side, you've got the people, facing this terrifying reality. Just owning or reading a Bible in your own language, in English, was heresy, and that could get you killed.
But into this world of control and fear steps one man with this revolutionary, frankly unthinkable idea. He's a scholar who believes that knowledge isn't just for the powerful, it belongs to everyone. His name was William Tyndale. He was a brilliant theologian and a gifted linguist, and he was completely obsessed with this one single powerful belief, that the Word of God shouldn't be the private property of the church's elite. He thought it belonged to the people.
This was his famous comeback, his promise to a clergyman who was challenging him. And it's so much more than a clever line, it's his mission statement. He was basically declaring that a simple farmhand deserved to understand Scripture just as much as a priest, and he was going to be the one to make it happen. So yeah, you can't exactly set up shop in your home country to translate a book that's totally illegal, right? So Tyndale's mission forces him to become a fugitive. He flees England, goes into hiding on the continent, and starts the incredibly dangerous work of translation, all while knowing he'd have to smuggle his books back home.
And get this, from his exile in Europe, while on the run, Tyndale pulls off the impossible. In 1526, his New Testament gets published, the very first one ever printed in English. Just 4 years later, he follows it up with the first 5 books of the Old Testament. This was absolutely world-changing stuff.
And the way he translated was just as radical as the act itself. He totally bypassed the church's official Latin version and went straight to the original Greek and Hebrew sources to get it right. And, most importantly, he wrote in clear, simple, everyday English, the language of that plowboy he was determined to empower. You see, Tyndale's work was never just about language. By putting the Bible into English, he was putting power directly into the hands of the people. It was a direct challenge to the entire religious and political system of his time.
And even though his books were banned and authorities were publicly burning them, they got smuggled into England anyway, hidden in bales of cloth and sacks of grain. And they spread like wildfire, passed from hand to hand right in secret meetings. For the very first time, people could read the scriptures for themselves, and it just lit a fire.
And oh, he didn't stop there. In other writings, he argued that the ultimate authority came from the scripture itself, not from the church or the pope. This idea that the book held more power than the institution, well, that became a core principle of the Protestant Reformation.
So you can see where this is going, right? A huge head-on collision was unavoidable. Tyndale was pushing for individual understanding, saying the Bible was the ultimate boss. And the church? They saw this as a direct attack on their entire existence. They branded him a heretic and made hunting him down their #1 priority.
Now, I have to tell you, this story doesn't exactly have a happy ending for our hero. But the end of Tyndale's life was actually the beginning of his real immortal legacy, one that, believe it or not, lives on every single time we speak English.
After years on the run, Tyndale was betrayed by a friend, captured, and thrown in prison. In 1536, he was executed, strangled, and then burned at the stake, a martyr. It looked like the story was over. It looked like his enemies had won, but they hadn't, not even close.
So, what's this number? 83%. That is the estimated percentage of the New Testament in the famous King James Bible, the officially authorized version, that was taken directly word for word from the work of the so-called heretic William Tyndale. In the end, his words won.
I mean, his impact on the way you and I talk today is just mind-blowing. Common phrases like the powers that be or the salt of the earth, those come to us from his translation. He even invented new words to explain tough ideas, giving us terms like scapegoat and atonement. He didn't just translate a book, he actually built a huge part of our language.
And look, this isn't just some historical trivia. It's a fundamental linguistic reality. His work set the standard. His clear, powerful, poetic way of writing helps shape the very rhythm of modern English. In a way, he wrote the source code for how a lot of us still speak and write today. So, when you boil it all down, William Tyndale was a martyr for one big idea, that everyone has the right to access and understand information for themselves. Today, we're swimming in information, right? It's everywhere. But does that mean we actually understand it? It leaves us with a pretty big question. In our modern world, with all this information at our...
All right, today we're going to talk about a guy who is absolutely central to English literature, Sir Thomas Wyatt. Now, he was a courtier, a diplomat, but most importantly, he was a poet who didn't just write poems. No, he practically built the foundation for the entire English Renaissance.
So what's the connection?
right? How does a man trying to survive the wild, treacherous politics of the Tudor court end up influencing, of all people, the greatest playwright in history? Well, the answer is a poetic revolution, and Thomas Wyatt was the one who lit the fuse.
So in this explainer, we're going to trace that exact revolution. We'll start in Wyatt's crazy world, see how he brought a brand new poetic form to England, dig into the passionate themes of his work, understand his role as a bridge to Italy, and finally, really get our heads around his incredible legacy.
Okay, first, let's set the scene. Thomas Wyatt wasn't some poet scribbling away in a quiet attic. Not at all. He was a major player, a diplomat, right in the heart of the action, the chaotic and, let's be honest, often lethal court of King Henry VIII.
And this is the key. His poetry wasn't some escape from his life, it was a direct reflection of it. All the uncertainty, the high-stakes games of love and power, he poured all of that raw experience into his poems. And that gave them a personal realism that was just electrifyingly new for the time.
Now, his life as a diplomat is what leads us to his single greatest contribution. Because while he was serving in Italy, Wyatt found something that would change English poetry forever. That something was the sonnet.
He brought back what's called the Petrarchan sonnet. It's this beautifully balanced and really powerful form. It's only 14 lines long, but it's split into two parts. You've got an 8-line section, the octave, that sets up some kind of problem or emotional struggle, and then you have a 6-line section, the sestet, that responds to it.
Think of it like a mini drama. The first 8 lines build all the tension, the longing, the confusion, the pain, and then boom, the last 6 lines hit you with the turn, the insight, the aha moment, or maybe just acceptance. It was this perfect little structure for digging into really complex emotions with incredible precision.
So he has this cool new poetic tool. What does he write about? Well, he wrote what he knew, the messy, complicated world of love, desire, and betrayal. His themes were basically ripped straight from the headlines of his own turbulent life. Let's take one of his most famous poems, which kicks off with these lines. It is a perfect example of his whole style, using a simple image to talk about deep, complicated feelings. So on the surface, he's talking about a hunt, but he's not really talking about a hunt. He's talking about love.
The metaphor here is just brilliant. This hunt for a deer you can never catch, that's all about chasing a love that's completely out of reach. The whole poem is just drenched in this feeling of futility, of resignation, and honestly, anyone who's ever dealt with unrequited love, you get it.
But Wyatt wasn't a one-trick pony. He wasn't just the sonnet guy. He also wrote these amazing lyric poems. And that's where he got to explore a whole different set of experiences. And you can really see the difference. In his sonnets, he's wrestling with the intense, often painful side of romantic love. But then you look at his lyric poems, and he's reflecting on things like friendship and trying to stay loyal when everyone around you's a backstabber. It just shows you how much range the guy had.
So Wyatt's role wasn't just to invent things. It was also to translate. And I don't just mean words. He was translating an entire cultural vibe. He was the crucial bridge that brought the fire of the Italian Renaissance right into English literature. And look, he wasn't just copy-pasting. He skillfully adapted the works of the Italian master Petrarch, taking these huge universal themes and making them really connect with an English audience. He kept the emotional heart of the originals, for sure, but he gave them a new rhythm, a voice that was distinctly English.
And all this brings us to his ultimate legacy. See, by introducing these new forms and themes, Wyatt did way more than just write some great poems. He paved the road for the literary giants who would come to define the next generation.
You can just draw a straight line. It's so clear. In the 1530s, Wyatt brings the sonnet to England. Decades later, Sir Philip Sidney makes it popular. And then, in the 1590s, William Shakespeare takes that very form and perfects it. It's a direct path from Wyatt's innovation to Shakespeare's genius. So, the bottom line is this. Wyatt gave future poets their toolbox. He created the vocabulary and the structures they needed to explore complex human emotion. He literally set the stage for that incredible creative explosion we now call the English Renaissance.
Which leaves us with a final, fascinating question to chew on. If Thomas Wyatt had never taken that diplomatic trip to Italy, if he'd never brought the sonnet back to England, would the poetry of Sidney, Spenser, and even Shakespeare sound the same? We'll never know, of course, but it really makes you realize just how much the sound of our language owes to one tutor.
Ooh,
There are so many yummy vegetarian options out there. You could try like lentil soup, veggie burgers, tofu stir fry. The possibilities are endless. Just listen to that for a second. Timor mortis conturbat mai. Those are some seriously powerful words, right? And what's wild is they were written over 500 years ago, but they still have this weight to them. So you gotta wonder, who wrote them and how do they still echo so strongly through the centuries? Well, the man behind those words was William Dunbar, a Scottish poet from way back at the turn of the 16th century. And that one line, that translation you see, "The fear of death disturbs me," that's really our key. It's our gateway into understanding the many, many different worlds of this absolutely incredible artist. So today we're going to meet William Dunbar, one of Scotland's absolute greatest poets, or as they called them, a makar. We're going to peel back the layers and explore all the different faces he shows us in his work. You know, you've got the court insider, the super sharp critic, the philosophical dreamer, and of course, that profound, haunting voice of mortality we just heard. All right, so here's our game plan for exploring his world. We'll start with Dunbar, the political poet, then get into his satirical side, explore him as an allegorical dreamer, and then we'll circle all the way back to that haunting voice of mortality. So I mentioned that word makar. You might be wondering, what exactly is that? Well, it's the Scots word for a poet, sure, but it means so much more. Think of it like a poet laureate, someone with real status, a ton of skill, and that's exactly what Dunbar was. He held this role in the court of King James IV, which put him smack dab in the center of all the power and culture in Scotland at the time. Okay, so let's jump into that first world, Dunbar, the political poet. How did he use his words to get by in the world of the court, the crown, and the whole country? See, his job wasn't just to write pretty verses to entertain people. No, it was way bigger than that. He was there to comment on, and sometimes even help shape, the biggest events of his day. And being the official court poet meant that his work often had a really clear political goal. I mean, a perfect example of this is a poem he wrote back in 1503. It's called The Thistle and the Rose, which, you guessed it, means the thistle and the rose. Now, this was not just some pretty poem about flowers in a garden. Not at all. It was a hugely powerful political statement. It was all about celebrating the marriage between King James IV of Scotland, symbolized by the tough, rugged Cecil, and Margaret Tudor of England, who was represented by the beautiful, elegant Rose. And here's where it gets really clever. In the poem, Dunbar has Dame Nature herself come down and bless the union. By doing that, he just completely elevates the whole thing. It stops being just a political deal and becomes this grand symbol of hope for peace between two countries that, let's be honest, had been rivals for a long time. But don't go thinking Dunbar was just some flatterer writing nice things for the king. No way. He had this incredibly sharp, critical, and honestly often hilarious side to him. He was absolutely not afraid to use his poetic genius to call out the moral problems he saw all around him. And that brings us to one of his most amazing works, The Dance of the Seven Deadly Sins. In this poem, Dunbar basically takes us on a wild, guided tour of hell. It is grotesque, it's chaotic, it's darkly hilarious, and the main dancers, well, they're the sins themselves. So what he does is he gives each of these sins a body and a personality, describing them in this wild, over-the-top detail. And that's the real genius of it, you see. He's not just using this crazy satirical imagery for shock value. He's holding up a mirror to society to critique human weakness and all the moral issues he saw everywhere. Okay, so we've seen Dunbar, the political operator and the social critic, always looking outward at the world. But his poetry also looked inward. He did this brilliant job of exploring the inner world of our minds, basically mapping out the internal battles we all fight. And the way he did this was through a very popular style back then, called the dream vision. It's pretty much what it sounds like. The storyteller falls asleep and has a dream, but the dream isn't just a random story. It's got a much deeper symbolic meaning. And Dunbar's absolute masterpiece in this genre is a poem called The Golden Targe. So what we're really seeing here is a story about an internal battle that, let's face it, we all go through. You've got the mind, right? It's being defended by reason, which holds up this golden shield, or a golden targe. But then it gets attacked by the goddess of love and all these forces of sensual pleasure. And in the end, reason's shield gets broken. It's this timeless story about the fight between our logical brain and our physical desires. And that brings us full circle, right back to those haunting words from the very beginning. We've seen Dunbar, the political poet, the sharp-witted critic, and the deep-thinking dreamer. But now, we're going to meet him at his most profound, his most personal, confronting the one thing that connects every single one of us. His masterpiece on this topic is called Lament for the Makars, and it's just this incredibly powerful meditation on death. What he does in the poem is list all these other poets, guys who came before him, guys who were writing at the same time, who have died. It's his way of reflecting on just how fragile and fleeting life and even fame really are. And weaving through the entire poem again and again is that Latin refrain, Timor mortis conturbit me. The fear of death disturbs me. It acts like this constant, somber drumbeat, a deeply, deeply human chorus that just admits to the terror and the certainty of our own end. And this is why Dunbar's work is still so powerful today. It's his incredible range. Think about it. 1 minute, he's writing a beautiful poem to celebrate a royal wedding. The next, he's crafting this bizarre, grotesque satire of hell. And then he pens one of the most moving poems about death ever written. He really, truly was a poet of many, many worlds. So it kind of leaves you with this one big question, right? How does a poet's voice do that? How does it manage to echo for over 500 years? Well, maybe the answer is he spoke about the things that never, ever change. Things like politics and power, human foolishness, the battles we fight inside our own heads, and of course, that great universal fear of the end. So, what if a poet could do more than just tell a good story? I mean, what if they could literally be an architect, building an entire universe out of words, all to shape the soul of a country? Well, that was the incredible ambition of one of English literature's greatest world builders, Edmund Spenser. And yeah, that was pretty much his mission statement. Spenser wasn't just writing poetry because he liked it. He had this massive goal: to create an epic poem so powerful that it could teach the English people about virtue, glorify their queen, and basically shape the moral fabric of the nation itself. It's a scale of ambition that's kind of hard to wrap your head around today. So how on earth was he going to do that? Well, he had a secret weapon, one of the most powerful tools in literature: allegory. In Spenser's world, a knight is never just a knight. A monster is never just a monster. Everything stands for something bigger: a virtue, a temptation, a political jab. And once you get that, it's like a key that unlocks his entire universe. All right, to see how he pulled this off, here's our plan. We'll start by jumping back into his time. Then we'll check out his breakout work before diving headfirst into his masterpiece, The Faerie Queene. We'll meet its heroes, follow their quests, and finally, see how Spenser's legacy is still with us today. Okay, let's get into it. You really can't understand Spenser without understanding his world. And his world was the Elizabethan age, vibrant, dangerous, and just incredibly dynamic. So, Spenser's entire career basically happened right under Queen Elizabeth I. His work is just deeply tied to her reign, celebrating her and the new Protestant faith in an age of really intense religious conflict. I mean, with Catholic Europe as a constant threat, defining what it meant to be a Protestant and English, that wasn't just politics, it was about national survival. And for Spenser, poetry was his weapon in that fight. So, how did this super ambitious poet first make his mark on the literary scene? Well, he did it with a piece that looked kind of traditional, but was actually pretty radical underneath. The Shepherdess Calendar was his big debut. It's brilliant, really. It's structured as 12 poems, one for each month of the year, and it follows these shepherds as they talk about life through the seasons. He was also playing with language, mixing old words with new ones to create this unique, rustic vibe. This book was basically him announcing, hey, a major new talent is here. But here's the really clever part. On the surface, it's all about the simple, beautiful life out in the country. But if you dig just a little deeper, you find that Spenser was using these shepherds as a mask. He was actually talking about the complex and often corrupt world of Queen Elizabeth's court. It was his way of critiquing society from a safe distance. Okay, so after proving he was a master poet, Spenser turned to what would become his life's work. And this wasn't just another poem. No way. This was like building a cathedral out of words, one of the most ambitious projects in the entire history of the English language. This was the question that was really at the heart of The Faerie Queene. Spenser truly believed a poet's job was, in his words, to fashion a gentleman in virtuous and gentle discipline. And this massive epic poem was his answer. It was meant to be a roadmap to becoming a good person. And his whole grand design, it all started with this number:
12. The plan was to write 12 books. Each book would be a gigantic adventure focused on one of 12 specific moral virtues, the ones laid out by the philosopher Aristotle. And this lays out the structure perfectly. Each of those 12 virtues would be personified by a knight. That knight would be sent on a quest by the fairy queen Gloriana, who, by the way, was his stand-in for the real Queen Elizabeth I. It's this massive, interconnected adventure story with a deeply serious moral purpose. Now, he only finished 6 of the 12 books before he died, which is a tragedy. But those 6 books, wow, they give us an incredible window into his vision. So let's meet a few of the heroes of fairyland and see what their quests can teach us. As you can see, there's a really clear link here. Each book follows one knight on a mission to master a specific virtue. You've got the Red Cross Knight representing holiness, Sir Guyon for temperance, and even a female knight, Britomart, who stands for chastity. Their adventures are really just allegories for the internal battles that we all fight. And each quest is this rich, symbolic journey. Let's just take book 1, for example. The Red Cross Knight teams up with a lady named Una, who is literally the embodiment of truth. To achieve holiness, he has to protect her, fight off deceivers who try to split them up, fall into despair, find his faith again, and, ultimately defeat a giant dragon that represents sin itself. It's the entire Christian spiritual journey packed into one epic quest. And every knight faces challenges that are perfectly designed for their specific virtue. So, for temperance, Sir Guyon has to resist and then literally destroy a beautiful, seductive garden of pure pleasure. For chastity, the powerful warrior Britomart shows that this virtue isn't about weakness, it's about inner strength and faithful love. These aren't just fantasy stories, they're moral obstacle courses. So, even though Spenser's epic is unfinished, its influence is just immeasurable. His legacy isn't only in the stories he told, but in the actual language and the very structure of English poetry itself. Get this, he actually invented a whole new type of poem just to tell this story, the Spenserian stanza. It's this complex 9-line structure that's just perfectly built for telling a long, sprawling story while also allowing for these moments of intense, beautiful poetry. And poets would go on to use this form for centuries after him. And that influence, that's his real legacy. I mean, poets like John Milton, the guy who wrote Paradise Lost, they looked directly to Spenser as their model. He helped prove that the English language could create art that was just as grand and just as serious as the classical epics from ancient Greece and Rome. He's a true cornerstone of English literature. So yeah, the language is over 400 years old. But the core idea in Spenser's work, it's absolutely timeless. The hero's journey, right? The quest to overcome your inner demons and external enemies to become a better person. I mean, that's a story we are still telling ourselves.
All right. So today, we're going to jump back in time to Renaissance England. But look, forget about stone and mortar for a second. We're talking about a time of massive cultural construction. A time when the very foundations of the English language as we know it were being laid. It's a pretty wild question, isn't it? I mean, we usually think of language as something that just happens, right? It evolves. But during this era, it was being actively and intentionally built. It was engineered, it was designed, it was forged by thinkers who saw it as more than just a tool for talking. They saw it as the raw material for building a whole new world. So in this explainer, we're going to meet the master builders. We're looking at 4 key figures who each in their own incredible way drafted the blueprints for what English literature could become. They gave it structure, they gave it purpose, and they gave it a soul. Okay, let's get into it. So, our first architect is Henry Howard, the Earl of Surrey. This guy was a nobleman, a poet, and his big project? Well, it was to engineer a brand new way for the English language to express the most complex and delicate thing there is, human emotion. So how did he do it? Well, he went and imported a very specific poetic form from Italy, the sonnet. And its structure was everything. This wasn't just some random poem. It was basically a 14-line emotional machine. The first 8 lines set up a problem, a longing, a question. And then bam, the final 6 lines pivot, offering a resolution or a comment. For the first time, English poets had this precise blueprint for exploring the inner world. And you can really feel the result in his work. With just a few words, Howard totally captures that universal feeling of love just taking over your mind. He wrote about unattainable courtly love, the real pain of desire, and the pure joy of beauty. He was giving the language a whole new emotional depth, a new vocabulary for the heart. Okay, so let's move on to our second architect and see how this all connects. This is Roger Ascham. He was an educator, and his blueprint wasn't for poetry, but for the person reading the poetry. He was literally designing the ideal, well-rounded individual. You see, Ascham saw education as this holistic project. In his book, The Schoolmaster, he argued that learning Latin and Greek wasn't just about cramming knowledge into your head. It was about building moral character. But he didn't stop there. In another book, Toxophilus, which is all about archery of all things, he made the case that physical discipline actually sharpens the mind. For Ascham, a truly educated person had this perfect balance of mind, body, and a strong moral compass. All right, so from the individual mind, let's zoom out to the entire social structure with our third architect, Sir Thomas Elyot. As a statesman and a diplomat, he was thinking much, much bigger. He was trying to design a just and effective society. In his big work, the book named The Governor, Elyot's main argument was that a stable kingdom isn't built on brute force, but on the character of its leader. A ruler, he said, had to be educated in these three core virtues: wisdom, justice, and moderation. These weren't just nice ideas. For him, they were the essential pillars of good government. A ruler's education directly impacted the health of the entire nation. But think about it. How can you have a society-wide debate about justice and wisdom? Well, you need a shared language everyone understands. And this is Elyot's other massive contribution. Back in 1538, he published one of the very first English dictionaries. By defining words, standardizing them, he was creating the common toolkit for politics, for law, for scholarship, letting complex ideas be debated with clarity across the whole country. Now, our final architect, Sir Thomas Malory, takes us one giant step further. He wasn't just building a language or designing a society. He was forging a national soul. He was creating a foundational myth that would help define what it even meant to be English. Get this. While he was in prison, Malory gathered up all these scattered legends about King Arthur and wove them into one single epic saga called Le Morte d'Arthur. And it's just this massive, sweeping story. It covers everything. Arthur's incredible rise to power, the noble spiritual quest for the Holy Grail, the devastating betrayal at the very heart of his court, and of course, the tragic final battle that brings the whole thing crashing down. And what really makes Malory's masterpiece so timeless is the central tragic conflict. On one side, you've got the perfect ideals of Camelot. You know, loyalty, diligence, spiritual purity. But on the other side, you have messy, powerful, all too human emotions. Love, jealousy, and betrayal. The entire story is about this incredible collision between the perfect world we try to build and the flawed humans who actually have to live in it. And yet Malory doesn't just end with complete despair. Arthur's death isn't just an ending. It's his transformation into myth. He becomes the once and future king, this powerful symbol of the nation's... All right, today we're diving into Edmund Spenser's epic poem, The Faerie Queene. Now, on the surface, it's all about knights and dragons. But if you look a little closer, you'll see it's actually a kind of secret guide, a blueprint for how to live a virtuous life, hidden right there in the story. So, think about it. You pick up this old story, right? There's a brave knight, a massive dragon, a princess who needs saving, the usual stuff. But what if that huge battle wasn't really about a knight and a dragon at all? What if it was a story about a struggle that happens inside every single one of us? Well, that is the big idea behind The Faerie Queene. It was published way, way back in 1590 by Edmund Spenser. And believe me, this wasn't just another poem. It was this huge, ambitious project that was actually meant to help shape its readers into better people. Now, to really get this poem, there's one key concept you've got to know. It's basically a story where everything, and I mean everything, is a symbol for something else. So the characters, the places, the fights, they all stand for bigger ideas. A knight might not just be a knight, he could be courage. A creepy forest might just be a symbol for being confused in life. Spencer uses this idea to build his entire world, and his plan for this thing was absolutely massive. He originally wanted to write 24 books. He only finished 6, but still. Each book focuses on a different knight, and each knight embodies one specific virtue. You've got the Red Cross Knight, who stands for holiness. Then there's Sir Guyon for temperance, a female knight named Britomart for chastity, and it goes on. So each hero's journey is really a deep dive into what it means to be a good person. Look, trying to get through all 6 books right now would take forever. So to really see how this all works, let's just zoom in on the first one. By following one hero's journey, you'll pretty much get the secret code for the entire poem. And that hero is the Red Cross Knight. His whole quest, from start to finish, is all about the virtue of holiness. But he's not on this journey alone. We've got 2 main characters who are basically pure symbols. The Red Cross Knight himself represents holiness, you know, the ideal good guy on a spiritual journey. And his companion, a lady named Una, literally represents truth. So the whole story is really about this one question. Can holiness stay united with truth? And, as you can probably guess, a quest to become a better person is never ever easy. The path is just littered.
Okay, so when you think about English tragedy, a couple of names probably pop into your head immediately. Shakespeare, maybe Marlowe, right? I mean, these guys are the giants, the architects of that whole world. But what if I told you they were basically working from a blueprint, a plan drawn up by someone else entirely?
Well, the answer is one of those amazing little twists in literary history. See, the guy who basically invented the sound of English tragedy, he wasn't just a writer, not by a long shot. He was actually one of the most powerful political figures of his time.
His name was Thomas Sackville, and this is where it gets wild. On one hand, you've got this trailblazing poet and playwright, and on the other, you've got the Lord Treasurer of England. Yeah, I'm talking about the guy managing the entire kingdom's money for Queen Elizabeth I and then King James I. It's a resume that just doesn't make sense, right?
Sackville's life unfolded during this absolutely crucial moment in English history. And while politics would pretty much take over his life, the stuff he wrote when he was young was so revolutionary, you can still hear its echoes in every great play that came after him.
So, let's dive into his first, and you could argue his most important creation. Back in 1561, Sackville co-wrote a play called Gorboduc, and it wasn't just telling a new kind of story, it was creating a whole new way of sounding on stage.
He did it with something called blank verse. And here's the best way to think about it. Imagine all the poetry before this was like, I don't know, an acoustic guitar. It's beautiful, it rhymes, it has a clear structure. Sackville comes along and invents the electric guitar. It's still got a rhythm, that iambic pentameter, but by ditching the rhymes, it suddenly sounds raw, powerful, and a whole lot more like how people actually talk, just elevated. It was the perfect sound for high-stakes drama, and he was the one who plugged it in for the very first time.
And just look at the dates here. Sackville's Gorboduc hit the stage a full 26 years before Marlowe's first big hit. And we're talking almost 40 years before Shakespeare really mastered the form in classics like Julius Caesar. Sackville didn't just set the stage for them, he literally built it. So what was this groundbreaking play actually about? Well, it makes perfect sense when you remember who he was. As a top statesman, Sackville was obsessed with political stability. And Gorboduc is this chilling, deep dive into what happens when everything falls apart.
It's just this horrifying spiral into total chaos. King Gorboduc makes what he thinks is a wise decision: divide the kingdom between his 2 sons to keep the peace. Big mistake. It immediately sparks this vicious rivalry. The younger son, Porrex, kills his brother, Ferrex. Then their own mother, Queen Vidina, just snaps with grief and rage and murders her last surviving son. Just like that, the entire royal line is gone. And what happens next? The people rise up, the kingdom collapses, and it's all-out civil war. I mean, it is a total political nightmare unfolding right there on stage.
So here's the kicker. This wasn't just a story for the masses. This play was performed for Queen Elizabeth I.
And you have to remember, at this time, she has no husband, no heir. The line of succession is a huge, flashing question mark over the whole country. So Gorboduc isn't just a play, it's a warning. Sackville is looking his own queen in the eye and saying, "This disaster, this could be us." Talk about a bold move.
Then, just 2 years later, Sackville proved it wasn't a fluke. He cemented his reputation with another super powerful piece of writing. This time, though, it wasn't a play. It was a contribution to this massively popular collection of poems that was kind of like a moral instruction manual for the rich and powerful.
The book was called A Mirror for Magistrates, and the idea behind it was simple but absolutely brilliant. The ghosts of powerful, famous people from English history come back from the dead to tell you their stories, how they rose to power and how they crashed and burned. It was all about teaching lessons on how quickly power disappears and just how dangerous ambition can be.
Sackville actually wrote the introduction to the whole thing called The Induction, and it's a total masterpiece of dark, atmospheric poetry. Seriously, think of it as a quick tour through Dante's Inferno. He guides the reader through this grim underworld where you meet characters like sorrow, dread, and revenge. It sets this incredibly heavy moral tone for everything that follows.
His main poetic contribution was the story of the Duke of Buckingham, a guy who was executed by Richard III. And through the Duke's ghostly voice, Sackville really digs into his favorite themes: how fortune can turn on a dime, the perils of ambition, and the heavy moral price of power. It's the exact same obsession with political ruin we saw in Gorboduc, but this time as poetry.
And then he basically stopped writing. His day job as a statesman just completely took over, but the mark had already been made. With just 2 major works, both written before he was even 30, Thomas Sackville had already changed the game for English literature.
So let's just recap. With Gorboduc, he literally invents the sound of English tragic drama. And with his work in A Mirror for Magistrates, he creates this powerful new style of political and moral poetry that would go on to directly influence the next generation of literary superstars, Shakespeare included. Not a lot of work, but a massive, massive footprint.
And that kind of leaves us with this huge, fascinating question, doesn't it? We rightly celebrate all the masterpieces that came later, the ones that Sackville's work made possible, but you can't help but wonder about the masterpieces he never got to write. What amazing plays, what incredible poetry was lost to history simply because this brilliant writer chose politics.
All right, today we are diving into the world of a true legend of English literature, Edmund Spenser. This is a guy who earned the nickname the Poet's Poet, and for a really good reason. You see, he didn't just write poems. He was an architect of words, building entire sprawling universes filled with allegory, incredible adventures, and deep ideas about virtue that people are still talking about centuries later.
Just listen to this line from his poem Prothalamion. "Sweet Thames, run softly till I end my song." It just perfectly captures that grand, almost musical quality of his writing, doesn't it? And get this, this line was so powerful it echoed through literature for hundreds of years, even popping up in T.S. Eliot's famous poem, The Wasteland.
So, to really get a feel for Spenser, you have to mentally transport yourself back to the late 16th century. England was going through these huge cultural shifts, and Spenser wasn't just sitting on the sidelines. No, he was right in the middle of it, actively shaping the English language and pushing the boundaries of what it could do.
Now let's talk about the big one. At the absolute heart of Spenser's legacy is his masterpiece, The Faerie Queene. And let me tell you, this isn't just a poem, it's a massive, sprawling epic. His ambition was just off the charts. He wanted to create this incredible allegorical world, to explore 12 different moral virtues, each one represented by a knight on a seriously dangerous quest.
Now, he only managed to finish 6 of the 12 books he planned, but what we have is incredible. Each book introduces us to a new hero, each one dedicated to a very specific virtue. You got the Red Cross Knight of Holiness, Sir Guyon, who represents temperance, and this is really cool for the time, a powerful female knight named Britomart, who is the champion of chastity.
So, how exactly did these knights prove they were virtuous? Well, Spenser threw them into the ring with their polar opposites. Let's dive into some of the core conflicts in the poem, because these heroes were tested by some truly unforgettable villains.
Okay, let's kick things off with Sir Guyon, the hero from Book 2. His whole quest is about temperance, self-control.
And in Spenser's wild allegorical world, that means he has to walk through a landscape just packed with temptations, specifically designed to knock him off his path.
Gaian's biggest test comes from a witch named Acrasia. She is everything he's fighting against: total excess, indulgence, moral decay. She lures knights into her bower of bliss, which is basically a beautiful but totally corrupting paradise. So when Gaian finally triumphs over her, it's not just some sword fight. It's this powerful statement about inner strength and self-control winning out over unchecked desire. Next up, we have Britomart from Book 3, and honestly, she is such a groundbreaking character. I mean, a formidable female knight in the 16th century? She completely redefines what chastity means. For her, it's not about being passive. It's about a powerful, faithful love that gives her the strength to go on this epic quest to find the man she loves. Sir Artigal.
Britomart's main villain is the sorcerer, Busaran. This guy is the embodiment of dark, possessive, and corrupting lust. He actually uses his magic to imprison an innocent woman named Amoret. So Britomart's quest to rescue her is this amazing allegory for how true, virtuous love has the power to overcome that kind of darkness. And the moral universe of the Fairy Queen just keeps getting bigger and more complex. We meet Sir Artegel, the Knight of Justice, who travels with this incredible Iron Man named Talus, who just enforces the law without any emotion. Then there's Sir Calidor, the Knight of Courtesy, whose mission is to hunt down the blatant beast, a monster that's basically the personification of slander and vicious gossip.
But Spenser was not a one-trick pony. Not at all. His genius went way beyond the Fairy Queen. He was an incredibly versatile poet. So let's just take a quick tour through some of his other major works, just to get a sense of his amazing range.
First up, there's Epithalamion. This one is deeply personal and just full of joy. He actually wrote it to celebrate his own marriage. And it's so cleverly put together. It has 24 stanzas, and each one represents 1 hour of his wedding day, all the way from dawn to the wedding night.
And then in a completely different tone, you have Astrophel. This is a very somber, really moving elegy. In it, Spenser is mourning the death of his good friend and another literary giant of the time, Sir Philip Sidney. You can just feel the personal grief pouring out of the poem.
Spenser could also be incredibly witty and sharp. In Mother Hubbard's Tale, he tells this fable about a scheming ape and a fox to basically call out all the corruption and nonsense he saw in society. It was so biting, so pointed, that it actually offended a powerful person at court and got him kicked out. That's when you know your satire landed.
Spenser also wrote prose, and we have to talk about a piece called A View of the Present State of Ireland, because it is highly controversial. As an English settler there, he wrote this text arguing for really harsh policies against the native Irish people. Now, looking back, the views in it are deeply problematic, but the work itself gives us this stark, unfiltered look into the colonial mindset of that specific time.
So, after all that, what is Spenser's ultimate legacy? Well, it's not just the incredible stories he told, but the absolutely masterful way he told them. Let's wrap things up by looking at his most important gifts to literature.
Okay, let's get a little technical for a second, because this is his most famous invention, the Spenserian stanza. It's a 9-line stanza with this really unique interlocking rhyme scheme. The first 8 lines have a pretty standard rhythm, but that 9th and final line is longer. It's called an Alexandrine. This special structure is what gives his poetry that beautiful, flowing, almost musical quality that's just perfect for epic storytelling.
Spenser's impact is just massive. It's hard to overstate. He literally gave poets a brand new form to play with. He was a master of allegory, using these fantastic tales to explore really deep moral questions. And his influence on the English language itself was so huge that you can see his fingerprints on pretty much every major poet who came after him, from Milton all the way to the Romantics.
And that brings us to one last question to chew on. Spenser's work is dense, it's ambitious, and it was designed to last. So in our world today, a world of fast, fleeting, disposable digital content, what can we learn from a poet who painstakingly built entire universes that were meant?
All right, we're about to pull back the curtain on one of the most brilliant, dangerous, and frankly mysterious figures of the English Renaissance. We're talking about a playwright, a poet, and a spy. His name was Christopher Marlowe.
So, what if I told you that Shakespeare's biggest rival was actually a government spy who died under, let's just say, very mysterious circumstances? I know. It sounds like the plot of a thriller, right? But this was the real life of the man who arguably paved the entire way for Shakespeare. He was a total trailblazer whose life was cut tragically short, leaving us with this incredible legacy and a whole cloud of unanswered questions.
And just look at that timeline. His life was unbelievably short. He was born in the exact same year as Shakespeare, but man, Marlowe burned bright and fast. I mean, in just a handful of years, he goes from being a student to the absolute talk of London, all while living this shadowy second life. And then he's gone, dead at just 29. So the big question is, how on earth did he accomplish so much?
Okay, let's dive into his dangerous life. To really get Marlowe, you have to understand he was basically juggling 3 different lives at the same time. This wasn't just some guy writing plays in a quiet room. He was literally reshaping the English stage while also navigating the incredibly treacherous world of Elizabethan espionage.
So, his single biggest game changer, it was something called blank verse. Before Marlowe, plays could sound, well, kind of stiff and unnatural. The dialogue was very formal, but Marlowe comes along and pioneers this new style. It's rhythmic, it's poetic, but it isn't rhyming all the time. It sounded both epic and, for the first time, really natural. It's like he gave his characters a real heartbeat, a psychological depth they just didn't have before. And this completely changed everything.
All right, so he's got this powerful new tool, this new language for the stage. What does he do with it? Well, he creates a whole new kind of hero, or maybe an anti-hero. See, Marlowe was obsessed with these massive personalities, these characters who were reaching for godlike power and were willing to burn everything down to get it. These were his great overreachers.
Let's take his first big hit, Tamburlaine. This is not your simple good guy versus bad guy story. Not at all. It's about a man with this absolutely insatiable thirst for power. It perfectly illustrates Marlowe's fascination with ambition as a force that can both create empires and lead to complete and utter devastation.
And then you've got maybe his most famous creation of all, Dr. Faustus. This time, the ambition isn't for land or conquest, it's for knowledge. Limitless knowledge. Faustus makes the ultimate bad deal. He sells his soul to the devil for 24 years of being able to do and know anything. It becomes this timeless, powerful cautionary tale about what happens when human desire goes completely unchecked.
So when you put these two guys side by side, a pattern just jumps out at you, right? They're both driven by this absolutely towering ambition, but they take totally different roads to get to the same disastrous end. Tamburlaine wants to conquer the physical world, Faustus wants to master the world of ideas. Through them, Marlowe's asking the same terrifying question, just from 2 different angles. What is the real price of ultimate power?
But here's the thing. Marlowe wasn't just writing about these larger-than-life figures. Nope. He was using the stage like a surgeon's scalpel, dissecting the political and social corruption of his own time, of Elizabethan England. He was holding a mirror up to a pretty flawed world.
I mean, his plays were just packed with critiques of the establishment. He was absolutely fearless. He'd put religious hypocrisy on trial for everyone to see. He'd show the destructive, poisonous nature of revenge. And he was really interested in that clash between what a leader wants personally versus their public duty.
Take the Jew of Malta, for example. The main character gets totally wronged by a corrupt state, so he goes on this brutal path of vengeance. But here's the genius of it. Through his actions, Marlowe basically exposes the whole of society, the government, the church, everyone, as being just as morally bankrupt. And then there's Edward II. It's this incredible story about a king whose personal life ends up throwing the entire kingdom into chaos. It's a powerful tragedy that asks a question we're still grappling with today, right? Where's the line between a public figure's private life and their public duty?
But don't think for a second he was just about tragedy and politics. The guy's range was incredible. He was also a breathtakingly good poet. He could write about tragic love with the exact same passion and depth that he brought to his plays.
His poem Hero and Leander, it's just the perfect example. It is this gorgeous, lyrical, heartbreaking story about 2 lovers separated by the sea. It's a total masterpiece, and it just proves that the same mind that dreamed up these brutal, power-hungry conquerors could also capture the most delicate and beautiful parts of love.
So, let's wrap this up. What's the big takeaway from this short, explosive life? Why do we still talk about Christopher Marlowe today? Well, simply put, it's because his ghost, his influence, looms over everything that came after him. He truly laid the foundation for greatness.
First off, he gave the stage its modern voice. That powerful, flexible blank verse we talked about,
It became the gold standard for pretty much all dramatic writing.
Second, he basically invented the modern tragic hero. You know, that complex, ambitious, deeply flawed main character? Think Macbeth. Heck, think Walter White from Breaking Bad. That whole archetype really has its roots in Marlowe's Dr. Faustus and Tamburlaine.
And number 3, and this is the big one, he set the stage for William Shakespeare. Marlowe's innovations in language, in character, in theme, they created the very theatrical world where a talent like Shakespeare could even exist, let alone flourish and build his own immortal legacy.
And that brings us to the final haunting question. You have to wonder, if Christopher Marlowe hadn't died in that tavern at just 29, if he'd lived another 30 years, would we be talking about the age of Marlowe right now instead of the age of Shakespeare? We'll never know, of course, but it's got to be one of the greatest what-ifs in all of literature.
Ever wonder who the original bad boy of English literature was? Well, today we're diving into the world of a writer who broke every single rule, like 400 years ago. This guy was a satirist, a total troublemaker, and he created one of literature's very first and greatest anti-heroes.
And to really get this guy, you've got to meet his most famous creation first. Now forget any ideas about a knight in shining armor. This is Jack Wilton. And Jack, well, he's a character who survives not on honor, but on his wits in a world that is just brutal, corrupt, and dangerously unpredictable.
And the book that tells his story, it's called The Unfortunate Traveler. Now, when this thing dropped in 1594, it wasn't just a book, it was like a literary hand grenade. It's a brutal, darkly hilarious, and really cynical adventure that just completely changed the game for what a novel could even be.
So, what was the big deal? What made this book such a masterpiece and so unfortunate? Well, for starters, it introduced a whole new type of story to English readers.
Yeah, Nashe was one of the very first writers to bring this style, which was actually inspired by Spanish novels, over to England. It's called a picaresque novel. The star of the show is the picaro, basically a rogue. And you can just forget about a clear moral compass. The only goal here is survival. And the journey? Well, the journey is everything.
So instead of a nice, clean, orderly plot, this novel just kind of lurches from one insane event to the next. It smashes together real history with totally wild fiction, mixes shocking, grotesque violence with this super dark, cynical humor, and the whole thing feels completely chaotic. It's a structure that perfectly mirrored the crazy, unpredictable feeling of the time. It felt dangerous, and it felt real.
Right, and at the center of all this chaos, that's where we meet this brand new kind of protagonist. Seriously, this was someone English readers had never really seen before.
So, who is this Jack Wilton guy? Well, for one, he's cunning and totally unscrupulous. He's not noble, he's not virtuous, and he is definitely not a hero. He's a morally gray survivor who lies, cheats, and deceives his way through a completely corrupt world. But here's the thing, he's our narrator, and because of that, you just can't help but get sucked in by his charisma and his sheer will to live.
And that, right there, that's his legacy. I mean, think about it. Without an anti-hero like Jack Wilton paving a way, would we have characters like Tony Soprano or Walter White or even Fleabag? The whole idea of a flawed, morally questionable protagonist that we somehow end up rooting for, that's become a cornerstone of modern storytelling. Nashe was just way, way ahead of his time.
Okay, but Nashe wasn't just writing all this stuff for shock value. Nope. All that chaos and all that violence, it all had a very sharp point. He was taking a dark mirror and holding it right up to the hypocrisy of the world around him.
Take war, for example. He took that romantic, glorious myth of war, heroic knights and honorable combat, and he just completely tore it to shreds. In his world, war isn't some noble quest. It's a chaotic, destructive, senseless business, fueled by greed and filled with nothing but suffering. For his time, that was an absolutely radical thing to say.
And he didn't stop there. He also played this fascinating game with the idea of reality itself. He would just drop his fictional rogue, Jack, right into the middle of real historical events, hanging out with famous people like King Henry VIII. And by doing that, he was making this really clever, subtle point. He was asking, hey, maybe what we call official history is just another story, one that can be twisted and manipulated just like any other.
So who was this guy? Who was the brilliant, incredibly bold mind behind all this mayhem?
Let's meet the man himself, Thomas Nashe. Now, he was a university-educated guy, a real wordsmith with a mastery of language. But instead of chilling in some ivory tower, he dove headfirst into the messy, vibrant, and pretty vicious literary brawls of London.
He was known for this incredible style that mixed high-minded poetic language with the raw, rough slang you'd hear on the street. And as you can probably guess, a writer this provocative did not have a quiet, peaceful career. His life was every bit as turbulent and innovative as his writing. You see, Nash was a key player in what we now call the pamphlet wars. This was basically the Elizabethan equivalent of a vicious social media feud or a diss track battle. He would get into these savage public fights, publishing pamphlets just to trade these incredibly witty and often poisonous insults with his rivals, and his prose was his weapon. So yeah, his career was pretty short, but it was absolutely explosive. Just look at this timeline. In 1592, he drops Pierce Penniless, a satire on greed that becomes a huge bestseller. 2 years later, he releases The Unfortunate Traveler, basically pioneering a new type of novel in England. By 96, he's deep in a feud writing this vicious attack pamphlet. And then, in 1597, he co-writes a play, The Isle of Dogs, that is so rebellious and so seditious, the authorities ban it and issue a warrant for his arrest. The guy literally had to flee London to stay out of jail. So that brings us to the big question. When you look at our world today, our fascination with anti-heroes, our constant social media takedowns, the way we use satire to question authority, you have to wonder, was Thomas Nash just 400 years ahead of his time? It really seems like it. He wasn't just writing for his time, in a lot of ways, he was writing for ours. And his work is this powerful reminder that truly great writing doesn't just entertain, it challenges, it provokes, and it holds a mirror up to the world, no matter how unflattering that reflection might be.
Okay, so picture this. You're going to write a single poem, but it has to contain an entire country. Not just its rivers and its hills, but its history, its myths, its very soul. Well, that's the unbelievably ambitious project that one Renaissance poet, Michael Drayton, actually took on. He didn't just write about a nation. He tried to map it in verse.
And I mean, that's the real question, isn't it? Look, it's one thing to write a poem about love or war. That's standard stuff. But to try and distill the entire history, the geography, and the spirit of a country into rhyming couplets, that is a monumental challenge. And how Drayton decided to tackle it is just absolutely fascinating.
All right, so let's properly meet the man behind this incredible map. This is Michael Drayton. He lived from 1563 to 1631, which puts him right in the thick of it, alongside giants like William Shakespeare. You can really think of him as this literary bridge, with one foot in the golden age of Queen Elizabeth and the other in the Jacobean era that came right after.
What's so cool about Drayton is his incredible range. I mean, this guy was not a one-trick pony. His work kind of swung between these two big extremes, from these deeply personal, emotional verses to these grand, sweeping poems just bursting with national pride. It's that duality that makes him so compelling.
And that sense of national pride? Well, it found its ultimate expression in his magnum opus, a work that truly defines his ambition. It's called Polyolbion, and it is an absolute monument of a poem.
So to really get what Polyolbion is all about, you have to understand the genre. It's what's called a topographical poem. Now, this isn't just about describing a pretty landscape. It's a literary form that weaves together the physical geography of a place with its history, its legends, and all its local stories. It's basically a map made out of words. And just to give you a sense of the sheer scale we're dealing with here, we are talking about approximately 15,000 lines of poetry. 15,000. That is an absolutely epic undertaking by any standard. It's a life's work, all dedicated to charting his homeland in rhyming couplets.
So what on earth did he pack into those 15,000 lines? Well, pretty much everything. He moves methodically across England and Wales, describing the rivers and forests, sure, but he also dives into the historical battles fought on that land and the myths that were whispered about it. It's like a cultural encyclopedia.
And this is where his creative spark really, really shines. Drayton didn't just describe a river, he personified it. He gave it a voice, and he let the landscape itself tell its own story. The mountains and the hills become actual characters in his national drama, narrating their own histories. It's just a brilliantly imaginative way to bring geography to life.
But listen, as epic as Polyolbion was, Drayton wasn't just the map guy. To really get the full picture of the poet, we need to look at his other work. Turns out he was just as skilled at charting the human heart as he was at charting the English countryside.
You can really see his incredible versatility here. On one side, you've got England's heroical epistles, all focused on history and power, told through the imagined letters of kings and queens. But on the other side, you've got his idea sonnets, which dive deep into personal emotion and love.
He's switching from these grand historical themes to the really intimate, intense feelings of the human heart.
So, with the heroical epistles, the whole point was to get inside the heads of these legendary figures. He wanted to explore their emotional lives, imagining what a queen or a general would actually write about love, honor, and war in a private letter. He was making history personal.
And his sonnets? They do the exact same thing, but for the individual heart. In his collection called Idea, he just nails that universal feeling of love with all its messy complexities. Not just the passion, but the frustration, the admiration, and that ache of unrequited feelings. It's deeply relatable stuff, even today.
But believe it or not, we're not done. There is yet another side to Drayton. Beyond the epic maps and the intense emotions, he had this lighter, more fantastical touch, and he would venture into these worlds of pure imagination. Let's dive into this lighter side. He wrote Nymphidia, which is this wonderfully witty and funny poem about all the drama and squabbles in a fairy court. He wrote pastoral poetry, which was all about that idealized, simple, romantic life of shepherds. And he even imagined a literal paradise for artists called the Muses Elysium. It's a whole world away from his serious historical epics.
So, just pause and think about that for a second. This is the same man, the same poet who spent decades meticulously mapping the history of England, could also turn around and write this hilarious miniature epic about feuding fairies. I mean, the sheer creative range is just astounding.
So, when you put it all together, where does that leave Michael Drayton? What's his ultimate legacy? Well, he really stands as this vital link, a poet who completely embodied the transition from one great literary age to the next.
I mean, just look at the scope of his career. It was so long and so varied. You start with religious verse way back in 1591, then you get the historical epics, the love sonnets, and by 1627 he's writing about fairy tales. Over 4 decades, his subjects were constantly evolving, but his dedication to his craft just never, ever wavered.
And really, if you had to boil everything he did down to one single idea, this is it. The common thread running through all of his varied work is this deep, powerful commitment to celebrating English culture through the power of literature. That, right there, was his ultimate driving force.
Which leaves us with a final thought, doesn't it? Drayton used a 15,000-line poem. Today, we use film, we use data visualizations, documentaries, social media, you name it. It really makes you wonder, if a guy like Drayton were alive now, what tools would he use to map the soul of a nation? And what would that map even look like?
All right, let's get into it. We all know the name William Shakespeare, right? But what if I told you that one of his most famous comedies was basically built on a story written by somebody else? A guy who was a writer, a satirist, a playwright, and get this, a plague doctor.
It's a really good question, isn't it?
We tend to think of these geniuses as creating everything out of thin air. But the Elizabethan era was this incredible, chaotic melting pot of ideas. Writers were constantly borrowing, adapting, and remixing stories. Shakespeare was an absolute master at it, which really begs the question, who were these original storytellers?
So let's zoom in on a classic, As You Like It. You know the one. It's got mistaken identities, lovers chasing each other through the Forest of Arden, exiled dukes, the whole shebang. It feels like pure Shakespeare. But the entire plot, the setting, the characters, that all came from a single, super popular book from that time.
And this is it. It's called Rosalinde, published back in 1590. This thing was basically the blockbuster novel of its day. It's about a young woman named Rosalinda, whose father, the king, gets kicked out of his kingdom. So she runs away to the Forest of Arden and disguises herself as a shepherd boy named Ganymede. Now, doesn't that ring a bell? Shakespeare pretty much lifted the entire story.
So who was this guy? Who was the brain behind this story that Shakespeare made so famous? Well, his name was Thomas Lodge. And trust me, his own life story is almost as wild and interesting as the tales he wrote.
Yeah. See, Lodge wasn't just some romance writer. That last word on the screen there, physician, that probably made you do a double take. And it should, because this guy's career was just staggeringly, almost unbelievably diverse.
I mean, just look at this list. This is a heck of a resume. He's writing these charming love stories one minute, and then he's writing these scathing satires attacking the corruption in London. He's writing plays about ancient Roman history, translating classical poetry, and then he just completely switches gears and becomes a medical doctor. He was the definition of a true Renaissance man. So, okay, let's take a quick tour through his literary world. This is where you can really see just how much he could jump between completely different styles and subjects.
It's pretty amazing. First up, his greatest hit, Rosalind. This is pure pastoral escapism. You've got this dreamy, idealized countryside where nobles who've been kicked out of court find true love. It's sweet, it's romantic, and it was exactly the kind of thing Elizabethan audiences just couldn't get enough of.
But then, talk about a 180. Just 6 years earlier, he wrote this, An Alarm Against Usurers. This is the absolute opposite of a dreamy romance. It's a gritty, angry pamphlet going after the loan sharks of London. It's a raw warning about the very real dangers of getting into debt. The contrast is just wow. And he wasn't done. He also wrote for the theater. This play, The Wounds of Civil War, is a heavy-duty historical tragedy. It's all about ambition, betrayal, and total political chaos in ancient Rome. He was digging into these huge themes about what happens when power goes unchecked, a topic that's pretty much timeless, right?
And this slide just sums it all up perfectly. On one hand, you've got A Marguerite of America, a wild adventure romance set in the Americas, full of heroism and fantastical stuff. And on the other hand, Katharos, which is this sharp, philosophical takedown of his own society, using this ancient cynic, Diogenes, to call out all the hypocrisy he saw. He could be a blockbuster entertainer and a fierce social critic, almost in the same breath.
This quote really just nails it. His versatility wasn't just a fun fact about him, it was the core of who he was as a writer. The man was a master of so many different forms.
Okay, so just when Lodge is at the absolute peak of his literary fame, he does something nobody saw coming. He basically puts down his pen and decides to change careers completely.
Just look at this timeline. He publishes his most famous books in the 1590s, right? And then, right around 1600, he just stops. He completely walks away from the literary world to go study medicine. And the next big thing he publishes isn't a novel, it's a medical textbook.
So in 1603, a horrible plague outbreak hits London, and Lodge, now a brand new doctor, jumps into action. He writes A Treatise of the Plague, which was basically a practical survival guide for everyday Londoners. The same guy who wrote about an imaginary, idyllic forest was now writing about how to survive a very real crisis.
So, how do we remember Thomas Lodge? Is he just a bit of trivia, just the guy who gave Shakespeare a story, or is there something more? Well, I think the answer is pretty clear.
Let's just break it down. Yes, he gave us the plot for As You Like It, and that alone is huge. But his influence went way beyond that. His romantic writing style was copied by tons of other writers. His satires give us this incredible, raw look into the social problems of his time. And his life story? I mean, come on, that jump from art to science is just fascinating. He was a major, multi-talented figure of his time. At the end of the day, Thomas Lodge wasn't just a footnote in Shakespeare's story. He deserves to be remembered for who he was, a major writer who made his own unique mark on fiction, drama, and poetry during one of the most exciting times in history.
And really, learning about a guy like Lodge makes you wonder, doesn't it? How many other brilliant creators and forgotten stories are out there, just hiding in the shadows of the handful of giant names that we all know so well?
So listen to this. An upstart crow, beautified with our feathers. Wow, what a line, right? It's this incredibly bitter accusation, and get this, it was published from beyond the grave. This single sentence is one of the most electrifying, kind of mysterious insults in all of English literature, and it was aimed at a young, rising star, which, of course, raises a pretty big question. Just who was it? Who had the nerve, the wit, and, let's be honest, the sheer jealousy to take the first public shot at William Shakespeare? You know, the guy who would eventually become maybe the greatest writer in the English language. Okay, let's really get into this.
And you know, the answer isn't just some random piece of trivia. Not at all. It's actually the story of this brilliant, really troubled, and kind of trailblazing guy's own legacy has been almost totally swallowed up by the shadow of the man he went after. The man's name was Robert Greene. In the late 16th century, this guy was a literary superstar. Seriously, he was known for his amazing prose and this just biting wit. He was one of those guys who lived hard, wrote fast, and yeah, made a lot of enemies along the way. But before he became famous for being Shakespeare's first big critic, he was actually something way more important.
He was a pioneer. No, really, think about it. In an age where writing was mostly just a hobby for rich gentlemen, Robert Greene was helping to invent a whole new kind of career.
And here's the thing you've got to understand. Greene was one of the very first people in England to actually earn his living entirely with his pen. I mean, this guy was a machine. He was churning out plays for those wild London theaters and pumping out romance novels for the new growing market for printed books. He totally got the market, and he wrote exactly what people were desperate to read.
And boy, did they want what he was selling. So, before we jump into that famous attack, it's super important to get this. Robert Greene was a huge deal all on his own, a real literary force.
Okay, for example, let's talk about his bestseller, Pendasto. This thing was the page-turner of its day. I'm talking a super dramatic story about a king who goes crazy with jealousy, accuses his wife of cheating, abandons their baby daughter, and then, of course, everything gets sorted out years later. Does that plot ring a bell at all?
It should, because here's where it gets really interesting. You can draw a direct line from Greene to Shakespeare. I mean, Shakespeare didn't just borrow a few ideas here and there. He basically lifted Greene's entire plot for his play, The Winter's Tale. It's a perfect example of how influential Greene's storytelling really was. Shakespeare was, quite literally, standing on his shoulders.
And it wasn't just novels. Greene totally conquered the stage, too. His play, Friar Bacon and Friar Bungie, it was a blockbuster. It had everything the audiences back then went crazy for. You had comedy, you had romance, a little bit of magic and the supernatural, all centered on this brilliant magician who's trying to build a talking head made of brass. I mean, come on.
And on top of all that, he also mastered this whole other genre, the pastoral romance, with stuff like Menaphon, full of shepherds, nobles in disguise, lots of mistaken identity. The point is, the guy had incredible range. But, for all his success, there was this other side to him, a much darker, more confrontational side.
And that brings us to the moment that really defined his legacy forever. It seems like Greene's incredible talent was matched only by his talent for starting fights.
Yeah, historical sources talk about him leading a dissolute life in London. Basically, he had a reputation for living recklessly. He had a super sharp tongue, and he loved to pick fights with other writers in his pamphlets. He was absolutely brilliant, no doubt about it, but he was also burning out, fast.
And here it is, the big one. In a pamphlet that was published right after he died, Greene just lets loose. He's warning his buddies, the other playwrights who all went to university, about this new threat on the scene. He calls him an actor, just a player, who has the guts to think he can write plays just as well as them. This upstart crow, Greene sneers, is only good because he's stolen their feathers. He's stealing their plots and their styles.
For historians, this quote is pure gold. Why? Because it's one of the very first solid mentions we have of Shakespeare working as a playwright in London. And it paints this vivid picture of the theater world back then. It wasn't some friendly club, It was a cutthroat, super competitive battlefield. And you had these educated guys, these university wits like Greene, who felt seriously threatened by this new, raw talent coming in from out of town.
But that famous attack, as juicy as it is, was really just one piece of a much larger and frankly more tragic final act in Greene's life. His last few works were basically these deeply personal public confessions.
Yeah. His last pamphlets, including the one with that upstart crow line, they really read like a deathbed confession. He's looking back on his life, talking about his squandered talent, his immoral lifestyle, and all of his regrets. It's almost like a public performance of repentance, where he's begging other people not to make the same mistakes he did.
And because they were published after he died, they just feel so incredibly raw and honest. They give us this rare, really sobering look into the personal struggles, the financial struggles of being a writer right at the dawn of the publishing industry. This was the real human cost of trying to make a living in the literary trenches.
So, where does that leave us? How should we remember Robert Greene? Is he just some footnote in Shakespeare's biography? Absolutely not. The answer is a hard no. His legacy is way more complex than that, and kind of ironically, it's completely tangled up with the very guy he attacked. Let's recap. He was a trailblazer, one of the guys who literally invented the job of professional writer. He was a hitmaker who wrote stories so good that Shakespeare himself couldn't resist borrowing them. And yeah, of course, he was the guy who wrote the first and most famous takedown of the upstart crow, which gives us this priceless, behind-the-scenes look into their world.
And all this leaves us with a pretty provocative question, doesn't it? We always celebrate the winners of history, right? The Shakespeares of the world. But what about the rivals? What about the brilliant but flawed people like Robert Greene? The ones whose conflict and competition might have been the very fire that forged that greatness in the first place. So, I'll leave you with this.
Is the shadow just as important as the sun? Hey everyone, we all know the name William Shakespeare, right? But what if I told you that the literary stage he completely dominated? Well, it wasn't empty when he got there. Today, we're going to meet the two brilliant and brilliantly different writers who actually built that stage and laid the foundation for the greatest playwright in history.
It's a question we almost never ask, you know? We think of Shakespeare as this one-of-a-kind genius who just invented modern drama out of thin air. But the truth is, he was building on a revolution that was already happening, a huge shift in the English language itself. So who were the architects behind it all?
Get this. They were two men who could not have been more different from each other. I mean, one was a super polished court insider, and the other was a street-smart rebel. One wrote for the Queen, the other had to literally run from the authorities. Their names were John Lyly and Thomas Nash, and believe me, together they changed everything.
All right, first up, let's meet the insider. This is the guy who made English prose elegant, sophisticated, and basically the talk of the entire Elizabethan court, John Lyly.
Lyly was the ultimate wordsmith. He wrote these amazing prose romances, kind of like early novels. And he was a playwright whose #1 audience member was, Queen Elizabeth I and her court. But his biggest claim to fame was his total mastery of a very specific and very fashionable style.
And that style was called euphuism. Think of it like this. The key ingredients were these perfectly balanced sentences, really clever comparisons from classical mythology, and this kind of intellectual wordplay that the upper crust just couldn't get enough of. It was, and I mean this, the absolute height of literary fashion.
Here's a perfect example. The living fish is nourished in the salt sea, and yet his flesh is fresh. Do you hear that? The perfect balance between the two parts of the sentence? It's a simple idea, but he presents it like this clever, almost philosophical little puzzle. That is pure Lyly, elegant, witty, and just perfectly put together.
He totally unleashed this style on the world in 2 blockbuster books, Euphues, The Anatomy of Wit, and its sequel. And when I say blockbuster, I mean it. These books were a sensation. Suddenly, everyone at court wanted to talk and write just like the characters in Lyly's stories. He literally created the trend for how to sound smart.
But Lyly wasn't just writing books. He was also a huge deal in the theater, writing these plays that were specifically designed for the most powerful and, let's be honest, pickiest audience in the whole country, the Queen herself. His plays weren't about gritty realism. They were all about elegant, mythological stories with hidden meanings.
And his range was just incredible. I mean, one minute he's writing a play like Endymion as this flattering tribute to the Queen's whole virgin queen image, but then he turns around and writes Galathea, which uses gender-bending disguises to explore same-sex attraction. We're talking way, way ahead of its time. Or he'd write Midas, a play that used a Greek myth to sneak in some political satire about the greedy King Philip of Spain. This was smart, politically savvy stuff.
So you have Lyly, this master of courtly elegance and beautiful language, but at the exact same time, another writer was dragging the English language out of the palace and down into the gutter, in the most brilliant way you can imagine.
So, let's meet Thomas Nash. If Lyly was the ultimate insider, Nash was the ultimate rebellious outsider, a guy who used words not just to entertain, but as a weapon.
Nashua was pretty much everything Lyly wasn't. He was a biting satirist, a really sharp social critic, and a pioneer of this dark, almost gloomy kind of humor that was completely new. He wasn't interested in flattering powerful people, he was interested in telling the truth, no matter how ugly it got.
And the contrast is just, wow. While Lyly's over here writing about goddesses and courtly love, Nash is writing plays like Summer's Last Will and Testament, which is all about decay and how death comes for everyone. He was fascinated by the grim, the gritty, and the controversial side of life.
And nothing shows his rebellious spirit more than the whole mess around his play, The Isle of Dogs. We don't even have the play anymore, because it was so politically explosive that the government shut it down almost immediately. The timeline is just wild. Within weeks of its premiere, the play was banned, its co-author was thrown in jail, and Nash himself was a fugitive on the run. This was seriously dangerous writing.
So you've got these two polar opposites, right? The courtier and the rebel. The polished stylist and the gritty satirist. So how on earth did these two connect? Well, that's the thing. Together, they were forging a brand new, way more powerful version of the English language for the stage.
When you put them side by side, it all clicks. Lyly gave the language its elegance and sophistication. He perfected that witty, back-and-forth banter that would become a staple of Shakespeare's comedies. But Nash, he gave the language teeth. He pumped it full of biting satire and social critique, and explored those dark themes of death and decay that would become the engine for Shakespeare's greatest tragedies.
You could say one gave English its poetry and the other gave it its punch. They've basically expanded the entire toolbox. Because of what Lyly and Nash did, the language that was available to the next generation of playwrights, to Shakespeare's generation, was so much richer, so much more flexible, and capable of saying so much more about the human experience.
Which brings us right back to where we started. Could Shakespeare have written the witty romance of Much Ado About Nothing without the playbook Lyly created? Could he have written the dark tragedy of Hamlet without Nashi exploring death and decay first? It's something to think about, isn't it? The greatest genius in our language didn't just appear out of nowhere. He stood on the shoulders of giants, and those giants were a courtier and a rebel.
All right, let's talk about a true titan of literature. Today, we're going to try and demystify the genius of the one and only William Shakespeare. We're going to find out why, 4 whole centuries later, he's still basically in a league of his own.
I mean, it's a totally fair question, right? In a world where trends come and go in a flash, why on earth does a writer from the 16th century still dominate our stages, our screens, and pretty much every English class? What makes him the greatest of all time? Well, that's exactly what we're here to figure out.
So, to start, you just have to acknowledge his status. For centuries, William Shakespeare has been seen as maybe the most influential writer in the entire English language, maybe even in all of world literature. But look, a reputation that big, it isn't built on hype. It's built on a body of work that really truly changed everything.
So, who was this guy, really? Born back in 1564, Shakespeare was a playwright, a poet, and an actor. But honestly, those titles barely scratch the surface. His real legacy, the reason we are still talking about him today, is his unbelievable knack for getting right to the very heart of what it means to be human.
Okay, so what was his secret? Well, the first pillar of his genius is his absolute total command of language and his incredible versatility. You see, he didn't just write plays, he kind of reinvented the tools of storytelling itself.
He wasn't just telling great stories. He was forging a new language for drama. His use of imagery and metaphor, it made you feel emotions, not just hear about them. He was a pioneer of blank verse, this unrhymed poetry that actually sounds like how people talk, and it gave his plays this revolutionary new rhythm. And his characters, wow, they weren't just simple heroes or villains. They were complex, they were flawed, and they felt so real, capturing every single shade of the human experience you can imagine.
And this table just lays it all out perfectly. You've got his tragedies, which we'll get into, where he dives deep into our biggest flaws. But then he could pivot and write these brilliant comedies, all about wit, love, and hilarious mix-ups. And on top of that, he wrote histories, turning England's past into these epic dramas about power. I mean, think about it. Mastering just one of these genres is a lifetime achievement. Mastering all 3? That's something else entirely. That's genius.
Now, to really understand Shakespeare's depth, you have to look at his tragedies. This is where he holds a mirror up to all of us, to our deepest fears, our worst flaws, and our biggest questions about, well, everything.
Let's start with the big one, Hamlet. At its core, this is a story about a young man who is just completely paralyzed by grief and this huge, heavy burden of avenging his father's murder. It's an incredible dive into what it feels like to question everything. And boom, there it is, probably the most famous line in all of English literature. This one quote just perfectly captures the entire play's struggle, grappling with life, death, and what it all even means. It's a question that, let's be honest, resonates with every single one of us at some point.
Then in Othello, he explores a totally different kind of darkness. It's a devastating look at how easily trust can just be shattered. It's a masterclass in psychological drama, showing how the poison of jealousy, fueled by lies and prejudice, can turn a good man into a monster. Next up is King Lear, and wow, this one is a tough but powerful look at suffering. You have a proud king who makes a terrible mistake, and he's betrayed by the people he trusts the most. His journey from this all-powerful ruler to a broken man, literally wandering in a storm, it's just this gut-wrenching look at pride, loss, and how fragile our sanity can be. And finally, Macbeth. You could call this the ultimate cautionary tale. We watch a brave, noble warrior get completely twisted and corrupted by his own ambition until he becomes this paranoid tyrant. The whole play is just a terrifying look at how guilt can eat you alive.
But, like we said, Shakespeare was not all doom and gloom, not by a long shot.
His ability to just flip the switch from the darkest tragedy to the lightest comedy, that's another huge piece of his genius. Just look at this comparison. It's wild, right? On one hand, you have the paranoia and moral decay of Macbeth. On the other, you've got the magic, mistaken identities, and all the love and laughter in A Midsummer Night's Dream. How can the same mind produce both of these? That's the key. He could capture the entire spectrum of being human, from our absolute worst to our most joyful.
And, as if all that wasn't enough, his talent wasn't...
Okay, so let's jump right in. We're about to travel back 400 years to meet a guy whose advice on living a good life feels like it could have been written yesterday. That man is Francis Bacon. He was a huge deal in 17th century England, a philosopher, a scientist, and a statesman. But honestly, his most lasting legacy might just be his essays, which are this incredibly practical guide for navigating, our own minds, our relationships, and even our careers. Now, to really get Bacon, you first have to understand his big idea, and that is empiricism. It sounds complicated, but it's not. It was this pretty radical idea that we shouldn't just trust old books or what we're told. Instead, real knowledge comes from actually observing the world, from gathering evidence, from experimenting. This is literally the foundation of the entire modern scientific method. And that brings us to the real question here, doesn't it? How did the man who basically invented the scientific method also manage to write such a timeless guide to our messy, complicated human nature? Well, the secret is he applied the exact same principles. He took that same rigorous observation he used to study nature, and he turned it on people, on power, and on the art of living itself. His essays are basically his lab notes on humanity. So here's how we're going to break it down. First, we'll look at his guide to mastering your own inner world. Then we'll get into his advice for navigating our social lives. After that, we'll tackle his really sharp insights on power and ambition. And finally, we'll wrap it all up by looking at his wisdom and what it means for us today. All right, let's start with part 1, a guide to the self. This is all about what Bacon had to say about building character, finding virtue, and becoming truly resilient. So Bacon had this really interesting take on truth. He basically said that a lot of the time, people prefer lies, not because they're bad people, but because a comforting lie can feel a lot better than a difficult truth. But, and this is key, he argued that hunting for objective truth, both out in the world and inside yourself, is the absolute bedrock of a meaningful life. Because think about it, without that, you're building your whole life on a foundation that just isn't solid. And speaking of building something solid, for Bacon, hardship wasn't just something to be endured, it was a training ground. He really believed that facing tough challenges is what forges our character. It's in those moments of adversity that we develop things like patience and real fortitude, the kind of deep strength you just can't get when life is always easy. Okay, so let's move on to our second section, navigating social life. This is where Bacon's observations on how we deal with each other feel just so sharp and, frankly, shockingly modern. For example, check out his breakdown of being married versus being single. Bacon doesn't take sides here. He's not telling you what to do. He just lays it out like a scientist. Marriage, it gives you amazing companionship and support, but yeah, it's going to require compromise. Being single, you get total freedom and independence, but you do risk being lonely. His point is there's no single right answer for everybody. The best choice depends entirely on your own life and what you want out of it. Bacon also put our darker emotions under the microscope. He saw envy as one of the absolute worst, calling it a poison that just rots relationships from the inside out. He believed it creates nothing but resentment and conflict. And his solution? His antidote was to actively try to be happy for other people, to learn to admire their successes instead of resenting them. And in that same vein, he thought revenge was just a total waste of time. He got that the impulse is natural, but he warned that all it does is trap you in this endless destructive cycle. For Bacon, strength wasn't about getting even. It was about being strong enough to rise above that urge. You could say it's the 17th century version of the best revenge is living well. He pushed for forgiveness and trusting the legal system to handle justice. But it wasn't all about avoiding the negative stuff. Bacon was a huge champion for the power of true friendship. He thought it was absolutely essential for a happy life, but only if it was built on the right stuff. Mutual respect, total trust, shared values, real emotional support. And this is a big one, a friendship that actually helps you grow as a person. Okay, this brings us to our third section, power and ambition. And this is where we see Bacon drawing directly from his own high-stakes political career to offer a guide for anyone in a position of influence. Having been there himself, Bacon knew that being in a position of power, what he called being in a great place, is a really heavy burden. He makes it clear that leadership isn't just about perks and status. It's about constantly being under a microscope and having to deal with huge moral responsibilities. I mean, that's a lesson we see play out every single day, right? And this right here is one of his most important points for anyone in a leadership role. He draws a sharp line between being cunning and being wise. Cunning, he says, is all about short-term tricks and deceit to get what you want. And yeah, it might work for a minute, but in the long run, it completely destroys trust. True wisdom, on the other hand, is built on integrity and a long-term vision. That's what builds lasting respect. It's the difference between a quick win and a real legacy. So let's pull all these threads together in our final section and look at the core idea behind Bacon's enduring wisdom. When you boil it all down, Bacon's core message is both simple and incredibly profound. His whole life's work was basically a call to use the same set of tools for every part of your life. It doesn't matter if you're studying the stars.
Okay, let me ask you a question. If I say revenge tragedy, what's the first play that pops into your head? It's probably Hamlet, right? Well, what if I told you that the real architect, the guy who invented the whole genre, is someone you've probably never even heard of? Today, we're pulling back the curtain on Thomas Kidd, the unsung hero, or maybe the ghost, of theater history.
Right, we all know Hamlet, the moody prince in black talking to skulls. But his whole story, the grief, the anger, the quest for vengeance, believe it or not, that wasn't the first of its kind to blow the minds of London audiences. Nope. Before Hamlet, there was a guy named Hieronymo. And if you're sitting there going, Hieronymo? Who? Well, you've hit on exactly what we're here to talk about.
So the man behind this mystery character, Hieronymo, was Thomas Kidd. He was writing around the same time as Shakespeare, and with just one absolutely explosive play, he created the blueprint for the entire genre. He didn't just write a cool story, he literally forged the template for revenge that would completely dominate the English stage for years to come.
So what even is a revenge tragedy? Well, at its core, it's a story about a hero who's out to get payback for a terrible wrong. But it's so much more than just sword fights and action. It's a deep dive, you know? It explores that razor-thin line between justice and pure madness, and the really brutal cost of taking the law into your own hands.
And Kyde's masterpiece, the play that kicked this all off, was called The Spanish Tragedy. It's about Hieronymo, a Spanish court official whose son is just brutally murdered. And when he realizes the system, the official channels of justice, are totally corrupt and are going to do nothing, he decides to go on his own dark, twisted path to get even. And let me tell you, this play was a smash hit.
So what was it about this play that made it so revolutionary? See, Kyde wasn't just telling a sad story. He was mixing together this powerful formula, a recipe for revenge that was just packed with psychological thrills and incredible theater. So let's break down the secret ingredients he used.
Kyde's formula basically boils down to 5 key elements, and they feel incredibly modern. You start with a really gruesome murder to kick things off. Then you get a ghost who shows up demanding revenge. Our hero, wrestling with all this grief, starts to act crazy, maybe even goes mad for real. Then, and this is my favorite part, he puts on a play inside the play to trap his enemies. And it all ends in an absolutely chaotic, bloody finale. Sound familiar? It should. But Kyde's real genius wasn't just the plot points. It was how deep he went into his character's head. He basically popularized the soliloquy, giving us a direct window into Hieronymo's mind. It's that moment where the hero is alone on stage, speaking his darkest, most private thoughts right to the audience. This created this incredible emotional connection that, when you mix it with all the suspense, was just electric. It was totally new.
But here's the thing. Kyde wasn't a one-trick pony. Not at all. I mean, yeah, the Spanish tragedy is what made him famous, but he was a really versatile writer. He explored all sorts of different themes, which shows us that his talent went way beyond just revenge.
Just look at his range here. On one hand, you've got the vengeance and madness of the Spanish tragedy. But then he also wrote Cornelia, which is this formal classical tragedy all about Roman politics and family loyalty, with a really strong woman at its center. And we even have records showing he wrote a comedy called The Householder. It's lost now, sadly. But the point is, the guy we think of for all the blood and guts could do so much more.
Okay, so let's bring this all back to where we started. We've seen Kyde's blueprint for revenge. Now let's look at the enduring echo of his work, specifically how it shows up in the plays of the most famous playwright in history, William Shakespeare.
The connection here is it's undeniable. Seriously, look at this. A ghost demanding vengeance? That's Hamlet. A hero who pretends to be crazy to get what he wants? Hamlet again. The brilliant use of a play within a play to expose the killer, that's the climax of Hamlet. Even one of Shakespeare's earliest and most violent plays, Titus Andronicus, owes a huge, massive debt to Kyde's work. Shakespeare didn't just invent these ideas out of thin air. He was refining and perfecting a template that Thomas Kyde created first.
So Kyde's legacy is just immense when you think about it. He was a master of the complicated plot, a true pioneer of psychological drama. By making the soliloquy a popular tool, he gave characters an inner life that audiences could really latch onto. He didn't just influence Shakespeare, he shaped the entire direction of English tragedy. He set the stage, literally, for everyone who came after him.
And here's the really tragic part of this whole story. Kyde died young, only 35 years old. And because of that, a lot of his work, like that comedy, The Householder, is just gone, lost to time. The incredible, massive influence we're talking about today comes from just a fraction of what he actually wrote. Just imagine what else he might have created.
So we'll end on this thought. In a way, Kyde himself is like a ghost in the history of theater. He's rarely seen, his name isn't up in lights, but his influence is absolutely everywhere. His innovations haunt the halls of drama, echoing through some of the greatest plays ever written. So you have to wonder, right? How different would the stage really be without the ghost of Thomas?
Today we're talking about a man who arguably did more to build the British Empire than any single explorer or general. And the craziest part? He did it all from his study. He was the ultimate salesman for a global vision, and his most powerful weapon was information.
So how on earth did he pull it off? First up, we're going to see how he was basically the 16th century's first influencer. Then we'll dive into the massive imperial vision he was selling to anyone who would listen. After that, we'll check out his masterpiece, a collection of travel stories that made it all feel so real. We'll even look in his specific playbook for colonizing America, before unpacking the huge legacy he left behind.
When you picture the age of exploration, you probably imagine guys in big hats on the decks of ships, right? Adventurers on the high seas. Well, this story is about a completely different kind of pioneer.
It really does sound like a trick question, doesn't it? Our minds jump to guys like Sir Francis Drake or Sir Walter Raleigh, the ones who actually went out there. But the man who arguably provided the intellectual and moral fuel for their voyages was someone who much preferred libraries to longships.
And the answer is Richard Hakluyt. Think of him as a geographer, a historian, and most importantly, one of the most effective promoters in English history. See, his battlefield wasn't the open ocean, it was the world of ideas, politics, and pure persuasion.
So here's the crucial thing to understand. Hakluyt's job wasn't to discover new lands himself. Nope. His role was to convince the people with power and money, we're talking the Queen, wealthy investors, the public, that overseas expansion was absolutely essential for England's future. He was, for all intents and purposes, the chief marketing officer for an empire.
But make no mistake, Hakluyt wasn't just some dusty academic collecting maps. No, he was an architect, building a national ambition, a huge, grand vision for what England could be. This right here was his core belief. You have to remember, back in the late 1500s, England was kind of nervously looking over its shoulder at Spain, which was getting fantastically rich from its American colonies. Hakluyt's argument was simple. To compete, to survive, to prosper, England had to get in the game. It had to build its own overseas empire.
And his method? Well, it's fascinating. The man was a master of information warfare. He wasn't just a collector. He was a curator. He took these raw stories from sailors and merchants, and then he would edit them. He'd cut out the disastrous parts, amplify the successes, and make absolutely sure to highlight the immense profits to be made. In short, he was creating the ultimate highlight reel for English exploration.
Okay, so to sell this incredible dream, Hakluyt knew he needed a product, something tangible. And what he created was, honestly, one of the most influential books of the entire era. A massive, compelling collection of what he presented as proof that England was destined for greatness.
I mean, just listen to that title. It's epic, right? And that was exactly the point. This thing wasn't just a book, it was a national epic in prose. He pulled together every single scrap of information he could get his hands on. We're talking personal journals, official letters, ship's logs, you name it, from English adventurers all over the world.
And the sheer size of this thing was part of the message. The very first edition had over 50 different accounts. It was like he was holding it up to his readers and saying, look at all the stuff we've already done. Now just imagine what we can do next. It was the proof of concept for a global empire.
And this chart gives you a pretty good idea of just how big his vision was. By pulling all these stories together, he was basically drawing a blueprint for England's global ambitions. He wasn't just focused on North America. Oh no. He had accounts from the Caribbean, from Africa, from all the way over in Asia. He was laying out the entire world as a potential stage for English enterprise.
But here's the thing. Hakluyt wasn't just a historian looking at the past. He was a total strategist, always looking to the future. And he put it all down in a very specific and very confidential proposal that outlined exactly what England's next move should be.
And that proposal was this document right here. The title basically just means an argument for colonizing the West. This was his secret playbook. And this wasn't some pamphlet for the masses. This was an eyes-only, direct pitch to the Queen and her top advisors, laying out the strategic case for setting up permanent colonies in North America.
And his plan was beautiful in its simplicity. Really, he boiled it all down to 4 key points. First up, money. Secure resources, open up new trade routes, make England rich. Second, geopolitics. He wanted to stick it to the Spanish Empire by building an English base right in their backyard. Third, ideology. A huge part of the pitch was about spreading Protestant Christianity. And finally, the endgame. Build permanent settlements. This wasn't about a smash and grab. It was a comprehensive, compelling business plan for colonization.
So you have to ask, what was the upshot of all this? Did all this writing and promoting actually work? Well, yeah. And his arguments didn't just convince people back then. Their impact would literally change the map of the world for centuries to come.
In the end, Hakluyt's work became the foundational story for English expansion, the narrative everyone bought into. He didn't just record history, you see. He actively shaped it. He articulated a vision that directly inspired the colonization of places like Virginia. He gave England the arguments, the motivation, and the roadmap that helped transform it into a global maritime power and set the course for the British Empire.
And all of this leaves us with a pretty big question, doesn't it? Richard Hakluyt's story is this incredible reminder that empires aren't just built with ships and swords. They're built with words, with ideas. It really makes you stop and think. How much of the world we live in today was first dreamed up not by a soldier or a king, but by a masterful storyteller who knew exactly how to sell?
Welcome to The Explainer. Today, we're diving into a really fascinating piece of history, how 2 writers, centuries ago, helped basically invent a nation's identity. And get this, they didn't do it with swords or armies, but with something way more powerful, stories.
So let's start with a big question. Can a book really define a nation? Well, back in the super turbulent era of post-Reformation England, the country was in the middle of a major identity crisis. It needed a new story about itself, and 2 key authors stepped right up to the plate to write it.
You see, this was a period of just immense, earth-shattering change. All the old certainties were kind of gone. People needed new ways to understand not only their place in the big wide world, but who they were as English citizens.
And into this mix steps Samuel Purchas and John Fox. You can think of them as the architects of this new English identity. They gave the country 2 foundational pillars for what it meant to be English, one looking outward to the rest of the globe, and the other looking inward to its faith and its soul.
Okay, so let's start with our first pillar, Samuel Purchas. This was the guy who basically through his writing brought the entire world right to the English reader's doorstep.
Now, what's really important to get is that he wasn't an explorer himself, not at all. He was more like a masterful curator, a collector of incredible stories. He spent his time gathering these first-hand accounts from sailors, traders, and missionaries, the people who were actually out there in these unknown lands.
And his goal? Oh, it was crystal clear. He wanted to completely capture the public's imagination. He filled his books with these amazing tales of triumph and danger from faraway places, and in doing so, he made the whole idea of global exploration popular for the average person.
And man, this guy wrote a lot. His work covered pretty much everything from thrilling travel stories to really deep philosophical journeys. He was tackling history, geography, theology, you name it. He was painting this huge, comprehensive picture of the world for his readers.
The sheer scale of his most famous work was just staggering. We're talking 4 massive volumes, containing more than 100 different accounts of voyages. It basically became the must-have encyclopedia for the age of exploration.
So here's the crucial point, right? Purchas wasn't just telling adventure stories for fun. He was providing a framework, a lens, through which England would see the entire world. And this would go on to shape everything, from its colonial ambitions to how it interacted with native peoples.
Okay, so let's move on to our second pillar, John Fox, and see how this all connects. Because while Purchas was looking outward at the world, Fox was looking inward. He was helping to define the very soul of this new Protestant England.
You know, he was a historian, sure, but he was also a really powerful propagandist for the Protestant Reformation. And his main tool wasn't complicated arguments. It was stories, unforgettable, often brutal stories of people who had died for their faith.
I mean, just let that sink in for a minute. Second only to the Bible. That's how huge this book was. Most people just called it Fox's Book of Martyrs, and it was a total cultural phenomenon. You'd find it in churches and homes all across the country. It was absolutely essential reading.
Foxy was a master storyteller. He used incredibly dramatic language, vivid imagery, and in later editions, he even included these intense engravings to create this powerful narrative of Protestant heroism, faith, and ultimately, sacrifice.
And this shows his methods so brilliantly. He basically created a formula, a repeatable story arc. It went something like this. A person is persecuted, they stay true to their faith, they die a heroic death, and boom, they become a national hero. This playbook built a powerful shared memory for the new Church of England.
So you've got these 2 monumental works, right? How did they come together? How did these 2 very different books build one single national story?
Well, this table really lays it out perfectly. One book, Purchases, was mapping the physical world and England's new expanding place in it. The other, Fox's, was mapping the nation's spiritual world, defining its religious identity and what it stood for.
You could honestly boil it down to this. One gave England a map of the world, and the other gave England a map of its soul. And together, they provided a complete instruction manual for what it meant to be English in this new era. Adventurous, proudly Protestant, and believing you had a special destiny on the world stage. And the legacy of all this? Wow. It's just immense. It's a perfect example of the incredible power of the printed word to literally shape the course of history.
You have to understand, these weren't just dusty old history books collecting facts on a shelf. No way. They were active tools in nation building. They gave English readers a shared past to be proud of and a really compelling vision for their future.
And ultimately, their combined influence created this sense of purpose that wasn't just some abstract idea. It directly fueled the nation's ambitions, everything from exploration to colonization, for centuries to come.
Which kind of leaves us with one final thought to chew on. If these books could help build an empire back then, it really makes you wonder, doesn't it? What modern story? Picture this. It's the 16th century. Europe is just a whirlwind of new ideas. And in this era, a single book, a well-written pamphlet, could literally change the destiny of a nation just as much as an army could. With just ink and paper, you could build a country's entire story, or you could tear down its faith. Today, we're going to look at 2 men who did exactly that. So it really makes you wonder, right? How does a nation actually figure out who it is? We're diving into the lives of 2 men who lived at the very same time but answered that question in completely different ways. One of them looked deep into the past to map out a country's identity, while the other, well, he called for a radical break to forge a brand new one. On one side, you've got William Camden, an English scholar whose life's mission was to carefully document every piece of his nation's history. And on the other, John Knox, a fiery Scottish preacher whose goal was nothing less than a complete spiritual revolution for his country. 2 very different men, 2 very different missions, but both knew the incredible power of the written word.
All right, so let's kick things off with the chronicler, William Camden. This was a man who truly believed that to understand England's future, you had to first understand every single inch of its past.
So, who was this guy, William Camden?
Well, he was a historian and an antiquarian living right in the thick of the Elizabethan era. And his life's work wasn't just about writing down a list of kings and battles. It was about creating this huge, comprehensive portrait of England itself.
Now, you might be hearing that word antiquarian and thinking, what on earth is that? Well, think of it like being a historical detective. An antiquarian doesn't just read old books. They study objects, places, local traditions, all of it, to piece together a much richer, more tangible story of what happened. This approach was pretty revolutionary at the time, and Camden was a real pioneer.
And all that detective work led to his absolute masterpiece, a book called Britannia. When it came out in 1586, it wasn't just another dusty old chronicle. It's actually considered one of the very first modern histories of England, and that's all because of the incredible method he used to put it together. So, what made his approach so special? It was this amazing three-step process. First up, the geographic survey. He would describe counties, towns, and important sites in incredible detail. Then, he'd do his primary source analysis, digging into original documents and records. And finally, the magic step. He would create a historical account that wove England's history directly into its physical landscape. Combining these things, it was a total game changer.
And this really gets to the heart of it. Britannia was basically a map of the land and its stories, all in one. His attention to detail was so legendary that his book became the go-to reference for generations of historians who came after him.
The impact of this book was enormous. Seriously, Britannia gave the English people a unified, shared story that was literally rooted in the ground beneath their feet. And it wasn't just text. The use of maps and illustrations was a huge deal back then. It helped create this powerful new sense of national heritage. And why does that matter? Because by defining a single coherent English story, Camden's work helped build an identity that would later fuel everything from national pride to the very idea of a British Empire.
Okay, so now let's do a complete 180, because while Camden was carefully piecing together the past, our next figure, John Knox, was trying to just shatter it. He wasn't mapping a nation's history, he was trying to reforge its soul.
John Knox was a Scottish Protestant reformer, a major player in the Reformation, that huge religious movement that challenged the Catholic Church all across Europe. But Knox wasn't a quiet scholar in a library. He was a revolutionary preacher who believed Scotland needed a radical, brand-new spiritual path.
And if you want to understand his style, you don't have to look any further than the title of his most famous pamphlet, published in 1558. I mean, just look at that. It's not a subtle academic paper, it's a blast of a trumpet meant to wake people up and cause a stir. He wasn't exactly pulling any punches.
What's truly wild here is what he was actually arguing. He was directly attacking the right of queens to rule, specifically targeting figures like Mary I of England. His argument, based on his reading of the Bible, was that female rulers were unnatural and against God's will. I mean, this was a direct assault on the entire political and religious order of the time.
And his ideas hit like a lightning bolt. Just look at this timeline. In 1558, he publishes his first blast. Just 2 years later, in 1560, he's a co-author of the Scots Confession, which becomes the foundational document for a whole new church. And by the time he dies in 1572, the entire religious landscape of Scotland had been changed forever.
So that document, the Scots Confession, you can think of it as the mission statement for the brand new Church of Scotland. It totally rejected the Pope's authority and laid out the core beliefs that would come to define Scottish Presbyterianism. And this is so important because it didn't just change how people worshipped, it carved out a cultural and political identity for Scotland that was totally distinct from its Anglican neighbor, England, shaping their complicated relationship for centuries to come.
So here we are, two men separated by a border, but both using the incredible power of their writing. You've got Camden, the careful builder of a national story, and Knox, the fiery architect of a new national faith.
When you put their legacies side by side, it's pretty stunning. They couldn't be more different, yet both are so foundational. Camden gave England the groundwork for modern history and a deep, shared heritage that brought the nation together. Knox, on the other hand, became the father of Scottish Presbyterianism, giving Scotland a new theological and cultural identity that deliberately set it apart.
And all of this leaves us with a really fascinating question to think about. When it comes to shaping a nation, or even just ourselves, what's more powerful? Is it the careful, patient work of uncovering and understanding the past, like Camden did? Or is it the passionate, demanding vision for a completely different future, like the one Knox fought for?
The answer, maybe, is that every nation needs a bit of both.
Okay, when you think of English Renaissance drama, I bet one name just pops into your head, right? Shakespeare. But what about his greatest rival? Today, we're going to dive into the world of Ben Jonson. He was brilliant, sharp, and hugely influential, a real titan of literature who absolutely carved out his own path.
You see, it's fascinating because Jonson was playing a completely different game than Shakespeare. I mean, where Shakespeare gave us this incredible, fluid exploration of the human heart, Jonson, he was all about precision. He wasn't just telling stories. Oh no, he was more like a social critic, using his plays like a scalpel to dissect human folly and, teach a lesson.
So the big question is, how did this guy, this master of kind of formal, instructive satire, become a theatrical rock star? What was his secret sauce? Well, it all started with this one revolutionary idea that completely, and I mean completely, changed the game for English comedy.
All right, so Jonson's first big splash on the London theater scene was this brand new genre he basically championed called the comedy of humors. And you have to understand, this was radical stuff. At the time, all the stages were just flooded with romantic comedies. Jonson comes along and offers something totally different, a psychological framework for his characters that felt almost scientific, and bam, it cemented his reputation practically overnight.
So the theory behind all this, it's actually fascinating. Jonson basically borrowed this idea from ancient medicine. The belief was that our personalities were governed by the balance of 4 fluids in our bodies, what they called humors. Too much blood and you were super cheerful, maybe a little naive. Too much black bile and you were gloomy and melancholy. Jonson took this exact concept and just plopped it right onto the stage.
So let's see how this actually played out on stage. Take his breakout hit, Every Man in His Humor. The characters are all driven by one single dominant trait. So you've got this young guy, well-bred, who has way too much blood, which makes him gullible and super easy to manipulate. And then you get the crafty servant, Brainworm. He's this master schemer who uses everyone else's predictable humors against them, and the result is just brilliant comedy. Okay, so with the comedy of humors, Jonson had really found his voice, and he used it to create some of the most biting, hilarious takedowns of human greed and corruption ever written. This was him at the absolute peak of his power.
And this quote, it just perfectly captures the essence of his masterpiece, Vopone, which means the fox. The play is just this brilliant, cynical, and hilarious look at what happens when the pursuit of wealth totally corrodes a person's soul. I mean, it's a comedy, sure, but wow, it reveals some seriously dark truths about human nature.
So let's break down this incredible con, okay? First, you've got Volpone, this rich nobleman who pretends he's on his deathbed. This, of course, attracts a whole circle of greedy vultures, a lawyer, a merchant, you name it. And they all start showering him with expensive gifts, hoping they'll be named the sole heir. And the whole time, pulling all the strings, is his servant, Mosca, who might actually be even more cunning than his master. The whole play is just a masterclass in manipulation.
So, just 4 years later, Jonson struck gold again, literally. This time, he turned his satirical eye right onto the city of London itself. His next play, The Alchemist, dives headfirst into the world of con artists, and well, the desperate and foolish people who fall for their tricks.
At the heart of this play is this just unforgettable trio of swindlers. Okay, so you've got Face, the servant, who's running the whole operation while his master's out of town. He teams up with Subtle, a charismatic but totally fake alchemist, and their accomplice, Doll Common. And from the master's house, they promise this whole parade of gullible clients the one thing everybody desires, a philosopher's stone that can turn base metals into pure gold. It's frantic, it's brilliant, and it's a deeply funny look at just how foolish people can be.
But here's the thing. Jonson was so much more than just a master of comedy. His influence spread across all kinds of genres, establishing him not just as a great playwright, but really as a foundational figure in English literature as a whole. I mean, just to prove his incredible range, Jonson also wrote these super serious historical tragedies. Plays like Sejanus's Fall used all the political drama of ancient Rome as a way to explore the ambition, betrayal, and corruption happening right in his own time.
And he didn't stop there. He was also a huge innovator in royal entertainment. Jonson pretty much invented the court masque, which was this incredibly extravagant spectacle for the rich and powerful. It combined poetry, crazy stage designs, music, dance, the whole 9 yards. His Mask of Blackness, for example, was a massive hit in King James's court.
And just when you think you've got him figured out, you discover this whole other side to him. The same sharp-tongued satirist was also a master lyricist. He wrote some of the most famous and beautiful love poems of the era, like the timeless song to Celia. I mean, the guy's talent was just immense.
So when you look at his legacy, it's just so multifaceted. He was a great playwright, a celebrated poet, and on top of all that, he was a trailblazing literary critic. His book Timber, or Discoveries, laid down some of the foundational ideas of English literary criticism. It literally shaped how we've talked about literature for centuries.
His influence was so profound that a whole generation of younger writers, we're talking people like Robert Herrick and John Suckling, proudly called themselves the Sons of Ben. And this wasn't just some fan club. They saw him as a mentor, as the leader of a literary movement. His style, his precision, his wit, that was the gold standard. He wasn't just a writer. He was an institution.
And you know what? The establishment certainly agreed. Johnson became one of the very first writers to get what was basically a royal pension. And then he was given the ultimate honor for an English writer. He was buried in Westminster Abbey. That's it. He had officially made it into the literary canon for good.
So, it's clear, right? Ben Jonson was an absolute master satirist who held up a mirror to the greed and follies of his own time. And that leaves us with a pretty fascinating question. If he were alive today, with that same sharp wit and moral compass, who would he write about? What modern-day alchemists and charlatans would he be putting on stage for all of us to—
Then felt I, like some watcher of the skies, when a new planet swims into his ken. That's from the great poet John Keats, and he's describing that incredible, mind-blowing feeling of discovery. But here's the thing, he wasn't looking through a telescope. He was reading a book.
So that begs the question, right? Who on earth was this Chapman? And what was it about his version of Homer that could make one of the greatest poets ever feel like he just discovered a new planet?
Well, let's get into it. Today, we're unlocking the story of George Chapman, the man behind the translation that absolutely electrified John Keats.
Okay, so to really get a handle on Chapman, we have to see the massive ripples his work sent out. We're going to start by looking at him through the eyes of the people he inspired.
So who was he? Well, George Chapman was a total Renaissance man, a poet, a playwright, and a translator. He had a reputation for being, well, a little difficult. His writing was dense, intellectual, and full of deep, complex ideas. He wasn't just writing for entertainment, he was grappling with the biggest questions of his time.
And if we look at his poetry first, you see this incredible range. This is a guy who wasn't afraid to tackle the big stuff, the real extremes of human experience, from passionate love to the darkness of death.
And you can totally see this in his work. On one hand, you've got The Shadow of Night, which is this deep, dark dive into mortality and loss. But then, just a few years later, bam, he writes The Blinded Cupid, all about the crazy, blinding power of love. Talk about versatility. And get this, his talent was so respected that he was given this huge task, finishing Christopher Marlowe's epic poem, Hero and Leander, after Marlowe died. And Chapman didn't just wrap up the plot, he layered in all this philosophical depth about love and destiny.
But Chapman wasn't just a poet for the page. Oh no, he brought that same intensity to the stage. As a playwright, he was all about tragedy, exploring the high-stakes world of ambition, political power, and, the unavoidable hand of fate.
He wrote some seriously powerful tragedies, like Bussy d'Amboise and the Tragedy of Caesar and Pompey, but his plays about the Duke of Byron are a perfect showcase of his signature style.
His tragedies kind of have this classic recipe, right? You start with a hero who has these big, noble ambitions, but then he gets caught up in all the political backstabbing, his own pride gets the better of him, and it all leads to a huge, tragic, and you saw it coming downfall.
And just when you think you've got him pegged as this super serious tragedy guy, nope, he flips the script and writes a comedy called All Fools. It's this sharp, funny satire about all the ridiculous things people do for love and status. The guy could really do it all.
Okay, so all of this brings us to the absolute peak of his career, the work that would echo through the centuries and grab the attention of a young John Keats. We are, of course, talking about his epic translations of Homer.
Now you're probably thinking, hold on, Homer's poems are ancient. They were already around. And you're right. So what was the big deal? Well, Chapman did something revolutionary. He didn't just translate the words, he translated the feeling, the power, making these old stories feel brand new and totally alive for his audience.
And this was not a quick job. This was a lifelong passion project. He started publishing bits of the Iliad way back in 1598 and didn't finish the whole thing until 1611. Then, as if that wasn't enough, he followed it up with the complete Odyssey in 1616.
Just let that sink in for a second. We're not talking about one epic poem. We're talking about two of the absolute cornerstones of Western literature. The sheer scale of what he accomplished is just wow.
And this is the magic of what he did. He took the original Greek and injected it with this soaring poetic grandeur. He infused the ancient story with the energy and spirit of his own time, the Elizabethan era. He turned a dusty old text into a living, breathing masterpiece for English readers.
So what Chapman did, it wasn't just a literary project. It was like he built a bridge across time. And his work would go on to shape English literature for hundreds of years. Which brings us right back to where we started. That feeling Keats had of discovering a new planet, it came from reading Chapman's Homer. The title of his poem is literally a shout-out to the man who opened up this whole new universe for him.
Chapman's legacy, it's just huge. I mean, he didn't just inspire Keats, he laid the groundwork for titans like John Milton. Later translators like Alexander Pope saw Chapman's work as the gold standard. He basically helped make the classics a fundamental part of English culture.
So I'll leave you with this question to chew on. Chapman's story really makes you wonder, what's more powerful in the end? The original story itself? Okay, so today we are tackling one of history's most dazzling and, most complicated figures, Sir Walter Raleigh. This guy was the absolute definition of an Elizabethan-era rock star, an explorer, a poet, and, as we'll see, a man accused of being a traitor.
And that really brings up the big question, right? How does someone who is the absolute favorite of the most powerful monarch in the world, Queen Elizabeth I, end up locked away in a prison, staring down an executioner? It's a story of incredible highs and some really devastating lows.
All right, let's get right into it. In this explainer, we're going to trace that exact path for you, from the glamour of the royal court and the wild adventures in the New World, all the way to the cold stone walls of a prison cell.
So, first things first. To really get Sir Walter Raleigh, you have to understand the time he lived in. He was what we'd call the quintessential Renaissance man, a person who just seemed to excel at everything he tried.
And I mean, just look at this list. He was an adventurer, charting totally unknown lands, a soldier fighting for his queen and country, a truly gifted writer and poet, and on top of all that, a slick courtier who knew exactly how to play the game of royal politics. The guy literally did it all.
Okay, so how does a guy with all these talents actually make it big? Well, this is where Raleigh's star just completely took off. During the reign of Queen Elizabeth I, his ambition and his charm just launched him right to the very top.
Think about this. In just over a decade, what he pulled off was honestly staggering. In 1585, he's bankrolling the Roanoke colony in Virginia, which he named for the Virgin Queen, by the way. Smart move. By 1591, he's penning these passionate poems for her. And by 1596, he's publishing these incredible, thrilling stories of his own explorations.
And here's what's so fascinating. It wasn't just what he did, it was how he talked about it. He wasn't just exploring, he was selling a dream. Just listen to how he describes Guyana, a large, rich, and beautiful empire. He's painting you a picture, and he wants you to buy in. And that's the real kicker, right? This book, it wasn't just some travel journal. Nope, it was basically a glossy marketing brochure. Raleigh was a sharp operator with huge ambitions, and he used his writing to get investors excited about this land just overflowing with gold, ripe for the taking.
But you know how these stories go. What goes up must come down. And Raleigh's fall from grace was fast, and it was brutal. His golden age was about to hit a brick wall.
So why? What happened? Well, this slide tells you everything you need to know. Raleigh's entire career, his entire fortune, was tied to Queen Elizabeth. When she died and King James I came to power, everything changed. Raleigh was out, and the new king had him arrested for treason.
13 years. 13 years. Can you even imagine that? The world-traveling explorer, the celebrated poet, the Queen's favorite, now confined to the Tower of London. But you couldn't silence a mind like Raleigh's with just stone walls. In what has to be one of the most incredible acts of intellectual defiance ever, he used that time in prison to write his most massive work, The History of the World. Think about that. He's analyzing the rise and fall of empires and the nature of power, all while being a political prisoner himself. And that really brings us to what he left behind. Because even though his political career and his colonial dreams ended in tragedy, his power as a writer, that made sure he would never, ever be forgotten. Just take this opening line from his incredible poem, The Lie.
It's so powerful, so direct. He's literally sending his soul out into the world on a mission to expose the truth.
And what's driving that poem is this deep, profound sense of disillusionment. I mean, this is a man who saw the very height of power and the absolute depths of betrayal. So he uses his poetry to just rip into the hypocrisy and lies he saw all around him, from the church right up to the royal court.
And you know, even in the stuff he wrote for his son, he left behind this very clear philosophy for how to live. And if you boil it all down, the big takeaway is his belief in a life guided by virtue. He stressed chasing knowledge, having real moral courage, and above all else, acting with total integrity.
Which brings us right back to where we started. Explorer, poet, traitor. So what was he? A flawed hero? An ambitious colonizer whose dreams just got too big? Or was he a brilliant, one-of-a-kind mind who was ultimately just a casualty of shifting political winds? His story doesn't give us any easy answers, and honestly, that's exactly what makes him so fascinating.
Today, we're diving into the pretty chaotic world of 16th century England to talk about a theologian named Richard Hooker. And trust me, his ideas about reason, tradition, and faith didn't just shape a church, they ended up influencing Western thought for centuries.
So, let's start with a huge question. How do you stop a religion from literally tearing itself apart? I mean, this was the absolute burning question of Hooker's time. The Church of England was stuck in this vicious tug of war, with different sides threatening to just shatter the whole thing. How could anyone possibly find a path forward?
Okay, to really get Hooker, you have to understand the crisis he was staring down. After breaking away from Rome, the Church of England was basically having a massive identity crisis. The pressure was just immense. You had people who wanted to go back to the old Catholic ways. And then you had this new, fiery movement that wanted to purify the church of all that stuff completely.
And this slide just lays out the conflicts so clearly. On one side, you've got the Puritans. Their argument was pretty simple. If it's not explicitly in the Bible, get rid of it, period. But on the other side, the established church was defending its traditions, its ceremonies, its whole structure with bishops. It was a total clash of absolutes, and there was really no middle ground in sight.
And right in the middle of this firestorm, you have this one guy, Richard Hooker. He was a priest, a theologian, and he saw just how dangerous this extremism was. He looked at all of it and thought, there has to be another way. A more thoughtful, more stable path that doesn't involve destroying the church just to save it.
And finding that path, well, that became his life's work. Hooker came up with something known as the Via Media, and this idea would become the intellectual cornerstone of the entire Anglican Church. So, Via Media is just Latin for the middle way. But don't let that fool you. This was not some lazy compromise. Not at all. It was this really sophisticated, deep argument for a balanced church, one that could navigate between the super rigid authority of Rome and the equally radical demands of the Puritans. It was all about carving out a space for a faith that was uniquely English.
And this quote right here, this gets to the absolute heart of it. Hooker's big idea was that God gave us brains for a reason. Faith wasn't about switching off your intellect. No, it was about using that God-given ability to reason to better understand God's law and the world you live in.
So how did he actually structure this? Well, Hooker laid out this brilliant and, as it turns out, incredibly durable framework for authority. He argued that it shouldn't rest on just one leg, but on three really sturdy pillars.
And this just illustrates his thinking perfectly. So pillar number one is Scripture. Of course, that's the foundation, the bedrock. But, and this is the key, it wasn't the only source of authority. Pillar two was tradition. All the collected wisdom of the church passed down for generations. And finally, pillar three was reason, our ability to think logically and figure things out. For Hooker, these three weren't in conflict. They were a team, working together in harmony.
Let's be really clear here. This was a huge deal back then. In an age of intense religious dogmatism, Hooker was making this powerful case for using your mind as part of your faith. He was arguing that things like rituals or how the church was run could be totally fine even if they weren't in the Bible, just as long as they didn't contradict it and were backed up by tradition and sound reason.
Hooker's ideas didn't just fix the problem in front of him, they echoed through the centuries, and they created this profound, lasting legacy. So let's take a look at how.
Well, for starters, his major work became the defining text for Anglicanism. It gave the church its theological identity. It also provided a really solid defense for the church's structure and all its practices. But his influence went even further. It helped shape English political ideas about law and government. And he ended up being this crucial link between medieval thought and the beginning of the modern era. So look, if you take just one thing away from this, it should be this. Richard Hooker's genius was that he brought things together. He totally refused to accept that you had to choose between scripture and reason, or faith and tradition. Instead, he built a tent big enough for all of them, and in doing so, created a vision for the church that was both balanced and incredibly resilient.
And that leaves us with one last question, doesn't it? Hooker's challenge was finding a middle way through the extremism of his day. Now, more than 400 years later, in a world that often feels defined by rigid, opposing sides, his search for a balanced path, one guided by reason, wisdom, and core principles, feels more relevant than ever. So it makes you wonder, where do we find our via media?
You know, when you think about English Renaissance drama, there's really one name that just towers over everything else, right? Shakespeare. His genius basically defined an entire era. But that incredible dominance brings up a really fascinating question about what was happening in the world of Jacobean theater.
So, what does happen when the biggest creative force of a generation finally puts down his pen? I mean, who could possibly step into a shadow that massive and still capture the imagination of London's audiences? It's a huge challenge for sure, but the answer, well, it might just surprise you.
You see, the answer wasn't some single playwright trying to fill those impossible shoes. Nope. Instead, the future of the London stage was actually shaped by one of the most celebrated and successful collaborations in the history of English theater, a true power duo.
So, let's meet them, Francis Beaumont and John Fletcher. These two guys, working together in the early 1600s, became the new rock stars of the London stage. But here's the key. They didn't do it by just trying to imitate the master. They did it by inventing something completely new for audiences to fall in love with.
Their success wasn't built on just, writing a funnier comedy or a more tragic tragedy in that familiar Shakespearean style. Nah. Their real genius was in forging an entirely new genre, a kind of hybrid storytelling that was perfectly in tune with the changing tastes of their audience.
They popularized what's called the tragic comedy. It was a totally new emotional roller coaster for people in the theater. Just imagine a play that gets your heart pounding with these huge life-or-death stakes, but then it brilliantly weaves in sharp humor, romance, and crazy plot twists that lead not to a stage littered with bodies, but to a really satisfying, happy ending.
And their formula? It sounds simple, but man, it was incredibly effective. You start with a conflict that feels truly tragic. We're talking political conspiracies, devastating betrayals, the works. Then you pepper it with witty dialogue and shocking reveals that keep the audience guessing. And finally, just when you think it's all going to end in tears, they pull it back from the brink and give everyone a resolution that leaves them feeling relieved and just totally exhilarated.
Okay, so that's the theory. But what did this new formula actually look like in action? Well, their most famous plays were absolutely packed with these intense plots of passion and power, full of moral dilemmas, romance, and a ton of political intrigue.
First up, let's look at The Maid's Tragedy. Now, don't let the name fool you. This play is a perfect showcase for how they blended that intense drama with really complex character conflicts. It's a story all about honor, betrayal, and the abuse of power.
So get this for a setup. There's this loyal nobleman, Amintor, and his king forces him to break off his own engagement to marry a woman named Evadne. But here's the devastating secret. Evadne is actually the king's mistress, and this whole marriage is just a sham to cover it up. I mean, what an impossible, horrible situation, all fueled by corruption at the very top. And really, what the play explores are the devastating ripple effects of one man's unchecked power. It's not just some simple love triangle, it's about how that moral rot at the top just poisons the entire court and forces good people into making terrible, terrible choices.
All right, next, let's check out Philaster. This one leans way more into the romance and intrigue that made their tragicomedies so wildly popular. I'm telling you, this one has it all. A stolen throne, a secret love affair, and a brilliant case of mistaken identity.
So, at its core, this is a political drama. On one side, you've got Philaster, the beloved and rightful heir to the throne, and on the other, the guy who stole his crown. And to make things even more complicated, Philaster is in love with the usurper's daughter, Arethusa.
And here, this is where you really see Beaumont and Fletcher's mastery of the plot twist just shine. The story gets all tangled up in false accusations of cheating and, most famously, this brilliant disguise. Philaster's loyal page boy, Bellario, is secretly a woman who is hopelessly in love with him.
It's exactly this kind of complicated, emotional, twisty plotting that audiences back then just went crazy for.
So, okay, their plays were undeniable blockbusters, and their style was incredibly influential. But what does that really mean for their place in history? Well, as we're about to see, they left a lasting legacy that is way, way bigger than most people realize today.
If you only take away one fact to understand just how important these guys were, let it be this one. After Beaumont retired and Shakespeare passed away, who did the most famous acting company in the world, the King's Men, turn to be their main playwright? John Fletcher. He literally took over Shakespeare's job. In their own time, Beaumont and Fletcher weren't just popular. They were considered Shakespeare's equals, and for a while, they were even seen as more fashionable.
So let's just recap their impact here. They pioneered a blockbuster new genre that audiences loved. They absolutely perfected the kind of twisty, surprise-filled plots that, let's be honest, we still love today. They created these really complex characters who were wrestling with deep moral and psychological issues. They proved you could blend high-stakes drama and sharp wits seamlessly. And their style was so dominant that it shaped English theater for decades, well into the next historical period.
Which, of course, leaves us with one final big question. For a time, Beaumont and Fletcher were the absolute kings of the English stage, every bit as famous and respected as Shakespeare himself. Their work was innovative, it was popular, it was massively influential. So, why is one name remembered by literally everyone, while this incredible powerhouse duo has kind of become a topic for specialists? It's a fascinating puzzle, isn't it? About how history ultimately chooses its heroes.
All right, let's talk about tragedy. Now, you might think Shakespeare had the market cornered on tragic drama, but today we're diving into the work of John Webster. He was a contemporary of Shakespeare, but let me tell you, his vision of the world was, in many ways, even darker and more intense. At the very heart of Webster's work is this one, single explosive question. What really happens when a person's desire for love goes up against the crushing force of absolute power? It's a conflict that fuels his most famous play, and, it's a theme that still feels incredibly relevant today.
Okay, so to really get Webster, you have to get his time period. We're talking about the Jacobean era. This is the early 1600s, right after Queen Elizabeth I. And while Shakespeare was also writing, Webster was looking at the world through a much bleaker lens. His world is often violent, cynical, and feels pretty morally corrupt.
So who was this guy, really? John Webster was an absolute master of the psychologically intense tragedy. His plays aren't just about bad things happening to people. No, they're deep dives into the minds of his characters who are twisted up by ambition, by jealousy, by obsession. It's like he's showing us not just what they do, but the dark, disturbing logic behind why they do it.
Think of his plays as these intricate, perfectly constructed traps. Webster creates these brilliant, complex characters, and then he just ensnares them in these suffocating webs of political scheming and personal betrayal. And the plots, they are shockingly violent. It all paints this picture of a world where moral decay feels, almost inevitable.
His two big masterpieces, The White Devil and The Duchess of Malfi, are both set in the corrupt courts of Italy. Now, for writers of his time, Italy was kind of the perfect backdrop to dissect power, revenge, and hypocrisy. And while The White Devil's amazing, it's The Duchess of Malfi that is really considered its greatest achievement. So for this explainer, that's the one we're going to break down.
All right, let's put this play on the operating table, shall we? By performing a kind of anatomy of a tragedy on The Duchess of Malfi, we can see exactly how Webster built his dark and totally compelling vision of the world. So, the setup sounds deceptively simple. The play centers on a young, wealthy duchess who's been widowed. She's powerful, she's independent, but she makes one fateful decision. She decides to go against the explicit wishes of her powerful brothers and secretly marry the man she actually loves, a man who is, by the way, way below her in social status.
And this single act of defiance is like lighting a fuse on a powder keg. It sets off a catastrophic chain of events. And to understand why it was so explosive, we've got to meet the key players in this very deadly game.
Just look at how these motivations are on a collision course. On one side, you've got the Duchess. All she wants is autonomy, love, happiness. Pretty simple stuff. But against her, you have her brothers. The Cardinal, who is the embodiment of cold, corrupt power, and then her twin, Ferdinand, who is driven by this really disturbing, obsessive need to control her. And caught right in the middle, a spy named Basola, who is maybe the most complex character of all.
So it all starts here. The Duchess marries her steward, Antonio. In a world obsessed with bloodlines and status, you just can't overstate how radical this was. A noble widow was supposed to be a pawn in her family's political games. By choosing her own husband for love, the Duchess is basically saying, my life, my body, my choice.
And her brothers? Oh, they do not see this as a love story. For them, her choice is a stain on their family's honor and a direct threat to their control. They had forbidden her to remarry, and her defiance just unleashes their absolute darkest impulses, especially Ferdinand's. He just goes completely off the deep end.
So what do? They plant a mole in her court. That's Basola. And right away, the whole play shifts into this tense, claustrophobic thriller. It's all about surveillance and manipulation, as the Duchess desperately tries to keep her marriage and her children a secret from the world that wants to destroy them.
But yeah, in a Webster play, secrets have a very short shelf life. When her marriage is finally discovered, her brother's revenge is swift, and it is absolutely sadistic. The Duchess is put through unimaginable psychological torture before she's finally executed. It's a truly brutal punishment for daring to defy them.
And this comparison just lays it all out, doesn't it? On one side, you have the Duchess's world, which is all about modern values, autonomy, love, personal happiness. And on the other, her brother's world, which is this rigid patriarchal system built on power, lineage, and total control. I mean, these two worlds were never going to coexist. They were destined to collide violently.
But look, this story is way more than just a family tragedy. For Webster, the Duchess's story was the perfect vehicle to explore all the big themes that he was completely obsessed with throughout his career.
Yeah, you can think of this play as a pressure cooker for all his biggest ideas. The corrupting influence of power is everywhere. Ferdinand's jealousy becomes this terrifying, monstrous force. And at its core, the play is just a blistering critique of a social system that tried to control women's lives. And all of it is just steeped in this dark, gothic imagery of death and madness.
You know, a critic once summed up his work perfectly, describing it as taking place in a world where human suffering and treachery reign supreme. And that just hits the nail on the head, right? Webster doesn't give you easy answers. He just forces you to look at the worst parts of human nature without any kind of moral comfort.
So you might be thinking, wow, this sounds incredibly bleak. Why on earth are we still studying and performing John Webster 400 years later? What makes his dark vision last?
Well, the answer really comes down to his sheer skill. Webster's language is just stunningly poetic, even when he's describing horrible things. It has this quality that people call a macabre beauty, and his characters, from the noble Duchess to the conflicted spy Basola, they are so psychologically rich that they feel completely, terrifyingly real.
Ultimately, Webster's legacy is that of a challenger. He put a female hero on stage who demanded a level of personal and sexual autonomy that was just shocking for its time. By questioning who gets to have power and exposing the rot that can lie underneath it, he created this powerful, unforgettable kind of tragedy.
Which really leaves us with one final thought. The Duchess of Malfi fought for the right to choose her own life, her own love, against a system that was designed to crush her. And it makes you wonder, 400 years later, in our own world,
what is the true cost of ambition? You know, it's a question we've been asking ourselves for centuries, right? In art, in stories, in our own lives. At what point does that drive to get ahead curdle into something, well, something much darker?
Well, today, we're going to take a trip back in time to explore that very question. We're heading to the early 1600s in England, to a time known as the Jacobean era. Now, the hope and optimism of the Elizabethan age, yeah, that was fading fast. It was being replaced by this deep, biting cynicism about power and the people who wield it. And we're going to see this dark, fascinating world through the eyes of two playwrights who just got it, John Webster and Thomas Middleton.
So who were these guys? Well, they were the ones holding the mirror up to their chaotic times, and they weren't afraid to show the ugly reflection. Let's meet the masters.
Okay, so you have these two incredible writers, but they tackled this corrupt world from totally different angles. On one hand, you've got John Webster. They called him the poet of darkness. Think intricate plots, really intense emotional stories, and a whole lot of moral gray area. Then you've got Thomas Middleton, the versatile critic. This guy could do it all. From super grim tragedies to comedies that cut you with their wit, sometimes in the same play.
So, what were they actually writing about? Well, let's just say they dove headfirst into the messiest parts of being human.
Their plays became this arena for these huge, explosive themes that honestly never get old: power, lust, and corruption.
Let's start with Webster. He loved to use historical stories to make a point about his own time. Take his Roman tragedy, Appius and Virginia. It's all about how one powerful guy's obsession with a virtuous young woman, Virginia, can basically tear a whole society apart. The fallout is devastating.
And this is where you really see Webster's genius. He puts his characters, and us, the audience, in these impossible situations. It's not just about one bad guy. It's about a whole system that's rigged to protect the powerful. His plays are always asking these tough questions, like where is the breaking point for honor? What happens when leaders are corrupt? It's this desperate, bloody fight for what's right in a world that seems designed to crush it. Classic Webster.
Now, let's hop over to Middleton. He also loved using those flashy, decadent Italian courts as a setting, but he had his own agenda. In his play, Women Beware Women, he uses that backdrop to just surgically dissect the games of manipulation and the quiet, creeping rot of moral decay.
So he's covering similar ground to Webster, greed, lust, betrayal, the whole shebang. But Middleton puts this really fascinating spin on it. He totally challenges the gender roles of the time. The women in his plays aren't just helpless victims. Oh no. They are complex. They're agents in their own stories, using seduction and their own wits to survive in a world built by and for men.
Middleton was also a master of one of the era's biggest genres, the revenge tragedy. And his play, with the perfectly unsubtle title, The Revenger's Tragedy, is basically a masterclass in how it's done. It's just dripping with cynicism and some seriously dark humor.
And get this. The main character's name is Vindich, which literally means revenger. So yeah, he's not just a guy seeking revenge, he is revenge personified. He pulls us right into this twisted world where the only justice you can get comes from violence, and the entire ruling class is completely rotten.
Middleton was a team player, too. He worked with another playwright, William Rowley, and together they created The Changeling. This play is just a chilling, brilliant look at psychological fallout, how one single awful decision can make a person's mind completely unravel.
The reason people still study this play is because it's so psychologically complex. You literally watch a character make a deal with the devil, so to speak, and then you see the guilt and madness just infect her soul like a virus. And just when the tragedy is about to overwhelm you, Middleton hits you with this dark, almost bizarrely funny subplot that somehow makes the main story feel even more nightmarish.
But hey, just when you think you've got Middleton pegged as Mr. Doom and Gloom, there's a twist. He had this whole other side. He was also a razor-sharp satirist, and he turned that critical eye away from Italy and onto the streets of his own city, London.
And to get this side of him, you have to know about a genre called city comedy. Basically, think of it as the 17th century equivalent of a roast. The target? The money-grubbing, hypocritical, social-climbing citizens of London.
And Middleton's absolute masterpiece of the genre is A Chaste Maid in Cheapside. By the way, the title is the first joke, because chastity in this play's world is, let's just say, a very rare commodity.
In this play, humor is his weapon. He just skewers London's obsession with money, where marriage is basically a business deal and your social status is everything. He peels back the curtain on polite society to show the moral decay festering just underneath. So, all of this brings us to the big question, right? These plays are 400 years old. Why on earth are we still talking about them? What makes them endure?
With Webster, his legacy is that incredible psychological depth. This guy was fearless. He wasn't afraid to explore the darkest parts of the human mind. And he created these unforgettable characters who stood up to corrupt systems and forced audiences to really think about the nature of power. His work still hits home because he just understood what makes people tick.
And Middleton's legacy? It's his absolutely insane range. He was a true innovator, a brilliant social critic who could weave satire and tragedy together like nobody else. When you look at his body of work, you get this incredibly rich, well-rounded picture of the human experience.
And really, that's the bottom line. Their plays stick with us because they plug right into conversations we're still having today. Just like this quote says, the struggles with right and wrong, the abuse of power, the questions about who we are, those things are just as real for us now as they were back in Jacobean England.
So I'll just leave you with this final thought. When you look at our world today,
with all of its power struggles, its moral gray areas, and that constant, relentless drive for ambition. You have to ask yourself, are we really so different from the characters who walked that Jacobean?
When you think of Shakespeare's London, what comes to mind? Probably kings, queens, epic tragedies, right? But what about everyone else? What about the stories happening right outside the theater doors, on those loud, crowded, chaotic streets? Well, today, we're diving into the work of a playwright who put those exact people, those everyday lives, right in the spotlight. And that's the big question, isn't it? Amidst all the epic tragedies and royal drama, who was actually telling the stories of the regular folks? You know, the shopkeepers, the apprentices, the working-class Londoners. Who was writing about their lives?
All right, let's jump right in. The guy who answered that call, his name was Thomas Dekker. And he wasn't some distant observer watching London from a palace window. Oh no, he was living it. He saw the comedy, the drama, all the raw humanity of the daily grind, and he thought, yeah, that belongs on a stage. So you can basically think of Dekker as London's street-level storyteller. Seriously, he wasn't writing for the fancy elites. He was writing for the folks in the cheap seats, about the people they saw every single day. He captured everything, the slang, the smells, the hopes, the heartbreaks, and somehow he spun it all into pure theatrical gold.
Okay, so what made him so special? For one, he was an absolute master of what they called city comedy, a genre that basically made London itself a main character in the play. But his stuff wasn't just cynical or snarky. His plays were packed with warmth and a real passion for social justice. And you know why it felt so real? Because it was. Dekker himself went through some serious financial trouble. He even ended up in debtor's prison. He was writing about the struggles because he knew them firsthand, and that gave his work an authenticity that you just can't fake.
So how exactly did this man of the people get all that experience onto the stage? Well, let's take a look at some of his actual plays. And honestly, they feel less like scripts and more like these living, breathing snapshots of 17th century London.
And there is no better place to start than with his absolute smash hit, The Shoemaker's Holiday. This one's from 1599, and it's just, pure joy. It's the kind of feel-good story that just radiates optimism.
So why was it such a massive hit? Well, for starters, the hero isn't some boring nobleman. Nope, it's Simon Eyre, this loud, big-hearted, totally lovable shoemaker. The plot is this amazing rags-to-riches tale, where he actually rises to become the Lord Mayor of London. Think about that for a second. In an age that was completely obsessed with kings and queens, Dekker put a regular working-class guy center stage and made him the hero. That was huge.
But Dekker wasn't just about sunshine and happy endings. Not at all. He could also dive deep into the much grittier side of London life. Case in point, in 1604 he co-wrote a play with a title that was basically guaranteed to make people's jaws drop, The Honest Whore.
Yeah. In this play, this one shows a totally different side of Dekker, a much deeper, more compassionate writer. The main character, Bellefonte, is a courtesan who is just desperately trying to change her life and escape her past. It's a really surprisingly modern story about redemption and about the impossible choices women had back then. I mean, in a time with such super strict morality, Dekker actually dared to say that maybe, just maybe, a so-called fallen woman deserved empathy and even a second chance. Wild.
Okay, so fast forward 400 years. Why are we still talking about this guy? Why does Dekker still matter? Well, it's because when he focused on the lives of ordinary people, he tapped into something that's totally universal. His voice, it still resonates, even today. You see, Dekker wasn't just a playwright. He was more like a social documentarian, but with a serious flair for the dramatic. His plays are basically time capsules. They preserve the sights, the sounds, heck, even the smells of his London. You read one and it's like you're right there.
And that's exactly what this quote is getting at. Yeah, the clothes are different, the slang is weird, but the core human drama, it's exactly the same. We're talking about love, ambition, needing your friends, struggling to pay the bills. These are the things that make his work still feel so incredibly alive.
So if there's one single thing to take away from all this, it's this right here. Dekker gave a voice to the voiceless. Simple as that. In a time when all the stories were about the rich and powerful, he pointed his spotlight at the regular person, the craftsman, the outcast, and he basically screamed at their lives, their struggles, and their wins mattered just as much.
And that kind of brings us to a final thought.
doesn't it? Dekker gave a voice to the overlooked people of his day. So as we scroll through our feeds and watch our shows, it's a pretty good question to ask ourselves. Whose stories are we still in danger of overlooking today? Who are our modern-day Simon Ayers and Bella France, whose lives are just waiting for their moment in the spotlight? All right, today we are diving headfirst into the shadowy, cynical, and honestly wickedly funny world of a playwright named John Marston. This guy held up a mirror to society's absolute darkest corners. He was a master of satire, right, during a time of just incredible social turmoil. And you know what? His work is just as sharp today as it was 400 years ago.
So, that quote, I mean, it really just sets the tone perfectly, doesn't it? Marston's world, it's not about simple heroes and villains. No way. It's all about flawed, ambitious, and just deeply hypocritical people. He saw the world with this, biting clarity that made his plays super controversial, but also completely unforgettable. He totally got that virtue and vice are often just two sides of the same corrupt coin.
Okay, so to really get Marston, you first have to understand the world he was living in. We're talking early 17th century England, the Jacobean period. And man, it was a time of just intense anxiety. People were worried about who was going to rule next. There was constant political backstabbing and this deep-seated feeling that, the whole world was kind of cracking at the seams. And that whole atmosphere of uncertainty, it was the perfect playground for a satirist.
And smack dab in the center of this world was John Marston himself. Now, he was not some quiet writer tucked away in a study. Not at all. He was a provocative, pretty combative figure. He'd look out at the world and just see ambition, lust, and hypocrisy everywhere he turned. And then he put it all right there on stage for everyone to see.
And get this, Marston's battles weren't just, theoretical. He was a key player in what's known as the War of the Theaters. It was basically this public feud with other playwrights, especially the famous Ben Jonson. I'm not kidding, they would literally attack each other in their plays, trading these satirical jabs on the public stage. I mean, can you imagine? And that's really what cemented his reputation as this super sharp-tongued and formidable writer.
So this really gets to the heart of his toolkit, What made him tick as a writer? Marston's style is just so distinct. He took this incredibly complex, inventive language and smashed it together with a deeply pessimistic view of the world. His plays are filled with this dark humor that, it makes you laugh. And then you immediately have to ask yourself, wait, why am I laughing? He never, ever gave his audience easy answers. He just forced them to sit in that uncomfortable moral ambiguity.
And right at the core of all his work is this signature character type, the malcontent. Now, this isn't just some grumpy, dissatisfied person. Oh no. In Marston's plays, the malcontent is a brilliant, witty, and super cynical outsider who uses their position to expose the rotten core of society. They're the truth tellers, even if that truth is absolutely drenched in bitterness. And honestly, there is no better example of this character than in his most famous work, The Malcontent. I mean, this play is the ultimate showcase of his style. It's this dark, tragic comedy that puts this exact character archetype front and center.
The whole premise of the play is just ingenious. So check this out. The rightful duke, a guy named Alto Fronto, gets deposed, kicked out. So he disguises himself as this bitter malcontent named Malevolo and goes right back into his own court, undercover. From that unique position, he gets this totally unfiltered view of all the corruption that's taken over, and he uses his wit to manipulate everything and expose the ugly truth.
I mean, this play has everything that makes Marston, Marston. It's a really powerful commentary on the toxic relationship between power, betrayal, and morality. It just walks that super fine line between tragedy and comedy, and it perfectly captures the absurdity of a world just filled with ambitious, backstabbing people.
But look, Marston wasn't a one-hit wonder. The Malcontent was just one piece of the puzzle. His other plays dive into a whole gallery of human vices, and each one is this sharp, unflinching look at what drives people to do some pretty terrible things.
And you can see a really clear pattern starting to emerge in his work, right? Just look at these themes: revenge, lust, hypocrisy, unchecked desire, corruption. Marston was absolutely obsessed with the darker impulses of humanity and how they played out everywhere, from the fancy royal court all the way down to the city streets.
And the thing is, he was a master of mixing tones. One moment, a character could be grappling with some deep psychological torment, and then bam! The very next, another character is delivering a line of brilliant, biting satire. This blend of the tragic and the comic
is what makes his work feel so chaotic, so modern, and yeah, so true to life. So what happened to this fiery, provocative voice? After a whole career spent dissecting vice, Marston's own final act was a twist that, I promise you, nobody saw coming.
I mean, this timeline really shows just how short and explosive his career was. For about a decade, he was one of the most talked about writers in all of London. And then in 1609, he just stopped. He retired from the theater completely and became a clergyman. Can you believe it? The great cynic of the stage dedicated the rest of his life to the church.
So, why are we still talking about him 400 years later? It's because Marston's cynical eye feels incredibly, almost shockingly modern. He looked at power and hypocrisy with a kind of skepticism that resonates so deeply today. He showed us that satire isn't just for laughs, it's a weapon, right? It's like a scalpel for dissecting a corrupt world.
And that leaves us with a final thought to chew on. Marston's malcontents, they were the witty, bitter outsiders exposing the truth from inside the court. So in our age of social media, of constant online commentary, you have to...
All right, today we are diving into the world of a really fascinating poet from the 17th century, Richard Crashaw. Now, this was a man of incredibly deep, intense faith, but his writing, it's bursting with a kind of passion that might actually surprise you.
And yeah, that brings us to the real puzzle of his work. I mean, how does a poet who's writing about God and spirituality end up using language that's just so emotional, so ecstatic, and frankly, so sensual? It's this exact contradiction that makes him stand out, even hundreds of years later.
So here's how we're going to unpack all this. First, we'll get to know Crashaw, the man. Then we'll dig into what made his style so unique. We'll explore his biggest work, break down the core themes, and then we'll see where he fits in today.
All right, first up, let's get a handle on the man himself. Who exactly was this poet of passionate faith?
So Richard Crashaw was technically part of a group called the Metaphysical Poets, but honestly, he was marching to the beat of his own drum. You got to remember, he was living in a super chaotic time in England, full of religious and political drama, and all of that absolutely shaped who he was and what he wrote.
The words that really jump out here are ecstatic and mystical. We're not talking about quiet, polite prayer here. No way. Crashaw's poetry is trying to grab that feeling of being completely overwhelmed by a divine experience, something that hits all of your senses at once.
And it's that very intensity that made him such an outlier. So let's talk about how he really broke the mold.
Okay, so check this out. Most of the other famous poets of his day were all about being clever and intellectual. You know, lots of witty arguments and brainy comparisons. But Crashaw? He just went in a totally different direction. He cranked up the emotional fervor and embraced this rich, over-the-top style that was just way more dramatic.
So where did this all come from? Well, you can boil it down to three huge influences. First, he converted to Catholicism, which was a massive deal and connected him to a whole different European tradition. He was also really into the Baroque art style. You know, think grand, dramatic, emotional stuff. And finally, he was deeply inspired by mystics like Saint Teresa of Avila, who wrote about her own spiritual experiences in these incredibly personal and passionate ways.
And all those threads, they all weave together in his single most important collection of poems. It's basically a roadmap to the heart of his faith. It's called Steps to the Temple, and it came out in 1646. This is his masterpiece. And it's not just a random collection of poems either. The whole thing is structured to take you, the reader, on a spiritual journey.
I mean, the title says it all, right? Each poem is meant to be a single step, moving you closer and closer to understanding the divine. He wants you to feel like you're climbing up toward God. It's an active thing, not just something you read.
So what are these steps all about? What kind of ground are we covering on this journey? Let's dive into the major themes you'll find in his work.
First up, and this is the big one, is divine love. But the way he writes about it, it's almost shocking. He uses the language of intense earthly romance to try and describe a spiritual love for God. For his time, that was incredibly bold, totally unconventional.
But it's not all fire and ecstasy. Crashaw could also plumb the depths of human sorrow. His most famous poem, The Weeper, is all about the tears of Mary Magdalene, and it's just this incredibly powerful piece about grief and the desperate hope for forgiveness. The emotion is so raw, you can almost feel it.
And finally, there's this deep, almost overwhelming sense of awe for sacred rituals. Remember, as a convert to Catholicism, he wrote about things like the Eucharist with this incredible reverence. His poetry really tries to make you feel the mystery and power in those moments of faith.
So with a style this unique and this powerful, you've got to wonder, what's his legacy been like? Well, it's been a bit of a roller coaster, to be honest.
Back in his day, people knew he was doing something new and different. But then styles changed. The next era was all about reason, restraint, and order. And Crashaw's passionate, emotional style, it fell completely out of fashion. For a long, long time, he was mostly forgotten. It really wasn't until much later that people rediscovered his work and started to appreciate his insane ability to describe things that are almost impossible to put into words.
And that brings us full circle, right back to our original question. The paradox is actually the answer. Crenshaw's genius wasn't about separating the spiritual from the physical. It was about smashing them together. He seemed to believe that the only way you could even begin to talk about something as huge and infinite as God was to use the most powerful language we have, the language of human passion.
So it kind of leaves us with a big question to think about, doesn't it? Are there some things in life, some truths, that are so big, so profound, that you just can't get there with quiet, logical language? What can we only really grasp when we push words to their absolute most passionate and even contradictory limits?
All right, let's dive into the work of one of the most brilliant and sometimes baffling poets in the English language, the 17th century master of puzzles himself, John Donne. Get ready, because we're about to see how he used some seriously strange ideas to explore life's biggest questions. I know, it sounds like the setup to a really weird joke, right? But for John Donne, these wild comparisons weren't just for show. They were the actual tools he used to unpack everything, from love and faith to life and death. And that's the central puzzle we're going to solve today. So John Donne was a man of huge contradictions. Seriously, in his youth, he was this dashing figure, writing some of the most passionate, clever, and honestly steamy love poems you can imagine. But then later in life, he becomes a famous preacher, the Dean of St. Paul's in London, writing these profound, soul-searching verses about God and mortality. So how on earth did he connect those two worlds, the passionate lover and the pious preacher? Well, the answer lies in one powerful signature move of his. It's the secret key that unlocks pretty much all of his poetry. And this is it, the metaphysical conceit. Now, this isn't just a simple metaphor, like love is a rose. Oh no, a conceit is a complex, elaborate, and often shocking comparison that yokes two wildly different ideas together. It's designed to make you stop and go, wait, what? It forces you to see the world in a completely new way. Okay, to make this really concrete, let's look at one of his most famous examples. Donne compares the souls of two lovers who are physically apart to a drafting compass, for drawing circles. He says one soul is the fixed foot in the center, and the other is the one that roams. But no matter how far it goes, they're always connected, leaning toward each other. It's a strange image, but wow, is it a perfect way to describe an unbreakable bond. So let's see how he used this technique back when he was a young poet of love and desire. This is where he really sharpened his wit, creating these startling and, let's be honest, often very persuasive arguments for his romantic pursuits. You've got to love this one. In his poem The Flea, he uses a flea bite as this outrageous argument for physical intimacy. He basically tells his beloved, look at this flea. It bit me, and then it bit you. So our blood is already mingled inside this tiny bug. What you're denying me is no big deal. It's so clever, so shocking, and just 100% John Donne. And he didn't stop there, not by a long shot. In other poems, he imagines lovers as entire worlds unto themselves. He argues that their love is so pure and powerful it should make them saints. He explores the mysterious connection between the physical body and the spiritual soul in love. It's like a whole new universe built on one of these amazing, mind-bending comparisons. But then his life took a major turn. After a lot of personal turmoil, he becomes the Dean of St. Paul's Cathedral. And he takes that exact same intellectual firepower he used on love and aims it at even bigger targets. God, faith, sin, and death. Just listen to this opening line. He doesn't just write about death. He talks to death. He picks a fight with it. He basically looks this terrifying universal concept in the face and says, you're not all that. Then he spends the rest of the poem logically dismantling all of Beth's power. It's so bold, so confrontational, and so incredibly personal. And that's really the point. His method never changed, whether he was writing about a lover's glance or his fear of divine judgment. He used that same razor-sharp intellect and those same shocking comparisons to wrestle with the idea until he could make some sense of it. You can see this all over his religious work. His holy sonnets are just raw, honest accounts of him wrestling with his own soul. And works like his devotions were actually written when he thought he was dying from a serious illness. They're these powerful, real-time meditations on the fragility of life. Now here's the wild part of the story. You'd think a poet this brilliant would be celebrated forever, right? Well, not exactly. After he died, Donne's complex puzzle box style of poetry fell completely out of fashion. For centuries, he was mostly forgotten. I mean, look at this. For almost 200 years, he was dismissed as being too weird, too difficult. It wasn't until the early 20th century that a new generation of poets, people like T.S. Eliot, rediscovered his work. They saw his intellectual power and his psychological depth and said, wait a minute, this guy is a genius. And that revival put him right back where he belongs, as one of the all-time greats. So why does a 400-year-old poet still feel so relevant, so modern? I think it's because he looks at life with this incredible, unflinching honesty. He gets that being human means living with tension between our bodies and our souls, between sacred love and earthly desire, between hope and fear. And that really brings us to the final thought.
Have you ever just looked out at a landscape or maybe up at the night sky and felt this, this deep connection to something way bigger than yourself? Well, that exact search for meaning is what a 17th century Welsh poet named Henry Vaughan poured his entire life into. So let's dive into his world and see how he found the divine in the most ordinary things.
Right off the bat, this one line kind of sets the whole mood, doesn't it? It's just packed with this sense of longing, this deep thought about the afterlife, and this powerful idea of light as something divine. This is the heart of his poetry, really, the soul's journey, caught between our world and the eternal.
So who exactly was this guy? Well, Henry Vaughan was born in Wales way back in 1621. He was actually a physician and a translator, but it's his poetry that really made his mark. He's part of a group we now call the metaphysical poets. They were known for using their wit and some really complex ideas to tackle the biggest questions out there. Faith, existence, our place in the universe. And right in the middle of his life, he published his absolute masterpiece, Silex Scintillans.
And this really gets to the core of his work. See, he wasn't just writing poems for the sake of it. He was on a lifelong quest for the divine. For him, poetry was his way of meditating, his tool for trying to understand that connection between us and God. And he saw these little flickers of that divine light absolutely everywhere.
His masterwork, Silex Scintillans, literally translates to the sparkling flint. And what a perfect title, right? Think about it. It's this idea that a divine spark can be struck from something as hard, as ordinary as a piece of flint. The whole collection is about his personal struggle, trying to square his life here on earth with these incredibly deep spiritual hopes.
So, what makes his poetry feel so different? It's this amazing recipe he puts together. He takes this deep, genuine love for nature and mixes it with an almost painful spiritual yearning. His poems aren't big, loud declarations. No, they're more like quiet, personal reflections, filled with these super vivid images, all wrestling with the biggest questions: eternity, redemption, and what it all means. All right, so this brings us to one of his biggest themes, what he saw as nature's divine footprint. For Vaughan, the path to God wasn't just through a church door. Nope, it was a trail that wound right through the Welsh countryside he called home. And this is the key takeaway. A beautiful landscape wasn't just nice to look at. For him, it was a conduit, a direct line to spiritual truth. He really believed that if you just looked closely enough at God's creation, you could start to understand the Creator himself.
And you can see this love for his homeland just everywhere in his writing. His collection, Alor Eis Canis, which means the Swan of the Wye, is pretty much a love letter to Wales. And then in poems like The Grass, he zooms all the way in, holding up a single blade of grass as this perfect, humble symbol of God's handiwork.
Now, building on that connection to all things pure and simple, we hit Vaughan's second great theme, this powerful feeling of nostalgia, a real longing for the spiritual clarity that he was convinced we all have as children.
His most famous poem on this is called The Retreat, and it taps into a feeling that I think a lot of us can relate to. That urge to just escape all the noise and complexity of adult life and get back to something more basic, more real. For Vaughan, that simpler time was also a deeply spiritual time.
And this contrast is everything to him. On one side, you've got childhood, a time of purity, simplicity, a time when you're naturally closer to the divine. But on the other side, adult life. He saw it as this maze of complexity and distractions, always pulling us away from that spiritual center. His poetry is kind of a lifelong attempt to find his way back.
This leads us right into his third major idea. If nature and childhood are pure, then what's the opposite? Well, for Vaughan, it was the world of adult ambition, the constant chase for wealth, status, and power. To him, it was all just a massive distraction.
This thought right here is basically the core message of his poem, The World, and it's such a powerful critique of materialism. Vaughan is saying that all the things we're told to chase, possessions, promotions, praise, they're ultimately empty. True, lasting fulfillment, he says, can only come from your spiritual life.
And he's so consistent about this. In The World, he slams the pointlessness of all these earthly goals. And in They Are All Gone into the World of Light, he looks past this life completely, picturing the afterlife not as some scary end, but as a beautiful transition into a purely spiritual existence.
Okay, so a deeply spiritual guy from the 1600s who loved nature and wasn't a fan of materialism, I get it. But really, why are we still talking about him 4 centuries later? What makes his voice stick around?
Well, here's the wild thing about Vaughan's legacy. It almost didn't happen at all. For a very, very long time after he died, his work was basically forgotten. He just vanished into obscurity.
It's kind of crazy when you look at it. For nearly 200 years, he was a nobody, almost completely lost to history. But then, in the 19th century, something started to shift. A new generation of poets and readers found his work and were just blown away by its depth and beauty. His reputation began to climb, and he eventually landed his spot as a key figure in English poetry. So why does he still connect with us? Well, for one, he was way ahead of his time. He was talking about nature as a spiritual force long before the Romantic poets made it famous. But even bigger than that, his work just gets at something universal, right? The search for faith, the struggle to find meaning, that desire to connect with something more. These are timeless human questions, and Vaughan just offers such a profound and beautiful way of looking at them.
In the end, Henry Vaughan's work is this powerful reminder to look for the profound and the simple. He challenged everyone to see the divine not just in some grand cathedral, but in the quiet beauty of the world right outside their door. So that leaves us with one last thing to think about. He found the eternal in a blade of grass. Where do you see it?
Today, we're going to talk about a 17th century poet who was also something of an architect. His name was George Herbert, and instead of using stone and wood, he built a masterpiece, a kind of literary cathedral he called the Temple, entirely out of poems.
But let me ask you something first. Can a poem actually have a physical shape? I mean, can the way words are laid out on a page create a picture that gives it a whole new layer of meaning? It sounds like something from modern art, right? Well, believe it or not, George Herbert was doing exactly that 400 years ago.
So, to really get how he pulled off this incredible mix of word and image, you first have to get to know the man himself. So, let's dive in. Who exactly was George Herbert? Okay, so Herbert was an Anglican priest back in the early 1600s. And his poetry, it's not what you've called distant or preachy. It's intensely personal, almost like reading his private journal. He gets into all of it. Grace, humility, but also the really tough, messy struggles he had with his own faith. Now, here's what's really wild. His entire life's work, more than 160 poems, was all published in a single book that came out right after he died. He called it The Temple, and that title is everything. For him, the collection wasn't just a book. It was a sacred space, a structure built poem by poem to map out both a physical church and the spiritual journey of a person's soul. And this idea brings us right back to that first question. Herbert didn't just write about a temple, he actually built one with his words. He was a true pioneer of what we now call concrete poetry. You know, poetry you don't just read, you actually see. Let's check out one of the most famous examples of this. It's a poem with a simple title, The Altar. And when you look at it on the page, well, it is an altar. The shape is the poem. This isn't just some clever gimmick. The visual is totally key to its meaning. The words talk about building an altar to God out of a broken heart. So by literally shaping the poem this way, Herbert turns the act of reading into a visual act of worship. It's brilliant. He didn't just build objects either. He could also give a physical shape to huge, abstract ideas. Take, for instance, maybe his most famous poem of all, Easter Wings. And just look at that shape. It's everything. You can see how the lines in each stanza start out long, then get shorter and shorter, squeezing into this point of weakness, of sin, and then they expand back out again. It's a visual journey that perfectly matches the poem's theme, falling from grace and then flying back toward God on the wings of faith. The form and the message are completely fused together. But these cool visual tricks were just one part of his genius. Herbert was just as groundbreaking in how he wrote about the emotional side of faith, that constant, nagging inner conflict. So a huge part of his work is this deep tension, this push and pull that, let's be honest, feels pretty familiar. On one side, you've got this feeling of rebellion, that frustration with your obligations and just wanting to be free. And on the other side, there's surrender, that eventual peace that comes from accepting your path. We see this rebellion just explode in one of his masterpieces, a poem called The Collar. The title itself is a clue. It's not just a shirt collar, it's the priest's collar, the very symbol of the rules and duties that the speaker feels are choking him. I mean, the poem just bursts open with this raw frustration. You can practically see him slamming his fist on the table, yelling, "That's it, I'm done, I'm out of here." He's had it with the rules, with duty. He just wants to live for himself. And from there, the poem is just this frantic, breathless rant. The rhythm is all over the place, the lines are jagged. It really feels like you're listening to someone's thoughts just spiraling. The anger and desperation keep building and building until it all just stops. Right in the middle of this huge tantrum, he hears a quiet voice calling him. And just like that, all that rage, all that rebellion just melts away into 4 simple words of acceptance. After all that fighting, peace doesn't come from breaking free. It comes from surrender. So the collar shows us the human side of the struggle. But what does the other side, the divine response, look like? Well, Herbert gives us the answer in another one of his most incredible poems, Love 3. This poem is the perfect flip side to the collar. Here, the spiritual tension isn't resolved by some dramatic internal battle. No, it's settled by a quiet, gentle, unconditional invitation. Herbert paints this amazing picture of love as a person, a host welcoming people to a feast. The speaker shows up feeling guilty and unworthy, and he tries to leave, but love just gently insists, welcoming him to the table. It's this beautiful metaphor for a divine grace that's offered to everyone, no strings attached, no matter what. So why are we still talking about a religious poet from the 17th century? What is it about George Herbert that still echoes today? Well, his legacy is huge. He was a trailblazer, showing that a poem's shape could be part of its soul. But it was never just about clever forms. His real genius was how he combined that technical skill with such raw, honest emotion. He took these vast cosmic ideas about faith and made them feel personal and relatable. He wrote about doubt, frustration, and grief in a way that still feels completely modern, and he's influenced poets for hundreds of years. And all that really leaves us with one final thought. Herbert showed us that our deepest feelings, our struggles, and our joys could literally take shape on a page. So the question he kind of leaves behind for us is this: if you had to give your own feelings a shape, what would they look like? Welcome to this explainer, where we're about to uncover the story of a man who was seriously the biggest literary star in England, but, well, you've probably never even heard of him. All right, let's just start with a little pop quiz. Picture it. The 1660s in England. Who's the most famous poet of the day? Who is everybody reading? So, Shakespeare's the first name that pops into your head, right? Well, he'd been gone for decades. Okay, what about John Milton? A total legend for sure, but in terms of pure rock star level fame at that exact moment, nope. The answer was someone else entirely. Okay, so here's our game plan. We're going to meet this forgotten superstar, dive into his poems about love, see how he tackled politics, check out his philosophical side, and then, figure out why he still matters today. All right, first stop, the man of the hour, the forgotten superstar, is Abraham Cowley. He was a true giant in his day, and he was a master of a style they called metaphysical poetry. And get this, the guy was a total prodigy. Born in London in 1618, and he publishes his first book of poems at just 15. 15! His whole career was like that, just hit after hit that had the whole country talking. I mean, he was so famous, he got a huge funeral at Westminster Abbey. That's A-list. Now, to really get Cowley, you gotta understand his style. This metaphysical poetry, it wasn't just, my heart is sad. It was more like a science experiment on sadness. It's all about fusing intense emotion with brainy, intellectual wit. They'd use these wild, surprising comparisons, they called them conceits, to really dig into huge topics like love, life, and faith. It's poetry that hits you in the heart and the head. Okay, so you've got the super smart, kind of nerdy style of poetry. How in the world does it handle something as messy and timeless as love? Let's find out. Well, Cowley's answer was a collection of poems called The Mistress, which he dropped in 1647. And let me tell you, it was an absolute sensation. This is the book that really made him a star. And what made it so brilliant was how he mixed things up. He took all those intellectual fireworks of metaphysical poetry, and he smashed them together with this much older tradition, the Petrarchan love poem. You know the type. It's all about dramatic, usually unrequited love, where the person you're into is basically put on a pedestal and worshipped from afar. So what you get is something totally new and incredibly layered. Yeah, he's writing about that classic pain of loving someone who doesn't love you back, but he does it with this sharp, clever wit that was completely fresh. He just nails that feeling, that intense, burning desire clashing with the cold, hard reality that they're just not available. But Cowley wasn't just writing about heartbreak. No way. He was living through one of the most chaotic times in English history, the Civil War. So of course his poetry was going to tackle the huge, messy political themes of his time too. And that brings us to his most massive project, a huge biblical epic called the Davideus. Published in 1656, this thing was a sprawling account of the life of King David. But, and this is the key part, this was way more than just a Bible story. See, Cowley was a hardcore royalist. He was king all the way. He wrote this epic while the actual king, Charles II, was in exile, so by writing about King David, another king who had to overcome huge obstacles, he was sending a pretty powerful political message about the current situation. So in this one giant poem, he's wrestling with these massive ideas: loyalty, exile, hope, redemption, the whole shebang. And he's doing it by mashing up Bible stories with the structure of those old Greek and Roman epics. I mean, the ambition here is just off the charts. Okay, so after all the epic battles and the dramatic love poems, Cowley's leader work takes a turn. He gets a lot more internal, a lot more philosophical. He starts asking that universal question, right? What actually makes a life happy? I mean, think about it. After living through a civil war and becoming a literary celebrity, you can imagine why he'd be thinking about this. And he put all those thoughts into a poem called The Character of a Happy Life. It's a real shift. He's less about the clever wordplay here and much more direct, more philosophical. So what's the secret to happiness, according to Cowley? It's not the fame, it's not the money, it's not your side winning the war. Nope. For him, real happiness was all about simplicity and just being content. He talks about inner peace, connecting with nature, which is pretty amazing when you think it's coming from a guy who had seen the absolute peak of fame and fortune. Okay, so we've got Cowley the love poet, Cowley the political epic writer, and Cowley the philosopher. This guy could do it all. So the big question is, if he was so incredibly famous, why don't we talk about him more today? What's his real, lasting legacy? Well, his importance is pretty much locked in, not just for his own poems, but because he was a crucial link. Think of him as a bridge between two completely different eras of poetry. On one side, you have the metaphysical style, all that intellectual, witty, emotionally intense stuff. Cowley was one of the last great masters of that. But on the other side, the neoclassical style was coming in, which was all about clarity, order, and being more elegant and restrained. Cowley stood right in the middle. He blended the old with the new, and that's how he helped steer English poetry into its next chapter. So at the end of the day, it didn't matter if he was writing about love, politics, or just a quiet life in the country, Cowley's poetry always asks you to think. And yeah, his celebrity status might have faded, but that invitation to really engage with the big, profound themes of life, that's a legacy that absolutely endures. So the story of Abraham Cowley, this literary superstar who kind of faded into the background, leaves us with one last fascinating question to chew. Welcome to The Explainer. Today, we are digging into one of the 17th century's most fascinating and honestly complicated figures, Andrew Marvell. This was a guy who was a poet of incredible passion, a seriously sharp politician, and a quiet philosopher, all wrapped up in one. He basically lived at the intersection of love and war. So let's just jump right in. The thing that makes Andrew Marvell so interesting, the real puzzle here, is this massive contrast. You've got the same mind that wrote one of the most famous, most brilliant seduction poems in the entire English language, and that same guy was also neck-deep in the political chaos of the English Civil War. How does that work? All right, let's start with the role he's most famous for, the master of lyric poetry. And you really can't talk about Marvell the poet without talking about his masterpiece, To His Coy Mistress. This poem is the perfect example of his signature style. At its core, the poem is a classic carpe diem argument, seize the day. It's this witty, urgent, and just incredibly clever plea from a speaker to his lover, basically begging her to drop the shyness and just enjoy life and love before, well, time runs out for them both. And what's so cool is how he builds his case. It's like a lawyer's argument. He structures it in 3 parts. First, he goes way over the top, describing how he would spend hundreds of years admiring every part of her if, they had all the time in the world. Then, he slams on the brakes and hits her with the cold, hard reality of death. And finally, he brings it home with this passionate call to action. They have to seize their love right now while they still can. Okay, but this is where the story takes a turn and gets way more complex. Because the guy who could blend all this brainy stuff with such raw, sensual appeal, he wasn't just some lover hanging out in a garden. He was a major player in a country that was literally tearing itself apart with war and revolution. And that brings us to his public life. Marvell wasn't just a poet. He was a member of parliament and a cutting political satirist. So now his writing isn't for quiet reflection. It's a tool, and sometimes it's a weapon, wielded right in the middle of the political arena. Yeah, he was deeply involved in the messy politics of his day. As an ally of Oliver Cromwell, his writing often defended the new government and threw some serious shade at the monarchy. He took that same logical, persuasive mind we saw in his love poetry and aimed it right at the political battlefield. And this quote shows you just how nuanced he was. In his famous poem about Cromwell, Marvell doesn't just write a simple praise song. Nope. Instead, he paints this incredibly complex picture of a leader who is both a history-making hero and a potentially dangerous tyrannical force. It's this masterful deep dive into the nature of power itself. But hold on, beyond the bedroom and beyond Parliament, Marvell had a third world he explored, the quiet, thoughtful world of nature. For him, a garden wasn't just a garden. It was a space for some seriously profound spiritual and intellectual thinking. And he used nature to wrestle with huge ideas. In one poem, The Garden, he presents it as this perfect escape, a place to find peace away from all the human chaos. But then, in another poem, he completely flips it and attacks those perfectly manicured gardens, seeing them as a symbol of how corrupt and artificial people can be. So, how do you connect all these different versions of Marvell? The passionate poet, the shrewd politician, the nature philosopher? Well, the thread that ties it all together is his intellectual style. Marvell was a metaphysical poet through and through. The metaphysical style is all about mashing together deep philosophical thinking with raw emotion. It's known for being super witty and for using these things called conceits, which are basically these wild, surprising metaphors that connect two totally different things to help you think about life's big questions in a new way. These were the tools in Marvell's toolbox, you could say. That same witty argument he used to try and persuade a lover, he sharpened it into biting satire to attack the government. Those same elaborate metaphors he used to describe beauty, he used them to unpack the complicated and kind of scary character of Oliver Cromwell. He proves the same mind can master both the private world of the heart and the public world of power. So what's the big takeaway here? Why are we still talking about this guy centuries later? I think it comes down to his incredible depth and, more than anything, his versatility. The man simply refused to be put in a box. This chart really sums it up perfectly. Look at the range. He took on the biggest themes of human life, from the most private and personal feelings to huge public and political struggles. Reading his work is like getting a panoramic view of this 17th century mind, a mind wrestling with love, power, nature, and what it even means to be human. Ultimately, Marvell's work doesn't give you easy answers. it invites you to think about these huge questions for yourself. He shows us that a single person can contain multitudes, and that's what makes him so much more than a one-poem wonder. Today we're going to talk about a real fascinating figure, a man of, well, huge contradictions. We're looking at the 17th century poet Richard Lovelace. He was a soldier, a romantic, totally loyal to his king, and also a prisoner. And it was right from that prison cell that he wrote some of the most powerful lines about freedom you'll ever read. I mean, just listen to that. Stone walls do not a prison make, nor iron bars a cage. These are, without a doubt, his most famous words. And get this, he wrote them while he was literally locked up for his political beliefs. It's just such a powerful, defiant idea that has resonated for hundreds of years. So, what's really going on here? That's really the big question we're going to try and answer today. How does a man in shackles become this icon of total liberty? To get the poetry, you have to get the man. And to get the man, you have to understand the chaotic world that he lived in. So, Lovelace was what they called a cavalier. And that wasn't just about having cool clothes and long flowing hair. No, it was a whole mindset, a code of honor that guided everything they did, especially when their entire country was tearing itself apart. Here's what you've got to understand about the cavalier way of thinking. For a guy like Lovelace, these three things, loyalty, honor, and love, they weren't separate items on a checklist. They were all woven together. You couldn't have one without the others. Being honorable meant being loyal to your king, and only an honorable man was worthy of his true love's affection. This idea is the absolute key to unlocking all of his work. And you can see from this timeline, his life was completely defined by this conflict. The English Civil War wasn't some far-off event for him. It was the crisis of his lifetime. And his absolute dedication to King Charles I? Well, it cost him his freedom again and again, and eventually it cost him his entire fortune. Which brings us to this incredible conflict that really sparked his most famous poems. And it's a dilemma that I think we can all relate to, right? What do you do when the two things you love most in the world are pulling you in completely different directions? So on one side, you've got Lucasta. That was the poetic name for his beloved, a woman named Lucy Sacheverell. He wrote this incredible collection of love poems all about her. But on the other side, you have his unshakable duty as a cavalier to go and fight for his king. In his poem, To Lucasta, Going to the Wars, he's literally trying to explain to the woman he loves why he has to leave her to go to battle. And this is how he pulls it off. It's just brilliant. He doesn't say he's choosing duty over her. Not at all. Instead, he argues that doing his duty is the greatest expression of his love for her. By going to war, he's proving that he's an honorable man, and therefore a man who is actually worthy of her love. It's such a clever, perfect piece of cavalier logic. But, that kind of loyalty comes with a price. For Lovelace, it meant getting thrown in prison. And yet, it was right there, in that tiny, confined space, that he came up with his most powerful ideas about what it really means to be free. The poem is called To Althea from Prison, and it is his absolute masterpiece on this topic. He's physically trapped, but he's writing to his love, Althea, to explain that, his spirit is still soaring. It's just the perfect illustration of his entire philosophy. So how did he do it? How did he feel free? Well, we can break it down into what you could call his three freedoms. First up, the freedom of the mind. His imagination could go anywhere it wanted to. No one could lock that up. Second, the freedom of the spirit. His loyalty to his king, his core beliefs. You can't put those in chains. And third, the freedom of the heart. His love for Althea was just as powerful inside those walls as it was outside. For Lovelace, as long as he had those three things, he was a free man. Period. So these huge conflicts in his life, love.
All right, today we are going on a journey way back in time to uncover the pretty incredible and frankly super unexpected origins of English theater. It's a story that kicks off not some grand playhouse, but in a place of worship, which, that raises a really fascinating question. I mean, that sounds kind of crazy, right? One is all about quiet, solemn reverence, and the other is about loud, passionate, often bloody drama. But believe me, the connection between them is the very bedrock of every play we know and love today.
So, get this. English drama was literally born from Christian church rituals back in the Middle Ages. The very first actors weren't actors at all. They were priests. And the first stage, it was the altar.
Now, the key thing to understand is just how integrated these little performances were. They weren't a separate show. They were a living, breathing part of the Mass itself.
And it makes sense, right? This was all designed to help a congregation that mostly couldn't read connect with the core stories of their faith in a really visceral way. And it worked. These plays became unbelievably popular. So popular, in fact, that they just couldn't be contained inside the church walls anymore. And this led to a huge shift, taking drama from a sacred ritual to public entertainment.
And here we have the actual turning point. A formal decree in 1240 basically opened the floodgates. The plays moved out onto the church steps, and from there, they spilled right out into the bustling heart of the town, the market square.
So what did that actually look like? Well, people would build these incredible pageant wagons. Think of them as rolling mobile stages. They'd stage entire plays on them and pull them through town, bringing the Bible to life for everyone to see during big holidays like Christmas and Easter.
And this is where it gets really cool, because the whole community got involved. The local craft guilds, the professional unions of their day, took over producing the plays, and they chose stories that fit their trade, which is just brilliant. Of course, the bakers put on the Last Supper, and who better to stage the wedding of Cana than the winemakers?
But this kind of folksy, religious drama wasn't going to last forever. A series of massive cultural earthquakes hit in the 1500s that would completely tear down that old stage and build something entirely new and a whole lot darker in its place.
So, first up, the Protestant Reformation pretty much put a full stop to these very Catholic-themed religious plays. This created a huge vacuum. At the exact same time, the Renaissance and the rise of humanism meant that scholars were rediscovering these violent, passionate tragedies from ancient Rome, especially from a writer named Seneca.
See, in that old medieval mindset, the moral of the story was always crystal clear and it always came from above. If you broke God's law, divine justice would get you. Simple as that. But these new plays, they were driven by a very, very different engine.
And that engine was human revenge. All of a sudden, the focus wasn't on God's justice anymore. It was on human passion, on intrigue, on blood feuds, and on getting even. This massive shift from a divine motive to a human one, it changed everything.
This new, explosive kind of drama needed a new kind of home. It needed a space that was built purely for entertainment, and that led to the creation of one of the most iconic buildings in the entire history of theater.
Welcome to the Globe Theater. These purpose-built playhouses, people called them wooden O's because of their round shape. They were basically the cauldrons where the plays of Shakespeare and his buddies really came to life.
Now you have to understand, their stage was totally different from what we're used to. We have a picture stage, right? It's framed like a TV screen and it's filled with realistic sets. They had a platform stage, just a simple, bare platform that jutted right out into the middle of the audience.
Because there wasn't any scenery, the whole focus was different. Just like this quote says, the experience was all about listening, not looking. The real power was in the poetry, in the words themselves. The drama was rhetorical.
Just think about what that means. There's no painted backdrop of a castle. There's no elaborate forest set. If the scene was set in a forest, an actor would literally just walk on stage carrying a tree branch. The location, the time of day, the whole atmosphere, all of it was painted with words inside the audience's imagination. But hey, don't go thinking it was boring. What they saved on scenery, they definitely spent on sensation. Death scenes and battle scenes were shockingly realistic. They often used actual animal blood and organs to create some truly gory, visceral special effects.
This incredible era, this theater of the mind, was really a unique moment in history. But that pendulum that swung from the sacred to the secular, well, it was about to swing again, this time from the ear back to the eye.
Yeah, it wouldn't last. Over the next century, audiences started to want more visual spectacle. They wanted to see the forest, not just hear some beautiful poetry about it. And so, that simple platform stage started giving way to the elaborate picture stage we know today.
And you can see this change perfectly in this one little example. About a century after Shakespeare, the super famous actor David Garrick played the Scottish King Macbeth, but he didn't wear simple, historically accurate robes. Nope. He wore a flashy, contemporary scarlet and gold military uniform. Realism and pure spectacle had officially taken center stage.
Which kind of brings us to a final thought. We've gone from the church altar, to the town square, to the Globe's theater of words, and finally to our modern era of spectacle. It really makes you wonder, in our own age of CGI and billion-dollar blockbusters, have we come full circle? Is there a risk that today the spectacle is once again outshining the power of the story itself?
It's something to think about.
You know, when you think of a great story, chances are you're thinking of a novel, right? It's just the way we tell stories now. But have you ever stopped and wondered what was there before the novel? And how on earth did this one type of story come to completely take over the world?
Well, that's what we're going to dig into. Here's our game plan. First up, we're going to look at why a new kind of story was even needed in the first place. Then, we'll get into the secret recipe that cooked it up in the 18th century. After that, we'll dive into the Victorian era, when things just exploded. We'll also meet some of the heavy hitters, the voices that defined an age, and finally, we'll talk about why the novel still has such a grip on us today.
So, let's rewind the clock. Before the 18th century, if you picked up a popular, respected story, well, it probably wouldn't be about anyone you'd recognize. The main characters and the people reading about them were from a completely different world.
For literally centuries, literature was all about the big stuff. You had these epic poems and grand tragedies. They were all about gods, kings, and legendary heroes. You know, people you'd never just meet down at the market. But then things started to shift. Society was changing. A brand new middle class was on the rise. And they were getting more powerful, more educated, and honestly, they were hungry for stories that weren't about gods, but about them. Their daily lives, their struggles, their dreams of climbing that social ladder. And that's where the novel comes in. It was basically invented to fill that exact void. I mean, the name itself comes from the Italian word novella, which just means a little new thing, and it really truly was new. We're talking about a long story written in everyday prose, not some fancy poetry. It was all about characters you could actually believe in, caught up in complex situations that felt totally real, even if the story itself was made up.
Now, something like the novel doesn't just happen. It wasn't an accident. It was more like a perfect storm. You had all these different ingredients swirling around in the 18th century, creating the absolute perfect conditions for this new art form to be born.
Okay, so what were these ingredients? Well, for one, traditional plays, which had been the main way people got their stories, were kind of fading in popularity. At the same time, you had these things called periodical essays popping up. You could think of them like the hot blogs of the 1700s. They were filled with witty, smart takes on social life and regular people, so folks were getting used to reading about everyday stuff. On top of all that, there was this growing idea that, hey, the lives of common people actually matter. People wanted stories that felt real. The stage was perfectly set. And leading the charge were four trailblazing authors. We're talking about Richardson, Smollett, Fielding, and Sterne. These guys were so important, so crucial to getting this whole thing off the ground that they're now known as the four wheels of the novel. They literally carried the entire genre forward.
So, if the 18th century mixed the ingredients and lit the fuse, then the 19th century, the Victorian era, was the massive explosion. This is when the novel went from being this interesting new thing to an absolute world-changing cultural force.
Now, when I say explosion, I mean it. The numbers are just mind-boggling. Think about this. At the start of the Victorian era, maybe 100 new novels came out each year. By the end of it, that number jumped to 1,000, a full 10-fold increase. That is just incredible growth.
So what was going on? What caused this massive boom? Well, it was another perfect storm, really. You had the Industrial Revolution, which brought in new printing technology that made books way, way cheaper. More people were learning to read than ever before. And then came the real game changer, serialization. Authors started publishing their novels one chapter at a time in cheap newspapers. It was like the 19th century version of a weekly TV show drop. People were totally hooked. And all this new popularity created a huge stage for some of the most famous authors in history. These were writers who grabbed this new art form and used it like a mirror to reflect the crazy, fast-paced, changing world all around them.
I mean, you had guys like Charles Dickens who became the equivalent of modern-day rock stars. His stories weren't about kings, they were about poor orphan boys and struggling factory workers. He built entire worlds filled with characters that this huge new middle-class readership could really connect with. When a new Dickens chapter came out, it was the event. You had to read it.
But there's another side to this story, a kind of hidden history. Because while the novel was exploding, a lot of its most powerful and groundbreaking voices had to stay in the shadows. Why? Because they were women. And in that era, a woman writing a novel was just not seen as a serious thing. So to get their work published and taken seriously, they had to hide behind fake male names. You've heard of Currer Bell, who wrote Jane Eyre? That was actually Charlotte Bronte. Ellis Bell, who gave us the unforgettable Wuthering Heights? That was her sister, Emily.
And one of the most celebrated novelists of the age, George Eliot, was really a woman named Mary Ann Evans. And these women weren't just writing polite little stories. Oh no, they were tackling huge, controversial issues. Take the youngest Bronte sister, Anne. She wrote a book called The Tenant of Wildfeld Hall about a woman who packs her bags and leaves her abusive husband. Today, that sounds like a brave step, but back then, it was completely scandalous, an absolutely radical idea. That book is now considered one of the very first feminist novels ever. So let's pull all of this together. The rise of the novel. It wasn't just about a new trend in books. It was a flat-out revolution. It was a revolution in who gets to tell the story, and maybe even more importantly, whose story is worth telling.
The great writer Henry James put it perfectly. He said, "The only reason a novel should exist is to try and represent life." And that's the key right there. Not the life of some mythical king, but real life. The messy, complicated, wonderful lives of regular people like you and me. The novel basically democratized storytelling.
And that powerful, revolutionary idea that your life, my life, is worthy of a great story, that is the novel's real enduring legacy. It's a legacy we see all around us, in the books we love, the TV shows we binge watch, and the movies that move us. So that leaves us with one last question to chew on. If the novel was born to be a mirror for its time, what do our stories, right now, say about us? Today, we're going to time travel back to the 17th century to meet a poet whose most famous piece of advice feels, more urgent now than ever before. His message was simple: seize the day.
You know that feeling, right? That little bit of panic when you realize the clock is just always ticking, and that maybe precious moments are slipping right through your fingers. It's a feeling that people have been wrestling with forever, and it brings us to a really famous idea.
Carpe diem. We've all heard the phrase, but what's it really about? Well, at its heart, it's this powerful, urgent call to action. It's saying, hey, embrace right now. Find joy in the present, because our time here is limited. And there was one poet who became the absolute, undisputed master of this whole philosophy.
And that master was Robert Herrick. So let's dive in and explore how this 17th century writer totally perfected the art of seizing the day, and why his words, centuries later, still hit us right where we live.
So, who exactly was Robert Herrick? Well, he was an English poet, and here's the interesting part. He was also a clergyman, a man of the church. He was a big deal among the Cavalier poets who were supporters of King Charles I during the super brutal English Civil War. And you got to remember that context. In a world that was literally tearing itself apart, their focus on beauty, love, and nature wasn't just fluff. It was a defiant choice to celebrate the good things in life while they still could.
What is so fascinating about Herrick is this deep split in his work. I mean, on one hand, you've got these vibrant, almost scandalous poems about earthly pleasures, and on the other hand, as a clergyman, he wrote these profound religious poems. You'd think those two worlds would clash, but for Herrick, they didn't. He found this beautiful balance, seeing God in a flower and poetry in a prayer. He celebrated it all.
And that beautiful balance he struck leads us right to his most famous, his absolute signature theme, the one that he captured in a single line that you've almost certainly heard before.
This line. Seriously, if you know anything by Robert Herrick, it's probably this. It's from his poem, To the Virgins, To Make Much of Time, and it has become the ultimate anthem for the whole Carpe Diem spirit. It's not just a nice phrase, it's a beautiful, urgent plea.
So what's he really saying? The message couldn't be clearer. Those rosebuds, they're a metaphor for youth, for beauty, for all the amazing opportunities life throws at you. And Herrick is warning us that old time is relentless. He's saying, don't wait. Don't put joy on the back burner, because that chance might not come around again.
And this idea of fleeting time, it just runs through everything he wrote. To the Virgins is his famous call to action, basically telling young people not to waste a second. Then you have To Daffodils, which is just heartbreakingly beautiful. He compares our short lives to a flower that blooms and is gone in a day. It's a reminder to appreciate beauty because it doesn't last. And Corinna's Going A-Maying is pure joy, a poem that practically grabs you by the hand and yanks you outside to celebrate just being alive.
But his whole philosophy wasn't just about the ticking clock. Herrick was a true master at finding these massive, profound meanings in two of life's most powerful forces, love and the natural world.
And let's be clear, Herrick was not shy about celebrating love and physical beauty. Just look at his famous poem, Upon Julia's Clothes.
He doesn't just say her dress is nice, he describes the way it moves, the liquefaction of the silk. He captures not just a picture, but a feeling. That feeling of being totally captivated by someone's beauty. It's an absolute masterclass.
And he was constantly using the natural world to explain these huge, complicated human emotions. In The Vine, a plant becomes this perfect symbol for how two lovers' lives twist and grow together until they're inseparable. The song of a nightingale isn't just a bird. For Herrick, it's a moment of divine inspiration. He even finds a sweet sorrow in the pain of saying goodbye, showing that even the tough parts of love have their own kind of beauty.
Okay, so this was all written almost 400 years ago. Why are we still talking about it? Why does any of this still matter today? Well, let's take a look at his incredible, enduring legacy.
When you look at this timeline, you realize just how long ago this was. He published his masterpiece, Hesperides, in 1648. That's right in the middle of a massive war that was tearing his country apart. And yet, that core message, find and hold on to joy in the present moment, it's never gone out of style. It has echoed down through the centuries, inspiring poets, artists, and yeah, probably a few of us too.
In the end, Herrick's legacy really comes down to his incredible skill. He could take a personal feeling and make it feel universal. He could write about the shimmer of a silk dress or the short life of a flower and make you feel something profound. He showed us all how to find deep, real meaning in life's simple pleasures, and that's why he's remembered as one of the all-time greats.
When you really boil it all down, Herrick's whole philosophy is refreshingly simple. What makes a good day? It's not about grand accomplishments or changing the world. For him, it's about love, it's about laughter, and it's about taking just one moment to appreciate the fleeting beauty all around you before it disappears.
And that brings Herrick's 400-year-old challenge right to our doorstep, doesn't it? He urged people to make much of time. He told Corinna to get out there and celebrate. So I'll leave you with the same question, pulled straight from his work. What fleeting, beautiful thing will you make much?
Welcome to The Explainer. Today, we are diving into one of the most ambitious and, honestly, legendary poems ever written, John Milton's Paradise Lost. It is an absolutely epic story about rebellion, temptation, and, well, how humanity lost everything. So let's just jump right in. Milton doesn't start with a hero or a big battle scene. Nope. Right from the get-go, he tells you exactly what this is all about. One single act of disobedience. He lays it all out. This one choice is what brought death and suffering into the world. It's the entire conflict of the poem, right there in the first few lines. Now, to really get this poem, you have to understand the man who wrote it and his absolutely monumental goal. See, Milton wasn't just retelling a story from the Bible. He was trying to tackle one of the biggest questions in all of theology. So, on the surface, what is Paradise Lost? It's the story of Adam and Eve, Satan's temptation, and getting kicked out of the Garden of Eden. But really, it is so much more than that. It's a deep psychological dive into a war in heaven, into free will, justice, and whether or not redemption is even possible. And the man behind it all, John Milton, was an absolute powerhouse. We're talking about a guy who was intensely religious, a political firebrand who wrote about free speech, and was soaked in classical literature. And he poured every ounce of that passion and intellect into this one masterpiece. Okay, now we get to the character everyone talks about. What's so wild about this poem and what has fascinated people for centuries is that the most compelling, the most charismatic character is the villain. For Milton, who had just lived through a massive civil war, the idea of a charming rebel fighting against an all-powerful king, well, that felt very, very real. I mean, listen to this. After losing the war against God and getting tossed into hell, Satan is completely defiant. He drops this incredible line, basically saying, you can put me in hell, but you can't control my mind. He's reframing his own damnation as a kind of mental freedom. It's incredible stuff. And this really gets to the heart of it, doesn't it? He'd rather be a king in the worst place imaginable than a servant in paradise. For Satan, it is absolutely 100% better to reign in hell than serve in heaven. That single idea defines his entire being. So Plan A, direct warfare, was a total failure. Time for Plan B. He knows he can't win with brute force, so he switches to sabotage. He gets his fallen angels all fired up and then volunteers for a solo mission to go to this brand new world, Earth, and corrupt God's favorite new project, humanity. And what's the first thing you do when you're building a new kingdom in hell? You build a capital city, of course. In this amazing show of defiance, they literally mine the depths of hell and build this incredible palace, Pandemonium, which literally means all the demons. It's like a twisted, dark mirror of heaven.
All right, so Satan is on his way, our bad guy is established. Now the scene shifts to Earth, and the stage is set for the real heart of the drama, the temptation in the Garden of Eden.
And what does he find there? He finds Adam and Eve. And Milton describes them as living in the state of just perfect, blissful innocence. They are in total harmony with nature, with each other, with everything. I mean, this place, the Garden of Eden, is perfect. It's lush, it's beautiful, it even has a tree of life. But, you know there's always a but, right? Their whole perfect life comes with one single test, one restriction, all centered on another tree, the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Just one. That's it. Think about that. Their entire perfect world, all of it, hangs on following this one single simple rule. Don't eat the fruit from that one tree. Seems easy enough, right? And this is where Satan makes his move. He slips into the garden, finds Eve by herself, and he doesn't just show up with horns and a pitchfork. No way. He's smart. He takes the form of a serpent, and he is masterfully persuasive. He uses flattery, logic, and straight-up lies, arguing that God is just trying to keep them down, to keep them ignorant. So Eve eats the fruit, and when Adam finds out, he's just horrified. But here's the crucial part. He's not tricked by Satan. He knows exactly what he's doing. But his love for Eve is so complete. He can't imagine a life without her. So he makes a conscious choice. He would rather be damned with her than live in paradise alone. And boom, the second they both eat the fruit, everything changes. The world is never the same. Their innocence is gone, and the consequences aren't just personal. They ripple out and affect the entire world. So, Judgment Day arrived. The Son of God comes down to deliver the sentences. The serpent is cursed, of course. And Adam and Eve, well, they receive punishments that will basically define the entire human condition from that point forward. Pain, hard labor, and a whole new kind of social order. And get this, it wasn't just them. Their personal choice had cosmic consequences. The entire planet changed. Suddenly there are harsh seasons. Animals that used to live peacefully together start hunting and killing each other. Their fall literally broke the world.
And that's it. Game over. They can't stay in the garden anymore. The Archangel Michael comes down to lead them out, and their journey into a much harsher, mortal world officially begins.
But wait, just when you think it's all doom and gloom, Milton gives us a sliver of hope. Before they're actually kicked out for good, Adam is given a vision, a sneak peek into the future of mankind.
And it is a real roller coaster. Adam sees the absolute worst of humanity: murder, war, sin, you name it. But mixed in with all that darkness, he also sees these moments of divine mercy and this growing sense that there's a long-term plan for salvation, a plan that eventually leads to the promise of a savior.
And all of this leads to a really fascinating, kind of mind-bending idea called the fortunate fall. Now that sounds crazy, right? How could their fall be fortunate? Well, the argument goes like this. Their tragic mistake actually allowed God to show his greatest qualities: grace and mercy. Without the fall, they'd just be innocent. But through redemption, humanity can achieve something even greater. So after all of that, the war in heaven, the temptation, the epic vision of all of human history, the poem ends on this incredibly quiet, human, and just heartbreaking image. Adam and Eve, with nothing left but each other, walking hand in hand into an unknown world. Which brings us to the one big question people have been arguing about for literally centuries. When you look at his defiance, his passion, his incredible speeches, you have to ask yourself, is the charismatic villain actually the hero of this story? It's a question that makes you rethink what a hero even is. Okay, so when I say the name John Milton, what's the first thing that pops into your head? For most of us, it's got to be the towering figure of English literature, right? The blind poet who gave us the absolute masterpiece, Paradise Lost. And yeah, you wouldn't be wrong. But what if I told you that's only like half the story? What if, for 2 whole decades, arguably the most critical decades of his life, Milton the poet basically took a back seat? And in his place stepped Milton the radical, the pamphleteer, the revolutionary. You see, during the huge, chaotic turmoil of the English Civil War, Milton pretty much put all his literary dreams on hold. Instead, he picked up a totally different kind of weapon, his pen, and with it, he churned out more than 20 fiery prose works. And these weren't just essays, they were like intellectual grenades he just kept lobbing at the very foundations of his society.
So, where does a rebellion like this even start? Well, for Milton, his first target was the biggest, most powerful institution around at the time, the Church of England. Get this, between 1641 and 1642, just in that short span, he unleashes this absolute barrage of attacks against the church leadership. And we're not talking about gentle suggestions for reform here. No way. These pamphlets with titles like Of Reformation were a full-on assault. His basic argument? The whole structure was rotten to its very core.
And his approach was actually super logical. Step 1, he attacks the church hierarchy. He's basically saying the whole system of bishops is corrupt and totally authoritarian. Step 2, he calls for a return to something much simpler, like the early Christian church. And step 3, and this is absolutely key, he insisted that the Bible and only the Bible should be the ultimate authority, not human traditions, not some fancy church structure.
But Milton was just getting started. His fight wasn't going to stop at the church doors. From tearing down institutions, his radical ideas just exploded into this huge defense of individual liberty. And I mean liberty everywhere, from the halls of Parliament right down to the privacy of your own home.
And this incredible quote here, it comes from probably his most famous piece of prose, Areopagitica. And it is this incredibly passionate defense of free speech, written to fight back against government censorship. His main point was simple but powerful. Truth is strong. It's strong enough to win any fight on its own. It doesn't need the government to protect it.
He was convinced that truth really emerges when ideas clash. You have to let them duke it out. For Milton, allowing a totally free and open debate, even for ideas you might find, offensive or wrong, is the only way for a society to actually become virtuous and enlightened. It's pretty much the blueprint for what we now call the marketplace of ideas.
And this fight for liberty, it went into the most personal space imaginable. Marriage. Okay, so at the time, the traditional view was that marriage was this unbreakable, lifelong contract, period. But then Milton comes along with his doctrine and discipline of divorce and argues for something that was, frankly, revolutionary. He said a real marriage is a union of minds and spirits, and if that spiritual connection fails, it should be dissolvable. I mean, this was all about championing real human dignity over some rigid, loveless tradition.
Okay, so let's recap. We've gone from the church to the press to the home. There was really only one place left for his revolution to go, right? The throne itself. And this is where things get really intense. He's about to provide the intellectual justification to kill a king. And listen, these were not some abstract academic theories he was writing from an ivory tower. No, these were urgent, real-time justifications, written in the immediate white-hot chaos right after the English Civil War. In 1649, literally right after they executed King Charles I, Milton publishes The Tenure of Kings and Magistrates. Its whole purpose? To defend the people's right to get rid of a tyrant. Now, at the very heart of all these political arguments was a principle that would literally change the world, the consent of the governed. Milton argued so forcefully that a government's right to rule comes from the people, not from God. Power, he insisted, flows up from the citizens, not down from some king. And that logic led him to his most explosive conclusion of all. Rulers are accountable to the people they rule. So if a king becomes a tyrant, the people don't just have a right to resist them, they have a moral duty to overthrow them. I mean, you have to understand, in the 17th century, this was absolute political dynamite. So what's the legacy of all this? I mean, eventually the monarchy was restored in England. So what happened to Milton's radical, kind of unfinished revolution?
Well, yeah, the monarchy came back, but the ideas that Milton championed, they never went away. His prose literally laid out a blueprint for a totally new kind of society, one built on freedom of conscience, freedom of speech, and the fundamental idea that people have power over kings. And these weren't just some dusty 17th century arguments. They became the foundational pillars for huge events like the American and French revolutions over 100 years later.
When you boil it all down, Milton's most revolutionary act was his willingness to speak uncomfortable truths directly to power. He risked everything, his reputation, his freedom, maybe even his life, all for the sake of ideas. And that kind of leaves us with a final thought, doesn't it? His revolution was aimed at the 17th century. So what truths are we afraid to confront today? You know how most epic stories end, right? The hero gets to their goal, they win the day, and we close the book and think, well, that's the end. But what if it wasn't? What if that was just the beginning of another story? Today, we're diving into the incredible tale that one of literature's greatest authors decided to tell after everyone thought the journey was already over. So let's start with that question right there. Seriously, think about it. The hero triumphs, but what about the family they left back home? What happens to their world after the adventure is done? It's a question most stories just ignore. But John Bunyan? He decided to answer it. And this right here is what makes his work so unbelievably cool. After he wrote the legendary The Pilgrim's Progress, he actually went back to that world. Why? To tell the story of Christiana, the wife of his original hero, Christian. He gave us a part 2, a sequel that honestly changes how you see the entire journey. Okay, so let's get into it. The second part is all about Christiana Wynne. And she is not some side note to her husband's story. Oh no. She becomes the hero of her very own epic pilgrimage. And her journey, you'll see, is in so many ways deeper and even more powerful than the one we thought we knew. And this is where you see a huge shift in Bunyan's entire vision. See, part 1 was this intense, lonely struggle. It was all about one man's quest. But part 2 just blows that wide open. Suddenly, the path to salvation isn't a solo mission anymore. It's a community project. It's about family, about supporting each other, and this really radical idea that this path is for everyone, women and kids included. It's a journey you walk together. So how does this journey actually play out? Well, Christiana doesn't go it alone. She takes her kids, and her friend Mercy comes along too. Right from the start, they get this amazing guardian to help them, and together, they don't just face down their enemies, they totally defeat them, clearing the path for anyone else who might come after. And speaking of allies, let's talk about a key player. Everybody meet Greatheart. This guy is a brand new character in part 2, and I'm telling you, he's a total game changer. He's way more than just a guide. He's like this divinely sent bodyguard. He's armed, he's ready to fight, and he basically represents the active, powerful protection that God offers to the faithful. His presence changes everything. But, of course, the road is still full of bumps. One of Christiana's sons, Matthew, he makes a mistake and gets terribly sick. It's a really strong symbol for the consequences of sin. But then help shows up, a doctor named Skill who represents repentance. And you start to see a theme here. They don't just travel, they rescue people along the way, like Feeblemind, and they gather more friends. This whole journey is about lifting each other up. And that brings us to the big bad of the story, Giant Despair. This guy lives in Doubting Castle, and he is the perfect symbol for that crushing hopelessness that can just completely wreck your spiritual journey. In the first book, our hero Christian barely gets away from him, but in part 2, things go down very, very differently. This right here is where the sequel just shines. Christiana, Greatheart, and their crew, they don't just escape Giant Despair. No way. They march right up to Doubting Castle and they fight him. They completely defeat him, tear his fortress to the ground, and free every single prisoner inside. They don't just survive despair, they conquer it. For everyone. It's an incredible shift from just personal survival to liberating the whole community. But, this whole pilgrimage thing wasn't Bunyan's only epic allegory. In his other masterpiece, The Holy War, he took this whole idea of conflict and just scaled it way, way up. He imagined the human soul itself as a literal city under siege. It's a massive spiritual war on a completely different level. So get this, in the Holy War, the human soul is a city called Mansoul. The whole story is a full-on military campaign between God, who's called Shaddai, and Satan, called Diabolus, as they fight for control of the city. The characters are literally parts of our mind, like will and conscience. It's this incredibly ambitious, complex picture of the spiritual war that rages inside every single one of us. And believe it or not, these epic allegories were just the tip of the iceberg. Bunyan was also a super passionate and productive theologian. He wrote dozens of other books and pamphlets. And when you look at them all together, you get this whole library of faith that gives us a much clearer picture of what he truly believed, way beyond just his famous stories.
I mean, his range was just incredible. In one book, The Barren Fig Tree, he's arguing that real faith has to lead to good actions. Then in another, of Antichrist, he's giving this fiery warning against corrupt institutions. And then you have something like The Jerusalem Sinner Saved, which offers this beautiful promise that nobody is too far gone for God's grace. He was tackling the biggest questions out there, which really makes you wonder, where did all of this come from?
Okay, so to really get John Bunyan, you have to know where he wrote his most famous books. They weren't dreamed up in some comfy study with a fireplace. Nope. They were forged in the fire of a prison cell. In that context, it's everything. 12 years. Just let that number sink in for a second. For more than a decade, John Bunyan was locked up. And for what? For his beliefs. This unbelievable stretch of suffering became the very soil where his incredible imagination and deepest spiritual ideas took root. So why was he arrested? It was for preaching without an official license from the state church. As a nonconformist, he just refused to be silenced, and for that, they threw him in jail. And it was right there, in that cell, that he came up with and wrote The Pilgrim's Progress. His own writings from that time show a guy whose faith wasn't just crushed by all this, it was strengthened by it. And you have to think, when he created the monster giant Despair and his doubting castle, he wasn't just writing fiction, he was writing about the very walls around him and the hopelessness he had to fight off every single day. So, after all this, the sequel, the allegories, the theology, the sacrifice, what's Bunyan's real legacy? I mean, why are we still talking about a preacher from the 1600s today? You know, I think this quote just nails it. It's that perfect mix, deep, heavy theological ideas, told through these unforgettable stories, all written in a way that regular people could actually understand. He made that inner, spiritual journey feel so real, so tangible. And that's why his work is still a cornerstone of literature. And that kind of leaves us with one final thought. Bunyan gave his world this powerful roadmap for life, and it was filled with giants of despair and valleys of humiliation. It just makes you wonder, what are the maps and metaphors we use for our own lives today? What are our giants? And who is our great heart that helps us get through it all?
Hey, welcome. Today we are diving into the world of one of the most important authors in all of English literature. Get this, he was a guy who from a prison cell managed to literally map out the journey of the human soul. A map that, well, it had two very different destinations.
So here's our game plan. First, we're going to meet the man himself, the prisoner who became a legendary preacher. Then we'll explore his two masterpieces, the famous Journey Towards Salvation and its dark twin, The Path Straight to Damnation. After that, we'll see how these two paths stack up against each other. And finally, we'll unpack why his vision still resonates with us hundreds of years later.
So you've got to wonder, right? How does a man locked up in jail go on to write one of the most famous books of all time? Well, that's exactly where the incredible story of John Bunyan begins.
I mean, just listen to the scale of that title. The Pilgrim's Progress from this world to that which is to come, delivered under the similitude of a dream. It sounds so epic, so grand. You'd think it was written in some vast, quiet university library. But no, it was dreamed up behind bars.
John Bunyan was a preacher in 17th century England, and it was a time of serious religious turmoil. He got thrown in jail because he violated something called the Conventicle Act, which basically means he was preaching without getting the okay from the official Church of England. Now back then, unauthorized religious meetings were seen as a major threat to the social order, so his defiance landed him in prison. And it was right there, in that jail cell, that he poured his powerful faith into his most famous works.
All right, so let's crack open the book that made his name famous for centuries. Let's take a walk down the road to the celestial city in The Pilgrim's Progress.
The basic idea is actually pretty simple, but it's also incredibly profound. You've got a man named Christian, weighed down by his sins, who decides to flee his home, the city of destruction, and start this long, hard journey to the celestial city, which is, heaven. It's basically the ultimate spiritual road trip.
And let me tell you, this journey is anything but a walk in the park. Christian has to navigate some seriously treacherous places that are all symbols for our own inner struggles. Right after leaving home, he gets stuck in the Slough of Despond, a literal swamp of despair. He has to battle a monster named Apollyon, survive the endless temptations of Vanity Fair, and then finally cross the terrifying river of death before he can even reach the gates of the celestial city.
Now, the reason all this works so well is because the entire book is a brilliant allegory. So what that means is that every single character, every single location, it isn't just a plot point. It's a symbol for something bigger, a real-world temptation, a virtue, or a spiritual challenge that we all face.
But here's where it gets really fascinating. Just 2 years after publishing this hopeful masterpiece, Bunyan wrote the complete opposite story, a roadmap not to heaven, but one that leads straight to hell.
And this comparison just lays out the contrast perfectly. Where Christian's goal is salvation and his path is all about spiritual struggle, Mr. Badman's goal is just vice and corruption. His path isn't about overcoming anything. It's about diving headfirst into greed and selfishness. Their destinations couldn't be more different.
Unlike the fantastical, dreamlike vibe of Pilgrim's Progress, this book is totally different. It's written as a realistic, serious conversation between two friends, Mr. Wiseman and Mr. Attentive. They're basically just discussing the life of the recently deceased Mr. Badman, and they use his story as this powerful cautionary tale about what happens when you live a life without any kind of moral compass.
And the full extent of his failure in life really hits home when he dies. Bunyan makes a point to show that Badman got none of the honors you'd expect for a respectable person. There was no memorial for him, no awards or achievements to speak of, no sermon was preached about his life, and, this is the real kicker, nobody even mourned him. His life left absolutely zero positive trace on the world.
So you've got these two completely different books, these two very different paths, all from the same author. What gives? How do they fit together to paint a complete picture? Well, it all comes down to purpose.
When you put the two books side by side like this, the contrast is just crystal clear. Pilgrim's Progress uses that dreamlike allegory to inspire you, to guide you. It's hopeful. Mr. Badman, on the other hand, uses realistic dialogue to warn you. It's serious. They're basically two different tools for two different jobs. One is a map to heaven, and the other is a giant warning sign for the road to hell.
Okay, so let's fast forward a few hundred years. Why are we still talking about these stories written way back in the 1600s? What gives them such incredible staying power?
Well, for starters, The Pilgrim's Progress became a global phenomenon. I mean, it blew up. It was translated into countless languages and became a cornerstone of both Christian literature and, the wider literary world in general. Its simple, powerful story just connected with people everywhere.
And that really gets to the heart of it. That's the crucial point. Bunyan's true genius wasn't just his deep faith, it was his incredible skill as a storyteller. He could take these huge, complicated ideas about sin and redemption and faith and despair, and he could turn them into characters and adventures that anyone, and I mean anyone, could understand. He made theology feel like an epic adventure story.
And that kind of leaves us with a final thought to chew on. Bunyan presented two very clear paths, one of struggle that leads to a great reward, and one of selfishness that leads to ruin. In our modern world, which is so often full of moral gray areas and really complex choices, does that kind of clear black and white map of right and wrong still have something valuable to show us? Does it still point the way?
You ever feel like the human mind is just the most complicated, fascinating, and, let's be honest, baffling thing in the universe? We've got all this modern science, but we're still figuring ourselves out. Well, what if I told you one of the best guides to our inner world isn't new at all?
What if one of the most thorough, insightful, and, believe it or not, hilarious guides to what we now call depression was written 400 years ago? Yeah, that's exactly what we're digging into today, a masterpiece from 1621 that feels like it could have been written yesterday.
So, here's our game plan. First up, we're going to meet the guy who wrote this incredible book. Then, we'll slice into the masterpiece itself. After that, we'll explore its universe of ideas, meet his fascinating alter ego, and finally, we'll get into why this ancient text still hits so close to home.
So, who was the brilliant mind behind all of this? Let's meet the man who literally wrote the book on sadness.
The man's name was Robert Burton. And when I say he was a polymath, I mean this guy was a one-man intellectual universe. We're talking about a scholar, a writer, a clergyman who was obsessed with everything from medicine and philosophy to psychology and literature. He was basically the human equivalent of the internet in the 17th century. But here's the real kicker. This wasn't just some dusty academic project for him. Burton himself struggled deeply with melancholy. Writing this enormous book was his own way of dealing with it, his personal therapy. He was dissecting the subject to try and understand his own mind.
Okay, so we've met the man. Now for his masterpiece. And honestly, just calling it a book doesn't do it justice. It's more like a sprawling 17th century encyclopedia of the human mind. This thing first hit the shelves way back in 1621. It was Burton's life's work, an absolutely exhaustive dive into what we'd now call depression, but seen through the eyes of a world that was a mix of Renaissance thinking and medieval tradition.
Now, you might think a book this massive would be a total mess, right? Nope. Burton was super methodical. He breaks the whole thing down into 3 clear parts. First, what causes melancholy. Second, what it looks and feels like. And third, how you can try to cure it. It's a surprisingly logical roadmap through a very complex topic.
But look, if you're picturing some dry, old medical text, think again. This book is an absolute universe of ideas. It's about way more than just medicine.
I mean, the sheer range here is staggering. Burton doesn't just talk about sadness, he gets specific. He dives into religious melancholy, love melancholy, which is a big one, even the melancholy that scholars feel. He ties it all into these huge human experiences like grief, ambition, and despair. And to back all this up, he pulled from, well, everything. Seriously, he's quoting classical philosophers, medieval texts, Renaissance thinkers, literature, mythology, science. He even throws in astrology. This was a grand synthesis of pretty much all of Western knowledge up to that point.
Okay, so I know what you're thinking. This sounds incredibly heavy, but here's the secret sauce. The book is actually funny. It is packed with scholarly knowledge, for sure, but it's also overflowing with wit, irony, and really personal, relatable insights. The guy was a master of blending high-minded ideas with a kind of dry, self-aware humor.
And a lot of that unique voice comes from a kind of character Burton created for himself, which just adds another whole fascinating layer to this work.
So, he wrote under the name Democritus Jr. Now, why that name? Well, the original Democritus was an ancient Greek philosopher who was known as the laughing philosopher because he thought the follies of mankind were just absurd and kind of funny. So Burton takes on this persona of a wise, satirical observer looking down on it all. And this duality is really the key to the whole book. You've got 2 things happening at once. On one side, there's Robert Burton, the man, looking inward, trying to figure out his own sadness. On the other side, you have Democritus Jr., the persona, looking outward and critiquing all the things in society, the greed, the ambition, the silliness that make us all miserable. It's brilliant. So let's be real for a second. A huge, dense, 400-year-old book written by a melancholy scholar. Why on earth should we care about it today? What makes it so timeless? Well, for one, its influence is just undeniable. For centuries, it's been a secret weapon for other great writers. In the 18th century, a guy like Samuel Johnson loved it. In the 19th, romantic poets like John Keats were totally inspired by it. And today, it fits right into our modern conversations about mental health in a way that is just uncanny.
But at the end of the day, the reason this book lasts is because it's so profoundly human. Burton's deep, compassionate, and sharp-witted take on sorrow, on anxiety, on just how messy our emotions are, it feels completely modern. He's reminding us that none of this is new. We've been feeling this way for a very, very long time.
And that kind of leaves you with a big question, doesn't it? As we're all trying to navigate our own complicated lives, you have to wonder, how many of our so-called modern anxieties are really just echoes bouncing across 4 centuries from the pages of a book that saw it all coming?
All right, today we're doing a little time traveling. We're going back to the 17th century to get inside the mind of this incredible figure, a guy who managed to bridge the worlds of science and faith. We're talking about a surgeon who had the soul of a poet. His name? Sir Thomas Browne.
So let me ask you this. How can a person believe in scientific proof and at the same time believe in religious miracles? It's a huge question, right? Are science and faith total opposites, or are they just 2 different ways of looking at the same big mystery? Well, this wasn't just a hypothetical for a certain doctor back in the 17th century. He was living this question, trying to figure it all out in a world that was changing fast.
Okay, so here's our game plan. We're going to look at the world he lived in, see how he tried to bring science and his faith together, and check out his battle against what he called vulgar errors, which is basically the fake news of his day. Then we'll dive into his deep thoughts on death and design and wrap it all up with why any of this still matters to us now.
So first up, a mind for a new age. To really get Thomas Browne, you've got to picture his world, the 1600s. Man, what a time. It was this crazy period of upheaval where old superstitions were crashing head-on with the very beginnings of modern science. You know, it was an era that was practically begging for a new kind of thinker, someone who could stand with a foot in both of these worlds.
And that's where this idea of a polymath comes in. A polymath is someone whose knowledge is just massive. It spans all these different subjects. But it's not just about knowing a lot of trivia. A true polymath connects the dots between ideas that seem totally unrelated, and they create something brand new. And that was Browne for sure.
For him, science, religion, philosophy, it wasn't in separate boxes. It was all part of one big, amazing investigation.
So, was he a physician, a philosopher, a scientist, or writer? The answer is yes. He was all of those things. His day job as a doctor actually fueled his philosophical questions, and his deep faith is what pushed him to be so scientifically curious. For him, everything was connected.
All right, that brings us to The Religion of a Doctor. This is all about how he tried to reconcile his work in science with his Christian faith. His first huge work was called Religio Medici, which literally means the religion of a doctor. And it was basically his personal manifesto, him working through how a guy who deals in facts and evidence could also be a person of deep faith.
So in this book, which came out in 1643, he lays it all out. He makes this argument that science isn't some threat to his faith. Actually, it's the opposite. He saw it as a way to better understand and appreciate God's incredible creation. He was really pushing for a kind of faith that wasn't rigid or dogmatic, but was full of intellectual curiosity and tolerance, totally open to the mysteries of the universe.
Okay, so now we're moving on to debunking vulgar errors. You see, Braun's curiosity wasn't just about the big spiritual questions. He was also a passionate debunker. You could almost call him a 17th century fact-checker. His masterpiece on this subject, Pseudodoxia Epidemica, was all about taking on what he called vulgar errors, which is just a fantastic old-timey way of saying misinformation.
This is what's so wild. He critiqued what he called the uncritical acceptance of tradition. He was arguing for empirical investigation and reason. I mean, think about that. We're talking almost 400 years ago, and this guy is already talking about the dangers of just accepting what you're told without any evidence. He was telling people, hey, observe for yourself, investigate, use your own reason. And the stuff he went after was, well, it was all over the place. He looked into common superstitions, myths, folklore, all sorts of falsehoods in natural history, and even popular medical beliefs. I'm talking about things like, do elephants really not have knees? Or do griffins actually exist? He went through these popular myths one by one and just systematically took them apart, replacing all that folklore with actual facts.
But Brown wasn't just a fact-checker. His mind was equally comfortable in the world of poetry and deep philosophy. So for our next section, Meditations on Death and Design, we're shifting gears a bit. His later works really dig into these two huge, opposing forces of existence. You've got the inevitable decay of death on one hand, and the beautiful, complex order of life on the other.
Okay, so imagine this. Some construction workers unearth these ancient Roman burial urns. This discovery sparks one of his most famous works, Hydrida Thafia, Urn Burial. It's this incredibly solemn, poetic meditation on mortality, on how everything is temporary and how everything eventually decays. It's pretty heavy stuff, exploring the idea that trying to be remembered forever is kind of pointless. In the end, as he saw it, we're all forgotten. Everything just turns to dust.
But then, published at the same time, you have The Garden of Cyrus. And it is the complete opposite. It's a celebration of order, of design, of life. In this work, he's actively searching for hidden patterns in the natural world, looking for proof of a divine harmony. He gets really obsessed with this one geometric pattern called the quinquanx. It's basically 5 points arranged like the 5 on a die. And he starts seeing it everywhere, in everything from plants to snowflakes.
So you see this incredible contrast, right? With Urn Burial, the theme is death and decay, the tone is solemn, and it's all about human impermanence, looking at archaeology and history. But with The Garden of Cyrus, the theme is life and order, the tone is celebratory and complex, and the focus is on divine design, pulling from botany and even mysticism. These two works are like the two hemispheres of Brown's brain, one side staring into the abyss of death, and the other finding this beautiful divine blueprint in nature.
Okay, so why are we talking about a doctor from the 1600s? Why does Brown still matter? I think it's because the struggle he was going through, trying to balance faith with reason, skepticism with wonder, that's a struggle that feels incredibly modern. It's our struggle too.
His relevance really endures for a few key reasons. First, he showed that you don't have to choose between faith and reason, that they can actually make each other richer. Second, he was a huge champion for scientific curiosity, pioneering this skeptical, evidence-based way of looking at the world. Third, the guy could write. His prose was just beautiful, poetic, and philosophical. And finally, he was asking the big, universal questions, the ones about life, death, and what it all means. Those never go out of style.
So I want to leave you with this question. If Sir Thomas Browne were suddenly dropped into our world today,
What widely held beliefs of ours would he label a vulgar error? What modern ideas, superstitions, or bits of common knowledge would he tell us to go out and investigate for ourselves? Makes you think, doesn't it?
We all know the story, right? The lone hero, the solitary traveler on an impossible quest. But have you ever stopped to wonder, what happens after the credits roll? What about the family that hero left behind? Well, today we're diving into one of literature's most overlooked sequels to find out.
And it's a question we almost never get our answer to. The hero makes it to the celestial city, the day is saved, and we just assume it's happily ever after for everyone. But John Bunyan, the author of The Pilgrim's Progress, he decided that just wasn't the full picture. So he went all the way back to the City of Destruction to answer that exact question.
So Bunyan's answer? It comes in the form of a brand new protagonist, Christiana, who was the wife of Christian, our original hero. And The Pilgrim's Progress Part 2 isn't just a retelling, it's a whole new pilgrimage, looking at faith and salvation from a completely different angle.
What's so fascinating, right from the get-go, is how different this is from the first story. Christian's journey was lonely, a solitary struggle. But Christiana's, it begins with family and community. She, her 4 sons, and her friend Mercy decide to follow in Christian's footsteps. Right from the start, this is a shared quest.
As you'd probably expect, the road to the Celestial City is never a walk in the park. Christiana and her group find themselves in familiar places, but their trials are unique, testing them in ways they never could have seen coming.
And their first major test is a classic, the Slough of Despond. Now, anyone who's read the first book knows this place. It's that infamous swamp of doubt and discouragement that can just swallow a pilgrim whole before their journey even really gets started. Of course, the Slough of Despond isn't a literal mud pit. It's an allegory for that crushing feeling of hopelessness that makes you want to just give up. For Bunyan, this is the first and maybe the most dangerous spiritual trap you can fall into. But here's where things get interesting. Their experience is different from Christians. Instead of just sinking, they're confronted by this angry dog at the gate. It's a small detail, yeah, but it shows that the allegorical landscape might be the same, but the challenges are kind of custom-made for the traveler. They actually need help, a moment of mercy just to move forward. And then, the journey takes a really dangerous turn. One of Christiana's sons, Matthew, does something foolish. He steals some fruit from the devil's garden. And this one mistake kicks off a whole chain reaction. It exposes the group to new physical dangers, like thugs on the road. But it also causes Matthew to get deathly ill, not from poison, but from a spiritual sickness. It's a really stark lesson. One person's slip-up can put the entire community in jeopardy. And as they push forward, these inner struggles start to become, well, real. The internal battles they're fighting against doubt and despair begin to show up as actual physical threats. They have to fight literal monsters, and each one is basically a physical form of an inner demon. So, their first big showdown is with a giant named Maul in the Valley of Humiliation. Now, this isn't just some fantasy fight scene. It's a test of their collective courage and their faith. And by working together, they bravely take him down, proving they're getting stronger along the way. Bunyan really leans into this idea when the group comes face to face with Giant Despair, who is maybe the most famous villain from the whole series. He isn't just a monster, he is the physical manifestation of hopelessness. For these pilgrims, defeating him means conquering that feeling inside themselves.
But here's the best part. Their victory isn't just for them. They don't just escape. They actually destroy Giant Despair's castle, freeing all the other pilgrims he had trapped. This just hammers home one of the central themes of this story. Your spiritual victories can literally set other people free.
And that really brings us to the single biggest difference between Christian's journey and Christiana's. While he walked so much of the path by himself, her story is all about the growing community that forms around her.
First up, and probably the most important, is Greatheart. He's this warrior and guide sent to protect them. You can think of him as that mentor or protector figure, the guide you absolutely need when the going gets tough.
Later on, another fighter joins them, Valiant for Truth. And yeah, as his name kind of gives away, he's all about embodying the virtue of standing firm in what you believe. Each new person they meet adds another layer of strength to their group.
And the fellowship just keeps on growing.
They meet Honest, an old pilgrim, Gaius, a man who gives them shelter, and even characters named Feeble Mind and Ready to Halt, who represent the weak and struggling people who are welcomed and supported by the community. This isn't a journey for spiritual superheroes, right? It's for absolutely everyone.
So when you put it all together, what Christiana's journey gives us is this much broader, more inclusive vision of faith. It's not about one man's lonely struggle, but about how a whole community, a family, can lift each other up on the path to salvation.
Now, it's super easy to think of John Bunyan as a one-hit wonder, but The Pilgrim's Progress was just the tip of the iceberg. His other books explore this huge range of theological ideas, creating a really rich and complex literary world.
Take the Holy War, for instance. It expands that idea of an internal battle into an entire city representing the human soul. Or the barren fig tree, which warns against having a faith that doesn't produce good actions. He was a writer with incredible depth, and all of these different themes just add more layers to the journey we're seeing with Christiana.
So let's bring it all back to Christiana and her family. After all those trials, those battles, and all the moments of friendship, they're finally getting close to the end of their quest.
And you know, unlike so many heroic stories that end in tragedy, Christiana's journey ends with peace. She completes her pilgrimage, and she's welcomed into the celestial city. Her success, along with her entire diverse group, is really Bunyan's final point. The path of faith and grace is open to everybody, no matter who you are.
So in the end, Christiana's story is way more than just some forgotten sequel. It's a powerful reminder that no one makes it through their biggest challenges alone. And that leaves us with one last thought. For you, when you look at your own life, your own journeys and struggles, who are the people who act as your guides and your protectors? Who are your great hearts? Imagine your world is just tearing itself apart. All the old rules are gone, and what's left is conflict, division, and a whole lot of fear. So in the middle of all that chaos, how do you hold on to who you are? How do you live a life that actually means something? Well, it turns out a writer from the 17th century faced that exact same reality, and he left behind a roadmap that might just be more relevant now than ever before.
We're talking about the English Civil War. And listen, this wasn't just some political squabble over who gets to be in charge. No, this was a crisis that sliced right down to the soul of the nation. It turned neighbor against neighbor, shattering communities. It was a time of just deep, unsettling spiritual and social chaos.
And this brings up a massive question, one that feels just as real today as it did almost 400 years ago. When everything around you feels unstable, maybe even hostile, where do you even begin to find the strength, the structure, to live with some integrity and purpose?
Our guide through all this turmoil is a man named Jeremy Taylor. Now, Taylor wasn't some academic sitting in a cozy, safe office. As the chaplain to King Charles I, he was right in the thick of it, and he was on what turned out to be the losing side. His loyalty cost him big time. We're talking hardship, even prison. He wasn't just writing about chaos, he was living and breathing it every single day.
And honestly, that's what makes him so incredible. Taylor wasn't just a cleric, he was a master of the written word, a literary powerhouse. And his greatest works? They weren't dreamed up in some peaceful study. They were forged in the fire of a national crisis, a direct answer to the world that was crumbling around him.
So, how did he respond to all this? Well, his first big move was intensely practical. He didn't offer up some fuzzy philosophy. No, he wrote a literal, hands-on guide for how to conduct yourself, a user's manual for navigating a broken world one day at a time.
He published 2 masterpieces, one right after the other, Holy Living and Holy Dying. Now, you can't think of them as separate books. They're 2 halves of a whole. One is the guide to building a good life day by day. The other is the guide to facing the end of that life with faith and a clear head. Together, they create a complete roadmap for a person's entire spiritual journey.
And this is where you really see how practical he was. Holy living isn't about vague ideas. It's a clear, actionable game plan. He was basically saying, look, the world outside is a mess, so bring some order to your inner world. Control your desires, let go of your ego, be a force for good. This wasn't just feel-good advice. It was a daily workout routine for the soul.
So, after laying out the framework for how to live, Taylor turned to the one thing no one can avoid. He focused on what was, for so many people at that time, a constant, terrifying reality: death.
But here's the twist. Taylor didn't see this as being morbid or depressing. For him, thinking about mortality wasn't about dwelling on fear.
It was about gaining focus. It was a tool, really, to strip away all the trivial, distracting junk in life and find this profound clarity about what actually matters.
And you absolutely have to remember the context here. During the Civil War, death was everywhere. This wasn't some theoretical exercise for them. Holy Dying was speaking directly to an audience that was facing the fragility of life every single day. And it offered them a way to face it, not with despair, but with dignity and faith.
But Taylor's vision was bigger than just personal self-help. He also had a radical idea for how to heal the fractured society that was ripping itself apart. He went straight for the source of the conflict: religious intolerance.
Okay, so to really get his argument, we gotta understand a key term from the title of his book, the liberty of prophesying. Now, when we hear prophesying, we think of predicting the future, right? But in the 17th century, it meant interpreting scripture and preaching about it. And the whole debate over who had the right to do that and whose interpretation was the correct one was literally what people were fighting and dying over.
So Taylor's argument for tolerance was revolutionary. And it's brilliant in its simplicity. It's basically 3 logical steps. First, he says, let's start with a dose of humility. Let's all just admit that we're human, our understanding is imperfect, we could be wrong. Step 2 flows right from that. If we could be wrong, then we should be really, really careful about condemning other people for their beliefs. And that leads to his powerful conclusion. Let's focus on the things that actually unite us, like kindness and common sense, instead of letting arguments over dogma tear us all apart.
And I mean, you can't overstate how huge this was. This one book laid the intellectual groundwork for centuries of arguments about religious freedom. In an age of absolute certainty, where people were being persecuted for their beliefs, Taylor's call for a little humility and moderation, while it wasn't just a good idea, it was a radical act of peacemaking.
So, when you put it all together, what's the lasting legacy of this writer who was forged in war? A quick look at his career shows how these big ideas didn't just define his life, they went on to shape the world long after he was gone.
Just look at the timing here. All of his most important works came out right in the middle of the crisis. The Plea for Tolerance in 47, the Guides to Living and Dying in the early 1650s. Yeah, sure, after the monarchy came back, he got his reward and was made a bishop, but his real legacy had already been sealed back in those years of turmoil.
And you just can't talk about Taylor's legacy without talking about his style. It wasn't just what he said, it was the incredible way he said it. His writing is just beautiful. It's elegant, it's full of poetic images, and it carries this deep moral seriousness. He managed to combine these profound ideas with absolutely breathtaking language, which is why he's still seen as a true master.
And that brings us right back to where we started. Taylor wrote for a nation at war with itself, and he offered tools for both personal integrity and for social peace. Which leaves us all with one final thought. In our own turbulent and, let's be honest, often...
All right, let's jump right in. I want you to picture a country that's just completely torn apart, not just over politics, but over faith itself. We're talking about 17th century England, a time of massive crisis where really the entire soul of the nation felt like it was up for grabs. And right in the middle of all that chaos, 2 brilliant minds came along, offering 2 very, very different ways forward.
See, this wasn't just a simple conflict between a king and his parliament. Oh no, it went much deeper than that. This was a theological battle that found its way into every single church and pretty much every home in the country. People were suddenly forced to question everything they thought they knew about God, about the church, and about how to live a good life in a world that felt like it was just falling apart. And what a century it was. I mean, it was an absolute roller coaster. It kicks off with a brutal civil war in 1642. Then, by 1649, they've executed their king and set up a republic called the Commonwealth. And just when you think you know which way is up, boom, by 1660, the monarchy is back. Can you imagine living through that kind of constant whiplash? This chaos created a desperate need for some kind of spiritual anchor in a total sea of confusion. And that is exactly where our 2 main guys come in, Jeremy Taylor and Richard Baxter. Both were incredibly devout, absolutely brilliant writers who looked at this crisis and just felt like they had to do something. But their solutions, their visions for how to heal this divided nation, well, they couldn't have been more different. So first up, we've got Jeremy Taylor. Now, this guy was a champion of the established Anglican tradition. He was a high churchman through and through. For Taylor, the path back to peace was all about holding on tight to the beauty, the structure, and the authority of the historic church.
Its formal liturgies, its ancient prayers, and its ordained clergy. He believed order would come from reinforcing what had already stood the test of time. And then, on the complete other side of the spectrum, you have Richard Baxter. Baxter was a more moderate Puritan theologian, and honestly, he was way less concerned with preserving old structures and much more focused on finding common ground. His whole deal was practical piety. He was this tireless voice for moderation and reconciliation, always trying to build bridges between all the warring religious factions in England. So, okay, those are the big ideas. But how did that translate into actual practical advice? Let's start with the individual believer. I mean, when your entire world is falling apart, how do you keep your own faith from shattering too? Both men wrote these incredibly powerful guides to answer that exact question. But, as you can guess, their approaches were pretty distinct. And the contrast here is just fascinating. Taylor's book, The Golden Grove, gives you a daily framework. It's a collection of prayers and hymns designed to root you in the rich, time-tested tradition of the church. It's all about finding spiritual order through daily practice and structure. But Baxter, he wrote The Saints' Everlasting Rest while he himself was incredibly sick. His advice? Focus on heaven. He encourages this deep, internal meditation on the joys of the afterlife to give you the strength to get through the suffering of this life. So one looks to structure for support. The other looks to the horizon for hope. And this quote, wow, it just captures the fire in Baxter's work so perfectly. He wasn't just offering gentle comfort. He was sounding an alarm. His writing is packed with this direct, passionate, and really urgent plea. He was deeply, personally concerned for the salvation of every single person, and he wanted to reach them directly, to stir their hearts towards a real, personal conversion. Now, this focus on the individual naturally leads to their advice for the church leaders. Because it's one thing to guide yourself, right? But how in the world do you lead an entire congregation, a deeply divided flock, through a national crisis of this scale? And again, we see this incredible split. In his book, Cluris Domini, Taylor defends the formal, traditional authority of the clergy. He argues that they are set apart, that they're called to a higher moral standard to be exemplars for everyone else. The emphasis is on their sacred office and the authority that comes with it. Baxter's book, The Reformed Pastor, is basically a how-to guide for the working minister. It's all about a hands-on, personally engaged ministry, visiting people in their homes, preaching with passion, and living a deeply pious life yourself. For Baxter, a pastor's authority didn't just come from his title. It came from his hard work and his genuine care. So what was the long-term impact of these two powerful, competing visions? Well, both men left an absolutely incredible mark on Christianity, not just in England, but around the world. But their influence, it flowed into two very different streams. So let's just sum it all up. Jeremy Taylor, the great defender of the Anglican tradition, he gave the church these works of incredible literary and poetic beauty, really strengthening it from the inside. His influence still echoes today in the majesty of formal liturgical worship. And then you've got Richard Baxter, the Puritan reconciler. He focused on pastoral diligence and personal conversion, and his work became a cornerstone for nonconformist churches and a huge inspiration for the later evangelical revivals. So here's the key takeaway. When faced with the exact same crisis, these two brilliant thinkers offered two profoundly different solutions. One path was to double down, to reinforce and beautify the traditions that had anchored the nation for centuries. The other path was to build new bridges and call for a more personal, urgent kind of faith to try and unite a fractured people. And all of that leaves us with a question that is just as relevant today as it was back in the 17th century. When society feels like it's coming apart at the seams, what do we need more? The stability that comes from tradition, or the flexibility it takes to forge a new kind of unity? It's a debate that Taylor and Baxter started, and it's one that, we are very much still having. All right, let's get into it. Imagine, just for a second, that you're living through one of the most chaotic times your country has ever seen. We're talking civil war, society literally tearing itself apart. How do you keep it together? How do you even begin to find a way forward? Well, today we're going to look at one man, Thomas Fuller, who navigated that exact storm with this incredible mix of humor, faith, and just profound wisdom. This one quote, "An ounce of mirth is worth a pound of sorrow," man, it just says it all. This was his whole philosophy in a nutshell. While everyone around him was getting swallowed up by bitterness and anger,
Fuller sought humor as this powerful, essential tool for keeping your perspective. It wasn't about ignoring the chaos, not at all. It was a conscious strategy for survival and for sanity. You know, to really get Fuller, you have to understand the world he was in. We're talking about the English Civil War, right in the middle of the 17th century. This was an absolutely brutal period of political and religious fighting. Royalists against parliamentarians, neighbor against neighbor. Talk about extreme polarization. And right into the middle of all this turmoil steps Thomas Fuller. Yeah, he was a churchman, a historian, a writer, but the thing that really made him stand out was his moderate stance. In an age where you basically had to pick a side, Fuller was the guy trying to find common ground. He used his incredible wit and his sharp mind not as weapons, but as tools to build understanding and maybe, just maybe, reconciliation. So, you might be asking, how in the world did he even try to do that? Well, one of his most powerful methods was to look backwards, to turn to history. Fuller had this idea that by looking at a shared past, the people of his time could maybe find a common identity that was bigger than all the divisions of the present. And his most famous work, The History of the Worthies of England, was a total game changer. This wasn't some dry, boring list of famous people. No way. Fuller created something totally new. He blended biography with these funny personal anecdotes and moral lessons. By celebrating what Englishmen from all walks of life had achieved, he was subtly reminding a broken nation of everything they actually shared. And he took that same balanced approach to the single most explosive topic of his day, religion. I mean, think about it. At a time when religious disagreements were literally the fuel for a war, Fuller sits down and writes a history of the church that's famous for being impartial. That was a truly radical act of moderation, trying to explain different sides instead of just condemning them. But his curiosity didn't just stop with England. He also took on this massive project, a detailed geographical guide to the Holy Land. And the title itself is so cool. A Pisgah site refers to the story of Moses seeing the Promised Land from a distance, from Mount Pisgah. So Fuller was giving his readers that same experience, a chance to see the world of the Bible without ever leaving their homes. And he did it by making the whole thing incredibly visual. This wasn't just a wall of text. He packed it with detailed maps and illustrations to make these faraway places feel real, feel tangible. For people back in the 17th century, this was revolutionary. It was like the high-definition documentary of its day, making these Bible stories feel so much more immediate and powerful. So Fuller wasn't just a historian. He was also a kind of moral guide. But he wasn't about standing on a pedestal and preaching at people. He taught by example, using real lives to explore the real consequences of both virtue and vice. His book, The Holy State and the Profane State, became hugely popular, and its structure was just brilliant in its simplicity. On one side, he'd give you lives to look up to, saints, good parents, wise leaders. And then on the other side, he'd give you the cautionary tales, tyrants, rebels, you name it. It was such a powerful, direct way to teach ethics using real-world examples. But here's the key. It never, ever felt like a lecture. This was Fuller's genius. He could make deep moral lessons feel engaging. His writing was just bursting with these witty little sayings and sharp, memorable descriptions of people. He made learning about virtue not just important, but actually entertaining. As the Civil War just dragged on and on, Fuller's writing started to get more personal, more reflective. He turned his incredible talent toward offering comfort and spiritual guidance for a whole nation that was just hurting. He wrote Good Thoughts in Bad Times as a direct response to the chaos. The title says it all, right? It was this collection of his own reflections, meditations, and prayers, basically a spiritual toolkit for anyone struggling. And people loved it. But the bad times? Yeah, they were about to get a whole lot worse. And as things went from bad to worse, Fuller was right there with his readers. Just 2 years later, he published the sequel. And get this title, Good Thoughts in Worse Times. You can just feel the crisis escalating in that title alone. And this wasn't just more of the same. He went deeper, offering more urgent thoughts on how to hold on to your faith when it really feels like all hope is gone. So after looking at him as a historian, a moralist, a spiritual guide, what's the big takeaway? What is Thomas Fuller's ultimate legacy? Why are we still talking about this guy almost 400 years later? When you boil it all down, Fuller's legacy is that he's a timeless model for how to get through a deeply polarized world.
He proved you could have strong beliefs without hating people who disagree. He used humor to disarm tension, and he was always looking for common ground, even writing a whole book about reconciliation. He just embodied this rare and powerful combination of wisdom, wit, and a deep sense of humanity.
And that really brings us to the final question, the one for right here and right now. Looking at our own world, with all of its arguments and divisions, what can we learn from a 17th century churchman who believed an ounce of mirth was worth a pound of sorrow, and that looking at our shared past might just be the best way to build a better future? That's definitely something worth thinking about.
You know, some writers are just a product of their time. And then every once in a while, you get these rare figures who don't just write in an era, they basically write the era itself. John Dryden was one of those guys, a true literary giant who became the defining voice of Restoration England.
But how does that even happen? How does a single writer manage to grab the political chaos, the cultural vibe, and the actual soul of a nation and put it down on paper? Okay, let's get into it. Let's unpack the incredible story of John Dryden.
So to really get Dryden, you have to get the world he lived in. We're talking 17th century England. And this was not a quiet, peaceful time. Oh, no. It was an age of full-blown revolution, of restoring a king, of complete reinvention. And Dryden, he was right there in the middle of all of it.
The thing about him is, he was a triple threat. He wasn't just a poet, or a playwright, or a critic. He was a master of all three. He completely dominated the literary scene, mixing his amazing creative work with this super sharp analysis that basically told a whole generation what was good.
And just look at the world swirling around him while he worked. His career took off right after a brutal civil war. He saw the monarchy make a huge comeback. He even witnessed London burn to the ground in the Great Fire and then rise from the ashes. This wasn't just background noise for him. This was the fuel for his fire.
And eventually, he got the ultimate seal of approval. In 1668, he was named the very first official poet laureate. Now, this wasn't just some fancy title. It was a statement. It cemented his place as the nation's #1 literary voice, the guy whose job it was to tell England's story back to itself.
All right, let's start with his first big role, the poet. But Dryden wasn't writing poems about, pretty flowers or quiet landscapes. He was a poet of power. And he used his words like a weapon, wielding satire as a razor-sharp tool for political commentary. And his most powerful, most dangerous weapon? It was a poem called Absalom and Achitophel. Now, on the surface, it looks like he's just retelling a story from the Bible. But really, it was a genius, not-so-subtle takedown of a huge political crisis happening at the time over who was going to be the next king.
He pulled this off using something called political allegory. And you have to understand just how risky this was. I mean, England had literally beheaded its king just a few decades earlier. To openly criticize the royal family was basically treason. So by hiding his critique inside a Bible story, Dryden found a way to jump right into the dangerous political arena without, getting his head chopped off.
So check this out. This is the key to the whole thing. The biblical King David, that's actually King Charles II. His rebellious son, Absalom, that's the Duke of Monmouth. And that sneaky, treacherous advisor, Achitophel, that's a stand-in for the Earl of Shaftesbury. All of a sudden, this old story becomes this gripping piece of investigative journalism, all in verse. It's brilliant.
Okay, so he's a master of the political poem. But Dryden wasn't done, not by a long shot. He was also a total titan of the London stage. He took these huge, epic stories from history and remade them with this new, raw, emotional power.
And his masterpiece for the stage was All for Love. He took the most famous love story ever, Antony and Cleopatra, and he decided to tell it again, but on his own terms. He wanted to focus on the obsessive, all-consuming, destructive power of their passion.
Now, you're probably thinking, wait, didn't Shakespeare already do that? And yeah, he did. But Dryden deliberately took a different approach. He stripped away all the magic, all the extra characters, and all the globetrotting to create something much more intense, a tight, almost claustrophobic psychological drama about what was going on inside their heads.
And he did it all with the sheer force of his language. The dialogue is so poetic and raw, it just cuts right to the heart of their relationship. You don't just watch these two people fall apart. With Dryden's words, you actually feel the crushing weight of every single impossible choice they have to make. So we've got the poet and we've got the playwright, but this next one, this might just be his biggest impact of all. See, Dryden didn't just write great stuff. He created the rule book for how we should judge what's great. He basically became the father of English literary criticism. His big work here was called An Essay of Dramatic Poesy. And don't picture some dusty, boring textbook. He wrote it as this lively conversation between four friends, all debating what makes a play good. And by doing that, he laid out the standards for drama that would last for generations. So what does this all mean? Well, he was laying out a blueprint. He argued that plays need a moral point, they need to be focused, following what are called classical unities, which means the story happens in one place, in one day, with one main plot. And you can totally see him using his own rules in All for Love, where he takes Shakespeare's sprawling epic and boils it down to just the final desperate hours of the lovers. Okay, so poet, playwright, critic. That's a heck of a resume. But let's be real, the guy lived over 300 years ago. Why should we still care about him today? What's his lasting legacy? Well, it all comes down to these three massive pillars. As a poet, he perfected the art of political satire. As a playwright, he gave tragedy this incredible new psychological depth. And as a critic, he literally gave us the tools and the vocabulary to talk about literature. The man didn't just succeed in one field, he completely redefined three of them. And that's really the key, isn't it? Because if you peel back all the layers, the 17th century politics, the fancy language, you find he's writing about things that are completely timeless. The battle between love and duty, how power corrupts people, the clash between what we want and what's right. These are struggles that are just as real for us today. And all this leaves us with one last big question. Dryden used his art to comment on, to criticize, and maybe even to change the powerful people of his time. It really makes you wonder, when art goes head-to-head with power, who actually gets the last word? The ruler?
Hey everyone, so today we're diving into what should be a pretty simple figure in English literature, the 17th century writer Samuel Butler. But as we started digging into the source material for this explainer, we found a story that is, well, it's anything but simple. In fact, it's a genuine literary mystery.
Okay, so before we get into Butler himself, we have to talk about his weapon of choice, satire. Now, satire isn't just about making jokes. It's about using humor and irony like a scalpel to cut open and expose all the hypocrisy and silliness in society. And for a writer in 17th century England, a time of just massive political and religious chaos, it was the absolute perfect tool for the job.
All right, first things first, let's lock in our subject in time. Samuel Butler, born 1612, died 1680. You got that? His entire life happened within the 17th century. Now, these dates are absolutely crucial, so please burn them into your brain. Everything we're about to talk about hinges on this very specific lifespan.
So, who was this guy? Well, this slide gives us a great snapshot. He wasn't some aristocrat born with a silver spoon. Nope, he was a farmer's son who basically educated himself. You just know that means he had this powerful, relentless curiosity. He became this super keen observer of the world falling apart around him and poured all of that insight into his masterpiece, a satirical poem called Hudibras.
And listen, Hudibras wasn't just some poem. The source material calls it a landmark in English satire. This was Butler's signature work, the thing that would come to define not only him, but his entire era.
So what exactly made it such a big deal? Well, it's a mock heroic poem. That means he used this grand, epic style, like the ancient Greek poets, to describe this totally ridiculous, pompous knight named Hudibras. It was published in a few parts between 1663 and 1678, and it took direct aim at the Puritan movement, which had just been running England during the Civil War. It was timely, it was savage, and it was incredibly clever.
And this quote just nails it, right? It was a sharp, funny takedown of the politics and culture of his day. So far, this all adds up. We've got a 17th century writer writing about 17th century problems. Makes perfect sense.
But this is where our nice, neat story starts to completely fall apart. Because according to our source, Samuel Butler also wrote some other pretty major works. And this is where things get really strange.
Just to recap, so we are all on the same page, born 1612, died 1680. His life is locked firmly, completely inside the 17th century. Remember that.
Okay, now our source also credits Butler with writing a novel called The Way of All Flesh. It's described as a semi-autobiographical critique of religious hypocrisy. Sounds like something he'd write, right? But the real question is, when was it published?
1903. Yeah, that's 223 years after he died. How is a semi-autobiographical novel published over 2 centuries after the author is gone? Something is very wrong here. But hold on, it gets weirder.
Next up, another work apparently written by Butler, the philosophical novel Erewhon. This book is a critique of Victorian society and its obsession with industrialization. Victorian society, which, happened about 200 years after Butler died.
And the publication date? 1872. Again, almost 2 centuries after our author passed away. The plot thickens, or maybe the timeline just dissolves.
And for our last piece of completely impossible evidence, the source also gives Butler credit for a major theological work, The Analogy of Religion, which gets into all these ideas about faith and reason during the Enlightenment. This one came out in 1736. I mean, that's only 56 years after his death, but still, it's a chronological impossibility.
So what on earth is going on? We have one man with one lifespan who is somehow publishing groundbreaking work across 3 different centuries. This isn't a biography anymore. This is what we're calling the Butler paradox.
I mean, this is the central question, isn't it? It just breaks logic. How could a 17th century guy making fun of Puritans also be a 19th century guy worried about robots taking over? Let's just look at how different these worlds are.
So on one hand, you've got Hubris, a poem that's all about the religious fights of the English Civil War. And on the other hand, you have Erewhon, a novel basically about anxieties over the rise of machines after the Industrial Revolution. These aren't just from different decades, they are from entirely different universes. Let's just put it all on the table nice and clear. This shows you the scale of the absurdity. The Analogy of Religion, published 56 years after his gone. Erewhon, 192 years later, and The Way of All Flesh, an unbelievable 223 years after he died. The timeline we're being given by the source just doesn't work. It's impossible.
So, where does that leave us? With this incredibly complicated legacy. The source material presents Samuel Butler not as a man who lived and died, but as this figure of deep, profound contradictions. A writer who somehow transcends time itself.
And honestly, this might be the wildest part. The source text just sums it all up by lumping all these works together. It says Butler's contributions cover everything from 17th century satire to philosophical novels. It presents this impossible collection of work as belonging to just one guy.
So the legacy we end up with is this big collection of themes, critiquing society, exploring what it means to be an individual, the craziness of human behavior. But these themes are being pulled from books written over a 200-year span, each responding to a totally different moment in history.
And that's where we're going to end it. See, this explainer wasn't really about solving the mystery. It was about laying out the puzzle exactly as it appears in our source. And it leaves us with this final, really fascinating question. What does it mean when a person's life story, their entire legacy, becomes a paradox? And what does that tell us about how history itself is sometimes written? And remember,
Okay, let's wind the clock back. Way back. We're talking 400 years ago to 17th century England to meet someone who was, in so many ways, a man from the future. A guy who saw our modern world long, long before it ever existed. But that kind of raises a big question, right? How can we possibly get a real, first-hand look into a world from that long ago? How do you get past the history books and actually feel what it was like? The sights, the sounds, the worries of a completely different era? Well, the answer is you find someone who was there and who had the incredible foresight to write it all down. So let's meet John Evelyn. He was an English writer, a passionate gardener, and most importantly for us, a diarist who left behind an absolutely amazing record of his life and times.
Now, Evelyn wasn't just some bystander. He was deeply woven into the very fabric of his society. Born into a wealthy family, educated at Oxford, he became a really influential member of the Royal Society. That pioneering group dedicated to scientific discovery. He was a writer, a gardener, a public servant, basically a true Renaissance man living through a century of massive, massive change.
And it's actually through his diary, one of his most personal projects, that we get this incredibly vivid picture of such a turbulent time.
Yeah, this was no simple Dear Diary. It's one of the most important historical documents from that entire period. It's like a time machine, giving us a direct window into the politics, the social scene, and all the cultural shifts happening in 17th century England.
And wow, what a time to be alive and writing. He started his diary in 1640 and didn't stop until he died in 1706. And in between, he documented everything. The monarchy being restored, the absolutely terrifying Great Plague sweeping through London, and then, just 1 year later, the Great Fire that completely devastated the city. He saw it all, and he wrote it all down for us.
But here's where Evelyn's story gets even more fascinating. His legacy goes way beyond his diary. His thinking was so modern, especially when it came to the environment. He was basically preaching what you might call a gospel of trees.
So back in 1664, he published this absolutely groundbreaking book called Silva. And this wasn't just a book about how pretty trees are. Nope. It was a powerful argument for their central role in society, pushing for everything from sustainable forestry to growing timber on a massive scale for the nation.
The main idea of his argument was pretty simple. Trees are absolutely vital for both practical reasons and for their beauty. He was a huge advocate for reforestation, and he actually warned people about the long-term dangers of just chopping down all the forests. This all came from his core belief that nature and society are deeply, deeply connected.
I mean, just stop and think about that for a second. This is an era where most people saw nature as just a resource to be used up endlessly. And here's John Evelyn writing about sustainability and the consequences of deforestation. It makes him a true pioneer of modern environmental thinking.
And believe it or not, his curiosity didn't stop with diaries and trees. This was a man with an incredible range of passions. He was a perfect example of the intellectual spirit of his time. His passions were all over the map. He wrote a book called Ascetaria, which was all about salads and eating fresh produce. As a key guy in the Royal Society, he was a huge champion for scientific experiments. He even wrote a whole detailed guide on garden design, all about creating beautiful, harmonious landscapes.
So why are we talking about a 17th century gardener and diarist today? Well, it's because his legacy of insight and inspiration is honestly more relevant now than ever before.
You see, John Evelyn wasn't just one thing. You can't put him in a simple box. He was this complex, multifaceted person who just fully embraced the world around him, championing both the beauty of nature and the pursuit of science. For him, those two things weren't at odds. They went hand in hand. And that, right there, is why his work is still so important. His diaries are absolutely essential for historians. His passion for plants and gardens still inspires gardeners. And his visionary ideas about the environment, they're still being studied by conservationists all over the world.
Which really leaves us with one final thought to chew on. In our age, with all our urgent environmental challenges, what can we learn from the ideas of a man who, 4 centuries ago, was already asking all the right questions about our relationship with this planet? What can his vision teach us about building a truly sustainable future?
Today, we're going to crack open a book that's not just a book. It's basically a time machine. We're about to meet a man whose secret diary, written over 350 years ago, gives us this incredibly raw and honest window into a world that's completely vanished.
I mean, really think about that for a second. We all know the dates, right? We know the names of kings, and we know about the big battles. But what did it actually feel like to walk down the street back then? What were people's real hopes, their fears, their little everyday annoyances? So often, history can feel like just a list of facts, but that feeling of the past, that's what usually gets lost. And what a world it was. We're talking 17th century London, one of the most dramatic, chaotic, and just transformative periods you can possibly imagine. It was a city of huge change, like a locked room from history. But what if I told you that someone left us the key?
So, who was this person with the key? You might think he was a king, or a general, or some famous philosopher. But nope. He was an ambitious civil servant. A pretty ordinary guy, really, living in some absolutely extraordinary times, who just so happened to write everything down. His name was Samuel Pepys.
So let's get to know this guy. Pepys was born into a pretty modest family, but he was incredibly smart and driven.
He clawed his way up through the government to become a huge figure in the English Navy, the Secretary of the Admiralty. I mean, this was a serious job, you know? He was involved in managing wars and shaping national policy. But here's the secret sauce. For 9 incredibly eventful years, Pepys kept a private diary. And to make sure it stayed private, he wrote the whole thing in this kind of secret code, a shorthand that nobody even figured out how to read for over 100 years after he died. And that secrecy, well, that's what allowed him to be brutally and sometimes shockingly honest. And because of that honesty, his diary gives us a front row seat to history that is totally unique. He wasn't just writing about events from far away, he was living them. He was breathing the same air, walking the same streets, and feeling the same gnawing uncertainty as everyone else in London. And wow, what a decade to be keeping a diary. He kicks things off right as the monarchy is brought back with King Charles II. Then he lives through the absolute horror of the Great Plague. And just 1 year after that, he literally stands there and watches London burn to the ground in the Great Fire. For him, these aren't just bullet points in a history book. This is his daily life. And that's the whole thing right there, the candidness and detail. Pepys doesn't just say, oh, there was a plague today. No way. He describes seeing the red crosses painted on doors, the terrifying silence of the streets, and his own very real, very personal fear of getting sick. He makes history feel human. He makes it feel immediate. But the diary is so much more than just a record of big historical events. The real magic, the thing that makes you keep reading, is the man himself. Pepys gives us this incredibly intimate portrait of a complex, flawed, and honestly, a deeply relatable human being. This is what makes it a total masterpiece. Because it was written in code, it's completely unfiltered. He writes about everything: arguments with his wife, his jealousies at work, his deep love of music and going to the theater, and most famously, his own mistakes and moral failings. Nothing is off limits. And this contrast is just fascinating, isn't it? On one hand, you have the public Samuel Pepys, this high-ranking official managing the Navy during major wars. But then you open the diary and you get the private Pepys, a guy stressing about money, getting way too excited about a good play, and writing down all the ups and downs of his marriage. It's the whole person, warts and all. In the end, it's this combination that makes the diary so priceless. Historians don't just get the facts, they get the feeling, the human emotion, the everyday reality behind all those huge events. His total honesty about his own flaws is what makes him feel so real, so modern to us today. So why on earth are we still talking about a 350-year-old diary? Well, it's because its legacy is kind of twofold and it's just incredibly powerful. First, for historians, it's an absolute treasure chest. There is simply no other document from that time that's anything like it. But second, it's a genuine literary masterpiece. Seriously, it's a great read. Pepys was just a natural storyteller with a super sharp eye for detail and a witty, engaging voice that just pulls you right in. And this is really why Pepys's diary lasts. It reminds us that even when you're in the middle of history-defining plagues and fires and revolutions, life just keeps going. People still worry about their jobs, they fall in love, they get jealous, they find joy in music. It perfectly captures the messy, complicated, and beautiful truth of what it means to be human. And that kind of leaves us with a fascinating thought for our own time, doesn't it? All the things we write down, the private messages we send, the social media posts we think are gone in an instant. What story would all of that tell a historian in, say, the year 2300? What secret, unfiltered truth about our world are we recording every single day without even realizing it? Something to think. Ooh, there are so many yummy vegetarian options out there. You could try like lentil soup, veggie burgers, tofu stir-fry. The possibilities are endless. Just listen to that for a second. Timor mortis conturbat mai. Those are some seriously powerful words, right? And what's wild is they were written over 500 years ago, but they still have this weight to them. So you gotta wonder, who wrote them and how do they still echo so strongly through the centuries? Well, the man behind those words was William Dunbar, a Scottish poet from way back at the turn of the 16th century. And that one line, that translation you see, "The fear of death disturbs me," that's really our key. It's our gateway into understanding the many, many different worlds of this absolutely incredible artist. So today we're going to meet William Dunbar, one of Scotland's absolute greatest poets, or as they called them, a makar. We're going to peel back the layers and explore all the different faces he shows us in his work. You know, you've got the court insider, the super sharp critic, the philosophical dreamer, and of course, that profound, haunting voice of mortality we just heard. All right, so here's our game plan for exploring his world. We'll start with Dunbar, the political poet, then get into his satirical side, explore him as an allegorical dreamer, and then we'll circle all the way back to that haunting voice of mortality. So I mentioned that word makar. You might be wondering, what exactly is that? Well, it's the Scots word for a poet, sure, but it means so much more. Think of it like a poet laureate, someone with real status, a ton of skill, and that's exactly what Dunbar was. He held this role in the court of King James IV, which put him smack dab in the center of all the power and culture in Scotland at the time. Okay, so let's jump into that first world, Dunbar, the political poet. How did he use his words to get by in the world of the court, the crown, and the whole country? See, his job wasn't just to write pretty verses to entertain people. No, it was way bigger than that. He was there to comment on, and sometimes even help shape, the biggest events of his day. And being the official court poet meant that his work often had a really clear political goal. I mean, a perfect example of this is a poem he wrote back in 1503. It's called The Thistle and the Rose, which, you guessed it, means the thistle and the rose. Now, this was not just some pretty poem about flowers in a garden. Not at all. It was a hugely powerful political statement. It was all about celebrating the marriage between King James IV of Scotland, symbolized by the tough, rugged Cecil, and Margaret Tudor of England, who was represented by the beautiful, elegant Rose. And here's where it gets really clever. In the poem, Dunbar has Dame Nature herself come down and bless the union. By doing that, he just completely elevates the whole thing. It stops being just a political deal and becomes this grand symbol of hope. Hope for peace between two countries that, let's be honest, had been rivals for a long time. But don't go thinking Dunbar was just some flatterer writing nice things for the king. No way. He had this incredibly sharp, critical, and honestly, often hilarious side to him. He was absolutely not afraid to use his poetic genius to call out the moral problems he saw all around him. And that brings us to one of his most amazing works, The Dance of the Seven Deadly Sins. In this poem, Dunbar basically takes us on a wild, guided tour of hell. It is grotesque, it's chaotic, it's darkly hilarious, and the main dancers, well, they're the sins themselves. So what he does is he gives each of these sins a body and a personality, describing them in this wild, over-the-top detail. And that's the real genius of it, you see. He's not just using this crazy satirical imagery for shock value. He's holding up a mirror to society, to critique human weakness and all the moral issues he saw everywhere. Okay, so we've seen Dunbar, the political operator and the social critic, always looking outward at the world. But his poetry also looked inward. He did this brilliant job of exploring the inner world of our minds, basically mapping out the internal battles we all fight. And the way he did this was through a very popular style back then, called the dream vision. It's pretty much what it sounds like. The storyteller falls asleep and has a dream, but the dream isn't just a random story. It's got a much deeper symbolic meaning. And Dunbar's absolute masterpiece in this genre is a poem called The Golden Targe. So what we're really seeing here is a story about an internal battle that, let's face it, we all go through. You've got the mind, right? It's being defended by reason, which holds up this golden shield, or a golden targe. But then it gets attacked by the goddess of love and all these forces of sensual pleasure. And in the end, reason's shield gets broken. It's this timeless story about the fight between our logical brain and our physical desires. And that brings us full circle, right back to those haunting words from the very beginning. We've seen Dunbar, the political poet, the sharp-witted critic, and the deep-thinking dreamer. But now, we're going to meet him at his most profound, his most personal, confronting the one thing that connects every single one of us. His masterpiece on this topic is called Lament for the Makars, and it's just this incredibly powerful meditation on death. What he does in the poem is list all these other poets, guys who came before him, guys who are writing at the same time, who have died. It's his way of reflecting on just how fragile and fleeting life and even fame really are. And weaving through the entire poem again and again is that Latin refrain, Timor mortis conturbet me. The fear of death disturbs me. It acts like this constant, somber drumbeat, a deeply, deeply human chorus that just admits to the terror and the certainty of our own end. And this is why Dunbar's work is still so powerful today. It's his incredible range. Think about it. One minute, he's writing a beautiful poem to celebrate a royal wedding. The next, he's crafting this bizarre, grotesque satire of hell. And then he pens one of the most moving poems about death ever written. He really, truly was a poet of many, many worlds. So it kind of leaves you with this one big question, right? How does a poet's voice do that? How does it manage to echo for over 500 years? Well, maybe the answer is he spoke about the things that never, ever change. Things like politics and power, human foolishness, the battles we fight inside our own heads, and of course, that great universal fear of the end.
All right, let's get into it. Today, we are talking about one of the most brilliant, most scandalous, and frankly, most contradictory figures in all of English literature, John Wilmot, the second Earl of Rochester. This was a man who was equal parts genius poet and infamous party animal, living a life that burned incredibly bright and incredibly fast back in the 17th century.
And yeah, that quote pretty much says it all, doesn't it? Rochester's voice is just so cynical, so sharp, and so brutally honest about what it means to be human, including himself. It's this challenging, kind of dark worldview that makes him so compelling. So let's unpack the man behind these wild words.
So first things first, let's talk about the man himself, the wicked Earl. The thing you have to understand about Rochester is that his whole life was one giant paradox. He was a man who is completely at war with himself, and this inner battle is really the key to understanding, well, everything about him, his life, his writing, all of it.
And you can really see those two warring sides of him laid out perfectly here. On the one hand, you've got the aristocrat, born into a fancy family, gets a top-tier education at Oxford, becomes a celebrated courtier in King Charles II's inner circle. But on the other hand, you have the complete opposite, the libertine, a guy totally consumed by a lifestyle of excess, whose absolutely scandalous behavior constantly overshadowed his genius. And the crazy part is, these weren't two separate lives. They were always tangled up, feeding off and fighting each other. His incredible intellect just made his partying more cynical, and his scandalous life gave his poetry that raw, unfiltered edge.
So you have to ask yourself, how does a guy like this even exist, let alone become famous? Well, to get the man, you've got to get the time he lived in. We have to understand the wild, chaotic stage on which he played out his life, Restoration England.
The Restoration period was basically a massive cultural explosion. I mean, think about it. After years of super stern, restrictive Puritan rule, where everything fun was banned, England just burst back to life under King Charles II. The court became this hotbed of artistic freedom, scientific discovery, and, well, a whole lot of social license. It was an environment of constant tension between acting proper and total personal freedom, which made it the perfect chaotic playground for a mind like Rochester's.
And in this world of wild excess and, let's be honest, hypocrisy, Rochester didn't just join the party, he took notes. He found his greatest weapon in his pen, and he used it not just to write poems, but to dissect the society around him with a surgical and often really brutal precision. And nothing, I mean nothing, shows off his provocative style better than one of his most infamous works, Sodom. This thing was like a satirical atom bomb. It paints a picture of a society completely given over to every kind of debauchery you can imagine. It was a direct, shocking critique of the hedonism he saw all around him. This wasn't just edgy, it was literary dynamite. So scandalous, in fact, that it was banned for centuries and only passed around in secret.
What made Sodom so unbelievably radical was how unflinching and explicit it was. Rochester basically weaponized shock value. By pushing the boundaries of what was acceptable to write about, he forced his readers to confront the hypocrisy of a society that preached virtue while practicing, well, the exact opposite. So the key here is, the poem wasn't just for shock's sake. It was him holding up a mirror to the court's own wild behavior.
He also turned that same sharp wit to the stage. In his comedy The Relapse, he zeroes in on the rich and powerful through this absolutely unforgettable character, Lord Foppington. This is a guy so obsessed with his looks and his status that he has these elaborate rituals just for getting dressed. Through this ridiculous character, Rochester brilliantly satirizes the superficiality, the obsession with fashion, and the absurd social games that defined high society. Sure, it's a comedy, but it has a biting social critique woven through every single line.
But Rochester's critiques went way deeper than just poking fun at the upper class. He started to question the very foundations of human nature itself, and the new Enlightenment ideals that were just starting to take shape.
And this, right here, is the core philosophical question that just seemed to haunt him.
What really drives us as people? Is it our intellect, our logic, our so-called reason, or is it something way more primal, something rooted in our passions and our animal instincts?
In what is probably his masterpiece, A Solder Against Reason and Mankind, he makes his argument crystal clear. He basically says human reason is a fraud. It's a useless guide that just leads us astray. And then he controversially suggests that it's actually our animal instincts, our passions, that are the more honest and reliable guides to life. Now, this was a direct attack on the growing Enlightenment belief in the power of rational thought, an idea championed by thinkers like Thomas Hobbes. Rochester was having none of it.
So where does that leave him today? What do we make of all this? For centuries, really, his scandalous reputation was all anyone remembered. But as we look back now, a much more complex, much more brilliant picture starts to emerge.
And his legacy is, well, it's complicated. As you can see here, during his own lifetime, his shocking behavior completely eclipsed his talent. But today, we see him differently. We see a man who perfectly embodied all the tensions and complexities of his era. We see how he used that bold, provocative language to attack hypocrisy head-on, exploring the human condition with a brutal honesty that few could match. And in doing that, he ended up influencing generations of writers who also wanted to challenge the status quo. He was so much more than just a rake. He was a revolutionary poet.
He died at just 33 years old, his body completely ravaged by his lifestyle. And his life, short as it was, forces us to ask a really tough question. Rochester chose to burn with this astonishing, self-destructive brilliance. It was a short, dazzling flare in the darkness, leaving us all to wonder, is it better to—
All right, let's jump right in. We're heading back, way back, to 17th century London. Why? Because something really cool happened there. A brand new kind of comedy burst onto the scene, and it wasn't just about laughs. It was sharp, it was witty, and it used humor as a weapon to take apart high society. So think about it. Today, we're drowning in influencers, curated Instagram feeds, celebrities telling us what's cool, this whole obsession with status, right? Well, guess what? It's not new. Not at all. Go back 350 years, and London's high society had its own influencers, these trendsetters they called men of mode. Their entire lives were basically one big, carefully planned performance. And one playwright thought, hey, let's put that on stage. And that's what brings us to this totally revolutionary new genre of play that just exploded in a period we call Restoration England. You gotta understand, for more than a decade, the Puritans had shut down all the theaters. All of them. But then the king came back in 1660, and boom, theaters roared back to life. And they came back with this new kind of cynical, pleasure-seeking vibe, which, perfectly matched the mood of King Charles II's court. This wasn't about slapstick or easy jokes. No way. This new comedy was like holding a mirror up to the audience, showing them their own vanity, their own complicated social games. And this is the key thing to get, right? The comedy of manners wasn't just entertainment. It had a real edge to it. It was all about this incredibly smart, sparkling dialogue. And the goal wasn't just a cheap laugh. Nope. The point was to call out the hypocrisy of the rich and powerful. The jokes are designed so they only really land if you're part of that world, if you get the social rules they're breaking. It was totally an inside job, comedy for the in crowd, written by the in crowd.
So who's the guy who basically invented this whole thing? That would be Sir George Etheridge. And get this, he wasn't some nobody looking in from the outside. He was a diplomat, a poet. He was in the scene. He had a front row seat to all the drama, all the social climbing at the royal court. He saw it all, the witty put-downs, the backstabbing, the crazy obsession with fashion. And he brilliantly turned it all into pure theatrical gold.
Okay, so to really see how this works, we have to look at his most famous play. It's called The Man of Mode. This is where his satire is at its absolute sharpest. It's just brilliant. When this play hit the stage in 1676, it was a massive sensation. I mean, huge. It just perfectly captured this glittering, glamorous, but totally hollow world of London's high society. The whole story is driven by sex, by social climbing, and by this constant need to manage your public image. It's basically like a 17th century guide to personal branding, but, gone completely off the rails. And what Etheridge does that's so clever is he sets up this amazing contrast between two main character types. First, you've got Dormant. He's the rake, super charming, super witty, but completely amoral.
Then on the other side, you've got Sir Fopling Flutter. He's the fop, just an absurd character obsessed with French fashion and how he looks. All style, absolutely no substance. And when you put them together, you see they're really just two sides of the same fake, fashionable coin. And this is where the real tension of the play comes from. Dorimont, he's the ultimate anti-hero. You can't help but be drawn to him. He's so witty and seductive, but then you realize he's using all that charm as a weapon to control and manipulate people, especially the women in his life. You, as the audience, are supposed to be both fascinated by him and, honestly, a little disgusted by him. He is the man of mode.
Now, the Man of Mode is definitely his masterpiece, but it didn't just appear out of nowhere. This was something Etheridge built up to. He actually spent more than a decade perfecting his style, figuring out exactly how to make this new kind of comedy work.
And you can totally trace his evolution as a writer. He kicks things off in 1664 with The Comical Revenge, which was a huge hit, by the way. It did this really cool thing where it mixed fancy romantic poetry with sharp, realistic dialogue. Then, 4 years later, he writes She Would If She Could, and here he really starts to zero in on the London elite, making fun of how they court each other and play these complicated games of love. That play basically set the table for his grand finale, The Man of Mode, where he finally perfected the recipe for this razor-sharp social satire.
Okay, so why should we care? It's been hundreds of years. Why are we still talking about this guy, Sir George Etheridge? What's the big deal?
Well, his legacy is just immense. I mean, he didn't just write a couple of funny plays. He basically invented a whole new way of writing for the stage. He proved that comedy could be incredibly smart, super sophisticated, and even dangerous. Playwrights who came after him, guys like William Congreve and even Oscar Wilde, who wrote centuries later, they all owe a massive debt to the world Etheridge created.
And that really brings us full circle, doesn't it? Back to where we started. Etheridge was writing about these over-the-top characters back in the 1670s, but his critique, this idea of a society obsessed with image, with reputation, with performing for each other, doesn't that sound familiar? It really makes you wonder, have we really changed all that much? Or are we just the latest version of the men and women of mode?
All right, hello and welcome. Today, we're taking a trip back in time, stepping right onto the stage of 17th century England to talk about one of its most, scandalous and brilliant genres, Restoration comedy. We're talking theater that was sharp, witty, and seriously funny. Let's dive in.
But first, let me ask you something. Do you ever feel like our obsession with love, money, and social status is, a uniquely modern thing? Well, as we're about to find out, the playwrights of Restoration England might have a thing or two to say about that. So here's our game plan. We'll start with a little welcome to Restoration comedy itself. Then we'll meet one of its masters, George Farquhar. After that, we'll break down some of his cleverest plays, his stratagems, if you will. And finally, we'll see why these plays are still making us laugh centuries later. Okay, let's set the stage. We're in England, right after 1660. The monarchy has just been restored after years of some seriously strict Puritan rule, and that meant the public theaters, which had been shut down completely, are now roaring back to life with this brand new, provocative, and kind of liberated style. Right at the heart of all this was something called the comedy of manners. You can basically think of it as the reality TV of its day. I mean, it was a genre that put the often absurd and totally artificial behavior of the upper class right under a microscope, satirizing their every move with this absolutely razor-sharp wit. And here are the core ingredients that made it all work. You had this sparkling, super fast-paced dialogue. The plots were all tangled up in sexual intrigue, which was a pretty direct rebellion against the uptight vibe of the previous era. But it wasn't just for shock value. Nope. It was also a pretty relentless critique of the aristocracy. And what was everyone chasing? You guessed it. Love, money, and reputation. These plays were just full of these vibrant, complex characters who were desperately trying to climb or manipulate that social ladder. Now, to really get a feel for the genre, we've got to zoom in on one of its most important voices, the Irish playwright George Farquhar. Farquhar had a pretty fascinating, though tragically short life. He was educated at Trinity College in Dublin, but his career took a wild turn when he accidentally wounded a fellow actor on stage, and he gave up acting for good right then and there. But that accident is actually what pushed him into writing, where he found his true calling. He channeled everything he observed, from military life to high society, into his absolutely energetic plays.
So how exactly did he do it? Well, let's take a look at two of his most famous plays to see how he put all these comedic principles into practice and really uncover the clever stratagems he used on stage. First up, we have what is arguably his masterpiece, The Beau's Stratagem, which he wrote in 1707. It's a total classic of the genre, and it just perfectly showcases his signature blend of wit, deception, and social commentary.
Okay, so the plot is driven by this really simple but super cunning plan, a stratagem. Two charming but totally broke gentlemen, Aimwell and Archer, roll into town with a scheme. One pretends to be a wealthy lord, the other his servant. And their goal? Simple. Marry rich and solve all their money problems. Of course, things immediately get complicated with all sorts of colorful locals and some very unexpected romantic entanglements.
And this is where it gets really interesting because the play is saying so much. Deception is literally everywhere. Characters are just inventing new identities left and right. Social status isn't just a backdrop, it's the entire game, and marriage is the #1 way to get rich quick. But, and this is Farquhar's magic touch, the play ultimately suggests that a genuine connection, true love, is way more valuable than any scheme. The year before that, Farquhar had another huge hit with The Recruiting Officer. This one takes us to a completely different setting, a small town during a big military recruitment drive. In this play, the charismatic Captain Plume is trying to sign up local men for the army, using all his charm and wit to do it. The play is just this hilarious satire of military life and all the pressures of honor and duty, and all the while, it's weaving in these really complex love stories. Farquhar actually drew on his own military experience, which gives the play this really authentic, raw energy. So, yeah, Farquhar was a giant of his time, no question. But what about the genre's lasting impact? Why are we still talking about these plays hundreds of years later? And of course, Farquhar wasn't working alone. He was a leading voice in a whole movement of brilliant writers. You had guys like William Wycherley, who is known for his really biting social critiques, and Sir John Vanbrugh, who is a master of romantic intrigue. Together, they helped define an entire era of English theater. So here's the bottom line, the reason it all still matters. The legacy is just immense. These playwrights influenced countless writers who came after them, and the themes they were digging into, the messy intersections of love, money, and social status, are just as relevant now as they were back then. Their witty commentary on society still lands, and that's why these plays are constantly being performed and studied all over the world. This quote really just captures it perfectly. The plays are, first and foremost, incredibly entertaining. But underneath all the laughter and the wild schemes, they're inviting us to think about the universal complexities of our own lives and relationships. And that kind of leaves us with one last thought. If Farquhar and his friends were alive today, with their sharp wit and their keen eye for social nonsense, who do you think they'd be writing about? Social media influencers? Tech billionaires? Reality TV stars? The targets might have changed, but the comedy? Well, it seems that lasts forever. Thanks for joining us.
All right, let's dive in. We're about to pull back the curtain on a time when laughter was, believe it or not, one of the most dangerous weapons in society. We're talking about 18th century England, where playwrights used the stage not just for a good time, but to attack the very foundations of the social order. It's a fascinating and surprisingly sharp-edged period of theater history.
So just think about this for a second. What if a night out at the theater did more than just make you laugh? What if it held up a giant, unflattering mirror to the world you lived in and made you question everything you just took for granted? Well, that's exactly what the most daring playwrights of the Restoration era were up to.
You see, the comedies from this time, they weren't just lighthearted fluff. Oh no, they were sharp, they were satirical, and they were deeply, deeply critical. The stage really became this battleground of ideas, reflecting all the anxiety society was grappling with about marriage, money, and power. And this style of theater has a name. It's called Restoration Comedy, or sometimes the Comedy of Manners. And you know what? The name really says it all. These plays were totally obsessed with the manners, or more often the lack of manners, of the aristocracy. They used this incredibly clever, witty dialogue and some pretty scandalous plot lines to expose the hypocrisy that was just bubbling right under the surface of high society.
Now this is where it gets really juicy. Look at the tension here. On one side, you've got the strict official rules of society. Marriage was basically a business contract, women had very few rights, and where you were born pretty much decided your entire life. But then, you look at what was happening on stage. It was a completely different reality.
Unhappy marriages were all-out war zones, and you had these fiercely intelligent female characters actually fighting for their own independence. It was radical stuff.
So who were the masterminds behind these theatrical takedowns? Well, two of the absolute giants were Sir John Vanbrugh and George Farquhar. And these guys weren't just writers, they were social critics who knew exactly which buttons to push to get a reaction.
Let's start with Sir John Vanbrugh. This guy was a true Renaissance man of his time. He was a huge, often controversial figure in London's cultural scene, and he was known for having a wit as sharp as his architectural designs.
And this is what makes him so unbelievably cool. By day, he was a famous architect, designing these massive, iconic buildings like Blenheim Palace. These are symbols of aristocratic power, of stability. But by night, as a playwright, he was doing the exact opposite. He was basically taking a sledgehammer to the social rules that the very same aristocracy held so dear. What a contrast, right?
And then you've got George Farquhar. Now, if Vanbrugh's satire was like a sharp jab, Farquhar's was a little different. He was famous for his really deep understanding of human emotion. He could mix laugh-out-loud funny moments with some genuinely thoughtful ideas about love and loyalty, which made his characters feel incredibly real and relatable.
Okay, to see just how provocative this all could get, let's zoom in on one of Vanbrugh's most famous and controversial plays, The Provoked Wife. I mean, with a title like that, you know you're in for a wild ride.
So, the whole story is about a character named Lady Brute, and trust me, that name is no accident. She is trapped in this miserable marriage to the totally awful Sir John Brute, who's neglectful and abusive. The entire play is just her struggle to find some scrap of happiness and control in a world that's designed to give her none.
And this chart just lays it all out, doesn't it? You have Lady Brute, who is simply looking for love and independence. Then there's her husband, Sir John, who's all about indulgence and control. And into this mess walks Heartfree, a potential suitor who represents what a relationship based on real affection could look like. The play basically forces the audience to ask, who's the real villain here? Is it the woman considering an affair or the society that trapped her in the first place?
But, this wasn't a one-off. This kind of critique was a running theme. Vanbrugh and Farquhar were constantly using the stage to dissect the moral hypocrisies of their time. Let's take a quick look at how this plays out in their other major works.
Okay, so take Vanbrugh's The Relapse. Here, he just dives headfirst into the very shaky idea of marriage. The play is hilarious, but it's also asking some really pointed questions about whether anyone can truly stay faithful. It's all about that battle between what society says you should do and what you secretly, deep down, really want to do. Then, in A Journey to London, he turns that satirical eye onto the big city itself. He absolutely skewers the ridiculous fashions, the silly customs, and the desperate social climbing that defined London life. He sets it all against this idea of a simpler country life, though of course, being Vanbrugh, he finds plenty of hypocrisy there too.
And just to show you the range here, Farquhar's The Inconstant Lady takes a much more emotional approach to these same ideas. It doesn't just poke fun at infidelity for a cheap laugh, it actually gets into the real heartbreak and turmoil that betrayal causes. It shows the very real human cost of all these superficial social games.
So, what's the takeaway from all these shocking plots and witty takedowns? What's the lasting impact? I mean, why are we still talking about these plays more than 300 years later? Well, here's the bottom line. Vanbrugh and Farquhar basically perfected a formula that is still so powerful today. They proved that comedy could be way more than just an escape. By mixing that biting humor with serious social commentary, they used witty dialogue to pick apart the most complex parts of our lives. Love, morality, marriage. They left a huge mark on English theater and influenced generations of playwrights who came after them.
And that kind of leaves us with one last thought. The stage has always been a place to challenge how things are. These playwrights use their wit to question the rules of the 18th century. So it makes you wonder, right? Who are the rebels of today? Who are the comedians, the writers, the performers, holding up that mirror to our society and asking us to laugh at the absurd things we just take for
All right, today we are diving into the wild story of a guy who was right at the heart of 18th century English theater. His name was Colley Cibber, and trust me, his legacy is one fascinating, complicated, and contradictory mess. So, how in the world does someone reach the absolute peak of their profession and at the same time become maybe England's most hated poet? That's the puzzle we're going to unpack today, and it's a story that basically defined his whole life. I mean, this just says it all, doesn't it? On one hand, he gets the highest honor you can imagine,
poet laureate, the official poet for the royal family. But on the other hand, the most famous poet of the era, Alexander Pope, just mercilessly trashes him, calling him the king of dunces, basically the king of idiots.
So that's the big question, right? How can you be a celebrated artist and a total public punchline at the exact same time? Well, we're about to get into it, and the answer tells you a lot about fame, art, and who really gets to write the history books.
Okay, so to really understand the man, we've got to start right where the controversy totally blew up, the moment he was named Poet Laureate.
And look, let's be clear, this was no small-time award. Being the Poet Laureate meant you were part of the royal household. It was a huge deal, a position of insane prestige that was supposed to go to the absolute best poet in the country.
But for Cibber, this massive career highlight was also a total lightning rod for hate. His rivals, especially Pope, thought he was a complete joke and totally undeserving. They were brutal in their attacks, and this one event is what really cemented his reputation as the super controversial figure.
But here's the thing. Before he was the controversial poet, Colley Cibber was something else entirely. He was a powerhouse of the London stage, a true showman of Drury Lane. And what's so interesting when you look at his life is where he came from. He didn't just show up and start writing poems. No, he was born in 1671, worked his way up as a fantastic comedic actor, and by 1710, he was running one of the most important theaters in all of London. The whole poetry scandal, that came way, way later in a long and very successful career.
And this, right here, is the huge disconnect. His critics zeroed in on his poetry, but his real power, his real influence, that all came from the theater. He was a hands-on guy, an actor who knew what audiences loved, and a manager who knew how to make a theater thrive.
And a huge piece of that success, it came from the plays he wrote himself. See, he wasn't just an actor and a manager. He was one of the hottest playwrights of his time.
Just take a look at two of his biggest hits here, Love's Last Shift and The Careless Husband. And check out the themes: vanity, cheating, marriage, forgiveness. He was writing about the stuff that people were actually dealing with in their own lives. And that's why he was so huge commercially. His plays weren't these heavy, boring academic things. They were funny, they were sharp, and they were relatable. He could take on a serious subject like infidelity and make it entertaining with witty dialogue that people loved. And he wasn't just a one-trick pony either. He dove right into the political drama of the day. His play, The Non-Juror, was a straight-up commentary on the Jacobite movement, which was all about loyalty to the king. It just goes to show he had range and wasn't afraid to get his hands dirty. So, you've got this incredibly successful theater guy who's being publicly roasted by the literary snobs. What does he do? Well, late in life, he decides to grab the pen and write his own story. Yep, a decade after becoming Poet Laureate, he drops this autobiography. And the title is just brilliant. An apology back then didn't mean "I'm sorry," it meant a defense. This was his big chance to fight back and set the record straight. And here is the absolute best part, the ultimate irony. While everyone trashed his poetry, they loved his prose. His autobiography was praised for being clear, engaging, and honest. All the things his critics said he wasn't. You know, his memoir was a total masterstroke. It was his defense, his direct reply to all the haters, and on top of that, it gives us this incredible, priceless inside look at the theater world of the time. It was part personal history, part public comeback, and maybe his most successful performance ever. And that brings us right back to that central contradiction. His enemies tried so hard to paint him as the king of dunces, a total hack. But when Colley Cibber finally told his own story in his own words, people loved it. It was a celebrated success. So when you cut through all the noise from his rivals, what's left? What you're left with is an absolutely undeniable legacy. He was a top-tier actor. So today, we are diving deep into the world of Thomas Otway, a 17th century writer whose plays were every bit as intense, passionate, and, let's be honest, heartbreaking as his own turbulent life. And this quote, it just nails it. It gets right to the heart of what Otway was all about. His characters are almost always trapped, caught between who they love and what they believe in, between their personal honor and their political duty. And it's that incredible, high-stakes internal struggle that makes his tragedies feel so real and so powerful, even centuries later.
And to really get a handle on Otway's genius, we absolutely have to start with his masterpiece, a play that's basically a politically charged thriller and the one that truly cemented his place in history.
Venice Preserved has got it all. You've got this nobleman, Jafir, who gets swept up in a secret plot against a corrupt government. But then he finds himself completely trapped between the oath he swore to his fellow conspirators and his deep love for his wife. This raw, emotional mess made the play an absolute sensation. And what made it so powerful was that it wasn't just fiction. It tapped right into the real-world paranoia of the time, echoing all the political chaos happening in England. So when you see something that intense on the page, you can't help but wonder, what kind of person writes this? Well, as it turns out, the drama in Otway's own life was every bit as powerful as anything he ever put on stage.
All right, let's pull back the curtain a bit. We're going to look at how Otway's own experiences, a life filled with these incredible creative highs and some truly devastating personal lows, really fueled his art. And listen, that is not an exaggeration at all. I mean, despite his success in the theater, Otway's life was a constant struggle. And that struggle gave his writing this authenticity you just can't fake. He wasn't just imagining suffering. He understood it intimately. Just look at this timeline. It's pretty stark, isn't it? He's born in 1652, has his first big hit, The Orphan, in 1680. 2 years later, he writes his masterpiece. And then, just 3 years after that, he's dead, in poverty, at only 33 years old. It was this brilliant, fiery career that just burned out way, way too fast.
But here's the thing, Venice Preserved wasn't some lucky one-off. Otway was one of the defining voices of what we call Restoration tragedy. This was a whole genre, known for its focus on heroic figures just grappling with these huge themes of love, honor, and fate. And Otway was a master at it, consistently creating these works known for their empathy and incredible emotional complexity. And this is where you really see his range. On the one hand, you have The Orphan, which is this super intense, personal, almost claustrophobic tragedy about family secrets and forbidden love. And then, on the other hand, bam, you have his take on Titus Andronicus, all about this huge, destructive cycle of public violence and revenge. He could do both the intimate and the epic.
And he didn't stop there. His other plays dug into similar ground. Don Carlos was all about the fatal mix of love and politics, while The Atheist started asking these big questions about morality in a world without God. But the common thread, the thing that ties it all together, was always his characters. These were deeply human, deeply empathetic people struggling with impossible moral choices.
So at this point, you're probably thinking, wow, okay, so this guy was all doom and gloom, right? Well, get ready for a surprise, because he had another side to him entirely. That's right, the master of tragedy, the guy who perfected writing about human suffering, also wrote a seriously sharp, satirical comedy, and it really shows you just how versatile he was. So, in The Soldier's Fortune, Otway just completely flips the script. Instead of tragic heroes, you've got these cynical soldiers and scheming socialites. It's this witty, biting takedown of the greed and hypocrisy of the upper class. It just goes to show, he wasn't just an observer of profound suffering, he was also a really keen-eyed critic of human foolishness.
Okay, so let's pull all this together. What does this all mean? Why, after more than 300 years, are we still talking about Thomas Otway? What is his lasting impact?
Here's the bottom line. Otway brought a whole new level of psychological depth to the English stage. His characters weren't just simple heroes or villains, they were flawed, conflicted, deeply relatable human beings. By focusing on that inner human condition and doing it with such powerful language, he basically raised the bar for what a tragedy could be and ended up influencing generations of writers who came after him.
And all of this leaves us with one big, lingering question, doesn't it? When you look at Otway's brilliant but tragically short life, you have to wonder, his profound understanding of suffering clearly created timeless, incredible art, but it came at a huge personal cost.
Have you ever heard of William Congreve? He was the absolute master of a style of play called the comedy of manners. Now, his work is over 300 years old, full of these elaborate plots with scheming lovers and scandalous secrets. But what can these dramas, with all their powdered wigs, actually teach us about the social games we all play today? Well, let's dive in and find out.
All right, so here's what we've got lined up. First, we're going to meet the king of comedy himself. Then we'll check out the early triumphs that really put him on the map. After that, we'll spend some serious time with his masterpiece, The Way of the World. Then we'll peek at what he wrote beyond just comedies, and finally, we'll talk about why he still matters today.
Okay, let's jump in our time machine. We're heading back to late 17th century England, a time they called the Restoration. And in this world of high society and even sharper tongues, a playwright and poet named William Congreve becomes the talk of the town.
So Congreve's specialty was something called the comedy of manners. You could think of it as a super sophisticated roast of the rich and powerful. His plays were all about poking fun at the crazy social games of the aristocracy, right? A world where love was a strategy, marriage was basically a business deal, and your greatest weapon was a sharp comeback. And audiences absolutely loved it because it was this hilarious, high-stakes mirror of their own lives.
Now, Congreve didn't just ease his way into the London theater scene. No, he burst onto it with a string of instant hits. And with each play, he just kept refining that signature style of brilliant, sparkling dialogue that made him a star.
His very first play, The Old Bachelor, was a massive success right out of the gate. It's about this guy, Hartwell, a total cynic who thinks he's way too smart to be charmed by women. So of course, what happens? He falls hard for a woman named Sylvia, having no idea she's a prostitute. It's this hilarious web of deception where the guy who thinks he knows it all gets completely played. A classic takedown of male pride.
His next play, The Double Dealer, took things in a much darker, more cynical direction. The villain here is a character named Maskwell, and he's the perfect example of that treacherous frenemy. He acts like he's helping his best friend Mellifont get married, but behind the scenes, he's scheming to ruin him and steal his fiancée. It's actually a pretty chilling look at the kind of betrayal that hides behind a friendly smile.
And then came Love for Love, which masterfully mixes total financial panic with romantic comedy. Our hero, Valentine, has spent way too much money and he's drowning in debt. His father makes him an offer. I'll pay off everything, but you have to sign away your inheritance. So now Valentine has to choose between his love for the wealthy Angelica and his own financial survival. It's a brilliant satire of a world where money really does call all the shots, even in matters of the heart.
So after these massive successes, Congreve drops what everyone agrees is his masterpiece, the absolute peak of Restoration comedy, The Way of the World. Seriously, this is the one where all his incredible talents just come together in one brilliant, super intricate play.
Let's meet the cast, shall we? First, we've got Mirabell. He's our hero. Clever, charming, but, also a little manipulative. He's in love with Millamant, our heroine, who is unbelievably witty and values our independence more than anything. The biggest problem? Her aunt, the very vain Lady Wishfort, holds the purse strings to a huge chunk of Millamant's inheritance. And of course, you've got to have villains. Enter Fainal and Mrs. Marwood, a pair of scheming adulterers. Okay, so Mirabell's plan to win Millamant is wonderfully complicated. Stay with me here. Step 1, he gets his servant to marry Lady Wishfort's servant. Step 2, he has his servant disguise himself as a fake nobleman, Sir Roland, to woo the title-obsessed Lady Wishfort. Step 3, he tricks her into a marriage contract. And the final move, he'll expose his own trick, blackmailing Lady Wishfort with public humiliation so she'll finally let him marry Millamant. It's like a social heist. The sheer complexity of it shows how restrictive their world was. You practically had to be a criminal mastermind to marry for love.
But what's really amazing about this play is a famous part called the proviso scene. This is where Mirabell and Millamant actually negotiate the terms of their marriage. And this is not about sweet romantic promises. Oh no, it's a witty, almost legalistic contract. They literally lay out the conditions for their life together, treating marriage less like a fairy tale fantasy and more like a partnership between two incredibly sharp, independent equals.
And this one line from Millamant just sums her up perfectly. She says, "One's cruelty is one's power, and when one parts with one's cruelty, one parts with one's power." Now for her, cruelty doesn't mean being mean. It's about keeping her independence, her wit, her right to say no. In a world that's trying to limit her, that cruelty is the very source of her power.
So in the end, everything comes to a head. The villains make their move, but Mirabell, who's always one step ahead, completely outmaneuvers them. He exposes their plot, saves Lady Wishfort from financial ruin and public shame, and finally, gets her blessing to marry Millamant, securing both the girl and her full inheritance. It's the perfect ending. True wit wins out over simple greed.
But here's the thing. Congreve wasn't just a one-trick pony. He wasn't only a master of comedy. The man had a much wider literary range, which just goes to show you how talented he really was.
Yeah, while the comedies made him famous, Congreve proved he had some serious dramatic chops in other genres too.
For instance, he wrote a hugely popular tragedy called The Mourning Bride, which is this dark story of love and revenge. He also wrote poetry like the Epistle to Lord Halifax, where he gets all reflective about art and friendship. He even wrote a novel, Incognita. The guy could really do it all. So after a pretty short but incredibly explosive career as a playwright, what's the verdict? What is Congreve's lasting legacy? I mean, why are we still studying and performing his plays 300 years later? Well, to wrap it all up, Congreve is pretty much considered the best of the best from his era. His dialogue is just famous for its sophisticated, sparkling wit. He was an absolute master of social satire, expertly exposing all the hypocrisies of the upper class, their vanity, their greed, that huge gap between how they acted in public and what they did in private. And maybe most importantly, he created these complex, intelligent, and truly unforgettable characters, especially heroines like Millamant. And that kind of brings us to a final thought. Congreve wrote about a world that was obsessed with reputation, with appearances, with public perception, a world where your wit was both a weapon and a shield. So in our age of social media and carefully curated online lives, you really have to ask yourself, isn't Congreve's insight into the way of the world more relevant now than it's ever been?
Back in the 17th century, the idea of a woman's voice in public, well, it was basically unheard of. But one woman didn't just find her voice, she sold it. Yep. She wrote, she created, and she actually earned a living doing it. Today, we're going to get into the incredible story of Aphra Behn, who was England's very first professional female writer.
So let's just think about that for a second. We're talking about the 1600s, right? A woman's life path was pretty much laid out for her. Marriage, motherhood, or maybe the convent. So, could she actually choose a fourth option, a career? Could a woman really dare to make a living from her own words, her own ideas?
And the answer? Oh, it was a massive yes. See, one woman didn't just break the rules, she completely rewrote the rulebook. In a world that was basically hostile to her ambition, she used her talent, her wit, and her seriously sharp critiques to carve out a space that, honestly, just didn't exist for women before she came along.
That woman's name was Aphra Behn, and from 1640 to 1689, she wasn't just a writer, she was a total literary force. We remember her today as a pioneer, and for good reason. She was the first woman in England to truly live by her pen, proving to everyone that genius and ambition, yeah, that wasn't just a guy thing. All right, so how did she do it? I mean, how did she become so successful in a world stacked against her? Well, a huge part of it was her incredible range. This wasn't a one-trick pony situation. She wasn't stuck in a single style. She was a literary powerhouse who could do it all.
I mean, look at this. She was a master of so many genres. She wrote smash hit comedies that had London audiences roaring. She penned these deep tragedies about political intrigue. She crafted poetry about love and desire with a frankness that was kind of shocking for the time. And as if that wasn't enough, she even helped pioneer the English novel. This was no side hustle, you know? This was a career, and she was crushing it.
Okay, to really get a feel for her talent, let's zoom in on one of her biggest hits, her play, The Rover. Now, on the surface, it was a hilarious blockbuster comedy, but underneath all the laughs, it was making a seriously radical statement about what women want. So picture this. It's Carnival in Naples. It's wild, it's chaotic, it's the absolute perfect setting for all sorts of mistaken identities, romantic adventures, and, you know, just generally breaking all the rules. And Ben used this incredible, vibrant backdrop to ask some really big questions about love, freedom, and the box women were expected to live in. And this is where her genius just pops. Take the hero of the play, Helena. Society expected women to be quiet, to be obedient, right? Well, Helena is the exact opposite. She's witty, she's assertive, she's a total force of nature. Instead of just sitting around waiting for some guy to pick her, she goes out and actively chases her own happiness and her own desires. For an audience in the 1600s, seeing a woman like that front and center on stage, whoa. That was nothing short of revolutionary.
But Aphra Behn wasn't just about witty comedies. Not at all. She also dove headfirst into some of the most profound and frankly disturbing issues of her time. So let's shift gears now and talk about her novel Uronoko. This thing was so groundbreaking, so ahead of its time, that we're still talking about it and studying it today.
Now get this. Decades, we're talking decades, before the abolitionist movement really got going, Aphra Behn published this story. It is one of the very first pieces of anti-slavery literature in English, and it takes this unflinching, humane look at the absolute brutality of the slave trade. She was using the novel, a popular form of entertainment, to make a powerful and, believe me, a deeply unpopular moral argument.
So the novel tells this absolutely heartbreaking story of Orinoco. He's a noble African prince, a man of honor who's deeply in love, but his entire world is shattered when he's betrayed and sold into the horrifying slave system in Suriname. But even there, his spirit, it just refuses to be broken. He rises up, becomes a leader among the other captives, and fights for the dignity and freedom that were ripped away from him. It's an epic story, but it's also just deeply tragic.
And the themes she's wrestling with here are just so powerful. She completely challenges the racist stereotypes of her day by making Orinoco a complex, noble hero. She digs into that universal human desire for freedom, and she exposes how the sheer greed of colonialism just destroys lives, families, everything. This wasn't just a story. It was a searing critique of a truly brutal system.
So, when you step back and look at the whole picture, the witty plays, the passionate poems, the groundbreaking novels, what does it all add up to? What is Aphra Behn's real, lasting legacy? I mean, why are we still talking about her hundreds of years later?
Simple. Because she was absolutely fearless. She used her platform to tackle the biggest, thorniest issues of her day: gender inequality, the abuse of power, the injustice of slavery. And in doing that, she didn't just write great books and plays. No, she helped shape the entire conversation. She became a foundational figure for anyone, then or now, who believes that writing can actually change the world.
And maybe that's her most enduring impact of all. Think about it. Every single woman who picked up a pen to write professionally after her, from Jane Austen to Virginia Woolf, all the way to today's bestsellers, they all owe her a debt. Aphra Behn proved it was possible. She was the one who kicked the door down so that everyone else could walk through.
And all of this leaves us with one last, really important question. Aphra Behn's story, her incredible contributions, they were almost lost to time, only rediscovered much, much later. It really makes you wonder, doesn't it? Whose stories are we still not hearing? How many other brilliant, trailblazing voices are just waiting there in the footnotes of history, ready for us to...
Let's talk about John Gay. He was a poet and a playwright who looked at the London stage of his time and thought, you know what, this needs a serious shakeup. He's the guy who gave us an opera not about gods and heroes, but about thieves and beggars.
Okay, so to really get his genius, you have to picture the scene. London, 1728. On one hand, you've got the main event in town, Italian opera. It was super elitist, all about mythological heroes, and sung in a language most people couldn't even understand. Totally disconnected from real life. And then, in walks the Beggar's Opera. This was something totally different. It was for everyone, the heroes were criminals and thieves, and the story was biting, relevant, and set right there in their own city.
Right, so let's talk about his absolute masterpiece. The Beggar's Opera wasn't just some hit play. No way. It was a full-blown cultural phenomenon. It literally created a whole new genre and basically paved the road for the modern musical as we know it today.
So how'd he do it? Well, he invented something called the ballad opera, and the concept was so simple but so brilliant. He combined spoken dialogue, in English mind you, with songs. But here's the kicker, the real stroke of genius. Instead of composing new, complex music, Gay just took the popular folk songs and pub tunes that everyone already knew and loved, and he wrote new, satirical lyrics for them. It was instantly accessible and just incredibly clever.
So, what was the secret sauce that made this thing a smash hit? Well, for starters, you had a charming anti-hero, the highwayman McKeith, who you just couldn't help rooting for. The whole plot was this fascinating dive into the criminal underworld. But the real genius was how Gay used this seedy setting to totally satirize the government and expose the hypocrisy of the upper class. And he did it all with catchy tunes the audience was already humming on their way out of the theater.
And this is the really crucial point. In Gay's world, the lines are completely blurred. He drew this direct, satirical line between the criminal kingpin on stage and the powerful prime minister in government, suggesting, hey, maybe they're just two sides of the same corrupt coin. The audience was left asking, are the thieves on stage really any more criminal than the politicians running the country?
So who was the brilliant mind behind all of this revolutionary work? Let's take a minute and meet the man himself, John Gay. As you can see, Gay was writing right in the heart of early 18th century England. Now, this was a time of massive social and political change. You had new money, booming cities, and, yeah, widespread corruption. For a satirist like Gay, it was an absolute goldmine of material.
And that's exactly who he was. At his very core, Gay was a sharp social observer. He saw all the absurdity and hypocrisy playing out around him, especially among the powerful, and he channeled that into everything he wrote. For him, humor wasn't just for laughs, it was his sharpest weapon.
You know, the Beggar's Opera didn't just come out of nowhere. Long before that, back in 1716, Gay had already perfected his art of observing the world around him. He published this really unique and influential poem that just captured the chaotic, vibrant, and dangerous energy of London life. The poem was called Trivia, which is just great, and it was pretty much a satirical survival guide for the city walker. It was broken down into 3 parts. First, observe the streets. Second, navigate all the sights. And third, learn how to deal with the whole cast of characters you'd run into, from high-class ladies all the way to lowly pickpockets.
But Gay's wit wasn't just confined to the city or the stage. He wasn't a one-trick pony. He had a whole toolkit of different genres he used to poke fun at human nature itself.
And his range was really impressive. In the Shepherd's Week, he mocked those ridiculous, idealized poems about how perfect country life was. With his fables, he used animal characters to expose human greed and folly, kind of like a modern-day Aesop. For Gay, the world was a stage for absurdity, and no genre was safe from his satirical touch. Okay, so let's bring all of this together. Why are we still talking about a playwright from the 1700s? What is John Gay's lasting legacy? Well, his influence is immense. You can draw a direct line from the Beggar's Opera straight to the modern musical. But more than that, he proved that popular entertainment, catchy music, great drama, could be a vehicle for razor-sharp social commentary. He basically created a playbook for using art as political critique that people are still following today.
And this is the ultimate takeaway here. The formula he perfected seems so familiar to us now, using popular culture to speak truth to power. But it was John Gay who really made it work for the modern age. He took the music of the people and turned it into a weapon against the powerful, creating a blueprint for satire that echoes in everything from Hamilton to late-night comedy.
And all of that leaves us with a final, fascinating question. If John Gay were alive today, navigating our world of tech billionaires, reality TV stars, and political influencers, who would be the heroes and villains of his next great ballad opera? What parts of our modern world would he put on stage for all of us to laugh at? It's fun to think about.
All right, today we're going to jump into the absolutely wild and brilliant world of Alexander Pope, one of the sharpest, wittiest minds of the 18th century. We're going to figure out what made him such a genius by looking at the true story, and I mean it's totally true, behind his most famous and, let's be honest, his most hilarious poem.
So let me ask you this. What if there was an epic war, but it was fought over a haircut? Seriously. Imagine gods getting involved, magical spirits flying around, huge heroic battles, and the whole thing kicks off because someone snipped off a single piece of hair. Sounds crazy, right? Well, that is exactly the wild, brilliant idea we're diving into today.
And the guy who came up with all this? The one and only Alexander Pope. Now, you might think you don't know him, but I promise you, you've heard his lines before. He was a total master of the English language, especially famous for these things called heroic couplets. Basically, these perfect little rhyming pairs of lines that just zing with wit and wisdom. The guy was a legend. See, Pope was a defining voice during the Enlightenment, this big moment of reason and new ideas. And his weapon of choice? Satire. He used this incredibly sharp wit, this razor-sharp humor, to basically make fun of the fancy, high society folks all around him. He wasn't just telling jokes. He was getting people to laugh at how ridiculous their own world could be. Okay, so let's get into the main event, because the best part about Pope's most famous poem is that it wasn't made up. Nope, it was inspired by a real-life, super petty drama between rich families that just got completely out of hand.
So here's the tea. You've got this young aristocrat, Lord Petre, at a party. He sees the beautiful Miss Arabella Fermor, and for some reason, he thinks it'd be hilarious to sneak up and snip off one of her pretty curls. Yeah, bad idea. It was not taken as a joke. The two families went to war over it. I mean, a full-on feud. It blew up into this huge scandal, and Pope was just sitting back, watching it all unfold, thinking, oh, this is gold. I have to write about this.
Okay, but how do you turn a haircut into an epic poem? Well, Pope used this amazing literary device called the mock epic. And the idea is just, it's so clever. You take something totally silly and unimportant, like a stolen curl of hair, and you write about it as if it's the Odyssey or the Iliad. You use all that grand, serious, dramatic language. You're basically making a gigantic mountain out of a tiny little molehill, and the result is absolutely hilarious.
So let's actually get into the story of the poem itself, The Rape of the Lock. Let's see how Pope took this silly little argument and blew it up into this epic adventure.
Okay, so the poem kicks off with our heroine, Belinda, who's standing in for Arabella. As she's sleeping, her guardian spirit, a tiny sylph named Ariel, comes to her in a dream and warns her that something terrible is about to happen that day. Of course, she brushes it off and sets off on a grand voyage by boat on the River Thames to get to a party. The scene then shifts to a fashionable card game, which Pope describes like it's an actual military battle, with strategies and heroes. And it's right in the middle of this battle that the villain, the Baron, takes his scissors and snip. He succeeds in his mission. He gets the lock.
But oh, the snipping of the hair is just where the story starts. After the attack, the drama just goes into complete overdrive.
Belinda is, as you can imagine, completely devastated, and to make things even more dramatic, this mischievous little gnome named Umbriel literally flies down to the Cave of Spleen, which is basically the mythical land of bad moods and despair. He comes back with a magic bag filled with sighs and tears, and he dumps it all on Belinda to make her even more upset. This leads to a massive fight in the living room, except, instead of swords, they're using angry looks and sharp insults. And in all the chaos, the lock of hair just vanishes. But don't worry, Pope gives it the perfect epic ending. It floats up into the sky and becomes a brand new star for everyone to admire forever. Seriously.
So, a beautiful woman, a stolen curl, tons of drama. That sounds like a reality TV show, right? So why is this silly-sounding poem considered one of the great masterpieces of English literature? Let's break it down.
This, right here, is what it all comes down to. This is the central joke. Think about what real epics are about. The rage of the gods, the destiny of entire countries, life and death. And what does Pope use that same epic style for? The rage of a socialite, the destiny of a card game, and the theft of a curl. By blowing these tiny little things up to epic proportions, he's holding up a giant mirror and showing these people just how ridiculous their priorities really were.
And that's the key thing here. It wasn't just about getting a laugh. Pope was making some seriously sharp points. He was tearing down the silly rules of the upper class, he was critiquing this obsession with looks and vanity, and he was pointing out how insane it was that a person's, especially a woman's, honor and reputation could be tied to something as flimsy as a lock of hair.
And the rape of the lock wasn't some one-hit wonder. This was what Pope did. You can see it across his whole career. Whether it was his essay on criticism or the Dunciad, which was basically an epic takedown of all the terrible writers of his day, he was always using his poetry as a tool to poke, to question, and to think deeply about the world around him.
So that kind of leaves us with one last question, doesn't it? Pope's whole thing was satirizing the trivial, petty obsessions of his time. So if he were writing today, what would his mock epic be about? A Twitter feud? A celebrity breakup? An influencer scandal? What tiny little drama would he blow up into a celestial event? It's fun to think about. Thanks for joining me.
Welcome. Today we are diving deep into the brilliant and, let's be honest, pretty biting mind of one of literature's all-time greatest satirists, Jonathan Swift.
So let's just jump right in with a question that he threw out to society way back in 1729, a problem that you'll notice still sounds awfully familiar today.
And Swift's proposed solution? Well, it was so shocking, so utterly horrifying, it basically forced everyone to stop and pay attention. But really, why would anyone even suggest such a thing? Okay, let's get into this.
To really wrap our heads around that proposal, we first have to understand the man who wrote it. So, who was Jonathan Swift? Well, he wasn't just some writer scribbling away in a dusty room. He was a sharp-eyed social commentator who saw the absurdity of the world around him and just refused to look away. His weapons of choice weren't swords or guns. They were wit and a really savage sense of irony. And he aimed them squarely at the biggest targets he could find: politics, religion, and just the general folly of human nature itself. Now, you've probably heard of his most famous work, Gulliver's Travels. But here's the thing. It was never meant to be just a children's story. Nope. It was a ruthless, take-no-prisoners critique of humanity itself. And this is where it gets really clever. Each of these fantastical lands Gulliver visits is basically a distorted mirror that Swift holds up to our own society. Through Gulliver's journey, he's not just taking us on an adventure, he's giving us a guided tour of our own collective failings, showing us how our most cherished social structures are often built on some pretty absurd foundations. I mean, think about it. He watches these tiny people wage huge wars over which end of an egg to crack open. It was a brilliant and hilarious job at the trivial political and religious squabbles in Europe, showing how leaders would rather fight over pointless things than solve real problems. Then, when the tables are turned and Gulliver is the tiny one among giants, all of our human pride and societal achievements suddenly look grotesque and insignificant. The giant king, this incredibly moral and rational ruler, is just horrified by European society, which really forces us to take a hard look at our own vanity and lack of perspective. So, the crucial takeaway here is that Swift wasn't just telling adventure stories. He was practicing satire, which is an incredibly powerful form of social commentary. He was using humor, irony, and wild exaggeration to make a point so sharp that you just couldn't ignore it.
And all of this brings us right back to where we started, to his most savage, most unforgettable piece of satire.
This is where Swift's genius becomes terrifyingly clear. He perfectly mimics the cold, detached economic logic of the English policymakers of his day, the ones who had basically reduced the Irish people to mere statistics. He takes their logic and just pushes it to its most monstrous, absurd conclusion, reflecting the inhumanity of their system right back in their faces. And by writing it with this completely deadpan, serious tone, he pulls off his greatest trick. He wasn't actually advocating for cannibalism, of course. He was screaming at the top of his lungs about the barbaric indifference of the powerful. This is the core of his method, forcing you to confront an ugly truth by dressing it up as a perfectly reasonable solution.
So why does a writer from the 18th century still matter so much today? Well, the answer lies in the incredible, lasting power of wit when it's used as a weapon for change.
Swift's genius was all about using wit as a weapon to make people face truths they'd rather ignore. You know, through works like the Drapier's Letters, where he fiercely defended Irish economic freedom, he actually became a national hero. He proved that satire could have a huge real-world impact. His legacy isn't just about being clever. It's a timeless blueprint for speaking truth to power. It shows that humor can be the most serious tool we have to dismantle arrogance, and that's just as vital today as it was 300 years ago.
And that leaves us with one final provocative thought. In our modern world, with its 24-hour news cycles and all the endless absurdity on social media, what, or maybe who, do you think would be the target of Jonathan Swift's next modest proposal?
Okay, so today we're going to talk about a guy named Richard Steele. Now, you've probably never heard of him, right? But what if I told you he basically invented the modern magazine? Yeah, the blueprint for a ton of the media we all consume every single day. That was him.
So just think about it for a second. Before we had blogs, before magazines, and definitely before social media, who told people what was cool, or how to act, how to even think and feel about things? I mean, where did you go for advice? For the longest time, there wasn't really an answer, until this guy came along.
And that guy was Richard Steele. Now, yeah, he was an Irish writer, a playwright, even a politician, but honestly, he was a media entrepreneur, way ahead of his time. He spotted something nobody else did. There was this brand new audience popping up in the cities, the middle class. And these folks, they could read, they had a little bit of money to spend, and they were hungry for content. They wanted something smart, something funny, something that would help them figure out how to navigate their brand new world. And Steele, he was ready to serve it up. So, how'd he pull it off? Well, it all started with his first big idea. And look, Steele wasn't just writing dusty old books. No way. He invented a whole new way of talking to people. A format that, honestly, we totally take for granted today.
And here's what's so important to understand about him. His mission. This wasn't just about making money or selling papers. He was on a genuine quest to, well, to make public life a little better. He had this brilliant idea to mix entertainment with education, to sneak in these little lessons on ethics and good behavior right into people's daily lives.
And wow, did he move fast. In 1709, he drops The Tatler, which was a huge deal, one of the very first publications like it in England. Then just 2 years later, he's back with an even bigger hit, the daily paper The Spectator. I mean, think about that. He was basically inventing the modern magazine live in real time. what's so smart is how he tweaked the formula for each one. Think of the Tatler as like your go-to blog for the London social scene. It was gossipy, fun, and super direct. But the Spectator, that was different. He started it with his buddy Joseph Addison, and it was much more thoughtful. They created this persona, Mr. Spectator, who was this quiet guy just watching the world go by and writing about big ideas like love, friendship, and what it means to be a good person.
So, what was the secret sauce? Well, here's the formula. First, his writing style was super conversational and easy to read. It wasn't stuffy or academic at all. Then, he mixed in a ton of humor with some really serious topics. He'd talk about morality and politics, sure, but he always grounded it in being civil and responsible. And the coolest part? It made his readers feel like they were all in on it together, like part of a community. Kind of sounds like a good blog or a YouTube channel, doesn't it?
And this quote just nails it. Steele knew you couldn't just stand on a soapbox and lecture people. It just doesn't work. You've got to pull them in, make them laugh, and then make them think. For him, humor was the secret weapon. It was the sugar that made the medicine of moral commentary go down. But Steele wasn't done, not by a long shot. He wasn't just a print guy. He decided to take this whole mission of his to another huge media platform of the day, the stage. You have to remember, a lot of the theater back then was, well, it was pretty lowbrow. Just silly jokes and slapstick. Steele looked at that and thought, we can do better. So he basically invented a new genre called sentimental comedy. The whole point was to make the audience actually feel something, not just laugh. His plays were all about digging into real human problems and, you guessed it, promoting good moral character. Okay, so he wrote a bunch of plays, but these three right here really track his journey as a writer. Each one dives deep into a different corner of human relationships. We're talking honesty, marriage, social class, the whole shebang. So let's take a quick look at each one. All right, first up, one of his early ones, The Lying Lover. The setup is pure sitcom gold. A guy tells a bunch of lies, and everything spirals into hilarious chaos. And yeah, the audience is laughing their heads off. But underneath all that comedy, Steele is landing a really important punch, that if you don't have honesty in a relationship, you've got nothing. So just a year later, he levels up and tackles marriage itself in The Tender Husband. Again, the dialogue is super witty and fun, but he's using it to explore that big gap between the fairy tale romance and what it's actually like to be married. He was asking the tough questions, what does it really take to make a partnership last? And his answer was trust, communication, and really understanding each other. But then we get to what a lot of people think is his masterpiece, The Conscious Lovers. And here, he's not just talking about one relationship, he's taking on the entire social system. He puts this idea out there that your character, your personal virtue, is way more important than your social status. That true love should be able to cross class lines. Now, you gotta understand, for the 1720s, this was a wildly radical thing to say. But he packaged it up in such a great story that people absolutely loved it. Okay, let's bring it all home. When you add it all up, what is Steele's lasting impact? How did this guy from the 18th century, literally writing with a feather pen, end up creating a blueprint for our own digital age? It really comes down to these 4 simple steps. Step 1, he pioneered the format, the regular periodical. Step 2, he found a brand new audience that no one was talking to. Step 3, he perfected that magic mix of entertainment and meaning. And step 4, he found a voice that was witty, accessible, and made people want to listen. I mean, come on, that's the exact playbook that every great magazine, every popular blog, and yeah, every successful educational channel on the internet uses right now. So yeah, his legacy is just huge. He turned the essay into a major art form. He changed what comedy could be. He basically laid the foundation for modern journalism. But maybe, just maybe, his biggest contribution was proving that media doesn't have to be just empty entertainment. It can be one of the most powerful tools we have to talk about what matters and shape the world we live in. And that really brings us to a final big question for all of us, doesn't it? Steele was convinced that media could be a force for good, that it could promote compassion and make us better citizens. So when you look around today at our own crazy, chaotic media world, you have to wonder, is it living up to that potential? Something to think about. Thanks for joining this explainer. Anytime you read a blog, flip through a magazine, or even just scroll through your social media feed, you're tapping into the legacy of a man you've probably never heard of, Richard Steele. Today, we're going to dig into how this 18th century pioneer didn't just write stories. He literally created the blueprint for all modern media.
Seriously, just pause and think about that for a second. In a world without a constant fire hose of information, where would you even go for advice on, well, how to be a person, how to handle yourself, what's right, what's wrong? For a long time, the answer wasn't really a who, until it was. And here's our guy, Richard Steele. See, he had this incredible insight. He noticed a whole new group of people emerging in London. We're not talking about the old money aristocrats, but this rising middle class, merchants, clerks, professionals. These folks had a little money to spend and a real hunger for culture, but nobody was speaking directly to them. Steele was about to change all of that.
Okay, so Steele's first stroke of genius wasn't just what he wrote about, but how he got it to people. He invented an entirely new format for public conversation, one that, honestly, we'd totally take for granted today.
And look, this wasn't just about selling papers. Steele was on a mission to actually reshape public life. He had this brilliant idea that you could blend entertainment with education, weaving big conversations about ethics and being a good person right into someone's daily coffee routine.
And man, this guy moved fast. In 1709, bam, he launches The Tatler, which was one of the very first publications of its kind in England. Then, get this, just 2 years later, he follows that up with a daily sensation called The Spectator. He was essentially building the modern magazine from the ground up, in real time.
What's so smart is that he gave each paper a totally different vibe. Think of The Tatler as your witty, kind of gossipy friend who knew all the London hotspots. It was direct and fun. But The Spectator, which he started with his friend Joseph Addison, was deeper, more reflective. He created this persona, Mr. Spectator, a quiet observer of humanity, exploring these huge, timeless ideas like friendship and integrity.
His formula was absolutely revolutionary. He wrote like a normal person, not some stuffy academic. He mixed sharp humor with real wisdom, tackling big issues, but also just talking about the importance of being kind. And this is crucial, he made his readers feel like they were all part of one big conversation. Sound familiar?
This quote just nails it. Steele understood you can't just preach at people, it never works. You have to engage them, make them laugh, and get them thinking. For him, humor wasn't just for a quick joke, it was his secret weapon for delivering some pretty serious ideas.
But Steele wasn't content to just stay on the page. Oh no, he took his mission to shape public morality to the other huge mass medium of his day, the theater.
See, back then, a lot of plays were pretty crude. Steele wanted to change that. He helped pioneer this new genre called sentimental comedy, which was all about making the audience feel something, not just laugh. His plays were designed to explore real human problems and ultimately promote virtue. He wrote a bunch of popular plays, but if you look at these three in particular, you can really track his evolving vision for how theater could actually change society.
Take his early play, The Lying Lover. It perfectly shows his method. On the surface, it's a hilarious comedy about all the chaotic situations that happen when a guy just can't stop lying. But underneath all that humor, Steele was landing a powerful message. Sincerity is the only real foundation for love. A year later, with The Tender Husband, he dives into the messy reality of marriage. Through all this clever, witty dialogue, he gets past the simple fairy tale stuff and explores what really makes a partnership work: trust, communication, and real understanding.
But his masterpiece, the one people really remember, is The Conscious Lovers. With this play, he took a huge swing at the rigid class structure of his time. He made the radical argument that a person's character matters way more than their social rank. That was a revolutionary idea, and he wrapped it in an emotional, entertaining story that audiences just adored.
So, when you put it all together, what's Steele's real legacy? How did this one guy, writing with a quill pen 300 years ago, manage to create the very blueprint for our entire media world? Well, you can really break it down into these 4 steps. He invented the format, he found an audience no one else was talking to, he perfected that mix of entertainment and purpose, and he developed a voice that was just so accessible. I mean, that is the exact model used by the best magazines, blogs, and educational channels today. His impact was just enormous. He made the essay a major literary form, he redefined what comedy could do, and he fundamentally changed journalism.
But maybe his most important legacy was proving that media isn't just a distraction. It's one of the most powerful tools we have for shaping what we value as a society.
And that brings us to one last big question. Steele truly believed that media could be a force for good, for compassion and civic responsibility. Looking at our media landscape today, with all of its incredible power and noise, you kind of have to ask yourself, has his invention lived up to its promise? Definitely something to think about. Okay, let's talk about a guy who was, and I'm not exaggerating here, the architect of the modern English language. His name was Samuel Johnson, and in the 18th century, he looked at the wild, sprawling, messy language we all spoke and decided to give it some rules. He basically built the foundation we're all still standing on today. But just stop and think about that for a second. How do you even begin to define an entire language when there are no official rules? Imagine trying to write an email when spell check doesn't exist because there's no correct spelling, or when words can mean one thing to you and something totally different to someone else. That was the chaos. So who could possibly step in and bring order to all of that? Well, the answer was Samuel Johnson, a man with a massive intellect and, as we'll see, just an unbelievable amount of grit. This is the story of the man who took on the absolutely monumental task of taming English. To really get it, you've got to picture the English language back then as a kind of Wild West. Seriously. There was no single go-to guide. Spelling was all over the place, meanings were shifting constantly, and how people used words, well, that varied from town to town. The language was crying out for a sheriff, for a rule book, for a dictionary. And that, of course, brings us to Johnson's masterpiece. We're talking about his dictionary. And this wasn't just another book. No way. This was a project of truly epic proportions. It took him nearly a decade to pull it off. So what does a project like that even look like? Well, for starters, it looks like this number. Johnson, working pretty much by himself, defined roughly 40,000 words. Just let that sink in for a second. 40,000. And again, he did this almost single-handedly. This was a whole decade of just relentless, grinding work. I mean, can you imagine? From coming up with the plan to slogging through the alphabet, letter by painful letter, for 9 straight years. Finally, in 1755, a dictionary of the English language was published. But here's the real game changer. It wasn't just what Johnson did, it was how he did it. He didn't just write down a dry definition. He showed you how words were actually used. He was the first person to pull quotations from the great writers, Shakespeare, Milton, to show a word's meaning in its natural habitat. It was a brilliant way to show how a word really lives and breathes. This completely set the standard for every single dictionary that came after it. And you just can't talk about Johnson without talking about his incredible wit. He even snuck it into his own dictionary. Get this, his definition for lexicographer, his own job, is a harmless drudge. It's that mix of genius-level intellect and not taking himself too seriously that just makes him such an amazing figure. But Johnson was so much more than a harmless drudge. He was also this incredibly deep poet and philosopher who used that amazing command of language to dig into what it really means to be human. Pretty early in his career, he wrote a poem called London, and it is sharp. It's a satirical takedown of the city's corruption and moral rot. This wasn't just flowery language. This was powerful social commentary that put him on the map as a major literary voice. But maybe his greatest poem is The Vanity of Human Wishes. It's this deep philosophical dive into how our biggest ambitions, for power, for money, for fame, are often totally misguided and, in the end, don't really lead to happiness. It's a powerful message that, let's be honest, still hits home today. He took that idea even further in his novella, Restless. It's about a prince who has this perfect life but leaves to find what true happiness is, only to be disappointed at everywhere he looks. Johnson's conclusion is pretty sobering. This hunt for perfect, lasting happiness is itself the problem. A meaningful life is really about accepting that things won't be perfect. So, he defined our language, he philosophized about our lives, but he also changed how we talk about books. It's not a stretch to say Johnson basically invented modern literary criticism as we know it. See, for Johnson, literature wasn't just for fun. He had this core belief that its main job was to teach us something, to be morally useful, and to hold up a mirror to human nature.
showing us who we are, warts and all. It wasn't just about the story, it was about what the story did to you. And you can see this perfectly in what he wrote about William Shakespeare. He wasn't just a fanboy. On the one hand, he praised Shakespeare's absolute genius for capturing real human emotions. But on the other hand, he wasn't afraid to call him out for having messy plots or for not having a clear moral purpose. This kind of balanced, tough but fair analysis was totally new, and it laid the groundwork for how we study literature today.
So when you put it all together, the dictionary, the poetry, the criticism, you start to see this truly massive legacy, one that, believe it or not, still shapes our world right now.
I mean, just look at the scale of his impact. It's kind of mind-blowing. He standardized our language. He created the blueprint for every dictionary on your shelf. He set a new standard for how we talk about books, and he wrestled with the biggest questions about life. He didn't just study literary history, he made it. In the end, what Johnson did wasn't some temporary fix. It was a foundation, a stable, solid bedrock. And for more than 250 years, the English language has been building and growing on top of the structure he gave it. Which kind of leaves us with one last thought. Johnson literally wrote the rulebook for English. But think about our world now, with texting, emojis, slang, and global communication changing everything. Are we even playing by his rules anymore? Or are we writing a whole new chapter? Something to think about. Thanks for...
You know that feeling when you pick up a book and the person on the page feels, well, real? Like you completely get their struggles, their worlds, their choices? Today, we're going to talk about the man who pretty much invented that feeling for the modern world, Daniel Defoe.
But hey, before we get to him, let me ask you something. Think about your absolute favorite story for a second. What is it that pulls you in so deep you forget you're even reading? Is it the crazy action? The characters? The world they live in? Just hang on to that thought.
Because about 300 years ago, one guy's answer to that very same question didn't just lead to a good story. It created a whole new way of telling them. He's the one who gave us what we now call the realistic novel. And that man was Daniel Defoe. So what kind of person decides to bring this brand new, gritty reality to the page? Well, as it turns out, he was way more than just a writer. I mean, Defoe's own life could have been a novel itself, seriously. He wasn't just some guy in a dusty room with a quill. He was a journalist, a businessman, he got into political trouble all the time, and he was even a government spy. So yeah, he saw the messy, complicated truth of the world firsthand, and that became the secret sauce in his fiction. And this is where he completely changed the game. Before Defoe, most popular stories were, all about gods and kings and knights in shining armor. Defoe, he pointed his pen at regular people and got into the nitty-gritty details of their lives, how they made a living, what they ate, the really tough choices they had to make. This was the birth of the realistic novel, and it made fiction feel shockingly new and incredibly personal. And probably the most famous example of this new style is a book that basically created an entire genre we are still obsessed with today, the ultimate survival story. In 1719, the world was introduced to Robinson Crusoe. The plot is legendary now, right? A man is the only survivor of a shipwreck, and he washes up on a totally deserted island. Such a simple setup, but wow, the consequences were huge, not just for the character, but for all of literature.
For 28 years, just let that sink in for a moment. Nearly 3 decades. Alone. And Crusoe wasn't some hero with superpowers. Nope, he was just an ordinary guy, forced to rely on his own wits, his own 2 hands, and just his sheer will to survive against absolutely impossible odds.
The real genius of the book isn't just that Crusoe survived, it's how he did it. Defoe gives us this incredibly detailed, step-by-step account. We see him build his first shelter from scratch, figure out how to plant crops, even manage to tame wild goats. We are right there with him every step of the way, as he rebuilds a tiny piece of civilization, all while battling this crushing loneliness. So through this one man's journey, Defoe is exploring these enormous ideas: self-reliance, the true meaning of civilization, humanity's battle against nature. But it's also, a story of its time, and it definitely raises some pretty uncomfortable questions about colonialism, especially when Crusoe meets a native man, who he names Friday, and creates this master-servant relationship. That's a part of the book people still debate, and for good reason. But Defoe wasn't only interested in men on deserted islands. He took that same realistic lens and turned it back home, onto the gritty streets of London, to show the brutal realities of life in his own society.
especially if you happen to be a woman. Just 3 years after Crusoe, he published Moll Flanders, a story that is about as far from a tropical island as you could possibly get. The main character is a woman who was born in London's most infamous prison. In this incredibly harsh world with almost no options for her, her survival depends entirely on her cleverness, a whole string of husbands, and when that doesn't work, a life of crime.
And this is where you really see the incredible range of Defoe's realism. Robinson Crusoe is all about man versus nature. It's an external struggle, right? But Moll Flanders is about woman versus society. A tough internal struggle against class, against hypocrisy, and against a world that is basically designed to keep her down.
So yeah, Moll Flanders is about a completely different kind of survival. It's this deep dive into things like gender and class, that really blurry line between what's moral and what's criminal, and that relentless fight just to have some control over your own life and be economically free in a world that gives you almost none of it.
When you put these two novels side by side, you can really start to see the foundation that Defoe built for pretty much every storyteller that came after him.
His impact was just monumental. He proved that stories could feel totally real, packed with all these believable details. He made the inner lives of ordinary people, their fears, their dreams, their ambitions, the star of the show. And he showed that a novel could be a thrilling page-turner and a powerful piece of social commentary, all at the same time.
And that is exactly why historians all agree. He is a truly foundational figure. I mean, without Defoe, the novels we love reading today, everything from survival thrillers to sharp social critiques, they would just be completely different. He didn't just write a few good stories, he wrote the blueprint for how stories are told.
And that brings us right back to the beginning, doesn't it? His stories still feel real because his characters' struggles, well, there still are struggles. So I'll leave you with this to chew on. Which of Defoe's big themes do you think rings the most true for us today? Is it the raw fight for survival? The battle to climb the social ladder? Or is it those tough moral choices we all have to face? It's amazing. 300 years later, Daniel Defoe's questions are still...
Have you ever wondered where something like a modern sitcom really gets its DNA? Well, you might be surprised to find out that the blueprint, it was actually laid out almost 300 years ago, all thanks to a rebellious writer named Harry Fielding, who didn't just write stories. No, he taught them how to be funny, sharp, and, incredibly human.
Okay, I know what you're thinking. That sounds like a bit of a stretch, right? A footman from the 1700s and your favorite comedy show? But trust me on this, because the connection is absolutely real, and it is all thanks to one incredibly clever and, frankly, defiant author. And yeah, that man is our guy, Henry Fielding. See, he didn't just write novels. He injected them with this wild sense of humor, a really critical eye, and a structure that, believe it or not, creators are still using today. So let's dive in and break down exactly how he pulled it off.
Now, to really get Fielding's genius, you first have to understand the world he was pushing back against. You could honestly say he was the literary punk rocker of his day, a total rebel. I mean, think about the bestsellers back then. They were really serious, full of these very proper moralistic stories about perfect heroes who faced some trials and, of course, always do the right thing. For Fielding, this wasn't just predictable. It was practically begging to be made fun of.
So what was his weapon? Satire. That was his secret sauce. Fielding looked at the world around him, from high society to the popular books of the day, and saw hypocrisy everywhere. He used humor like a surgeon's scalpel, just expertly cutting through all the pretense to expose what was really going on underneath.
And he was not subtle about it. Not at all. He took direct aim at the biggest books of his time, and his ammunition of choice was parody.
This comparison right here, it says it all. On one hand, you've got Samuel Richardson's Pamela, this massive bestseller about a super virtuous maidservant, and then you've got Fielding's response, Shamala. He literally takes the exact same story and just flips it on its head, swapping out all the earnest moral lessons for some really biting satire. And this quote just nails his whole point. Fielding's Shamala isn't virtuous at all. She's this brilliant, cunning operator who just uses the appearance of virtue to get what she wants. With this one character, he completely blew up the whole sentimental, moralizing trend and forced readers to ask, hey, what does virtue even mean, anyway?
But here's the thing about Fielding. He wasn't just about tearing things down.
His next big move was to build something totally new, right from the ground up.
And that brings us to Joseph Andrews, which many people consider one of the first real English novels. Here, Fielding did something revolutionary. He created what he called a comic epic in prose. So he took the grand, sweeping scale of an epic poem and just smashed it together with everyday life and a huge dose of comedy.
The story is all about Joseph, who's a genuinely good guy on this wild road trip to reunite with a woman he loves. And along the way, the bizarre and often corrupt people he runs into become Fielding's way of satirizing pretty much all of society, all while telling this fantastic story about love and integrity.
So, with his style locked in, Fielding set his sights on his masterpiece. A novel so ambitious, it was basically trying to paint a picture of all of English society.
Of course, we are talking about Tom Jones. This book is an absolute monument. It's so much more than a story. It's this sprawling, vivid portrait of an entire era, and it's just packed with humor, adventure, and some seriously sharp social critique.
Inside this one novel, he was juggling so many new ideas. The hero, Tom, he's fundamentally good, but man, he makes a ton of mistakes. That was a huge change from the perfect heroes in other books. And get this, Fielding himself is basically a character, a narrator who speaks right to you, the reader, cracking jokes and giving his opinions. This incredible mix of ingredients is what made Tom Jones such a game changer.
So what's the big takeaway from all this rule breaking? Well, it's a blueprint for storytelling that writers, you guessed it, are still using today.
This timeline really gives you the before and after picture of Henry Fielding. Before him, novels were kind of one thing. Then in just a handful of years with Joseph Andrews and Tom Jones, he completely rewrote the rulebook. He gave the novel a license to be funny and smart, to be entertaining and critical. And this is the blueprint he left us. Seriously, think about a modern show like Fleabag or even The Office. A narrator who talks right to the camera? That's Fielding. Lovable but deeply flawed characters you can't help but root for? Fielding. A story that's just a series of hilarious misadventures? That's all Fielding. Using comedy to make a really serious point? Yep, that is the Fielding blueprint, right there.
And that is his ultimate legacy. He proved that a story could be a wild, hilarious adventure while also holding up a mirror to the world and asking some really tough questions about who we are and how we live.
He didn't just teach the novel how to laugh, he taught it how to think. So the next time you're enjoying a comedy that's just as smart as it is funny, maybe you'll think of him, the 18th century rebel who wrote all the rules.
Long before streaming cliffhangers or dramatic movie close-ups, how did a storyteller make you feel every single secret, every doubt, every hope a character had? Well, back in the 18th century, a writer named Samuel Richardson basically cracked the code. He wrote the blueprint for the psychological drama, and honestly, he changed storytelling forever. Let's get into it.
Now really, think about it for a second. If you're a writer or a creator, how do you show what a character is actually thinking? Not just what they say out loud, but those raw, unfiltered thoughts that are racing through their head. It's one of the toughest challenges in storytelling.
And the solution, pioneered by this English writer and printer, Samuel Richardson, was so simple it was brilliant, and it completely revolutionized literature. He figured out a way to let us, the readers, literally read his characters' minds. Here's how he pulled it off. Okay, so here's our game plan. We'll start by looking at his brand new way of telling stories and how it got readers right inside a character's head. Then we'll check out his two biggest hits, Pamela and Clarissa, and finally, we'll see how it all came together to create the blueprint for the modern novel. All right, first up, a new way to tell stories and the innovator who started it all. So, who was this guy, Samuel Richardson? Well, on paper, he was an 18th century English writer and a printer. But he was so much more than that. We think of him as one of the founders of the English novel, mainly because he pioneered the psychological novel. See, he shifted the whole focus from what characters do to what they think and feel. And, this is huge, he was one of the very first major novelists to put female characters and their complicated inner lives right at the center of the story.
So how on earth did he do that? Well, that brings us to part 2, getting inside the character's mind. This is where we talk about his secret weapon, the epistolary revolution.
Richardson's big idea was the epistolary novel. That's just a fancy way of saying the whole story is told through letters written back and forth between the characters. Now, this wasn't just some gimmick, it was a total game changer. It gives you, the reader, a front row seat to a character's most private thoughts, their secret worries, their true feelings. It's like you've hacked into their email.
Just listen to this line from his masterpiece, Clarissa.
The main character is literally begging her friend for an honest conversation. Through her letters, we feel her desperation and her isolation so directly. We're not just being told she's lonely. We're right there with her, feeling it as she's writing it down. It creates this incredible sense of intimacy.
But here is where it gets really clever. Richardson shows us the other side, too. Here's the villain, Lovelace, writing to his own buddy, revealing his manipulative, cruel plans. So by reading both sets of letters, we get these two totally conflicting, private points of view. The tension is just off the charts, because we, the readers, know way more than any of the characters do.
So what did this look like in an actual story? Let's jump into our first case study, his 1740 mega hit, Pamela, or Virtue Rewarded.
So the story follows Pamela, a 15-year-old maid whose boss, Mr. B, is relentlessly trying to seduce her. And through her letters to her parents, we get this real-time blow-by-blow account of her fear and her determination to resist him. In the end, her incredible integrity wins him over, he actually proposes, and her virtue is rewarded with marriage into the upper class. Now, it might sound like a simple morality tale, but believe me, this book was an absolute phenomenon. It sparked huge public debates all over the place about class, morality, and a woman's role in the world.
But Richardson wasn't even close to being done. 8 years later, he published something much darker, way more complex. This brings us to case study number 2, Clarissa, his tragic masterpiece.
The central conflict in Clarissa is just brutal. On one side, you've got her family pushing her into this horrible arranged marriage just for money and status. And on the other side, you have Clarissa herself with this fierce sense of integrity, just desperately fighting for the right to choose her own life. The whole book is this epic battle between outside pressure and her own inner strength.
And let me tell you, this was not a short read. Clarissa is one of the longest novels in the English language, coming in at over 1 million words. Yeah, you heard that right. That incredible length allowed him to explore the psychological torment of his characters in a way nobody had ever seen before.
Now, unlike Pamela, there is no happy ending for Clarissa. Her story is a tragedy. And honestly, that's what makes it so incredibly powerful. It wasn't just a sad story. It was a blistering critique of the crushing social rules and the total lack of freedom that women faced back in the 18th century.
Okay, so what does this all mean? What's the big takeaway? Let's dive into our final section, Richardson's lasting blueprint, and see how these books literally built the foundation of the modern novel as we know it.
When you look at his career, you can really see the evolution. He starts with a moral guidebook for young guys. Then boom, he launches a cultural phenomenon with Pamela. He perfects his art with the tragic masterpiece Clarissa. And then later on, he even tries to create the perfect male hero in Sir Charles Grandison. Every book was like another step in his exploration of human character and morality.
So, what's his ultimate legacy? Well, he gave storytellers a brand new, powerful tool to get deep inside a character's head. He basically created the tradition of focusing on female characters and their rich, complex inner worlds. He laid the groundwork for countless novelists that came after him. And maybe the most important thing of all, he proved that a novel wasn't just for fun. It could be a serious art form, one that could tackle the deepest questions about morality and the human heart.
Which kind of leaves us with one last thing to think about. Richardson used the technology of his time, a handwritten letter, to explore the human psyche. So what are the letters of our time? Text messages, social media posts, private DMs? What are the tools we're all using today to show and maybe even to create our own inner selves for the rest of the world?
Have you ever found yourself rooting for a character you know you probably shouldn't? You know, the scoundrel, the rogue, the anti-hero? Well, if you have, you can thank an 18th century writer named Tobias Smollett. Today, we're jumping into his wild, satirical world and the new kind of hero he helped bring to life.
Okay, let's just get right into it. Think about your favorite characters from, well, anything you're watching right now. How many of them are kind of morally gray? You know, flawed, a little rough around the edges, but you're still on their side. This love we have for the imperfect hero, it's not a new thing. It has some really deep roots in literary history.
And that history leads us straight to a very specific kind of story. One that pretty much perfected the art of the charming troublemaker, the rogue's tale.
So this genre has a name. It's called the picaresque novel. And at its core, it's a story about a clever, usually pretty poor hero, they call them a picaro, who basically has to survive by their wits in a world that's even more messed up than they are. Their journey isn't some grand, noble quest. Nope. It's about getting by. And that setup, well, it gives the author the perfect stage to poke fun at the society they're living in.
Which brings us to the man of the hour. Because back in 18th century Britain, one author really became the absolute master of this style. Tobias Smollett. So, Smollett was born in Scotland way back in 1721. His whole life was set right in the heart of the 18th century, and this was a time of massive social change, which he watched with a really sharp and, let's be honest, pretty critical eye.
And look, don't just take my word for how important this guy was. His super famous contemporary, Dr. Samuel Johnson, called him the great Sham of literature. Now, you might be wondering, what's a Sham? It's an old word for a powerful ruler, like a Khan. It was Johnson's way of saying Smollett was a total powerhouse in the literary world.
So let's break it down. Who was this guy? Well, for starters, he was a Scottish writer who did it all: novels, history, criticism. But his real gift was his knack for just getting people. He was famous for his writing style, which was just bursting with energy, and for his really sharp, biting satire. He used humor like a surgeon's scalpel to cut into the moral and social problems of his time.
All right, so let's get into his books. Honestly, the best way to understand Smollett is to make his unforgettable cast of characters, his gallery of rogues. First up is The Adventures of Roderick Random. This was his first big novel, and it's the perfect example of a picaresque story. It follows this kid, Roderick, who has no money and no status, and he just gets thrown into the deep end of 18th century life. And through Roderick's crazy journey, Smollett paints this incredibly vivid and often pretty brutal picture of the world.
Then, just 3 years later, he gave us The Adventures of Peregrine Pickle. And if you thought Roderick was a handful, Peregrine is on another level. This guy is impulsive, stubborn, and always getting into trouble. His misadventures are basically just an excuse for Smollett to absolutely skewer the big institutions of the day: marriage, politics, the law, you name it. It's a masterclass in satire. But here's the thing. It would be a huge mistake to just think of Smollett as the picaresque guy. He had incredible range, and his work really grew and changed over his career. He was definitely not a one-trick pony. I mean, just look at this timeline. In 1753, he writes Ferdinand Count Fathom, which gives us an even darker, more morally ambiguous hero. Then, jump ahead to 1766, and he's writing a non-fiction travel book, but it's still packed with that signature social commentary. And then his last novel, Humphrey Clinker, is just brilliant. It's told entirely through letters from different characters, giving you all these amazing different points of view. And on top of all that, he was a serious scholar. He translated Cervantes' Don Quixote, the original picaresque novel. And he also wrote a massive multi-volume complete history of England. The sheer amount of work this guy produced is just incredible.
So we're talking about a man writing almost 300 years ago. The big question is, why does he still matter? What is his lasting impact on us today?
Well, his legacy is huge. For one, he was a true pioneer of the picaresque novel in English. He perfected using satire to hold a mirror up to society and show all its cracks. But most importantly, he gave us these unforgettable anti-heroes. Seriously, his stories about flawed people just trying to make their way through a crazy world, that's basically the DNA of so much of what we watch and read today.
And that leaves us with one final thought. Smollett used the popular media of his day, the novel, to tell these funny, critical, and deeply human stories about the world he saw. So when you look at our world with this endless fire hose of content, who are our modern Smolletts? Who's using our media to tell those same kinds of roguish tales? Something to think about. Thanks for tuning in.
Okay, so when you hear 18th century, what comes to mind? Probably powdered wigs, right? Super formal, kind of stuffy. But when it came to the novel, it was the complete opposite. It was like the Wild West, a total explosion of creativity, where the rules were, well, basically up for grabs. And a few authors weren't just writing new rules, they were lighting the old ones on fire. Today, we're going to meet two of the most important rebels in literary history.
So here's what we've got on tap. First, we'll dive into that rebellious vibe of the time. Then, we'll meet Lawrence Sterne, this guy who basically took the novel apart from the inside out. We'll even check out his wild masterpiece, Tristram Shandy. After that, we're going to pivot to Charlotte Lennox, who used her book to totally satirize society. And to wrap it all up, we'll see how these two pioneers left a legacy that, believe it or not, we're still feeling today.
All right, let's set the scene. The novel in the 18th century was this brand new, super exciting art form. But you know how it goes. It was already starting to get a little predictable.
You had your clear plots, your moral lessons, your nice, neat, straightforward stories. And our two authors, they looked at all that and basically said, yeah, no thanks, we're going to do something completely different.
So what if a story just didn't have a plot? Like no clear beginning, no real end? Imagine picking up a book where the narrator spends hundreds, and I mean hundreds, of pages just trying to get around to telling the story of his own birth. Sounds kind of crazy, right? Well, this is exactly the kind of question that our first author, Lawrence Stern, was obsessed with. He was all about testing the limits, seeing just how far he could stretch the whole idea of what a story could be.
Lawrence Stern was, for sure, an internal rebel. It wasn't enough for him to just tell a different kind of story. No, he wanted to blow up the very act of storytelling. His whole focus was on the messy, chaotic, and honestly hilarious way our minds actually jump around, not the neat, linear way stories were supposed to be told. And his secret weapon? It was something called a digressive narrative. And trust me, it is a wild ride. In his novel Tristram Shandy, he'll start to tell you something, but then, whoops, he's off on a tangent about something totally different. An anecdote here, a philosophical rabbit hole there. He'll go on for pages and pages before he even thinks about getting back to the main point. If he gets back to it at all. It's basically storytelling that works exactly like a wandering mind. And his toolkit for creating this chaos was just brilliant. For starters, he completely threw out the linear timeline. He just jumps all over the place in his narrator's life. He's also constantly breaking the fourth wall, talking directly to you, the reader, about the book you're literally holding in your hands. The main thing to get here is that his goal wasn't to show a series of events, it was to capture the messy, subjective, internal feeling of being alive. He even messed with the physical book itself, using things like blank pages and weird squiggly lines to make a point.
Yeah, this quote really nails his legacy. By zeroing in on one person's jumbled up inner world and treating the plot like a toy to be played with, Stern blew the doors wide open. He basically proved that a novel didn't have to be about some grand adventure. It could be an adventure inside a single mind.
Okay, so let's see how this all works in his most famous book, The Life and Opinions of Tristram Shandy Gentleman. Seriously, this book is a masterclass in controlled chaos. The narrator's entire life isn't shaped by heroic acts or big decisions. Nope. It's defined by one absurd, ridiculous accident after another. I mean, just get a load of these. First, at his own birth, the doctor's forceps completely crush his nose. Great start, right? Then, he's accidentally given the name Tristram, which his dad is convinced is the unluckiest name in the entire world. And then, later, as a kid, a window sash falls and causes a, well, let's just say a very personal and unfortunate injury. Each one of these is like a cosmic punchline. It's all about Stern's big idea, that life isn't some grand design. It's just a bunch of random, absurd stuff happening.
So, why does any of this matter almost 300 years later? Well, think about it. Every time you watch a movie like, say, Deadpool, where the character turns and talks right to you, or you read a book that jumps all over the place in its timeline, you are seeing the ghost of Lawrence Stern. He's a direct ancestor of modernist literature and what we now call metafiction. You know, stories that are totally self-aware that they are stories. It's everywhere now, but he was doing it first.
All right, so if Stern was the internal rebel, the guy breaking the novel from the inside, then our second author, Charlotte Lennox, was the external rebel. She wasn't as worried about how you tell a story. She was way more interested in what stories do to us and to society as a whole.
So, let me introduce you to Arabella. She's the hero of Lennox's big novel, The Female Quixote, and here's her deal. She's a young woman who's grown up totally isolated, reading nothing but these over-the-top heroic romance novels. And because of that, she 100% believes that the real world is supposed to work just like her books, full of drama, chivalry, and, well, completely unrealistic rules. And this is where the book gets so funny. This massive clash between fantasy and reality. In Arabella's head, life is all about dramatic love and epic adventure. But in the real world, it just leads to these hilarious misunderstandings. She'll see a gardener working and be totally convinced he's a secret kidnapper in disguise. A simple boat trip on a lake? To her, it's a dangerous voyage on the high seas. Lennox builds her whole satire in that gap between the fantasy world in Arabella's head and the boring reality all around her.
But this was way more than just a comedy. Through all of Arabella's silly mistakes, Lennox was making a really powerful point. She was questioning the kinds of stories that were being sold to women and asking how that shaped what they expected from life. Her book is all about the need for real education for women, that constant battle between reason and imagination, and the incredible, sometimes damaging power of what society expects from you. And that's why she's so important. The female Quixote is seen as one of the first major works of feminist literary critique. We talk about media literacy all the time now, but Lennox was way ahead of the curve. She was asking, how do the stories we consume actually shape who we are? Especially, how do they shape the identities of women? I mean, come on, that question is more relevant today than it has ever been.
So there you have it. Two really different authors, two really different game plans. But when you look at them together, you realize they both completely changed the DNA of the novel forever.
Let's break it down real simple. Lawrence Sterne, with Tristram Shandy, he tore apart the form of the novel, the actual structure of it. And then you have Charlotte Lennox, with the female Quixote, who took on the novel's social impact, what these stories actually do to us out in the real world.
And that, right there, is the big takeaway. They had totally different methods, but they were chasing the exact same goal: to blow up our expectations of what a novel could be and what it could do. They proved a novel didn't have to follow a single formula. It could be a playground for your imagination, a reflection of our own chaotic minds, or even a weapon for social critique.
These authors looked at the rules of their day and just broke them without a second thought. Which kind of leaves us with a pretty cool question, doesn't it? What are the unwritten rules of storytelling today? In our movies, our books, our social media, and who are the rebels out there right now breaking those rules?
Back in the 18th century, the novel was kind of the new kid on the block. It was this fresh, exciting art form, but the rules, they were still being written. And that environment was the perfect breeding ground for some real rebels. A few daring authors who didn't just bend the rules, they basically tore up the entire rulebook. So let's dive into how they did it. So picture this. You pick up a book, it's supposed to be an autobiography, but the story starts before the hero is even born. I mean, it kicks off with the chaotic, slightly awkward moment of his own conception. Sounds like something from a super experimental indie film, right? Well, believe it or not, this is exactly the kind of wild question one of our literary rebels was asking almost 300 years ago. And that brings us to our two main characters today, Lawrence Sterne and Charlotte Lennox. These two were, without a doubt, some of the most innovative and, frankly, audacious writers of their time. You've got Sterne, an Anglo-Irish clergyman, and Lennox, a novelist and poet. And they both looked at the way stories were being told and thought, you know what? This is broken. So they decided to fix it. And in the process, they changed the whole game.
Now, to really get what they were rebelling against, you have to understand their biggest inspiration. There's this one masterpiece that just casts a giant shadow over this whole era, Miguel de Cervantes' Don Quixote. It's the story of a guy whose brain is so completely scrambled from reading adventure novels that he can't tell what's real and what's fantasy anymore. And that idea, that books can literally warp your perception of the world, well, that was pure creative gold. And you can see here just how directly Charlotte Lennox took that core concept and ran with it. So, where Don Quixote was obsessed with old-school stories about knights and chivalry, Lennox's hero, a woman named Arabella, is completely hooked on the over-the-top romance novels of her day. She sees her everyday life through this totally unrealistic filter, expecting epic drama and passion at every turn. It's just a brilliant gender-swapped take on a classic. All right, let's start with our first rebel, Lawrence Sterne. His masterpiece, The Life and Opinions of Tristram Shandy, Gentleman, is, well, it's not a normal novel, not by a long shot. It's this chaotic, hilarious, and really philosophical journey right into a human mind. And it's still considered one of the most bizarre and groundbreaking books ever written. And that's how it begins. I mean, can you believe that opening? Tristram blames all his life's problems on the very moment he was conceived because it was interrupted when his mom asked his dad if he remembered to wind the clock. That one, tiny, almost comical distraction sets the stage for the entire book. It's about a life just constantly being knocked off course by chance, by absurdity, and the hilarious messiness of being human.
So what this really means is that Sterne just takes the traditional A to B plot and throws it completely out the window. The narrator, Tristram, gets so lost in his own thoughts in telling little side stories and family anecdotes that it takes him hundreds of pages just to get to his own birth. He's constantly breaking the fourth wall, talking directly to you, the reader, basically inviting you into the chaos. So you're not just reading a story, you're right there with him, participating in the messy, frustrating, hilarious process of trying to tell one. And the absurdity just keeps piling on. Tristram's life is just this series of unfortunate, almost slapstick events. First, at his own birth, a clumsy doctor crushes his nose. Then a servant completely messes up his christening, and he gets stuck with the name Tristram, which his father absolutely hates. And, as if that's not enough, he suffers this bizarre accidental circumcision from a falling window. See, for Stern, life isn't some grand heroic story. It's just a chain of random, often ridiculous events that shape us in ways we can never really control.
Okay, so now let's switch gears to our other incredible innovator, Charlotte Lennox, and her masterpiece, The Female Quixote. So while Stern was basically taking a sledgehammer to the structure of storytelling, Lennox was using the novel to deliver this incredibly sharp, witty critique of society, of literature, and especially of the roles that were forced upon women.
And her weapon of choice? Parody. She took those super popular romance novels of her time, you know the type, full of fainting heroines, brave heroes, dramatic kidnappings, and she mimicked them, but with a crucial twist. She created a character who actually believed all this stuff was real and dropped her into the very mundane world of 18th century England. The result? Pure comic genius. So meet Arabella. She's a young woman who's read nothing but these crazy romance novels. So when a potential suitor shows up, she thinks he's there to declare his undying epic love. When she sees a couple of local guys working in the garden, she's absolutely convinced they're kidnappers in disguise. And through all these hilarious misunderstandings, Lennox isn't just making fun of silly books. She's critiquing the very real and damaging expectations they put on women to just be beautiful, passive objects waiting for a hero to show up. But seriously, don't let all the comedy fool you. Underneath all that satire, The Female Quixote is a really serious book. Lennox is asking these huge questions about female education, about reason versus fantasy, and about a woman's struggle for independence in a world that's constantly trying to write her life for her. It's no wonder this is considered a foundational work of feminist literature. So why are we still talking about these two authors writing hundreds of years ago? Why do they still feel so fresh and so relevant? Well, their lasting legacy is all about how they fundamentally changed what a novel could even do.
Before Stern and Lennox, a lot of novels followed a pretty simple, traditional path. But as you can kind of see here, they just blew that wide open. Stern turned the novel inward, right? He made it a tool to explore the subjective, messy, random way our minds actually work. And then Lennox turned the novel outward, using it as the sharp lens for social critique, questioning the very culture that shapes our lives. When you look at it, their impact is just immense. Both of them totally challenged what readers thought a story was even supposed to be. I mean, Stern's playful, fragmented style, it paved the way for modernist writers like James Joyce and Virginia Woolf. Meanwhile, Lennox's work, it established this powerful tradition of feminist literary critique that is still going strong today. They proved the novel wasn't just for a good story. It was a powerful tool for exploring our own minds and our own society.
And all of this leaves us with one final thought. The rule-breaking that Stern and Lennox did was absolutely radical for their time, but it really did pave the way for the kinds of stories we love today. It makes you wonder, doesn't it? What books or films or even video games that you're So today, we're going to dive into the life and work of an 18th century English poet named William Cowper. This is a guy whose words could paint these incredible pictures of both serene, beautiful light and the most profound, deep darkness. It's this fascinating and, well, deeply human contradiction that makes him so compelling. And that really brings us to the core puzzle of his life, doesn't it? How can the same person write these uplifting hymns of faith, songs that we've been singing in churches for centuries, and at the same time write poetry that's so bleak it feels like a cry from the absolute abyss? That's the question we're going to try and unpack. All right, so to really get a handle on Cowper, we've first got to see where he fits in the grand story of English literature. And the thing is, he was a little bit out of his time, kind of standing at a crossroads between two huge artistic movements. People often call him a precursor to Romanticism. Now, while most poets of his day were all about these really formal, structured styles, Cowper was doing something totally different. He was writing with this raw sensitivity about his own personal experiences, his emotions, his deep connection to nature, all themes that, would later become the bread and butter for famous poets like Wordsworth. He was ahead of the curve. But here's the thing. This focus on his inner world, his individual experience, that wasn't just some artistic choice he was making. For Cowper, it came from a life that was really defined by some intense and very private turmoil. And this right here is the heart of it all. The man who wrote with such peace and beauty about the quiet countryside was, in his own mind, fighting a lifelong battle with severe mental illness. This fact is really the key to unlocking that profound split we see in his work. You can feel this so powerfully in his final, haunting poem, The Castaway. He used this image to capture the absolute depth of his pain. He literally saw himself as a sailor, shipwrecked and lost, completely abandoned, not just by other people, but by God himself. For a man of such deep faith, you can only imagine how terrifying that must have been. You know, what made Cowper so remarkable, and in a way so modern, was his honesty. I mean, think about it. In an era where these kinds of struggles were completely hidden away, deeply stigmatized, he put his feelings of isolation and hopelessness right there on the page. He was giving a voice to an experience that almost no one dared to even talk about back then. But here's the twist. Even in the middle of all that turmoil, his writing wasn't just a record of his pain. It was also his salvation. It was a lifeline, a way for him to find moments of peace, to express his faith, and to connect with the world. And this is where we see that other side of his work, the light to a shadow. You've got the Only Hymns, which he actually co-wrote with John Newton, the guy who wrote Amazing Grace. These hymns are just filled with hope and faith. And then there's The Task, this sprawling, beautiful poem that's just a love letter to the simple, quiet country life. I absolutely love this story. The origin of his masterpiece, The Task, is almost ridiculous. A friend playfully dared him to write an epic poem about a sofa, and he actually did it. But he used that totally mundane starting point to launch into this massive 6-book meditation on everything from nature to morality to the human condition. It just goes to show his incredible gift for finding the profound in the everyday. But for every single one of those tranquil moments he managed to capture, there was an equal and opposite expression of despair. His pen could be a tool to create peace, for sure, but it was also the only way he could let out his deepest suffering.
And the contrast is just, it's jarring. On one hand, you have The Task, this peaceful celebration of the world around him. Then just over a decade later, you get The Castaway, a poem that is soaked in spiritual abandonment and total loneliness. It's almost hard to believe they came from the same person. These two poems are probably his most intensely personal. Lines written during a period of insanity is, well, it's exactly what it sounds like, a direct, unfiltered window into his mind during a crisis. And as we saw, The Castaway uses that gut punch of a metaphor, the drowning sailor, to describe what it feels like to be utterly and completely lost.
So who was William Cowper really? A poet of faith? A poet of despair? A lover of nature? Well, the answer is, of course, that he was all of those things. But his complexity doesn't even end there.
Yeah, you heard that right. Hilarious. The same man who wrote some of the most heartbreaking poetry in the English language was also capable of writing laugh-out-loud comedy that became an absolute smash hit. His comic ballad, The Diverting History of John Gilpin, was basically the viral sensation of its day. Seriously, it's the silly, wonderful story about a guy whose horse gets spooked, leading to this completely ridiculous misadventure. It just shows this incredible range, a sharp wit that proves his genius wasn't just for the serious and the sad.
And when you lay out his career like this, on a timeline, the emotional whiplash is just stunning. I mean, look at it. He swings from the deep faith of the Only Hymns to the slapstick humor of John Gilpin just 3 years later, then to the serene calm of The Task, before ending his life with the profound despair of The Castaway. It's like a map of a brilliant and profoundly human mind.
And all of this leaves us with a final thought. William Cowper's life kind of poses this timeless question about art and suffering. Was his incredible creativity forged because of his pain, or was it an act of profound resilience, a way of creating light and beauty in spite of the darkness that was always there? It's a question his incredible legacy really forces us to think.
All right, today we're jumping into the world of an artist who, honestly, saw things in a way nobody else did at the time. His name was William Blake. And for him, it wasn't just about being a poet or a painter, he was a true visionary. His whole philosophy was built on this one powerful idea, that to get a handle on anything, whether it's the human soul or, the entire universe, you first have to embrace its total opposite. So yeah, let's get right into it.
This one line, without contraries, is no progression. This is pretty much the master key to Blake's entire universe. You have to understand, for him, life wasn't some simple story of good versus evil or logic versus passion. Nope. He saw them as these essential, necessary forces that are always pulling against each other. And that tension, that constant tug of war, that's what he believed drives everything forward. Creation, human progress, the whole shebang. And here's something you've really got to get about him. Blake didn't just write down these huge ideas. He brought them to life with this total artistic vision. He was a poet, sure, but also a painter and a printmaker. So he wasn't just writing words on a page. He was designing them, engraving them, painting them. He was creating this world where the words and the pictures were totally inseparable. One couldn't exist without the other. So here's how we're going to break it all down. First, we'll look at the artist of opposites, basically how he made his art. Then we'll dive into his songs of two worlds, innocence and experience. After that, it's his prophecies of revolution, where he really takes on the world. And finally, we'll wrap up with Blake's timeless vision and see how he's still so relevant today. Okay, first up, the artist of opposites. Let's really dig into Blake's visionary world. So you have to picture the time. We're talking late 18th, early 19th century. Blake was a total radical. He looked at the established rules for art, for religion, for politics, and he just rejected all of it. He was determined to create something completely new. And his method for doing this was just brilliant. He invented this process he called illuminated poetry. See, he didn't just send his poems off to a printer to get typeset like everyone else. No way. He would actually etch both the words and the illustrations around them onto a single copper plate. Just think about that. It means every single page was its own complete work of art, a total fusion of word and image. This was a huge deal, and it really set the stage for the whole Romantic movement. All right, next section, Songs of Two Worlds. We're going to look at the duality of innocence and experience. And honestly, if you want to see Blake's whole philosophy of contraries in action, this is the place to look. His most famous works, Songs of Innocence and Songs of Experience, he literally called them the two contrary states of the human soul. So Blake gives us these two completely different lenses to look through. On one side, you've got innocence. This is the world as a child sees it, you know? It's all about purity, joy, a simple belief that creation is good. And the perfect symbol for this? The lamb. Gentle, pure. But then you have experience. This is the world after that innocence gets shattered. It's a world filled with injustice, oppression, and really tough moral questions. And its symbol? The tiger. Fearsome, powerful, and absolutely awe-inspiring. Just listen to this from the Lamb. Little lamb, who made thee? Dost thou know who made thee? The tone is so gentle, right? It's simple. It's filled with this pure sense of wonder. It's all about a creator who is kind and loving, a God of total innocence. This poem is the absolute heart of that first state of the soul. And then, bam, the complete opposite. Tiger, tiger, burning bright, in the forests of the night, what immortal hand or eye could frame thy fearful symmetry? The energy just explodes off the page, doesn't it? It's powerful, it's intense, it's terrifyingly beautiful. Blake is asking, who could possibly make something this fierce? Could it be the same creator who made the gentle little lamb? And that question throws you headfirst into the world of experience, where beauty and terror, good and evil, they all exist right next to each other. Okay, let's move on. Prophecies of revolution, challenging religion, politics, and art. This is where things get even bigger. Blake takes this whole idea of warring opposites and points it right at the world around him. In what are called his prophetic books, he builds this incredible, complex mythology of his own, all to take aim at the oppression he saw everywhere in society. And at the center of this mythology, you've got this figure named Urizen. He's basically the big bad of Blake's universe. Think of him as the embodiment of cold, rigid reason, logic without any imagination, any heart. He's the guy who creates all the restrictive laws, the oppressive religions. He's the one forging what Blake famously called the mind-forged manacles that keep humanity in chains. And this wasn't just some fantasy world he was building. Blake was connecting it directly to what was happening in his own time. For example, he looked at the American Revolution, and he didn't just see a political war. He saw a spiritual one. He saw it as this epic struggle of liberating energy finally breaking free from the tyrannical chains of Urizen. And he really lays it all out in what might be his most out there work, The Marriage of Heaven and Hell. I mean, the ideas in this book are wild. He basically flips everything on his head. He says, you know what society calls good? That's often just being passive and obedient. And evil? That's just raw, active energy. He's not saying one is better. He's saying you need both. For Blake, true enlightenment, true wisdom,
It comes from smashing those old labels and just embracing everything, the light and the dark. So let's talk about Blake's timeless vision, how he went from obscurity to having this enduring influence. Because, as you can probably guess, these ideas were a little too much for his time. Blake was almost completely misunderstood, even ignored during his own life. It would take like 100 years before people really started to get it. I mean, check out this journey to recognition. He dies in 1827, and pretty much nobody cares. He's a nobody. Then, decades later, in 1863, the first big biography about him comes out, and suddenly people are like, whoa, who was this guy? By the time the 20th century rolls around, he's finally being hailed as this major figure, a true pioneer of the Romantic movement. And today, he's considered one of the most important and visionary artists in history. What a comeback story.
And in the end, his influence is just undeniable. His total focus on imagination, on individual vision, on the raw emotional power of a person, it had this massive impact on the poets who came after him, big names like Wordsworth and Shelley, and he's still inspiring artists and thinkers right now, today.
So that kind of leaves us with one last big question to chew on. Blake's central struggle, right? It was this fight between the incredible, liberating power of imagination and the restrictive, oppressive force of reason. Now think about it. More than 200 years later, doesn't that struggle feel more relevant than ever? Where do you see it playing out in our world today? Is it in our technology, in our jobs, in our society? Blake's work doesn't just ask us to notice these opposites, it challenges us to find the progress that comes.
Okay, so how can one guy write a beautiful, gentle poem about the quiet countryside and also the thundering, world-beating anthem of a global empire? That's what we're going to get into today, as we unpack the surprising and fascinating contradictions of James Thomson, an 18th century Scottish poet who, believe it or not, mastered both.
And really, that's the big puzzle here, right? How do you square these two things? The poet of sublime, quiet landscapes on one side, and the bombastic lyricist for the British Empire on the other. Let's break it down.
So look at this. On one side, you've got The Seasons, this absolute masterpiece of nature poetry from 1730. And then, just a decade later, he co-writes Rule Britannia, a roaring anthem all about naval power and patriotism. It's this incredible range that just, well, it sets the whole scene for our story.
Here's our roadmap for exploring his world. First, we'll see how he was a poet of both nature and nation, bridging two literary eras. Then, we'll dive deep into his masterpiece, The Seasons. After that, we'll uncover the surprising story behind that famous anthem. We'll also look at his poetry's deeper purpose, and finally, wrap up with his enduring legacy.
All right, so first up, let's get our bearings. We need to place Thomson in his time. You have to understand, he wasn't just, writing poems in a vacuum. He was a truly pivotal figure, basically acting as a bridge between two completely different literary worlds.
And here's why he was such a game changer. He had one foot planted firmly in the formal, structured world of Augustan poetry. Think order, reason, and clever wit. But his other foot was stepping right into the wild, emotional landscape of the coming Romantic movement. He was the guy who really fired up poets like Wordsworth and Coleridge with his intense focus on nature and feeling.
Okay, so now let's turn to his most celebrated work, The Seasons. And I want to be clear, this wasn't just another poem. When this came out, it was an event. It was a total game changer.
The Seasons is this huge, epic poem published in 4 separate parts over several years. Each section is this deep, immersive dive into a single season, and it explores not just its beauty, but its effect on the world, on animals, and on us, on human emotion. Seriously, nobody was looking at nature this way in poetry before.
So, his journey kicks off with spring.
And it's all about this explosive renewal of life after everything's been dormant in winter. And when you read his words, you can almost feel the world waking up. It's this raw, powerful energy that must have been absolutely electrifying for readers back then.
Next up, we get the blazing, overwhelming heat of summer.
And the focus shifts to the sheer vitality and abundance of nature at its absolute peak. This focus on the sublime, the almost scary power of the natural world, that was totally revolutionary stuff. Then the mood shifts a bit, it gets a little more melancholy with autumn, which zeroes in on the harvest and this feeling of completion. And this is what reveals his deeper philosophical side. This shows he wasn't just painting pretty pictures. He was thinking about these deep, fundamental cycles of life, growth and eventually decline.
And he wraps it all up with the stark, quiet stillness of winter.
Which is this really harsh, honest reflection on death and survival. But, and this is so crucial, even in the bleakest moments, he finds that quiet promise of renewal. That spring will come again. You see? It's the whole package, a complete vision of nature as this massive system, beautiful, terrifying, and perfectly ordered.
You know, that idea of a grand, ordered system, that's actually the perfect way to pivot, because from the quiet fields and the ordered seasons, we're now heading to the crashing waves and the ordered power of the British Empire to explore Thomson's other equally famous creation.
I mean, you know these words, right? They basically became an unofficial national anthem, this incredibly potent symbol of British identity and naval power for centuries. But where it came from? Well, that's probably not the story you're expecting.
Yeah, so Rule Britannia wasn't originally meant to be a standalone anthem at all. It was actually just one song in a type of theatrical show called a masque. And the crazy thing is, the play itself, Alfred, is pretty much forgotten today. But this one song, it just took on a life of its own and became an absolute legend. So, okay, we've got nature, we've got the nation, but Thomson was also a real thinker, a philosopher. He used his poetry not just to describe the world around him, but to really dig into these big, complex ideas about how we should live our lives. And this is where you really see his incredible intellectual range. On the one hand, in Liberty, he's tackling these massive political themes, tracing the entire history of the fight for freedom. But then on the other hand, he gives us the Castle of Indolence, which is this beautiful, dreamlike allegory about a much more personal struggle, the moral battle between being industrious and just giving into laziness. So what's the big takeaway here? After looking at all these different sides of his work, why does a poet from the 1700s still matter to us today?
Well, his legacy is just huge. It's immense. He practically invented nature poetry as a major literary force. He was a direct inspiration for the giants of the Romantic era who came right after him. He was that critical bridge between two ages. And, oh yeah, he also happened to write the words to one of the most famous patriotic songs in history.
And that really leaves us with one final thought to chew on. Thomson's work was built on these two powerful and sometimes conflicting pillars: a deep, almost spiritual love for the natural world, and a powerful sense of national identity. The conversation he started between those two huge forces, well, it's a conversation that's still happening all around. You know, some people write poetry to create beautiful fantasies, and then there are people who take a sledgehammer to those fantasies. Today, we're talking about one of those people, George Crabbe, the poet who killed a myth. So, to really get why Crabbe was such a game changer, you have to picture the world he was writing in. Back in the 18th century, pastoral poetry was all the rage, and it basically painted country life as this perfect, peaceful dream, a kind of rustic paradise where everything was simple and beautiful. On one hand, you had this popular pastoral dream, right? Full of happy shepherds, gorgeous scenery, just idyllic. But then, on the other hand, was the reality George Crabbe actually saw and wrote about. We're talking starvation, disease, exploited workers, and just raw human suffering. He wasn't just writing something different, he was pretty much declaring war on a fantasy. And into this world of perfect, polished poems steps this guy, George Crabbe. He was a poet, sure, but he was also a clergyman, and he'd been a surgeon's apprentice. He saw the real hardships of the working class, the people that mainstream literature just ignored. And he decided, no, their stories are the ones that really need to be told. So how'd he do it? Well, his career was basically launched by one single, powerful poem that cemented his reputation as the poet of unfiltered, harsh reality. In 1783, Crabbe drops The Village, and its purpose couldn't have been more direct. It was written as an explicit takedown of the sentimental stuff his contemporaries were writing. Poets like Oliver Goldsmith, who painted the countryside in these soft, lovely colors. Crabbe was about to repaint that whole picture in shades of grimy, brutal gray. And wow, he did not pull any punches. You have to imagine the shock value here. For readers who are used to romantic, feel-good escapism, Crabbe's descriptions of rural life must have been absolutely jaw-dropping.
He was forcing them to look at the very truths they've been paying poets to help them ignore. After establishing his reputation for gritty realism, Crabbe didn't just stop. He wasn't a one-hit wonder. He actually spent the rest of his career building on this project, creating these incredibly detailed chronicles of everyday life. So in 1807, he comes out with the Parish Register. The concept is simple, but honestly, it's brilliant. He took the official records of a village, the town's logbook, and used that as a framework to tell the real, unvarnished stories of the people living there. No sugarcoating, just life as it actually was. The poem is structured in 3 parts, mirroring the register itself: births, marriages, and deaths. And through these simple, official records, Crabbe gives us these powerful little snapshots of joy and struggle and sorrow, capturing the whole messy spectrum of being human. Then, in 1810, he releases what a lot of people consider his absolute masterpiece, The Burrow. This thing was his most ambitious project by far, a collection of 24 separate poems, each one painting a portrait of a specific person or social type inside a single coastal town. Everybody from the priest to the poorest widow gets a story. And within that massive collection is one story that is echoed through the centuries. It's this dark, fascinating character study that really shows Crabbe at the absolute height of his powers. We're talking about the tale of Peter Grimes. He's a cruel, abusive fisherman, a total outcast in his community. But the story isn't just about his cruelty. It's about what happens inside his head after his young apprentices die while under his care. Crabbe takes us deep, and I mean deep, into a complete psychological collapse. We see his cruelty, which leads to his isolation from everyone else. But then, that isolation feeds a haunting guilt, which finally just boils over into this maddening, all-consuming remorse. It's a stunningly modern look inside a tormented soul. The story's psychological power was so immense, so ahead of its time, that over a century later, it inspired the famous composer Benjamin Britten to create his opera, Peter Grimes, and that cemented this character's place in cultural history forever. So, what's the ultimate takeaway from Crabbe's work? Why does this poet of grim reality still matter to us all these years later? Well, Crabbe had carved out a completely unique space for himself. In an age of fantasy, he chose facts. In a time that celebrated the elite, he gave a voice to the poor and forgotten. It's that deep compassion for human suffering in all its forms that makes his work absolutely timeless. And his influence was profound. This commitment to social realism directly paved the way for some of the biggest Victorian writers who came after him. We're talking literary giants like Thomas Hardy and Alfred Tennyson. Crabbe showed them it was not only possible, but essential to write about the world as it truly was. Which kind of leaves us with one final thought, doesn't it? Crabbe had the courage to tell the truths his society really wanted to ignore. It makes you wonder, 2 centuries later, what are the uncomfortable realities, the inconvenient truths, that our artists today might just be afraid to show us?
All right, let's dive into a really cool, kind of spooky corner of literary history. We're going way back, before Dracula, to find a poet who unleashed one of the very first vampires in English. This is the story of John Stagg, the blind bard.
So let me ask you something. When I say vampire literature, what's the first name that jumps into your mind? Go on, think about it.
So, if you said Bram Stoker, totally understandable. Or maybe John Polidori, right? The guy with the vampire story? Well, you're in the right ballpark, but we gotta go back even further. The real answer is someone almost nobody talks about.
Yeah. See, this guy wasn't hanging out in some fancy London salon or chilling with the Shelleys in Geneva. Nope. He was from rural England, a place just steeped in old folklore and local legends.
So who is this mystery man? Let's meet him. They called him the Blind Bard.
Okay, so here he is, John Stagg. He was a poet from Cumberland, way up in northern England. And yeah, they called him the Blind Bard because he lost his sight later in life. But here's the really cool part, his style. He didn't write in proper formal English. He wrote in the local Cumbrian dialect, which made his work feel so real, so tied to the land and the stories he heard growing up.
And look, that connection to his home, it wasn't just, a theme he dabbled in. It was everything. It was who he was as a writer. He was the voice of Cumberland.
And this is a huge deal, right? Because Stagg was writing in the actual way people spoke there.
He was giving a voice to the working-class folks in the countryside, people who were pretty much ignored by all the high and mighty poetry of the time. So he wasn't just writing poems, he was basically creating a time capsule of their language, their culture, their whole way of life.
Here's a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Ever heard of a bride wain? It was this massive traditional wedding party in Cumberland. The whole community would come out. Well, Stagg wrote a whole poem about it, and it's so full of life you can almost hear the music and taste the ale. It's like you got a personal invitation.
But get this is what really blows my mind about the guy. He wasn't just writing about happy wedding parties. He had this insane range. One minute he's capturing this warm, local slice of life, and the next, he's dragging you into the darkest, scariest corners of folklore. He could do it all, from humor to pure horror.
And you can see that split personality right here. On the one hand, you've got his full-on gothic horror stuff. We're talking chilling, supernatural tales based on local myths, with his big one being the vampire. Then you flip the coin, and you get his rural humor. These are these witty, sharp, but also really loving poems about everyday life, like The Farmer's Wife. I mean, what a switch, right?
And let's be super clear about this poem, The Vampire. This isn't just some forgotten little thing for literary nerds. No way. This is a genuinely big deal. It's one of the very first vampire poems in the entire English language, coming out way before the names you probably know.
So just how early are we talking? Get ready for this. 1810. 1810. Now let that sink in. That is a full 9 years before John Polidori's famous story, The Vampire. You know, the one that everyone says kickstarted the whole genre. Stagg beat him to it. He was tapping into something older, something grittier, straight from folklore.
Okay, so when we put all these pieces together, what are we left with? What's the real legacy of this blind bard from Cumberland?
Well, it's pretty incredible when you lay it all out. First, he's a pioneer of Gothic horror, period. Second, he's like a cultural archivist, saving a whole dialect and its traditions. He gives us this amazing, vivid snapshot of rural life in the 1800s. The guy's poetic range was just off the charts. And, maybe the most important thing of all, he celebrated the lives of ordinary people, giving them a place in literature when no one else would.
You know, the source material sums it up perfectly. It says he holds a modest but important place in literary history. And I think that's exactly right. He's not going to be on a t-shirt like Shakespeare or Poe, but what he did was so unique, so authentic, and really, really powerful.
And that kind of leaves us with one last question to chew on, doesn't it? Finding someone like John Stagg, a guy who basically invented a horror trope while also protecting his culture, it just makes you wonder, who else is out there? How many other amazing, brilliant voices are just buried in history, waiting for someone to come along and finally listen?
All right, so today we're diving into the world of William Wordsworth. This is a poet who didn't just write about nature. He found the very pulse of human experience inside of it. And believe me, in doing so, he changed English literature forever.
So let's start with this really powerful question. You have to remember, at the time, poetry was all about these grand heroes, gods, and super formal language. And Wordsworth comes along and basically asks, hey, what if the really big truths aren't in some ancient myth? What if they're right here, in the quiet dignity of a farmer, or the song of a girl in a field, or even just a simple field of daffodils? So, here's our game plan. We'll kick things off with the revolution he started in poetry itself. Then we'll dive into the sacred power of nature for him. After that, we'll see the beauty he found in ordinary life, look at his ambitious map of the mind, and finally, we'll talk about why his ideas still feel so incredibly relevant today.
Okay, let's get into it. A revolution in verse. To really get what Wordsworth did, you first have to understand what he was up against. The whole world of poetry back then was, well, let's just say it was a world of really strict rules and very, very lofty subjects. And you can see that contrast so clearly right here. On one side, you've got 18th century poetry. Think formal, rational, all about gods and nobles. Kind of stuffy, right? Then Wordsworth comes in and just flips the whole thing on its head. He says, nope, we're going to write about nature, about common folks. We're going to use real, sincere language, and it's all going to be emotional and personal. And the first shot fired in this revolution? It was a book, Lyrical Ballads. He published it with his friend Samuel Taylor Coleridge back in 1798. And let me tell you, this wasn't just another collection of poems. It was basically a manifesto. This book is what officially kicked off the Romantic movement in England, a total game changer.
And this really gets to the heart of it all.
For Wordsworth, poetry wasn't supposed to be some clever puzzle you had to solve. It was raw. It was authentic. It was, in his own famous words, the spontaneous overflow of powerful feelings. But, and this is so important, it also had to be in the language really used by men. It had to feel real.
Okay, so he's got this revolutionary new style. What's he going to write about? Well, for Wordsworth, the answer was almost always one thing: nature. Let's dig into how nature became this incredibly sacred, powerful force in all of his work.
You see, for Wordsworth, nature was never just a pretty background for a poem. No way. It was a living, breathing force. It was his teacher, a healer for the soul, and even a kind of spiritual presence that connected him to everyone else. And especially with all the noise of the Industrial Revolution starting up, nature was his ultimate escape.
A great example of this is his poem, Tintern Abbey. So he goes back to this beautiful spot he visited years before, and he has this big realization. Just the memory of that place had been helping him get through his busy city life for years. It gave him what he called tranquil restoration. It's this amazing idea that the experience doesn't just end when you walk away. It stays with you.
And he puts this so beautifully in I Wandered Lonely as a Cloud. You know, the one about the daffodils. He says when he's just lying on his couch, feeling kind of blah, the memory of those flowers doesn't just pop into his head. He says they flash upon that inward eye, which is the bliss of solitude. It's not a passive memory, it's an active, powerful vision that literally brings him joy.
But Wordsworth wasn't just about pretty flowers. He was also a fierce critic of what he saw happening around him. In his sonnet, The World is Too Much With Us, he basically calls out society. He says that our obsession with getting and spending, materialism, is literally costing us our connection to nature. And by losing that, we're losing a piece of our souls.
Right. So if nature was his church, then you could say that ordinary people were its saints. This is another huge part of his revolution, finding incredible beauty and dignity not in kings or queens, but in the everyday lives of regular rural folks.
Take his poem, The Solitary Reaper. He's walking in the Scottish Highlands and he sees this young woman working alone in a field, singing. He has no idea what she's saying, it's a different language. But it doesn't matter. The pure, beautiful, melancholy sound of her voice just stops him cold. It's this perfect moment showing that true emotion doesn't need translation.
And then there's Michael. Man, this one's a heartbreaker. It's about this elderly shepherd, Michael, a really hardworking, dignified guy. To save his family's farm, he has to send his son, Luke, off to the city. But Luke gets caught up in the temptations there, and, well, everything falls apart. The bond is broken, the farm is lost. It's a quiet story, but the tragedy feels absolutely epic, proving his point that the biggest dramas can happen in the simplest of lives.
So this deep dive into personal experience, on memory, on emotion, it was all building to something. It led to Wordsworth's most ambitious, most massive project ever. Basically, an autobiography of his own mind, written in verse. And that masterpiece is called The Prelude. He poured decades of his life into this thing. It was so personal, so monumental, that it wasn't even published until after he died. And get this, the scale is just staggering. 14 books. 14! This isn't just a scrapbook of memories. It's a full-blown epic charting the growth of his own spirit and intellect, from being a kid all the way to adulthood. And inside the Prelude, he covers, well, everything. He talks about his childhood in the beautiful Lake District and how nature literally shaped who he became. He digs into the power of memory. He even gets into his politics, how he was first a huge supporter of the French Revolution, and then how heartbroken he was when it all turned so violent. It really is a map of his mind. So why are we still talking about a poet who died in 1850? Why do his ideas still resonate? Well, it's because the things he cared about, our connection to nature, our inner lives, and the search for what's real, are arguably more important now than they've ever been. I mean, look at his legacy. His passion for preserving the natural world, that makes him a pioneer of environmentalism. His ideas about finding peace in your own memories and thoughts, that's basically the blueprint for mindfulness. And his whole thing about celebrating your individual, authentic experience, that's at the core of how we think about ourselves and our art today. And this famous, kind of tricky line, the child is father of the man, it just nails his whole philosophy. What he means is that who we are as adults is completely shaped by our childhood. The person you are today was born from the kid you used to be. And for him,
Those early experiences, especially in nature, are the foundation for everything that comes later. Which brings us to one last question for you to think about. Back in his day, Wordsworth was worried that all the getting and spending was making people deaf to the world around them. So, what about us? In our world of constant digital distraction and endless noise, have we finally forgotten how to listen? All right, let's dive into the mind of one of literature's most brilliant and complex figures, Samuel Taylor Coleridge. We're talking about a poet, a critic, a philosopher, really a true architect of the imagination who helped kickstart the entire Romantic movement. You've probably heard those lines before, right? They're from his poem Kubla Khan, which he famously wrote after waking up from an opium-induced dream. And honestly, that's the perfect way to get to know Coleridge. In a world of strange visions, deep mystery, and the unbelievable power of the human mind. But here's the thing. He wasn't just a dreamer. He was a revolutionary. Teaming up with his good friend William Wordsworth, Coleridge didn't just write new poems, he tore up the old rulebook and changed English literature forever. And it all started with one single game-changing book. Okay, let's set the scene. The year is 1798. Coleridge and Wordsworth published this collection called Lyrical Ballads. And this wasn't just another book of poems. No, this was a manifesto. It was a declaration of war on the old way of doing things. To really get what a huge deal this was, you gotta understand what poetry was like back then. It was all very formal, full of grand themes about gods and heroes, written in fancy language nobody actually used. But Coleridge and Wordsworth, they flipped all that on its head. They wrote about everyday life, about regular people, using language that felt real. For them, it wasn't about perfect technique. It was about raw, genuine emotion. So while Wordsworth was focused on finding the beauty in nature and everyday life, Coleridge, well, he went somewhere else entirely. He dove headfirst into the supernatural, into the bizarre, and into the deepest, darkest corners of the human mind. And there is no better example of this than his masterpiece, The Rime of the Ancient Mariner. On the surface, yeah, it's this crazy adventure story about a sailor who gets cursed after shooting a bird, but really, it's this incredibly haunting exploration of guilt, suffering, and what it takes for a soul to find its way back from the brink. I mean, this poem is tackling the big stuff. It shows how one thoughtless single act can have these catastrophic consequences that ripple outwards. And it makes this powerful case that we are all connected, not just to each other, but to every living creature on the planet. And it all boils down to this one beautiful, simple idea. The final lesson the mariner learns isn't some complex bit of philosophy, it's just this. The holiest thing you can do is to love everything in creation, from the biggest whale down to the tiniest insect. So you might be thinking, how did he get readers to go along with a story about ghost ships and sea spirits? Well, Coleridge actually came up with a name for it. He called it the willing suspension of disbelief. It's that unspoken deal we make whenever we read a book or watch a movie. We agree to accept the fantasy to get lost in the story. It's literally the reason we can enjoy everything from The Lord of the Rings to the latest Marvel movie. But Coleridge wasn't always writing these huge supernatural epics. He also had this incredibly intimate, vulnerable side. He wrote these amazing poems where the real action isn't happening out in the world, but inside the landscape of his own mind. Take a poem like Frost at Midnight. The whole thing is just him sitting up late at night, watching his baby son sleep. And the quiet, still, frosty night outside his window becomes this perfect mirror for his own thoughts, his memories, and all his deepest hopes for his child's future. It's incredibly moving. But what happens when that connection to the world breaks down? He explores that in one of his most heartbreaking poems, Dejection and Ode. In it, he's looking out at this stunning, beautiful night sky, and he feels absolutely nothing. All the beauty that used to inspire him is still there, but his own depression has created this wall, this emotional void, and he just can't feel it anymore. And this crisis leads him to ask this absolutely devastating question, one that I think every creative person fears. Can you really make true, meaningful art if you don't feel any joy inside? For Coleridge, at that moment, the answer was a painful no. He believed that real creation had to flow from real feeling. Now, all of this intense focus on emotion and the inner world didn't just make him a great poet.
It also made him a revolutionary philosopher and literary critic who completely changed the way we talk and think about literature. In his massive work of criticism, Biographia Literaria, he lays out this incredible argument. He says poetry isn't just a craft, it's not just about learning rules and techniques. It's a profound act of creation where the poet's imagination literally reshapes reality into something brand new. And he didn't stop at art. He applied this deep thinking to everything, from how to be a good person to how to be a good leader. He argued that to have a strong character, you first had to understand yourself, and to be a good political leader, you had to have a strong moral compass. For him, it was all connected. So for Coleridge, the path was pretty clear. It all starts with you. You have to look inward and understand your own mind. From that self-knowledge, you can then actively cultivate virtues like courage and compassion, and only then can you take that personal growth and apply it to being a good, responsible citizen in the wider world. So, after all that, what is Coleridge's legacy? Well, it's complicated. It's a story of absolutely breathtaking genius that was tangled up with a lifetime of personal and creative struggle. You know, some of his most famous poems, like Kubla Khan or the spooky Gothic tale Christabel, are actually just fragments. He never finished them. But you shouldn't see them as failures. They're more like monuments to a mind so vast and an imagination so powerful that it was sometimes impossible to get it all down on paper. His impact, though, is undeniable. The guy helped redefine what poetry even was. He took literature to these strange new psychological and supernatural places. He gave us the very language we use to talk about criticism and imagination. His influence is everywhere, felt by writers and storytellers to this very day. Which brings us to one last, powerful idea from Coleridge. He believed that our imagination isn't just a passive thing that watches the world. He said it actively half-creates everything we see and experience. So if he's right, if our perception is an act of creation, then that leaves us with a pretty big question. What kind of world are we choosing to imagine and create today? You know, when we talk about the history of literature, there are these names that just echo through time. They're absolute legends. But what about the names that don't? History, well, it's packed with these brilliant minds who just kind of get lost along the way. Today, we're going to pull one of those figures right back into the spotlight. So let's dive in. Okay, so when I say great romantic poets, who pops into your head? I'm betting Wordsworth. Coleridge, right? I mean, these guys were absolute giants. They literally built a literary revolution. But here's the twist. It wasn't just a two-man show. Nope, it was a trio. So who was the third guy?
That would be Robert Southey, and look, while his name isn't as famous today, back then, he was an absolute powerhouse, a huge force in defining the entire Romantic era. I'm talking poet, essayist, historian, a major public intellectual, the whole package. So let's really dig into why this guy deserves to be remembered.
All right, first up, let's talk about Southey the storyteller. Because, oh man, this guy was a master of the epic poem. He was weaving these gigantic, complex worlds, mixing mythology, history, pure, unadulterated adventure, all on a scale that, honestly, most other writers of his time wouldn't even dream of trying.
And he got started early with Joan of Arc. What he does here is pretty amazing. He takes this historical figure we all know and just elevates her into a true mythic hero. So this poem, it's not just some dry history lesson. No way. It's all about courage, faith, national pride, and you get this really human, really inspiring portrait of Joan as she's grappling with this incredible divine mission. Then he completely switches gears and throws us into this fantastical world pulled straight from Arabian stories in a poem called Thalaba the Destroyer. And this is pure classic hero's quest stuff. You know, an epic fight between good and evil, packed with all this rich, exotic imagery. It just perfectly nails that romantic obsession with all things heroic and sublime.
And that brings us to what's probably his most famous epic, The Curse of Kehema. And here you can just feel the ambition jumping off the page. He dives into Indian mythology to tell this story of a tyrant who wants to become a god. It's this really deep, kind of scary look at how power corrupts, and the absolutely terrifying results of ambition that's just left to run wild.
But here's the thing. Southey wasn't just off in some fantasy land of myths and monsters. Not at all. He was plugged right into the real world. I mean, deeply engaged.
And he used his writing as this incredibly powerful tool for social commentary, which turned him into a major public voice, one with a really strong moral compass. I mean, just take a look at the range of things he stood for. He was a vocal opponent of slavery, and this was at a time when that was not the popular opinion. He supported the rights of the working class. He was a sharp critic of colonialism. Time and time again, he used his platform to speak up for those who couldn't and to call out the injustices he saw all around him.
And please, don't think this was just some side gig for him. It wasn't a footnote. From his epic poems to his essays, that powerful moral conscience was at the absolute core of who he was as a writer. Especially when he became poet laureate, he really felt it was his duty to get involved with the country's biggest problems.
So we've got the myth maker and the social justice warrior. But there's another layer to him. Southey was also a historian and a biographer. He was fascinated with how a nation remembers its own story and how it thinks about its heroes. So he wasn't just telling stories, he was actively shaping the national identity.
And you can see this incredible complexity in his work. Just look at this contrast. On one hand, you have his book, The Life of Nelson. It's this big celebration of a national hero, really helping to shape the idea of British naval might. But then, just a few years later, he writes The Poet's Pilgrimage to Waterloo. And it's this incredibly somber, thoughtful piece about the true human cost of war. So he could cheer for the hero, but at the same time ask, was it worth the price?
So through writing like this, Southey wasn't just a reporter of history, he was an interpreter. He was literally helping to mold how the public saw figures like Nelson. He gave an entire generation a new lens through which to view their country's past.
Okay, so we've got the epic poet, the social reformer, and the national historian all rolled into one. Let's try to pull all these threads together now and really think about the legacy of this romantic master who, for some reason, we've kind of forgotten.
So why does Robert Southey still matter? Well, for one, he was a founding father of the Romantic movement. He was an absolute master of these grand, epic stories. He was a relentless voice for social justice, and he was a major architect of England's national memory. Honestly, any one of those things would make a career. All of them together, that paints a picture of a true literary giant. When you boil it all down, Southey was a writer with just incredible range and depth. You can see in his work this mind that was always wrestling with the biggest questions you can ask. Questions about history, power, culture, and what it means to be moral. His voice was, well, it was unique, it was powerful, and it was incredibly influential.
And all of this brings us to one last big question that just kind of hangs in the air. If Southey was this important, I mean, a cornerstone of his whole era, why do we forget people like him? Why is it that some great voices echo for centuries while others that were just as powerful, just as important, seem to fade away into the background of history?
All right, today we're going to talk about someone whose life was just as wild and revolutionary as his poetry, Lord Byron. We're going to explore how he didn't just write poems. He basically created a cultural phenomenon that, believe it or not, is still with us today. So let's dive into the story of literature's original rock star.
Seriously, forget everything you think you know about 19th century poets being all stuffy and boring. This guy, George Gordon Byron, we're talking 1788 to 1824. He was the definition of a superstar. He was famous, he was a rebel, and he was wrapped up in enough scandal to make today's tabloids look tame. His entire life was just this whirlwind of controversy and charisma.
And yeah, this quote, it absolutely nails it. See, his life wasn't just some background noise for his work, it was his work. His chaotic personal life, his strong political views, his passion, all of that was the fuel for his poetry, and it created this magnetic pull that the public just couldn't resist. He was a true icon of the Romantic era for sure.
But okay, beyond all the fame and the drama, Byron's real revolution was on the page. He didn't just capture the spirit of his time. He actually invented a whole new kind of protagonist, a totally new way of looking at what a hero could be. And this is where his story gets super interesting.
He created something that would literally echo through literature and film for the next 200 years, the Byronic hero. This wasn't just some character type, it was a game-changing archetype that fundamentally altered storytelling forever.
So, what exactly is a Byronic hero? Well, basically, think of a character who's moody, magnetic, and just deeply conflicted. This hero is an outsider, totally wrestling with a dark past and completely at odds with society. And here's the kicker. This wasn't just some character he dreamed up. It was pretty much semi-autobiographical, a kind of mirror reflecting Byron's own battles with fame, with his identity, and with his own personal demons.
To really get this hero, you gotta see him in action, right? So let's take a look at the works, where Byron first unleashed this powerful new character on the world, starting with the poem that made him an overnight sensation.
This is the one, Childe Harold's Pilgrimage. When the first parts of this came out in 1812, Byron himself famously said he awoke one morning and found himself famous. No joke. This was the moment the world met the very first, the quintessential Byronic hero.
So the poem is all about this guy Harold. He's a young nobleman who's just completely bored with his fancy, pleasure-seeking life. So what does he do? He takes off across Europe. But this isn't just some sightseeing trip, it's a journey into his own head. He's not a conqueror, he's a wanderer, looking for meaning. He's filled with this deep sense of disillusionment, and while the beauty of nature moves him, it also just makes him feel even more alone. This was a hero nobody had ever really seen before.
So after he lays that foundation, Byron takes this hero and just throws him into a much darker, almost supernatural world with his next big work, Manfred. This is like the Byronic hero turned up to 11. We're talking full-on gothic drama here.
Okay, so let's break down Manfred's whole deal. He's this nobleman living up in the Alps, and he is totally haunted by some terrible secret guilt from his past. So he starts summoning spirits, not because he wants power, but because he wants to forget. He's trying to escape his own mind. He perfectly captures that classic romantic struggle between cold, hard logic and the incredible, overwhelming power of human feeling. So Byron perfects this brooding, tortured, charismatic hero, and then what does he do? In a move of just pure genius, he decides to completely tear it all down. He starts to subvert the very myth that he created. And that brings us to this huge question that drives his final, and maybe his greatest, masterpiece, Don John. After creating the ultimate hero who was the master of his own fate, Byron decided to write about a character who was a complete victim of it. And this comparison just lays it all out so perfectly. On one side, you have the classic Byronic hero, intense, dark, in control. And on the other side, you've got Don Juan. Now, Byron's version of Juan isn't the legendary seducer. Nope. He's innocent, he's sensitive, and he keeps getting into trouble because people fall in love with him. He's not this powerful force of nature, he's more like a leaf getting blown around by the wind. So through all of Don Juan's totally chaotic adventures, Byron basically creates this massive satire of, well, everything. Politics, religion, war, and especially love. He uses humor and this light, funny tone to expose all the hypocrisy and absurdity of the world around him, completely flipping the script from the dark, serious vibe of his earlier work.
So, what's the big takeaway here? What does it all mean? Well, the thing is, Byron's influence didn't just stop in the 19th century. Not even close. What he created, and then cleverly took apart, left this massive mark on our culture that we are still feeling today.
I mean, just look at this timeline. It really puts his genius into perspective. Think about it. In just a little over a decade, the guy introduces, perfects, and then completely deconstructs one of the most lasting character types in all of literature. The speed and creative energy there is just, it's mind-blowing.
And that, right there, is his ultimate legacy. You know that character, the brooding rebel, the charming but dangerous outsider, the one with a dark past who plays by their own rules? Yeah, that guy. He never went away. He just evolved. He became the blueprint for the anti-heroes we see everywhere in our books, our TV shows, and our movies today.
Which really brings us to one last thought. From those tormented heroes to the sympathetic rogues we love now, Byron's fingerprints are all over the place. It really makes you think, doesn't it? When you look at the characters you're into today, in books or on screen, who is the Byronic hero of our time?
So, when you hear the name Percy Bysshe Shelley, you probably think of these beautiful lyrical poems, right? But what you might not know is that behind all that beauty was one of the most radical minds of his time. Today, we're going to dive into the ideas of a poet whose words were pretty much weapons, and whose vision for the world was nothing short of revolutionary.
Okay, let's just jump right in with maybe his most famous lines ever. This single, powerful image, this ruined statue of a king in the middle of a vast, empty desert, it just perfectly captures a theme you see in all of Shelley's work. Power doesn't last, and tyranny is foolish. It's a warning shot, and man, it echoes through everything he wrote.
So, who was this guy? Well, Shelley was a huge deal in the Romantic movement, but he was way more than just a poet. He was a philosopher, a political firebrand. He was known for these incredibly deep insights and this passionate, burning belief that he could help change the world.
And that passion for change brings us right to the first major theme in his work. See, for Shelley, poetry wasn't some escape from the real world. No way. It was a tool to confront it head-on, to try and dismantle injustice, and to imagine something way, way better. You know, at the very heart of his work, there was this relentless attack on one central problem, the tyranny of power. And it didn't matter if it was a king, a government, a god, or even a father in a family. Shelley saw the abuse of authority as the absolute root of all human suffering.
And what's really fascinating here is just the sheer range of his critique. I mean, he saw tyranny everywhere. He's talking about the crumbled pride of some long-dead king in Ozymandias, but then he's also talking about the brutality of the state against its own people in The Mask of Anarchy. He even drilled down into oppression within the family in his really dark play, The Cenci, and then scaled it all the way up to a cosmic level in Prometheus Unbound, where the hero literally defies the gods themselves.
But here's the thing. Shelley didn't just criticize. He offered solutions. So after this horrific event called the Peterloo Massacre, where government soldiers on horseback charged into a peaceful crowd, he wrote The Mask of Anarchy. And his response wasn't what you'd expect, some call for bloody revenge. Instead, he laid out this powerful and, for the time, deeply radical vision for changing society through collective, nonviolent resistance. This revolutionary spirit also connects really deeply to another core theme for him, his profound connection to the natural world. For Shelley, nature wasn't just some pretty backdrop for his poems. It was a living, breathing force that had lessons to teach humanity. And this is a perfect example of the dual power he saw in nature. In his famous Ode to the West Wind, the wind isn't just wind. It's a spirit. It's a destroyer, right? It's blowing away all the dead leaves. But it's also a preserver, scattering the seeds that are going to bring new life in the spring. For Shelley, this was the perfect metaphor for revolution. You have to clear away the old, broken stuff to make way for the new. So the crucial point here is that nature was always symbolic for him. You see it in the cloud, where he's exploring these constant cycles of transformation. Into a skylark, a simple bird song becomes a symbol of pure, uninhibited creativity. And in the Ode to the West Wind, he literally asks the wind to be his spirit and spread his words across the earth like seeds, hoping they'll spark social change. And all of this kind of leads us to his deep, deep belief in the power of art itself. For Shelley, things like art, beauty, and poetry weren't luxuries. Nope, they were absolutely essential tools for getting to grips with life's biggest questions, everything from profound grief to transcendent joy.
Okay, so to really get this next part, we just need to know one word, elegy. And it's simple, really. An elegy is a poem of serious reflection, basically a lament for someone who has died. And Shelley wrote one of the most famous ones in the entire English language.
The poem is called Adonais, and he wrote it for his friend and fellow poet John Keats, who died tragically young. In it, Shelley is really grappling with the injustice of a brilliant artist's life being cut short. And his conclusion is that while the person is gone, the beauty they created, their art, that becomes part of the universe. And in that way, it achieves a kind of immortality. But, for Shelley, art wasn't just about grief and loss. It was also about capturing these incredible moments of pure, unfiltered beauty and inspiration, moments that felt almost divine. He captured this feeling perfectly in To a Skylark. He's listening to this bird song, and he describes it as unpremeditated art, creativity that just pours out of it, pure and perfect, without any planning. He then contrasts that with human art, which is so often full of our own sadness and struggles. That skylark represents this ideal that all artists are striving for.
So, what do we take away from all this? Shelley died tragically young, at just 29 years old. But his radical ideas about power, nature, and art have left this incredible legacy that continues to inspire and challenge us, even today. When you really boil it all down, these are the core ideals that just pulse through all of his work. He was a champion for freedom and social justice. He believed in revolution, in the transformative power of art, in our deep connection to nature, and ultimately, in the idea that love and compassion were the only forces strong enough to truly defeat oppression.
And that's exactly why he still feels so modern. His fierce critiques of tyranny,
his belief in nonviolent action, his vision for a more just world. It all means his voice continues to resonate with movements for change all over the globe. It's wild to think that 200 years after his death, he's still so relevant.
Which leaves us with one final thought. Shelley once said that poets were the unacknowledged legislators of the world. He truly believed that a poem could be as powerful as a law or even an army. So the question his legacy asks us is this: if a poet's words can challenge an empire, what is the power of art today?
You know, before William Hazlitt came along, literary criticism was, well, it was a pretty stuffy academic affair. But this one guy, a major figure in the Romantic movement, decided to just tear up the rulebook. He made this wild argument that criticism shouldn't be about cold, hard analysis. Instead, it should be about passion, about personality, and about what it really feels like to be human when we experience art.
So let me ask you this. Can criticism actually be an art form in itself? I mean, today, I think most of us would probably say, yeah, sure. But before William Hazlitt, that answer was not obvious at all. He was one of the very first people to pick up a pen and really prove it could be.
Okay, so to really get why Hazlitt was such a game changer, you have to picture the world he walked into. Back in the 18th and early 19th centuries, literary criticism was super rigid and formal. Think of it like a science, right? It was all about following the rules, meeting classical standards, and staying totally objective. A critic's personal feelings, they weren't just ignored. They were seen as completely irrelevant.
And then Hazlitt comes along and basically starts a revolution by just throwing out that old rule book. He swapped detached analysis for pure passion. He replaced impersonal rules with deeply personal experience. His core argument was pretty radical for the time. He said that your own feelings when you read a book or watch a play, they aren't a distraction from the meaning. They are the meaning.
And this right here brings us to the absolute heart of his philosophy. For Hazlitt, art wasn't some object you dissect from a safe distance. No way. It was an experience you had to live through. And criticism, well, criticism was the art of sharing that experience with as much passion and honesty as you could.
Just think about how wild this was back then. To stand up and say that a critic's subjective, personal feelings were central to understanding art, that completely shattered tradition. Hazlitt wasn't just analyzing text from some ivory tower, he was inviting readers right into his own intellectual and emotional journey with them.
This whole idea really comes down to one core concept he pushed in his work, The Plain Speaker: sincerity. This was his big call for raw, unfiltered authenticity. He argued that writers and critics needed to drop the pretense, ditch all the academic jargon. He believed they had a duty to just be honest and write from the heart. He didn't care what you were supposed to think. He wanted to know what you really thought.
So where did Hazlitt put this new personal philosophy to the test most famously? Shakespeare, of course. But instead of just going over the plot points again, he got right inside the characters' heads. He treated them like they were real, complex, and honestly often very troubled human beings. Let's take Hamlet, for instance. For generations, critics had debated the structure of the play itself. But Hazlitt, he was much more fascinated with the structure of Hamlet's mind.
So, in his book, Characters of Shakespeare's Plays, Hazlitt makes this amazing argument. He says that Hamlet's famous indecisiveness isn't just a gimmick to move the plot along, it's actually a mirror reflecting our own human condition. I mean, have you ever felt completely paralyzed by a tough moral choice? That's what Hazlitt honed in on. And in doing so, he made a 200-year-old character feel incredibly modern and relatable.
And he didn't stop with the male heroes. Hazlitt also used this groundbreaking psychological lens on Shakespeare's female characters, and he saw them in ways that were frankly revolutionary for his time. Yeah, he looked at Lady Macbeth, and he didn't just see a simple villain or some sidekick to her husband. Nope, he saw the engine of the entire story. He recognized her agency, her incredible strength, and her resolve. For Hazlitt, she was this deeply complex figure who was challenging the conventional gender roles of his era, and he was not afraid to say it.
But Hazlitt didn't just look to the past. He pointed that same sharp personal lens right at the intellectual giants of his own time. And, in the process, he captured the very soul of the 19th century.
In his amazing collection, The Spirit of the Age, he painted these vivid and often brutally honest portraits of his contemporaries. He celebrated poets like Wordsworth,
But oh, he could also be a fierce critic. For example, he saw Lord Byron not just as a brilliant poet, but as an aristocrat who was just kind of playing at being a rebel. Each essay was this amazing mix of biography, literary analysis, and totally unfiltered social commentary. And that's exactly why this work is still so important. It's way more than just a collection of opinions. It's like an intellectual photograph of an entire era. It's Hazlitt's deeply personal but also incredibly insightful snapshot of the ideas and the personalities that were shaping the modern world. So let's wrap this all up. Why on earth are we still talking about a literary critic from 200 years ago? Well, because his ideas feel more relevant right now than ever before. Hazlitt really did leave behind a huge legacy. He basically democratized criticism, making the case that everyone's authentic response to art was valid. He blended passion with smarts, connected literature to the messy reality of human psychology, and even used his essays to fight for social justice. What he taught us is that the way we talk about art is just as important as the art itself. And that kind of leaves us with one last thought. We live in an age of just endless opinions, right? Star ratings, online reviews, instant hot takes on everything. In this massive flood of information, what can we really learn from William Hazlitt's simple, powerful call for criticism that isn't just quick, but is also sincere, thoughtful, and truly passionately? You know, when we think about these huge literary movements, we always remember the famous names, right? But behind every big star, there are often these unsung heroes, the people who connect everyone, who champion new ideas, and who really make things happen. Today, we're going to talk about one of the most important and maybe one of the most overlooked figures of the entire Romantic era. So let's picture this. You've got these absolute titans of poetry, the passionate Lord Byron, the brilliant John Keats. We tend to think of them as these lone geniuses, just forging their own paths. But what if I told you they all shared a secret connection, a single common thread that was absolutely crucial to their success? Yep, it all comes down to one man, one single, incredibly influential person who was at the very center of their world, acting as a mentor, a publisher, and a friend to a whole generation of literary superstars. And that man's name was Leigh Hunt. He was an English poet, an essayist, and an editor. But honestly, he was so much more than that. In a lot of ways, he was the beating heart of the Romantic movement. He wasn't just a member of the club, he was the one who built the clubhouse. So how did one guy have so much influence? Well, he had a platform, a massive one. Hunt founded a magazine called The Examiner, and it was a total game changer. Through its pages, he could shape what people were thinking, push for social change, and, this is the big one, he could introduce groundbreaking new poetry to the public. I mean, this guy wore so many hats. He was this sharp-eyed editor who could spot talent a mile away. He was a mentor to younger poets like Keats, really guiding them. He was a tireless promoter of his friends' work. And all of this was built on his deep passion for social reform. He wasn't just a writer. He was a true kingmaker. And that's the thing you've got to remember. It's so, so crucial. Without Leigh Hunt and his publications, the roads of fame for so many Romantic poets would have been incredibly difficult, if not impossible. He was their megaphone, their bridge to the public. He made sure people were actually listening. And get this was not an easy path. He was taking huge personal risks. His views were considered extremely radical for the time, and he faced serious consequences for them. I'm talking actual political persecution. This wasn't just a hobby for him. He was willing to suffer for what he believed in. But here's the other side of the story. Hunt wasn't just the man behind the scenes. No way. He was a really gifted poet in his own right, and his creative work is known for this incredible warmth and this really deep sense of optimism. And wow, the guy had range. Just take a look. In The Story of Rimini, he's tackling this intense story of tragic love. A couple years later, with Foliage, he's diving into the pure sensory experience of nature. And then later on, he's exploring his love of Italian art and history. It's clear he was just an endlessly curious creator. Let's just zoom in on one of those for a second to really get a feel for his style. His 1818 collection, Foliage, is a perfect window into his world. And this right here, this is the core of his poetry. For Hunt, nature wasn't just some pretty background. It was alive, and it was deeply tangled up with our own human emotions. Reading his work feels like you're stepping into this world that's just brimming with feeling, where the rustle of a leaf could mean just as much as a human sigh.
So when you step back and look at Leigh Hunt, you see this amazing dual legacy. He was this significant poet who made his own mark, absolutely. But he was also the tireless champion who helped shape an entire movement by lifting everybody else up. His impact, then, is just undeniable. He helped shape the entire Romantic movement. He championed its biggest stars. And he left behind his own legacy of poetry that celebrates warmth, nature, and individuality. The man left a huge mark on English literature. And all this leaves us with a really fascinating question to think about. How do we measure a legacy? Is it about the art a person creates themselves, or is it about the other artists they inspire? In the case of Leigh Hunt, who was both a creator and a catalyst, the beautiful thing is we don't have to choose.
You know, the personal essay, it's a really incredible form of writing, isn't it? It's like a writer can reach right across the centuries and speak directly to us, turning their own life, their own thoughts, into a kind of window, maybe even a mirror for our own lives.
But that really brings up a huge question. How would you write a life? Seriously, think about it. Would you focus on the warm, the familiar, the everyday details of the world all around you? Or would you turn inward and try to map the vast, sometimes strange territory of your own mind? Well, back in the Romantic era, two masters of the essay gave us two profoundly different answers to that very question.
On one side, we have Charles Lamb. He's like that warm, witty friend you'd absolutely love to grab a drink with. And then on the other side, you've got Thomas de Quincey, a much darker, more philosophical thinker, totally obsessed with the inner workings of the human psyche. They were both true pioneers, and they took the personal essay in radically different directions.
All right, so let's start with Lamb. His particular brand of genius wasn't about grand adventures or, shocking confessions. Not at all. It was his amazing ability to find something extraordinary hiding in the most ordinary, everyday world right in front of him.
Lamb's whole spirit is just one of celebration. He was absolutely in love with the bustling, messy, everyday life of his time. He didn't just see poetry in rolling hills and nature, he saw it in crowded London streets, in dusty little bookstalls, and in that simple, pure joy of seeing a play for the very first time.
So he wrote under this pen name, Elia, and through Elia, he created a world that feels incredibly personal. His themes, they were things we all get, a deep nostalgia for the past, the simple comfort of friendship, and just celebrating the little moments. He mastered this amazing blend of humor with this really touching melancholy, and it was all delivered in a tone that's so conversational it feels like he's sitting right in the room with you.
And man, his range was just incredible. One minute, he could be writing with this pure, nostalgic joy about his first play. And then, boom, he pivots to the heartbreaking sadness of Dream Children, where he imagines the family he never actually had. And then he could turn right around and make you laugh out loud with a witty, satirical piece like A Bachelor's Complaint. He really captured all of life in its full, messy, beautiful spectrum.
Okay, now let's do a complete 180. If Charles Lamb was always looking outward at the world, Thomas de Quincey was looking inward. He was charting the treacherous and sometimes fantastic landscapes of the human mind itself.
Now, his work can be complex, it's kind of sprawling, but to really, truly get him, you have to start with the one book that made him famous, a piece of writing that was shocking, deeply poetic, and totally new for its time.
And that book was Confessions of an English Opium Eater. This wasn't just some sensational story to sell papers, it was one of the very first literary explorations of addiction, told from the inside. De Quincey didn't just report the facts, he took his readers on this wild journey into both the seductive highs and the absolutely terrifying lows. He basically laid it out like a three-act drama. First, there's that seductive escape, the promise of relief and euphoria. Then came these incredible kaleidoscopic dreams. He describes these vast architectural visions with this stunning lyrical prose. But in the end, it all collapses into a harrowing trap, a total nightmare of distorted reality and psychological torture. So yeah, on the surface, opium was his subject. But what was he really writing about? He was writing about the mind itself, in a way that feels way ahead of its time, almost prefiguring psychoanalysis. He used his own experiences to ask these huge questions about memory, about perception, and about what even makes up our reality. He was like a psychonaut, and words were his spaceship. So, we've got our two figures, Lamb, the master of witty observation, and de Quincey, the explorer of the psychological abyss. Let's put their styles head to head and see what happens.
And wow, the contrast could not be more stark. Just take Lamb's essay Old China.
It's this affectionate, sentimental piece about finding beauty in shared memories. Then look at De Quincey's On Murder, considered as one of the fine arts. I mean, the subject alone, the aesthetics of violence, is designed to be provocative, using this dark, unsettling humor to challenge our most basic moral ideas.
And that right there, that's the essential difference, isn't it? Lamb looked at his small, personal, ordinary experiences and found these universal human truths tucked inside them. De Quincey did the exact opposite. He dove headfirst into the singular, extreme depths of his own psyche, and what he found there was an entire universe.
So there you have it. Two writers, two totally different paths. But together, they really show us just how flexible and powerful the essay can be. So, what does that mean for us today? What's their lasting legacy?
Well, Lamb's legacy, you see it in every essayist or blogger who makes you feel like you're just chatting with a friend. He proved that this form of writing could be warm, funny, and deeply, deeply personal.
He's the one who showed us that a great story doesn't need to be some epic adventure. Often, the real art, the real magic, is found in the small, overlooked moments of our daily lives.
De Quincey, on the other hand, gave the essay a totally new kind of ambition. He showed that it could be a serious tool, a scalpel even, for psychological and philosophical exploration.
And he taught us that there's value, maybe even a strange kind of beauty, in confronting our deepest fears and our darkest thoughts. He was never afraid to look straight into the abyss.
And you can absolutely feel their impact today. Lamb's easy, conversational style, that became the DNA for so much of modern personal writing, from our favorite blogs to magazine columns. And De Quincey's fearless self-analysis, well, that was a crucial step on the road to the modern memoir, where the most important journey is always the one happening inside.
Which kind of brings us to a final thought. In our world today, with its constant self-expression, from social media to confessional podcasts, whose reflection do you see more often? Are we more like Lamb, sharing the charming, witty details of our day? Or are we a little more like De Quincey, plumbing the depths of our own minds for everyone to see? It's something to think about.
Today, we're talking about the guy who took history out of the dusty, boring textbooks and turned it into the kind of blockbuster entertainment we all love. His name was Sir Walter Scott.
I mean, really think about it. Before there were epic movies or binge-worthy documentaries, how did you make the past feel real? How do you stop it from just being a dry list of names and dates? For centuries, that was a huge challenge for anyone telling a story. And this is where our guy comes in. From the Scottish borders, a writer named Sir Walter Scott stepped onto the scene. And he didn't just have an answer to that question, he had a totally revolutionary new formula that would change everything.
You see, at the time, history was something you memorized for a test, not something you felt. But Scott's idea was so simple, and yet it was an absolute game changer. He decided to mix real history with made-up stories. He basically asked, what if we take a huge historical event, but we see it all through the eyes of a normal person? Someone we can actually relate to.
And look, this wasn't just some clever little writing trick. This was the birth of an entirely new way for us to experience the past. He was, and this is no exaggeration, inventing a whole new genre that would totally dominate storytelling for the next 200 years.
And this is what he gave us, the historical novel. It's kind of like the perfect recipe. You take a real place in the past, with real things that actually happened, but you drop in fictional characters to anchor the story. Their personal problems, their struggles, they become the lens that helps us understand these huge, sweeping conflicts of the time.
His first smash hit, Waverley, is a perfect blueprint for this whole idea. He takes a real, high-stakes event, the Jacobite Rising, and he puts his fictional hero, Edward Waverley, right in the middle of it. All of a sudden, this massive political war becomes a really personal story about one guy trying to figure out his own loyalty and identity. History wasn't some distant thing anymore. It felt like it was happening right now.
And wow, did people love it. I mean, just look at this timeline. In just a handful of years, he drops hit after hit after hit, all of them bestsellers. He wasn't just a pioneer, he pretty much became the king of this new genre overnight.
So, what was his secret sauce? What made him so successful? Well, Scott wasn't just telling stories. He was an incredible world builder. He created these immersive, almost cinematic experiences that made you feel like you were literally transported back in time. And maybe the most iconic, most thrilling world he ever built was the medieval England of his epic novel Ivanhoe. This is his method, just firing on all cylinders.
You've got the classic chivalrous hero Ivanhoe caught up in the real historical tension between the Normans and Saxons. And then, just for good measure, Scott throws in legends like Richard the Lionheart and even Robin Hood. He brings that whole age of knights and jousting tournaments to life in such stunning detail.
And he used that same world-building magic on his own home turf, his beloved Scotland, painting this incredible picture of the wild Highlands in his story about the legendary outlaw, Rob Roy.
What's so amazing here is that the Highlands aren't just some pretty background. The landscape is practically a character in the story. You can almost feel the mist on your face from his descriptions. And in this world, he turns Rob Roy from a simple bandit into this really complex folk hero, a man of honor fighting for what's right. He just perfectly captures that rugged, independent spirit of the Highlands.
Okay, so you've got these incredible worlds, right? But they're nothing without characters you can actually connect with. And this, right here, is where you see Scott's true genius, his amazing exploration of what it means to be human through this whole gallery of different heroes.
I mean, just look at the range. On one hand, you've got Ivanhoe, your classic knight in shining armor, seeking honor on the battlefield. But then he gives us Jeannie Deans. She's not a warrior, she's not royalty. She's just an ordinary woman, and her heroism comes from her incredible moral strength. She walks all the way to London to save her sister with nothing but her own sense of right and wrong. It just goes to show you, for Scott, honor could be found anywhere, in a castle or on a common street.
So when you put all of this together, what you get is a legacy that's, well, it's pretty much impossible to overstate. The man fundamentally changed not just literature, but how we all connect with the past.
Let's just be clear about this. He is the father of the historical novel. Full stop. Seriously, think about it. Every book you read, every movie you watch, every series you stream that drops you into another time and makes you feel like you're really there, that entire idea, that whole experience, traces its DNA right back to Sir Walter Scott.
And his impact is still so profound. These books aren't just historical artifacts. They're still celebrated today for their incredible artistry and deep historical importance. He didn't just tell stories about history, he actually became a vital part of it himself.
So, in the end, the real gift he left us is the power to imagine ourselves anywhere in history, which kind of makes me wonder. And I want to ask you this. All right, let's dive into the world of one of the sharpest observers in all of literature, Jane Austen. Now, you might think her stories are just, stuffy drawing rooms and formal dances. But underneath all that is this brilliant, absolutely timeless takedown of society. So let's really get into the wit, the woman, and the incredible legacy of Jane Austen. I mean, come on, this has to be one of the most famous opening lines ever written, right? In just one sentence, Austen just yanks us into this world of social maneuvering and, let's be honest, romantic ambition. It's the perfect setup. It's witty, it's a little cynical, and it perfectly sets the stage for everything that's about to unfold.
And that's really the big question, isn't it? How can these novels about women in bonnets trying to find a decent husband 2 centuries ago still feel so relatable, so real to us today? Well, that's the mystery we're here to solve.
So to really get a handle on her books, we first need to get a handle on the woman herself and the world that she was living in. So let's take a quick look at her life.
Jane Austen's life was actually pretty short, just from 1775 to 1817. But look at this incredible burst of creative energy right near the end. In just a few short years, she published the 4 novels that would cement her legacy forever, and then 2 more came out right after she died. It was just a truly amazing, super productive period.
So what makes an Austen novel, an Austen novel? It's this amazing mix of things. See, she wasn't just writing romances. Oh no, she was a razor-sharp social critic, using all this wit and irony to basically call out the absurdities of her time. She was also a pioneer of this technique called free indirect discourse, which is just a fancy way of saying she lets us right inside a character's head to hear their unfiltered thoughts. And maybe most important of all, she put women and their inner lives right at the center of the story. And that, for her time, was totally revolutionary.
Okay, let's look at our first published novel from back in 1811, Sense and Sensibility. Really shows off the style perfectly. It basically introduced her to the world through a story that's all about the push and pull between 2 very, very different sisters.
So the whole heart of the novel is right here, with these 2 heroines. On one side, you've got Eleanor, who is all sense. She's practical, she's controlled, she does what's expected of her. And on the other side, you have Marianne, who is pure sensibility. She's all passion, impulse, and emotion. And by showing us their two different ways of living, Austen basically asks us a huge question. Should we lead with our heads or with our hearts?
But hey, this is way more than just a philosophical question. The book is a really sharp critique of just how few options women had back then. See, when the Dashwood sisters suddenly lose all their money, getting married isn't just about love anymore. It's about pure survival. Austen shows us this world where a woman's entire future, her whole life, depends on making a good match.
And now, we get to the big one. Published in 1813, Pride and Prejudice isn't just her masterpiece, it is literally the blueprint for pretty much every romantic comedy that's come after it.
At the center of it all, you've got two of the most iconic characters in literature. First, there's the super smart, witty Elizabeth Bennet, who is maybe a little too quick to judge people. And then you have the wealthy and, let's face it, pretty arrogant Mr. Darcy. Their whole story is about them getting past those terrible first impressions, overcoming her prejudice and his pride.
And as they figure each other out, the story hits on these huge themes that still feel so relevant. I mean, you've got Elizabeth Bennet just completely challenging the idea that she has to marry for money. The whole plot is a warning about judging a book by its cover. And in the end, the story is all about marrying for love. And this is the big one, the power of personal growth. Both of them have to seriously change as people before they can find happiness together.
But don't think for a second she was a one-trick pony. Austen's next two novels really show her incredible range, because she goes from that sparkling, witty vibe of Pride and Prejudice to something much more serious and, well, complex.
Yeah, Mansfield Park is a totally different kind of book. This is probably Austen at her most critical. We see the world through the eyes of its quiet, incredibly moral heroine Fanny Price, as she watches her wealthy relatives just sort of decay into selfishness. It's a really challenging novel that digs into that uncomfortable link between having a ton of money and having zero character. And then just a year later, she does a complete 180 with Emma. The main character, Emma Woodhouse, is described as handsome, clever, and rich, and she is absolutely certain she knows what's best for everybody. The result is this hilarious comedy about her totally disastrous attempts at matchmaking and how she eventually learns a thing or two about herself. It's a brilliant look at self-deception.
Okay, so the two books that came out after she died, they each have their own unique vibe too. One is this really playful satire, and the other is, honestly, probably her most emotionally mature story.
To really get this next book, you have to know about something called the Gothic novel. It was this hugely popular type of book back in Austen's day, full of spooky castles, dark secrets, and heroines who faint all the time. Austen saw this and basically thought, oh, I can have some fun with this.
So in Northanger Abbey, the young heroine, Catherine, has read way too many of these Gothic novels. So when she goes to visit a real abbey, her imagination just goes completely haywire. She starts seeing evil plots and dark secrets behind every single door. It's just a really charming, funny story about a young woman learning to tell the difference between fantasy and real life.
And then there's Persuasion. This is Austen's most thoughtful, most poignant novel. The heroine, Anne Elliot, is 27, which was considered older back then, and she is just full of regret. See, years earlier, she let her family persuade her to break off her engagement to a man she loved because he didn't have any money or status. And now, he's back, and he's a successful captain. It's a really beautiful, mature story about getting a second chance at love.
So, after all that, let's circle back to where we started. Why? Why do these 200-year-old stories still have such an incredible hold on us?
Well, it really boils down to this. Jane Austen literally helped invent the modern novel as we know it. She gave us these timeless insights into how families work, the pressures of society, and just the struggle to figure out who you are. She created female characters who weren't perfect. They were smart, they were flawed, and they were deeply human. It's just brilliant storytelling that somehow feels forever new.
And that really leaves us with one last thing to think about. Austen wrote about the pressures of money and class and finding the right partner in a world that had all these rigid rules. So when you think about her world, think about ours too. How have those pressures changed? And more importantly, in what ways have they stayed exactly the same? It's a question that really proves just how timeless she'll always be.
Hey everyone, and welcome. When you think about 19th century literature, I bet one name in particular pops into your head. But what if I told you that one of her most innovative contemporaries has been almost completely forgotten? Well, today, we're digging up the story of a forgotten romantic, Walter Savage Landor. So, to get our bearings, let's start with that name we all know and love, Jane Austen.
This quote here about her final novel, Persuasion, just nails her genius, right? She was a master at exploring forgiveness, second chances, and the kind of love that lasts. Her work really captured the intricate dramas of the human heart like no one else. And you know, Persuasion is where you really see Austen at her most mature. It's not about the whirlwind courtships of her earlier books. No, this one goes deeper. It asks what happens years after a bad choice is made, after a heart gets broken, and life just keeps going. I mean, these are the themes that make her books feel so real, even today. She was brilliant at showing that delicate dance between the choices we make and the circumstances we're stuck with. It's all about the sting of regret, but also that beautiful hope of a second chance. It's a powerful idea that true affection can and does endure. Okay, so we all get it. Austen is a giant. No question. But she wasn't writing in a vacuum, you know? The world back then was buzzing with other incredible writers, a lot of whom have kind of faded from the spotlight. So it makes you wonder, who else was out there pushing the boundaries of literature at the very same time? And that, my friends, brings us to this guy, Walter Savage Landor. He was born right around the same time as Austen, and his career overlapped with hers during this incredible period of change. But while his name might not ring a bell today, his work was passionate, it was innovative, and honestly, it was unlike anything else out there.
Landor was a true original. Seriously, he wasn't writing about quiet country dramas or comedies of manners. He was a poet and a writer with this fiery spirit who was determined to carve out his own path in the Romantic era. His voice was all about intense emotion and huge intellectual curiosity.
So to really get Landor, you've got to know what made him tick. His work was absolutely steeped in the classics. We're talking ancient Greece and Rome, which gave everything he wrote this grand, epic feel. But he mixed that classical style with this raw, personal intensity that you can tell was forged in a tough life, a life that even included political exile. And above all, he was a champion of the individual, celebrating personal expression in a way that was pure, unfiltered romanticism.
All right, now we get to the really cool part, his most famous and frankly, most mind-blowing creation. If you remember only one thing about Landor after this, it has to be his incredible series, Imaginary Conversations.
The concept was just pure genius. What Landor did was write conversations between famous people from history who never could have actually met. It was like he was hosting the ultimate fantasy dinner party on paper. He used these incredible pairings to explore all the biggest ideas of his time. Politics, art, morality, you name it. It was this amazing mashup of history, fiction, and philosophy.
And just look at the range of his imagination here. He'd put ancient figures like Socrates and Plato together to debate philosophy, but then he'd also stage these incredible what-if conversations between his own contemporaries, like the rival poets William Wordsworth and Lord Byron, and just let them hash out their artistic differences. It was a total intellectual playground.
But don't think for a second that Imaginary Conversations was all he did. Oh, no. This guy was far from a one-hit wonder. His literary range was just incredibly broad, as you're about to see. So you've got historical dramas like Pericles and Aspasia, which dove deep into love and power in ancient Athens. Then there are his poetry collections, full of these deeply emotional poems about love, nature, and death. He also wrote these amazing prose tales that mix adventure with philosophy. And he was always returning to his first love, ancient Greece, with works like the Hellenics. The man was just incredibly prolific and versatile.
And here's what's so amazing. His work can feel incredibly modern. Take Pericles and Aspasia, for instance. He portrays Aspasia not as some passive sidekick, but as a strong, intelligent, and powerful woman. I mean, think about that for a second. This was a direct challenge to the gender roles of the 1830s. It shows this progressive streak that makes his writing still feel so relevant today.
So you're probably wondering, if this guy was so innovative and wrote so much, why isn't he as famous as Austen or Byron? Well, that's a great question, and it brings us to his legacy, which is a fascinating and complicated story.
Here it is. This is the great paradox of Walter Savage Landor. While his public fame fizzled out, his influence absolutely did not. He became what you might call a writer's writer. You know, like your favorite band's favorite band? His bold experiments and deep philosophical questions inspired whole generations of authors who came after him. So he might not be a household name, but his fingerprints are all over the literature that followed. And really, that's why Landor is so worth rediscovering today. Reading his work isn't just some historical exercise, it's an invitation. It's an invitation to think deeply about life's biggest questions, about what beauty is, about existence, and about the human connections that define us. He definitely makes you work for it as a reader, but the rewards are just immense.
And that leaves us with one last thing to think about: Landor's story. It makes you wonder, doesn't it? Who are the brilliant, innovative artists and writers working right now who might be getting overlooked by the mainstream? Who are the forgotten geniuses of our own time, just waiting for us to rediscover them?
Okay, so when I say the name Mary Shelley, what's the first thing that pops into your head? I'm willing to bet it's a towering creature, maybe some bolts in his neck, brought to life on a dark and stormy night. And for good reason. She is, without a doubt, the mother of modern horror.
But what if that's just scratching the surface of her incredible story? What if I told you that the same mind that dreamed up Frankenstein's monster also imagined the entire end of the world? And that she explored human relationships in ways that were, honestly, centuries ahead of her time? Yeah, we're about to see there's so much more to her than just one famous creation.
So let's talk about the woman herself, Mary Shelley. Born way back in 1797, she was a literary force of nature. And no surprise, her parents were these two major radical thinkers. But the most mind-blowing part? She came up with her genre-defining masterpiece when she was just 18 years old. A teenager. Can you even imagine that?
Then in 1818, Frankenstein is just unleashed on the world. And look, this wasn't just some scary story to tell around the campfire. No way. This was something brand new. A mix of gothic terror and what we now call science fiction. It was a book that dared to ask these huge, terrifying questions about our own creations.
Okay, let's get right to the heart of it. The book isn't really about a monster. It's about the whole question of monstrosity itself. It's this deep dive into ambition, what happens when we create without thinking, and, who the real monster in the story actually is.
And this is where that central conflict just snaps into focus. On one hand, you've got Victor Frankenstein, driven by this obsessive ambition to basically play God. And on the other hand, his creation, whose deepest desire is shockingly, heartbreakingly simple. He just wants to be loved. He just wants to find a connection.
This really cuts to the tragedy of the whole story. The creature wasn't born evil. Not even close. His monstrosity is a direct result of being rejected by absolutely everyone, starting with his own creator. He becomes a monster because that's how the world insists on treating him.
And this theme of isolation, it is absolutely critical. Both the creator and the creation are so tragically alone. Victor pushes everyone away in his single-minded quest, while the creature is literally chased away because of how he looks. The whole novel is just this massive warning sign. Ambition without a moral compass leads to total devastation.
But get this, Shelley's imagination didn't just stop with reanimated bodies. In fact, you could argue her vision got even bigger and a whole lot darker. She started peering into the future and imagining the complete collapse of civilization, becoming a true pioneer of apocalyptic fiction.
Long before every other movie or TV show was about the end of the world, Mary Shelley was there. In 1826, she published The Last Man. This was not just another spooky novel. It was one of the very first books to seriously, painstakingly imagine what it would be like to watch humanity just end. A totally radical idea for her time.
And the way the novel plays out is just chilling. It starts in a world that looks just like ours, with nobody having a clue what's coming. Then, bam, an unstoppable plague hits. And everything we take for granted, government, society, family, it all just falls apart. The hero, Lionel, watches everyone he's ever known die, until finally he is completely alone. The psychological toll is unimaginable. This time, the horror isn't a monster, it's the absolute terror of total isolation.
So she created monsters, and she ended worlds, but Shelley also turned her incredible intellect inward. In an era when female characters were often silenced or made super simple in books, she gave them these complex, messy, real inner lives. She explored their struggles for identity in a world basically designed to keep them in a box.
And just look at this range. In Matilda, she writes about themes so dark the book wasn't even published while she was alive, all focusing on a young woman's fight for her own emotional independence. Then in Lador, it's all about navigating a man's world after being abandoned. And in her final novel, Faulkner, she dives deep into forgiveness and psychology. These weren't just characters. They were like case studies on being a woman trying to find her own way in the 19th century.
So when you put all these works together, this really clear picture starts to form. Mary Shelley was writing again and again about the cages society built for women. She was giving a voice to their search for an identity that was separate from their fathers or their husbands, exploring their deep emotional lives and really championing their undeniable desire for autonomy. I mean, she was having a conversation that we're all still having today.
So why are we still talking about a writer from 200 years ago? Well, it's because the monsters she was writing about, the moral ones, the ethical ones, the societal ones, they're still very much with us. Her legacy is just astonishingly relevant.
Now, really, think about it. Frankenstein's whole debate about a creator's duty to their creation, that is the exact same conversation we're having right now about artificial intelligence. The Last Man's terrifying vision of a global plague that collapses society feels pretty familiar, and it taps right into our own anxieties. And her fight for female agency? That conversation is more central today than ever. Her work wasn't just fiction. In a way, it was prophecy.
Which really leaves us with this final, powerful question to chew on. Mary Shelley's greatest warning was about what happens when we innovate without a conscience, when we create without really thinking through the consequences. It forces us to look around and ask ourselves, what are the monsters that we're creating in our...
Okay, so today we're diving into the mind of a thinker who imagined something pretty radical. I'm talking about a world with absolutely no laws, no prisons, and no government at all. A world where he believed humanity could just perfect itself, using nothing but pure reason. His name was William Godwin, and his ideas, well, they ended up laying the entire foundation for anarchism.
So Godwin posed this fundamental question, one that still kind of messes with our heads today. What if we just didn't need to be ruled? Seriously, what if every single person guided only by pure reason and logic could cooperate to create a perfectly just society? Yeah, I know, it sounds like something straight out of science fiction. But for Godwin, this wasn't a fantasy. It was humanity's ultimate destination.
All right, so let's get to know the man behind this wild idea. We're talking about William Godwin, an English philosopher and novelist who lived from 1756 to 1836. Now, what's fascinating is that he never actually called himself an anarchist. But his core beliefs, they became the essential groundwork for pretty much all of modern anarchist thought. You could say he's its intellectual father. And just so we're clear, philosophical anarchism isn't about chaos and bombs. It's about the opposition to being forced to do things, the belief that people can organize themselves voluntarily.
Godwin's whole philosophy really rests on four super powerful and, honestly, really optimistic pillars. First up, you've got radical individual liberty. Then, this incredible faith in rationalism, the idea that logic, reason, could solve just about any problem. That led him to believe in human perfectibility, this idea that we're all capable of getting better and better, morally and intellectually, forever. And if you put all that together, he argued, if people are free and rational, they'll just naturally choose to cooperate with each other instead of being controlled by force.
Okay, now let's talk about the book that started it all, the one that really set everything in motion. In 1793, Godwin published this work that was so revolutionary it sent absolute shockwaves through English society. It was called An Inquiry Concerning Political Justice. And listen, this thing wasn't just some critique of the system, it was a full-on blueprint for a brand new world.
And the core argument of political justice, wow, it was explosive for its time. Godwin basically came out and said that government, just by existing, is a corrupting force. Why? Because it relies on coercion, the threat of violence, to keep everyone in line. He argued that this was not just immoral, it was completely unnecessary. He proposed that an educated, rational population could totally govern itself.
So this really breaks down the two systems perfectly. On one side, you've got government by coercion. Authority enforcing rules, which Godwin said just keeps inequality going and squashes our freedom. But then, on the other side, in his vision, you have a society built on cooperation. Here, people just reason together, they help each other out, and everyone has total personal autonomy. It's a complete flip of how we usually think about social order.
So the big question is, right, how do we get to this perfect society? Now, a lot of radicals back then were calling for violent revolution, right? Tear it all down. But Godwin, he was the complete opposite. He was a gradualist. He believed the only way to get to this stateless society was through patient, calm discussion and, this is the big one, education. His whole thing was, if you change the way people think, society will naturally change itself.
But here's the thing. Godwin wasn't just some philosopher writing these dense, heavy books that only a few people would read. No, he was smarter than that. He knew that to get his ideas out to a wider audience, he needed to tell a story. So just 1 year after Political Justice, he published one of the most influential novels of the era, Caleb Williams.
And on the surface, this book is a gripping psychological thriller. I mean, it's got it all. You've got this curious young guy, Caleb Williams, who works for a rich, well-respected squire named Mr. Falkland. But Caleb's curiosity gets the better of him, and he uncovers a horrifying secret. His beloved master is a murderer. And from that moment on, that knowledge becomes a terrible curse.
This quote from Caleb himself just perfectly captures the paranoid vibe of the whole book. He can't unknow what he knows, and his master will do absolutely anything to protect his reputation. The whole novel just turns into this terrifying cat and mouse game, totally driven by obsession and the corrupting nature of power.
And when you break down Caleb's struggle like this, you see it, right? His journey is basically Godwin's philosophy put into action. The whole plot is designed to show how authority, personified by Falkland, and the entire legal system isn't used for justice. It's used to protect the powerful and to crush the little guy who dares to know the truth. Caleb's journey is a story, yeah, but it's really a fictional takedown of the very institutions Godwin wanted to get rid of.
You know, Godwin's creative output during this time was just immense. The guy was on fire. And he wasn't just focused on politics. He also started digging into the darker, more Gothic side of the human mind, exploring the potential dangers of the very Enlightenment ideas he was usually all about.
I mean, just look at this timeline. It's wild. In just a handful of years, he drops his masterpiece of political philosophy, then the novel that brings it all to life, and then he pivots and writes a full-blown Gothic novel. It just shows a mind that was absolutely firing on all cylinders, using totally different genres to explore his big, complex ideas.
And Saint Leon is so fascinating because it's basically a cautionary tale. The hero gets everything you could possibly want. The Philosopher's Stone, the elixir of life, ultimate knowledge and power. But, and this is the key, without a moral compass to guide him, this amazing gift becomes a curse. It cuts him off from humanity. It's almost like Godwin is questioning his own philosophy here, asking, hey, is reason really enough on its own?
So what's the legacy of this radical thinker and novelist? What did he leave behind? Well, even though his fame kind of faded during his own lifetime, his ideas planted these seeds that would just keep growing for centuries. You can still hear their echoes in politics, philosophy, and literature today.
And his influence is just huge. I mean, he basically provided the philosophical DNA for anarchism. He was read closely by major thinkers like Marx and Engels. His impact on literature is just as massive, influencing writers like Charles Dickens. And then there's his own daughter, Mary Shelley. She clearly soaked up his cautionary themes about knowledge without morality, the stuff he first explored in St. Leon, and then she went and created Frankenstein. Godwin really proved that a novel could be a super powerful tool for social critique.
Which brings us to one last question, and this one's for you to think about. When you look at our world today, with all its complex global challenges, from climate change to intense political polarization, is Godwin's deep, deep faith in individual reason and voluntary cooperation just a naive dream from a bygone era? Or is it maybe a radical solution we haven't even really tried?
You know that feeling you get from a good haunted house story? That creaking floorboard, the shadow in the window, the sense that the building itself has dark secrets? It feels like these stories have been around forever, right? But what if I told you they haven't? They had to start somewhere. And believe me, the story of how it all started is just incredible. So let's get right into it. So where do these stories come from? When you picture a classic horror movie or book, what pops into your head? For most of us, it's something like this, right? A big, creepy, crumbling castle. We're talking about some really specific, really familiar ideas here. Like, you've got these ancient curses, the kind that doom a family for generations. And then there are the secret passages, always dusty, always hidden behind a painting or a giant bookshelf. And of course, you can't forget the ghosts themselves. The spirits of old aristocrats who just can't seem to move on. These are like the absolute building blocks of horror that we all just know. But here's the crazy part. What if I told you that pretty much all of this was cooked up by one guy? Yeah, no joke. The whole genre of Gothic horror, the blueprint for every haunted house story you've ever loved, it all points back to one single book from one guy way back in 1764. So who was this architect of terror? All right, let's meet him.
His name was Horace Walpole. And this 18th century dude, maybe without even fully realizing it, kicked off a genre that would be scaring the heck out of us for centuries.
Now, don't get the wrong idea. Walpole wasn't just some guy cranking out scary stories in his basement. He was this incredibly smart, well-rounded intellectual, a writer, an art historian, even a politician. And get this, he was living during the Age of Enlightenment, a time when everyone was all about logic and reason and science. But while everybody else was looking to the future, Walpole, he was obsessed with the past, the dark, the mysterious, the supernatural parts of it. And that obsession, well, that's what made him a legend.
And that entire legacy really kicks off with one specific book. So let's do this. Let's break down the novel that literally started it all, The Castle of Otranto. Yep, this is the one, dropped in 1764, and pretty much everyone agrees it is the very first Gothic novel. Seriously, before this book, there was nothing else like it. It was a total, complete game changer. And what's so cool is he basically created a recipe for it. It's all right here. You start with one creepy, fallen-apart castle. You mix in some supernatural stuff and a good old-fashioned family curse. Then you throw in a desperate, evil lord and a totally pure and good heroine. And you let the whole thing simmer in this atmosphere of non-stop terror and suspense. Sound familiar? Yeah, it really should. And people went wild for it. I mean, the impact was immediate. This mix of scary stuff, a little romance, and the supernatural, it just grabbed readers in a way nothing had before. It wasn't just a hit book, it became the template, the literal instruction manual that writers would use for generations to come. But here's the thing, Walpole was absolutely not a one-hit wonder, not even close. The guy was a machine. His mind was just always going, digging into history, art, and drama with the exact same energy he brought to his big, spooky novel.
Just look at this timeline. It really shows you what I'm talking about. In the same handful of years that he drops the genre-defining book, he's also publishing major works on art history and famous people. He was just fascinated by the past. Didn't matter if it was the lives of painters or the super dark secrets in a tragic play like The Mysterious Mother, which, by the way, dealt with some pretty shocking stuff for the 1700s. And this Gothic obsession, it wasn't just something he wrote about. The man lived it. He literally designed and built his own house, called Strawberry Hill, to be this incredible Gothic revival villa. It was like his own personal, real-life castle of Otranto. He built the world he was writing about. I mean, the guy was just unstoppable. Outside of his stories, he was a serious historian, questioning what everyone thought they knew. His personal letters, they're now considered these amazing, funny windows into life back then. He was a huge art and antique collector, and he even went back to his own book, to Otranto, and added a new introduction that basically laid out the rules for the genre he had just accidentally invented. How cool is that? So, okay, after a life packed with so much different and influential stuff, what's the bottom line? What's his real legacy? What's the ghost of Horace Walpole that still lingers today? It's actually pretty simple. Every single time you watch a haunted house movie, or you read a thriller with a supernatural twist, or even play a survival horror game, you're basically hanging out with the ghost of Horace Walpole. That recipe he came up with, the creepy old building, the deep dark family secret, the ghostly threat, that's not just a pert of horror. It is the DNA of modern horror. He wrote the rulebook for the stuff that still gives us nightmares today. And that really just leaves us with one last question to chew on. Think about all the greats, Stephen King, Shirley Jackson. Think about the classics, like Dracula or The Haunting of Hill House. Now think about your own favorite scary stories.
All right, so let's get right into it. We're talking about a guy who didn't just write plays. Nope, he took all the drama, all the secrets of 18th century high society and just plopped it right on center stage for everyone to see. His name? Richard Brinsley Sheridan.
So let me ask you something. What if your reputation was like money? Something you could earn, trade, and have completely wiped out by just a few whispers? Sounds pretty modern, right? Like something straight out of today's internet culture. But here's the thing. This isn't a new problem. Not at all. It's the exact world Richard Brinsley Sheridan was taking apart more than 2 centuries ago.
All right, so who was this guy anyway? Well, Richard Brinsley Sheridan was this incredible talent from Ireland. I mean, he wasn't just a playwright, he was a poet, a politician, a real jack-of-all-trades for his era. And what made him famous was his wit. It was absolutely razor-sharp. He had this knack for watching the rich and powerful and just perfectly, hilariously, calling them out on all their nonsense.
And wow, did he rise fast. I mean, it was meteoric. Born in Dublin in 1751, and by 1775, bam, his first big play, The Rivals, is a total smash hit. Then, just 2 years after that, The School for Scandal drops, and he becomes a household name. And get this, by 1780, he's so influential that he gets elected to Parliament. It really shows you how culture and politics were just completely woven together back then.
Okay, so let's take a closer look at that first big hit, The Rivals, to really see how he did it. This play is a classic comedy of manners, which is basically a fancy way of saying it makes fun of the absurd romantic ideas and social games of the super rich.
The whole setup is just primed for total chaos. First up, you've got Lydia Languish. She's so obsessed with the dramatic love stories in her books that she's decided she'll only marry a poor guy in a forbidden romance. So, what does a wealthy nobleman like Captain Jack Absolute do? Naturally, he disguises himself as a broke romantic soldier named Ensign Beverly. And just to make things even crazier, we have her aunt, the legendary Mrs. Malaprop, meddling in everything.
And right there, that's the core of the whole thing. Mistaken identity is what makes the whole plot tick. But you know, Sheridan wasn't just going for cheap laughs. No way. He was making a really clever point about how fake and performative courtship had become. He's showing us the ridiculous things people would do just to live up to some storybook idea of love.
And this is where you really see his genius for creating characters. Take Mrs. Malaprop. She's so iconic that she has a word named after her. Malapropism. That's when you use a similar sounding but totally wrong word, and it's hilarious. So when she says someone is the very pineapple of politeness, what she means is pinnacle. It's more than just a funny line, right? It's a brilliant way to satirize people trying to sound smarter than they are.
Okay, so if The Rivals was a sharp jab, then The School for Scandal was an absolute knockout punch. This is his masterpiece, the one he's most famous for. And here he goes even deeper, taking a hard look at hypocrisy and the way gossip can just destroy people. So the whole story really revolves around two brothers. First, there's Charles Surface. Everyone thinks he's a mess, he's got a bad reputation, but underneath it all, he's actually a good, genuine person. Then there's Joseph. Oh, Joseph has a spotless reputation, a perfect public image. But behind closed doors, he's a total hypocrite. And that's the central question of the play. What's real? The image you project or who you actually are?
So what keeps this whole world of fakes and phonies spinning? One word: gossip. Sheridan shows us that gossip isn't just harmless talk. It's power. It's a weapon. You can use it to destroy someone's reputation and build up your own.
And sitting right in the middle of this web of lies is the perfectly, and I mean perfectly named Lady Sneerwell. She's the main antagonist, the puppet master. She gets her power and, frankly, her enjoyment from cooking up nasty rumors to tear people down. And her number one target? Our hero with the bad reputation, Charles. And Sheridan breaks down exactly how it works, like a formula for social destruction. Step 1, Lady Sneerwell plants a lie. Step 2, the other gossips grab it and run with it, spreading it like wildfire and adding their own details. Step 3, poor Charles's reputation is left in shreds. The rest of the play is this wild, funny, and kind of stressful race against time to see if the truth can finally catch up to the lies.
So, what's the big deal? Why are we still talking about plays written hundreds of years ago? Well, it's because Sheridan wasn't just writing about his own time, he was writing about us. He was writing about human nature. And honestly, his insights feel like they could have been written yesterday.
Let's just boil it down to the big themes. First, how incredibly fragile a reputation can be. Second, the poison of hypocrisy. Third, the scary idea that gossip can become more powerful than the truth itself, creating its own reality. And finally, that timeless question, what matters more, how people see you or who you really are?
And this is the moment it all just clicks, right? Just swap out the fancy 18th century parlors for your social media feed. Swap out the whispering socialites for anonymous trolls and viral threads. Suddenly you realize Sheridan's world of scandal and reputation management, it is our world. It's the internet.
So I'll leave you with this question. In our world of cancel culture, online pylons, and carefully crafted Instagram lives, aren't we all just characters in a reboot of Sheridan's play? Think about it. Which part are you playing? The gossip? The victim? Or maybe the hypocrite with the perfect public profile? It's definitely something to think about.